C-2340 arrived Silver God Warship, Master Control Room. The moment the third elder of Tao God Sect, Xin Lao, entered, he started asking about Yang Fann's whereabouts. Long ago, Lord of the Thousand Clouds had already told Xin Lao about Yang Fann's deal with them. He also told Xin Lao about the matter of suppressing Yinmo Ancestor. However, Xin Lao had some doubts about this matter. Although Yinmo Ancestor was only a middle-rank universe god, he wasn't confident that he could suppress Yinmo Ancestor with a single strike. He was the backbone of Tao God Sect, the Grand Elder. Even if he wasn't a true middle-level universe god warrior, he was still a peak quasi-middle-level universe god expert. He was only a step away from the middle-level universe god. There weren't even 50 people in the entire Xianxia universe who could find such an expert. Which one of them wasn't an old monster that had been famous for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years? How could it be such a stranger? Was he hiding his true face, or was it that Lord of the Thousand Clouds and the others had misjudged him? Compared to the former, Ancestor Xin Lao was more inclined to the others, Lord of the Thousand Clouds and the others. Those were first-class experts, but compared to universe gods, they were nothing. Furthermore, Lord of the Thousand Clouds and the others had burnt a large amount of origin divine bloods, causing their cultivation levels to drop drastically. It was perfectly normal for them to make an error in judgment. In Lord of the Thousand Clouds and the others' eyes, it was just a single move. They might have already exchanged tens of thousands of blows, or perhaps even completely suppressed Yinmo Ancestor. It was a huge mystery. Yinmo Ancestor had countless dark magic bodies, and his means of saving his life could be considered as one of the best amongst the middle-rank universe god warriors. Even many high-rank universe god warriors couldn't match up to him. Perhaps he was only suppressing Yinmo Ancestor's illusory body. However, regardless of whether he was really a quasi-middle-level universe god warrior or not, the Tao God Sect was determined to get their hands on the flower of the elemental spirits. This was the only hope for the Tao God Sect to enter the top sect. No matter what, they couldn't give up. It was no different from attacking right now, or attacking after they returned to the sect. Great Elder, please follow me. Lord of the Thousand Clouds didn't hesitate. He hastily brought Xin Lao to the palace where Yang Fann was located. Compared to Xin Lao, Lord of the Thousand Clouds hoped that sect would be able to retrieve the flower of the elemental spirits. He didn't want to be stuck in the top-level universe lord for the rest of his life, and not be able to make any progress. He also wanted to take a step forward and take a look at the secrets of the universe, then squeeze into the ranks of the Tao God Sect's Supreme Elders. Senior, our sect's Grand Elder requests an audience. Lord of the Thousand Clouds stood in front of the hall and said respectfully. Come in. Yang Fann did not want to keep Yinmo Ancestor. He could more or less guess the origin of the so-called Supreme Elder of Tao God Sect. It was just that he wanted to test his true cultivation base. This wasn't a big deal. It was just a small trick. In the face of absolute power, any schemes and tricks were just an illusion. Unless the Tao God Sect had a high-level universe god, otherwise, to Yang Fann, they were nothing more than chickens and dogs that could not even withstand a single blow. A high-level universe god, was that even possible? The fallen universe god Zhan Shao was only a high-rank universe god. It was extremely difficult to produce a new high-level universe god in Xianxia universe, almost to zero. Crack crack, the door slowly opened and Lord of the Thousand Clouds slowly walked in with Xin Lao. It really is that Yinmo Ancestor. Looking at Yinmo Ancestor who was standing in front of Yang Fann, Ancestor Xin Lao's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. This was definitely Yinmo Ancestor's real body, not the illusory Yin Devil body that he had imagined. And Yang Fann's cultivation base. With his cultivation base, he couldn't even see through it. He looked over. It was as if he was looking at a cloud of fog, hazy and unfathomable. With his peak universe god cultivation base, even extreme universe god could see through it. Only those quasi-middle level universe god and above expert could give him this feeling. At this moment, Yang Fann had not disguised his cultivation base as a middle-rank universe god. In the future, he would definitely unleash a high-grade battle force of universe god. Middle-rank universe god, high-grade battle force of universe god, 2 levels higher than this. Challenging a dozen levels higher than this was too horrifying. Perhaps, it would attract the attention of a top-level universe god or even a universe god stage expert. Before he truly had the power to suppress everything, it was better for him to not be too high profile. Luckily, Yang Fann had raised his cultivation base by a huge level, and disguised himself as a top-ranked middle-level universe god. After 10 billion years of hard work and meditation, Yang Fann had cultivated the origin divine ability, the great divine yin technique, to the great perfection stage. It was a supplementary divine ability. After all, it was different from those offensive and defensive divine abilities, and the difficulty of it was much lower. Furthermore, Yang Fann was comparable to the strength of soul of a high-level universe god. The great divine yin technique was just slightly difficult for Yang Fann. However, this great soul-hidden art was still a low-level one, it was only a low-level origin ability. He disguised himself as top-ranked middle-level universe god. As long as he didn't run into a top-level universe god, even if he was a quasi-top-level universe god, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to hide from their eyes. However, no matter how high the grade was, the flaw would be obvious. The current Yang Fann, in terms of the size of his inner world, and the strength of world, it was comparable to top-ranked middle-level universe god. If he wanted to disguise himself as an extreme middle-level universe god, or even a true high-level universe god, he could only wait for his cultivation base to improve, or cultivate stronger auxiliary abilities. However, it was still enough for now. Top-ranked middle-level universe god, although the high-level battle force of universe god was called a monster, it was not unparalleled in the world. In large-sized chaos domain, he could still find many people. It seems like I have to wait until I return to the sect to discuss this matter. Ancestor Xin Ming Lao's heart shook. He immediately gave up on the idea of taking back the flower of the elemental spirits. A quasi-middle-level universe god was definitely not someone a peak universe god like him could match. Attacking was just asking for humiliation. Furthermore, if he wanted to take back the flower of the elemental spirits, this was the only chance he had. He had to succeed in one strike, otherwise, it would be difficult to take back the flower of the elemental spirits. Even the 13 overlords were helpless against a quasi-middle-level universe god who wanted to hide. A thought flashed through his mind, but he still wore a grateful expression on his face. Greetings, Senior. Thank you for saving my useless junior disciples. I, the Tao God Sect, will definitely repay your kindness. It's just a fair trade. If you have nothing else to do, I will continue my cultivation. Yang Fann waved his hand gently and ordered them to leave. Yes, Senior, we will take our leave now. Hee, a generous reward. Looking at the two of them leaving, Yang Fann sneered, thinking about how to kill me and take back the flower of the elemental spirits is the real deal. Boom, a terrifying strength of soul that was comparable to a high-level universe god swept out, continuing to search Yinmo ancestor's soul. One day later, Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a brilliant light flashed in them. In Yinmo ancestor's memories, Yang Fann had obtained a lot of good news. There were some things that weren't even universe god stage experts had no right to know. Among them, the most useful piece of information was the ruins. Profound Sky Divine Palace was the legendary place where universe god Zhan Shao preached about the Tao. It was said that there was a complete inheritance of universe god Zhan Shao that appeared once every 100,000 eras. This was the Xuanxia universe, the greatest ceremony of thousands of universe gods. Although no one had truly obtained universe god Zhan Shao's inheritance, the other treasures were enough to make all the universe gods go crazy. Many low-level universe god had obtained a great fortune in Profound Sky Divine Palace. He had taken that crucial step and broke through to the middle-level universe god, becoming one of the top expert in the Xuanxia universe. There are still 80 billion years left. It will be the day the Profound Sky Divine Palace opens once again. In this short period of time, I can do it. Yang Fann thought for a while and made up his mind. If universe god Zhan Shao was to appear once every 100,000 eras, he would have to wait for another 80 to 800 eras. Yang Fann had no choice but to think of another way and see if he could find the whereabouts of the Profound Sky Divine Palace. If he really couldn't find the Profound Sky Divine Palace, he would have no choice but to give up the inheritance of universe god Zhan Shao after getting rid of the resources he needed on the way. Yang Fann wouldn't be able to wait any longer. 8 eras, 44, 8 billion years. Just how long was this period of time? For the sake of a mere high-rank high-level universe god inheritance, it wasn't worth it at all. With this amount of time, when he arrived in Qianyao Chaos Domain, or even the higher-grade large-sized Chaos Domain, he would be able to suppress many high-grade universe gods. How could he put such a high-level universe god inheritance in his eyes? 10 days later, the Silver Light warship successfully arrived at the Xianxia universe and entered the Xianxia continent. C-2341 Strange. Silver warship, in a luxurious palace. We've reached Xianxia universe. Yang Fann slowly stood up. His eyes flashed and instantly pierced through countless spaces. What a high-grade acquired universe, it really can't be compared to the innate universe. The abundant spirit of heaven and earths in the surroundings could not even compare to the peak of the morning star universe, and the difference was more than 10 times. Furthermore, this was not some spiritual mountain-blessed land. No wonder there were so many Xianxia universes in Xianxia universe. In such an excellent cultivation environment, even a pig would be able to easily break through to the true God realm or the domain God realm with just a few Xianxia continents. This energy, this is the suppression of the universe source's will. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. The acquired universe was the will of the universe God, the universe source. Initially, he thought that after universe God Zan Shao fell, the origin will of Xianxia universe would be completely extinguished. He didn't expect that he would still feel the suppression of the universe source's will on him. It should have been born in the last few millions of eras. With a thought, Yang Fann didn't take it too seriously. The natural suppression of the universe source's will on him. It was very limited, even half of his strength. Even without suppression, he was still able to unleash the terrifying power of a high-level universe god. In the Xianxia universe, he was invincible. Yang Fann thought he was number 2, and no one would dare to claim to be number 1. According to Yinmo ancestors' memory, the strongest person in the Xianxia universe right now was only a high-rank middle-level universe god. Even if he was hiding something, an extreme middle-level universe god would be his limit. Not to mention the fact that the strongest person in Xianxia universe was a high-rank middle-level universe god. Furthermore, he had the heaven-devouring earth-devouring great technique. With the existence of this heaven-defying divine technique, the suppression of the universe source's will was only temporary. As long as he could devour these black demon sects from the black demon sect, he would naturally be able to fully integrate into the Xianxia universe and become a member of the Xianxia universe. He would be able to unleash all of his combat strength. The Xianxia continent was vast and boundless, and it was the only main continent in the Xianxia universe. It was unknown how many billions of light-years it had. It was not much different from some advanced universes. Even if the other thousands of subcontinents in the Xianxia universe were combined, they might not even be comparable to the Xianxia continent. The entire Xianxia continent was divided into 108 large domains. The upper domain consisted of 36 large domains, which were the top 13 sect, as well as many territories belonging to the large sects. The 72 sub-domains of the lower domain were divided among the ordinary major powers with only 1 or 2 universe gods, as well as the small and medium-sized sect. Here, the sect was like the heavens. Any country or family would be subservient to the sect. The Tao Spirit Domain, one of the 36 upper domains of the Xianxia continent. It was ranked in the middle among the 36 upper domains, barely making it into the top 20. In this Tao Spirit Domain, there were a total of 2 large sects, the Tao God Sect and the Myriad Spirit Sect. The name of Tao Spirit Domain was because of the Tao God and the 10,000 Spirit Sect. Among the 36 upper domains, other than the 13 overlords who could dominate a region, the rest of the large sects were divided into 2, 3, or even 4. The Myriad Spirit Sect was on equal footing with the Tao God Sect, and they were divided into different parts of the Spirit Domain. This showed how strong they were. They weren't any weaker than the Tao God Sect, and they were even slightly stronger than them. There were also quasi-middle-level universe god experts in charge, and there were more than a handful of universe gods in the sect. They were the top of the large sects. The Tao God mountain range was hundreds of millions of light-years long, and it spanned more than half of the Tao Spirit Domain. It was the number 1 divine mountain in the Tao Spirit Domain, the ancestor of all mountains. The Tao God Sect was located in this Tao God mountain range. The reason why the Tao God Sect was called the Tao God Sect was because of this Tao God mountain range. Swoosh! The silver god warship transformed into a wisp of silver light and quickly flew towards the main peak of the Tao God mountain range, the Tao God Peak. Along the way, countless disciples of the Tao God Sect looked at each other with envy in their eyes. Ah, look, it's the silver god warship of our Tao God Sect. Sigh, I wonder when I will have the chance to own a silver god warship. You aren't even Universe Lord, and you want to own a silver god warship. Do you know whose ship this is? Silver god warship, don't even dream about it for the rest of your life. You should just cultivate honestly and see when you can advance to Universe Lord and become a disciple of Inner Sect. Silver God Worship was the top worship of the Tao God Sect. It was the supreme flying treasure in the hands of the Supreme Elders. It could be used to ride a ship. In the vast Tao God Sect, only the great elders of the sect who had reached the perfection quasi-universe God stage had the chance to obtain a silver God worship. For the disciples of Tao God Sect's 9th floor, not to mention the perfection quasi-universe, even low-rank quasi-universe God was an extravagant hope. Even though Yang Fann could easily encounter a large number of quasi-universe gods, he thought that it was normal for the quasi-universe to be sparsely populated. That was only because Yang Fann was too strong and had a high social circle. In the eyes of countless living beings, the quasi-universe gods were just ordinary gods. It was their lifelong dream. Just as the Silver God battleship approached the Tao God Peak, a group of people were already waiting at the peak of the mountain, looking forward to it. All of them were the upper echelons of the Tao God Sect. Even though they hadn't appeared for a long time, the pillar of the divine Tao Sect, the Grand Elder, had come out. Hiss! The Grand Elder and the others are waiting for someone. No way, who is it that can actually startle the great Grand Elder? Could it be that some other quasi-middle level universe god has come to our Tao God Sect? On the Tao God Peak, all the quasi-universe god stage elders started to guess the identity of the Supreme Elder. The expert that was ranked in the top 100 of Xianxia continent must at least be at the same level as the Supreme Elder, or perhaps even the Supreme Middle-Level Universe God. One should know that at this moment, it wasn't just the Supreme Elder, but all the Universe God stage Supreme Elders of Tao God Sect had gathered. With such a huge force, an ordinary quasi-middle-level Universe God was still a little lacking. The flower of the elemental spirits was a very important matter. In the entire Tao God Sect, except for the Universe God stage Grand Elders, only the current sect master of Tao God Sect knew about this. The rest of them, including the Great Perfection Quasi-Universe God Great Elders, didn't have the qualifications to do so. Look over there, it's coming ye, this is Kid Silver God Worship. Could it be that the Great Elder and the others are waiting for Kid? No, how is this possible? Kid doesn't have any morals or abilities. How can he trouble all the Grand Elders? Although Lord of the Thousand Clouds could be considered a great figure in Tao God Sect, he was still much weaker than all the Supreme Elders, let alone a quasi-middle-level Universe God Great Elder. To put it bluntly, having a Supreme Elder waiting for him was already his greatest glory. That's the 4th Supreme Elder. Could it be that the Supreme Elder and the others are waiting for the Supreme Elder 4th Elder? However, after thinking about it carefully, there was something wrong. Although the 4th Elder was also one of the top 5 experts in Tao God Sect, he was still a bit weaker than the Great Elder. Right at this moment, Yang Fann slowly walked out from the Silver God Worship. Senior, this is our Tao God Sect. Ancestor Xin Ming Lao introduced to Yang Fann. What, Senior? The Grand Elder actually called him Senior. Gulp, gulp. This was a quasi-middle-level Universe God, and even the real one. The Grand 4th Elder was a peak Universe God, and even if he faced extreme Universe God, he would always be on par with him. Look, the Grand Elder and the others are coming over. It seems like the Grand Elder and the others are here to welcome this senior. May I know which sect this senior came from? And why has he come to our Tao God Sect? Dao Zan greets fellow Taoist. The Grand Elder of Tao God Sect took a step forward and bowed to Yang Fann. Many thanks to fellow Taoist for saving my useless grand disciples. What? The Grand Elder personally welcomed him. He wanted to thank this senior for saving the lives of Qian Yunzi and the others. How is this possible? It's strange. There must be something strange about this. C2342 provoke. There must be something wrong with this. A trace of doubt flashed across the eyes of the group of quasi-universe divine elders from the Tao God Sect. Lord of the Thousand Clouds and his brothers were considered powerful experts of the Tao God Sect, but in the eyes of many Universe God stage great elders, those who had yet to enter the Universe divine realm were nothing more than ants. It was still reasonable to say that it was Lord of the Thousand Clouds and Master, the 8th Elder, who had come to express his gratitude. As for the other Supreme Elders, it was impossible for them to come out to express their gratitude, let alone disturb the Great Elder. Did they really think that all the Supreme Elders had nothing better to do? It's just a normal transaction, each taking what they need. You don't need to thank them. Yang Fann waved his hand and said calmly. He wanted to see what these guys were up to. Only an idiot would believe that they gathered so many universe gods just to thank him. However, this Tao God sect did have some hidden forces. 1 quasi-middle level universe god, 2 extreme universe god, 2 peak universe gods, 4 high-rank universe god, 5 middle-rank universe god, and 3 low-rank universe god. There were a total of 17 universe gods. This force could already control a part of Chaos Domain. Before the Morning Star Alliance rose to power, there were only a few universe gods. The only thing that was stronger than the Tao God sect was the addition of one more quasi-middle level universe god. Through the Tao God sect, Yang Fann had a deeper understanding of the power of the Xianxia universe. One should know that in the Xianxia universe, not to mention the top 10, even the top 20 of the Tao God sect could barely make it into the top 30. And in the top 30, there were 17 universe gods. How powerful would the sect be? There were at least 40 to 50 universe gods. In the entire Xianxia universe, if all the universe gods were combined, there would be more than 1,000 of them. Compared to their entire chaotic region, there were more universe gods altogether. Tao friend, this matter is nothing to you, but to these grand disciples, it is a great saving grace. If there weren't any fellow Taoists, I'm afraid my grand disciples are going to be killed. The Grand Elder of Tao God sect, Mystic Universe God, continued. Those who didn't know what was going on really thought that Lord of the Thousand Clouds and the other 6 grand disciples were important to him. What's wrong with the Grand Elder? Is it really just to thank him for his kindness? Is that even possible? The doubt on the faces of the quasi-universe gods became even more apparent. The Great Elder was high and mighty, and he had been in secluded cultivation all year round, hoping to break through to the middle-level universe god. He had never met Lord of the Thousand Clouds and the others before, so there was no need to talk about feelings. Right at this moment, an extreme universe god on the left side of Dao Zan universe god reminded, Dao Zan senior brother, this is not the place to talk. Let's go in first. Hey, look at me. Hearing this, Dao profound universe god seemed to have just reacted. He looked apologetically at Yang Fann and said, fellow Taoist, please come in. Please come in. All right, fellow Taoist, please. Yang Fann chuckled and did not reject the offer. He was a bold man with great skills. No matter what kind of plot the Tao God sect had, Yang Fann believed that he would be able to break it with his own strength. He hoped that the Tao God sect wouldn't make a mistake. Otherwise, the 17 universe gods should be enough for him to break through 1 or 2 small realms. At the peak of the Tao God peak, there was a magnificent divine hall. Yang Fann and the supreme elders of the Tao God sect sat down separately. The rest of the deities of quasi-universe, including the current sect master of the Tao God sect, sat down. All of them left the hall. Fellow Taoist, saving my life. My Tao God sect will definitely repay you handsomely, but that flower of the elemental spirits. It's the ultimate treasure of our sect. I hope you can return it to us. Dao Zan universe god pondered for a moment and said, a quasi-middle level universe god, a quasi-middle level universe god that even he couldn't see through. If it wasn't necessary, Dao Zan universe god didn't want to completely fall out with him. However, the flower of the elemental spirits was related to his advancement to the middle-level universe god. It was related to the rise of the Tao God sect to become the overlord and unifying the Tao spirit domain. No matter what, he couldn't give up. After pretending for so long, you finally can't keep pretending anymore. Yang Fann sneered in his heart and said, what do you mean by this? The flower of the elemental spirits is something that I traded with your grand disciple. Since when did it become your sect's supreme treasure? Fellow Taoist, although saving my life is a great kindness, isn't it too much to ask for my sect's flower of the elemental spirits? How about this, a exquisite quasi-chaos treasure? How about you return the flower of the elemental spirits to my sect? A mere great perfection quasi-universe god and 5 ordinary quasi-universe gods. Selling them wasn't even worth half a exquisite quasi-chaos treasure. Now that he had returned a exquisite quasi-chaos treasure to Yang Fann, it was already enough to give him face. You want to exchange a exquisite quasi-chaos treasure for a flower of the elemental spirits? How about this, I'll give you a few exquisite quasi-chaos treasures. You help me exchange for a few flower of the elemental spirits. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corners of Yang Fann's mouth. This Dao Zan could actually open his mouth like this. 1 flower of the elemental spirits virtually represented a middle-level universe god. Its value was so high that it was absolutely not below a low-grade low-level chaos treasure. In fact, it was even more valuable than a mere exquisite quasi-chaos treasure. He wanted to exchange it for a flower of the elemental spirits, and treat him like a fool. Fellow Taoist, how about this? I'll add another exquisite quasi-chaos treasure. The Tao profound universe god gritted his teeth. Tao, exquisite quasi-chaos treasures, even in the Tao God sect, could be considered the ultimate treasure of the sect. Taking out 2 of them at once would be a huge loss, but if it could be exchanged for the flower of the elemental spirits, it would be worth it. At that time, he would break through to the middle-level universe god, defeat his old enemy, the Myriad Spirit Sect, and unify the Tao Spirit domain. Everything would come back. Not enough. Yang Fann shook his head and refused flatly. Even the lowest grade of low-grade low-level chaos treasures was worth 5 or 6 exquisite quasi-chaos treasures, and even if 1 flower of the elemental spirits wasn't worth 10 exquisite quasi-chaos treasures, it was worth at least 7 or 8 exquisite quasi-chaos treasures. Fellow Taoist, sometimes, it was better not to be too greedy. That flower of the elemental spirits. It's a treasure of my sect. The Tao profound universe god's eyes stared straight at Yang Fann, 2 exquisite quasi-chaos treasures. Their value was so high that it could be worth dozens or even hundreds of great perfection quasi-universe god warriors. Didn't he just save 1 great perfection quasi-universe god and 5 ordinary quasi-universe gods? A man's heart is not enough to swallow an elephant, but in the end, the Tao profound universe god suppressed the anger in his heart. With the help of the geographical advantage, defeating a quasi-middle-level universe god was easy. Even low-rank middle-level universe god was very confident. He had won the battle, but he wanted to suppress it completely. The difficulty of this battle had increased by more than 10 times. Once he escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Aside from him, there were also a few top-grade and extreme universe god in the Tao God sect. None of them wanted to leave the Tao God mountain range. Otherwise, if they were targeted by a quasi-middle-level universe god, they would basically have a slim chance of survival. It's not enough. Yang Fann didn't waste any more words. If this was a fair trade with the Tao God sect, if he took out a chaos treasure, perhaps he could consider it. He would return the flower of the elemental spirits to them. After all, his parents' cultivation bases were still weak, and the strongest of them all was his little sister. She hadn't even broken through to the quasi-universe god stage, and she wanted to break through to the middle-level universe god. At that time, he believed that he wouldn't lack treasures like flower of the elemental spirits, but the Tao God sect wanted to take advantage of him. Yang Fann would eat anything in his life, but he wouldn't suffer any losses. He wasn't related to anyone, so why should he let someone take advantage of him? This flower of the elemental spirits was something that he normally traded for, and he didn't owe anything to the Tao God sect. Fellow Taoist, are you really going to be so ruthless? Having more friends means having more options. Although my Tao God sect isn't the 13th overlord, but it's one of the best in the large sects. Tao Zan universe god's voice turned cold. His threat was obvious. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He stood up from his throne. Are you threatening me? Fellow Taoist, the flower of the elemental spirits is something that our sect must obtain. Are you going to exchange for the 3 exquisite quasi-chaos treasures or not? Tao profound universe god didn't reply to Yang Fann's words, but gave an ultimatum. I'm not exchanging. Senior brother Tao Zan, what are you blabbering about with him for? Just suppress him. That's right, Tao Zan, senior brother, at my Tao God peak, I don't think he will be able to cause any trouble. HMPH, how dare you snatch my sect's supreme treasure, flower of the elemental spirits? You really don't know the difference between life and death. Without waiting for the Tao profound universe god to speak, the grand elders of the Tao God sect spoke up one after another. From their point of view, the Tao profound senior brother had said so much. It was a complete waste of words. They just had to make a move. In other places, it was one thing. If a quasi-middle level universe god wanted to leave, there was almost no way they could leave him behind. However, this was the Tao God mountain range. It was the lair of their divine Tao sect, and it was none other than low-rank middle-level universe god. If they were to be careless here, they might suffer a great loss. Even if they didn't have the confidence to defeat a quasi-middle-level universe god, there was still the possibility of a 8th layer suppressing him. All of this was caused by you. Devil god of profound sky suppression formation, Activate profound sky will descend C2343. Use your lives as compensation. The Tao God Mountain Range, the Tao God Peak. Yang Fann rejected it again and again. Finally, he pointed out the Tao Profound Universe God. He was truly shameless. The flower of the elemental spirits was the key to his advancement to the middle-level universe God. No matter what, he would never give up. Rumble. The wind and clouds were surging, and the colors of the heavens and the earth were changing. Countless energy grid line chains that were as thick as a human arm suddenly appeared, piercing through the heavens and earth and enveloping Yang Fann from all directions. The Profound Sky Devil God Suppression Formation was a top-grade divine formation that the Tao Profound Universe God obtained from the Profound Sky Divine Palace. It was a trump card that he had prepared for Yang Fann. Through the Profound Sky Devil God Suppression Formation, he could summon the origin will of the Xianxia universe, which could suppress a third-level quasi-middle-level universe God or even more. This wasn't the end. Almost at the same time, the Tao God Sect guarding divine formation, the Tao Divine Formation, was activated. Buzz. Terrifying streams of light. Terrifying streams of light shot into the sky from all directions of the Tao God Mountain Range. Tao Zan, the Universe God, and the other 16 Grand Elders gathered together. In an instant, the bodies of the Tao Zan Cosmos God and the other 16 Grand Elders increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. They expanded and exploded the entire hall, and everyone's aura rose endlessly, as if there was no end to it. Ah, it's the Tao God Array. The Grand Elder and the others have activated the Tao God Grand Formation. Just what is going on? Why would they suddenly use the Tao Divinity Grand Formation? In the Divine Tao Mountain Range, countless disciples of the Tao God Sect were horrified. The Divine Tao Formation was the sect guarding divine formation of the Tao God Sect. It was one of the most powerful resources of the Tao God Sect, and it wasn't the time for the sect to die. One must not touch it lightly. One must know that, every time they used the Divine Tao Formation, they would draw a huge amount of the source of the Divine Tao Mountain Range. It could be said that every time they used it, they would draw a huge amount of the Tao Divinity Mountain Range's origin energy. The spiritual energy of the Divine Tao Mountain Range would be weakened by 1 level, and the Tao God Sect's foundation would be reduced by 1 level. Their Tao God Sect had founded their sect for 8 million eras. They had only used the Tao God Grand Formation 3 times. The last time was when they had become enemies with one of the 13 overlords, the Chaos Origin Divine Sect, a million years ago. A middle-level universe God Senior Elder. The ancestor charged into the mountain gate. And now, there were no strong enemies. Why would he suddenly activate the Tao God Grand Formation for no reason? Could it be that, could it be to deal with that mysterious expert? Some of the divine elders of quasi-universe had a change of expression, as if they had thought of something. A quasi-middle-level universe God was barely qualified to make all the supreme elders use the great Tao God Formation. But was this really worth it? Although quasi-middle-level universe God was strong, their supreme elder was also a quasi-middle-level universe God. Adding the other supreme elders, even if they didn't use the divine Tao Formation, they would still be able to deal with it with ease, and could even completely suppress and kill it. Good. The divine Tao Formation has been activated. That man is finished. We are saved. Lord of the 1,000 Clouds and the other 3 brothers looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with joy. As long as they successfully took back the flower of the elemental spirits. Not only would the sect reward them handsomely, but they would also be able to recover their damaged source energy. Perhaps, they could also take the opportunity to advance another level. Tao God Peak. Strange, this fellow actually didn't make a move. Tao Zan Cosmos God's eyes flashed with astonishment. Although the Tao God Array was powerful, it wasn't without flaws. It required some time to raise their strength to the limit. Although this time was very short, a short period of time was nothing to ordinary mortals. It could be completely ignored, but to universe gods like them, it was enough to seize this opportunity to escape from the Tao Profound Mountain Range. However, this fellow just looked at them coldly without any intention of making a move. It was as if he had not sensed the danger at all, causing his arrangements to become mere decorations. Could it be that this guy had some kind of trump card? One breath later, you didn't even manage to grab the last chance to live, then obediently leave your life behind for me. Tao Zan looked down at Yang Fann from above. His voice was like a bronze bell, rolling and boiling, engulfing the Tao God Mountain Range. Whether or not this guy had something to rely on, he was dead for sure today. With the suppression of the profound Sky Devil God suppression formation, his strength was weakened by more than 3 layers. He was afraid that he had fallen to the quasi-middle level universe God. On the other hand, they, with the help of the divine Tao formation, their strength had increased by at least a grade. Especially him, the person in charge of the formation, he had faintly surpassed low-rank middle-level universe God. He was going to catch up with middle-rank middle-level universe God, and with the addition of the other 16 supreme elders. Even many of the low-rank middle-level universe God were no match for them. Not to mention this quasi-middle-level universe God. Ant-like thing, is this what you all rely on in the end? In that case, you all can go on your way now. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. It was like the high and mighty God had announced the fate of Dao Zan and the others. What does he mean? Dao Zan universe God's heart skipped a beat. Faintly, a sense of unease arose in his heart. They seemed to have made a mistake somewhere. Just at this moment, rumble, Yang Fann no longer suppressed his aura. He unleashed the full power of his eternal divine body. The strength of his body increased by 1,000, 10,000 times. Rumble, a terrifying pressure crushed everything. With his strength alone, he had completely suppressed Dao Zan, the Dark Universe God, and the 16 Grand Elders of the Tao God Sect. Ah, no, that's impossible. This power, middle-rank middle-level universe God. No, this was the power of a high-rank middle-level universe God. This was the power of a high-rank middle-level universe God. Dao Zan universe God turned pale with fright, both of his eyes were filled with panic. Arg! Evil creatures, you tricked me. Bang Bang Lord of the Thousand Clouds and the others, who were looking forward to taking back the flower of the elemental spirits, replenishing their source energy, and even advancing further to the perfect future of becoming universe gods, instantly exploded. They were like dazzling fireworks, burning away all of their final brilliance. At the same time, Tao Profound Universe God also gave ancestor Xin Ming Lao a fierce look. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a top-level universe god, an indispensable top combat strength of Tao God Sect, Tao Profound Universe God would definitely have lit fireworks for him as well. It had always been these few vile creatures who talked about quasi-middle-level universe God. Under their first impression, even if they couldn't see through Yang Fann's cultivation base, they only thought that Yang Fann had used some arcane art to conceal his true cultivation base. They didn't even think about middle-level universe God. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so rashly and turned against them. High-rank middle-level universe God. This was the cultivation base of the #1 expert in Xianxia continent, Old Ancestor Divine Sky. This was the true ultimate expert of Xianxia universe. With just his strength alone, he could easily destroy the large sects. This was not something that the Tao God Sect could afford to offend. Senior, this is a misunderstanding. All of this is a misunderstanding. Dao Zan universe God smiled brightly and apologized. Misunderstanding? These things on my body are also misunderstandings. Yang Fann sneered. His body shook and shattered the chain of laws that bound his body. How dare you snatch my things? Your Tao God Sect has really eaten the guts of a leopard. After today, there will no longer be a Tao God Sect in this world. Senior, this is indeed the fault of my sect. My sect is willing to compensate you. Please forgive us, give me mercy. Repay. Good, then use your lives as compensation. The reason why they cooperated with Lord of the Thousand Clouds and the others to come to Tao God Sect was because they wanted to do so. Yang Fann would never let the Tao God Sect go just like that. 17 universe gods. Even the current Yang Fann was still a fat piece of meat, not to mention the wealth of the Tao God Sect that was worth millions of eras. Senior, are you really going to be this ruthless? Our Tao God Sect isn't someone to be trifled with. Although Senior is a high-rank middle-level universe god, his strength is far greater than ours. However, if we fight to the death, Senior, you will have to pay the price. Dao Zan universe god's voice changed. He said forcefully, a high-rank middle-level universe god. Indeed, he had the power to destroy their divine Tao sect, but if they were to do so at all costs. If they fought back with their lives on the line, it would be enough to make a high-rank middle-level universe god pay a heavy price. They might even suffer an indelible Tao injury. How dare you threaten me in the face of death? Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, and a fierce light flashed across his eyes. Junior doesn't dare to. Senior, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of threatening Senior. Senior, please be magnanimous and forgive my Tao God sect for once. My Tao God sect is willing to offer you trillions of universe sources. C2344 extinguishing the family Dao peak. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth cracked open as a playful smile appeared on his face. Billions of universe sources. Senior, that's right, Senior, please show mercy and spare my Dao God sect. The Dao profound universe divine. Heart is here. Blood was dripping down. This time, their Dao God sect had really made a fortune. They had taken out trillions of cubic universe sources in one go. Even if their Dao God sect had a huge family and dominated half of the Dao spirit domain, they would still suffer a great loss. Without hundreds of thousands of era of the year's warriors, it was impossible for them to recover. They were stronger than others. No matter how reluctant they were in their hearts, they had no choice but to compromise. Although fighting with their lives on the line could make the opponent pay a price, or even injure the opponent's origin, if that really happened, the Dao God sect would be finished. This was definitely not something he wanted to see. Dao God sect, the foundation of the 4.8 million eras, must not be destroyed by his hands. What a joke. I'll deal with all of you. Everything will be mine. What's the point of trillions of universe sources? Suddenly, Yang Fann changed the topic and said coldly. What, you were planning on the Dao God sect from the very beginning? Dao Zan Universe God's eyes bulged out, as if he had understood something. The fact that the other party would come to the Dao God sect was because he had already set his eyes on the Dao God sect a long time ago. Otherwise, how could a dignified high-rank middle-level universe god possibly care about a few ants that weren't even universe gods and agree to their request to travel with them? Oh, Xinming, you have really screwed the sect over this time. HMPH, if it wasn't for your greed and desire to snatch the flower of the elemental spirits from me, I wouldn't have come to your Dao God sect. Anyone who dares to plot against me must be prepared to die. Yang Fann let out a cold snort. They had brought this upon themselves. If they had given up on the flower of the elemental spirits, he wouldn't have attacked them for no reason. Dao Zan Universe God stared at Yang Fann with his eyes and said in a deep voice, Senior, you have to be careful in everything. When we meet again in the future, aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? He really didn't want to fight this battle. They had absolutely no chance of winning against a high-rank middle-level universe god. Fight to the death, with just the two of you. Be good and go on your way. Before he could finish his words, Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm pressing down on the Dao profound universe god. Rumble, the strength of world within his body. A surge of power erupted from the strength of world within his body. A mere quasi-middle-level universe god who could barely match middle-rank middle-level universe god's combat strength with the help of the formation wasn't qualified to do so. If he were to use his full strength, the first layer of the strength of world would be enough to suppress him. One should know that Yang Fann had consumed nearly 40 trillion universe sources in this 1 billion years of hard work. The strength of divine body had been doubled. Even if it was just a single layer of the strength of world, the power of Yang Fann's palm was even more terrifying than the full-strength attack of an extreme middle-level universe god. Ah, no, impossible, how could you still hide it? How could you still hide? Dao Zan Universe God's pupils contracted, and he let out a sorrowful cry that sounded as if he had lost his parents. His mind was on the verge of collapsing. High-rank middle-level universe god. He had already suppressed them to the point where they couldn't even breathe. Never would he have thought that. There was actually a hidden place, and it was even double the amount of hidden places. Double, it was a terrifying force that was dozens or hundreds of times stronger. Woo God, Father was above. What kind of sin did my Dao God sect commit to offend such a peerless and ferocious god? Roar the illustration of the gods of profound light. Rumble, a treasure light shot up from the body of the Dao Zan Universe god, transforming into a massive world. A god with a solemn and dignified appearance sat cross-legged within, radiating with divine light and unparalleled might. Zan Ming God's diagram, Dao Zan Universe God vital treasure. The most powerful treasure of Dao God sect, a low-grade low-level chaos treasure. It was also the only chaos treasure in Dao God sect, and above the divine diagram. Sitting cross-legged on the divine map were 10,000 chaos gods. Under the support of the divine formation, the strength of each chaos god increased by 10 times, more than 100 times. They were no less than low-rank universe god and the 10,000 chaos gods. That was the power of 10,000 low-rank universe god working together. Even middle-rank middle-level universe god would cast a sidelong glance at them, not daring to underestimate them. However, under the heaven-sheltering big hand, these chaotic gods were like lowly ants on the ground, unable to put up any resistance. In less than an instant, Puchi Puchi Puchi, 10,000 supremes of chaos, all the gods were destroyed, and the mysterious illustration of the gods dimmed down, and they all retreated back into the divine body of Daoshuan universe. Ah no, ah! Ancestor Xin Ming Lao and the other 16 elders of the Dao God sect let out heart-wrenching wails. All of this had happened too suddenly. They wanted to save Daoshuan universe God, so how could they make it in time? They could only watch helplessly as the Daozan universe God was captured and suppressed by Yang Fann. Ah, how could this be? How could Daozan, senior brother, do this? No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Senior brother was the #1 expert of Dao God sect. He was a quasi-middle-level universe god, and with the support of the sect's divine Dao formation, he could even fight middle-rank middle-level universe god. How could he be suppressed so easily? Hong Long, the heaven-sheltering big hand fell once more, suppressing the two extreme universe god who were second only to Daozan universe god. Yang Fann would not show mercy just because they were stunned. Ah, no, really, all of this is real. Not good, run run. Collapse, a complete mental breakdown. Not only was senior brother Dao Zan instantly killed by that devil with a wave of his hand, now, even Pei Rui and Lauren, who were second only to senior brother in Dao Profound, were suppressed by Relentless. They were the only ones left. What could they use to fight this devil? Want to run? Stay behind. Rumble. The terrifying soul power, which was comparable to a high-level universe god, came out from Yang Fanshihai's body and swept across the four-direction space. Without a powerful soul, Yang Fann's soul attack was nothing compared to other souls of the same level. Even some powerful middle-level universe gods' attacks had little effect, but compared to these low-level universe god, it was no different from the most terrifying death warrant. Including ancestor Xin Ming Lao and the other top-grade universe gods, there were a total of 14 universe gods. None of them escaped, and they were all imprisoned by Yang Fann. Ah, how could this be? Supreme Elder, Grand Elder and the others. Woo woo woo. No, this isn't real. It's an illusion. I must have been struck by an illusion. From all directions, countless disciples of the Dao God sect howled hysterically, not daring to believe their eyes. The Supreme Elder and the rest were all high and mighty universe gods. How long had it been? In just a breath's time, all 17 Supreme Elders of the Dao God sect had been suppressed. Was there anything more absurd than this in the world? Even the #1 expert of the Xuanxiao continent, Old Ancestor Divine Cloud, had no possibility of suppressing all the Supreme Elders of the Dao God sect in just a breath's time. He didn't continue to attack those elders and disciples of the Dao God sect. Regarding these elders and disciples, Yang Fann really couldn't arouse any desire to attack them. As long as they didn't seek death themselves, Yang Fann wouldn't be bothered to deal with them. Buzz. Very quickly, Yang Fann's terrifying strength of soul once again radiated out, sweeping across the Dao God mountain range. 10 breaths later, rumble, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a hint of surprise flashed through them. Found it. Dao God world. This was a hidden world hidden within the inner parts of the Dao God mountain range. The area wasn't large, and it wasn't even as large as a world in spiritual martial universe. However, it was the true foundation of the Dao God sect. The abundant spirit of heaven and earth was more than 100 times richer than the Dao God mountain range. It was filled with divine herbs everywhere. The 17 Supreme Elders, including the Dao Zan universe god, spent most of their time cultivating in this Dao God world. At the same time, they were also the treasure vault of the Dao God sect, a 8th layer. Even the 9th floor's belongings were in this Dao God world. As the core world of the Dao God sect, the entire world of the Dao Profound universe had countless divine formations and seals set up by the Dao Profound universe gods, including middle-level universe god. Without the correct way to enter and exit, one wouldn't be able to enter the world of the Dao Profound universe easily. However, all of this was like a piece of paper to Yang Fann. He didn't even try to break those divine formations and seals. Instead, he directly stored the entire Dao God world into his inner world. It's time to count my gains. Dao God sect, don't disappoint me. C-2345. He was going to kill his way to the door. A look of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. A great perfection quasi-universe god warrior had an intermediate quasi-chaos treasure in his hand. Thinking about it, the accumulation of millions of eras in the Dao God sect would never disappoint him. In the next second, Puchi Puchi within the inner world, the strength of world surged violently. It quickly destroyed the divine formation of the divine world. The various middle-level universe gods that even middle-level universe god wouldn't dare to look down on were like paper that could be broken with just a poke. They couldn't stop Yang Fann at all. 2 hours later, boom! Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, revealing a hint of surprise. He thought that he had overestimated the Tao God sect, but he still underestimated them. Just the universe source alone was worth nearly 8 trillion in the Tao God world. The other heavenly treasures and all kinds of supreme treasures combined were worth at least 20 to 30 trillion Yang Fanns. Just the Tao God world alone was worth 3 to 4 Merrick Star Alliance's collections. This did not include the collection of the 17 Supreme Elders. As the overlord of Tao God sect and a famous figure in the entire Xianxia universe, every one of them had an extraordinary value. Compared to those universe gods of the same level in the Merrick Star Alliance, they were several times more valuable. The youngest was low-rank universe god. All of his belongings were worth more than 30 billion universe sources. His social status was so high that even some middle-rank universe god in the Merrick Star Alliance couldn't compare to him. As for the strongest, he was the Tao Profound universe god. His entire net worth was close to 10 billion universe sources. With 17 Grand Elders combined together, it was a total of 17 Grand Elders. This would at least add 20 trillion Yang Fanns to Yang Fann's wealth. Counting the gains from the Tao God world, that was close to 60 billion universe sources. It was almost equal to half of what Yang Fann had obtained from the 7 major powers. Buzz! A dark shine flashed, and a person appeared in front of Yang Fann. It was the Grand Elder of Black Demon Sect who was suppressed by Yang Fann, Yinmo Ancestor. Initially, he didn't want to have anything to do with the Black Demon Sect. But now, Yang Fann was tempted. The Black Demon Sect was a top large sect on par with the Tao God sect. In fact, it was even slightly stronger than the Tao God sect. It had the potential to break into the top 20 sects of the Xianxia universe. If Yinmo Ancestor hadn't read Yinmo Ancestor's memory, he wouldn't have known that the Black Demon Sect was hiding so deeply. On the surface, the Black Demon Sect only had 12 Supreme Elders, which were 12 universe gods. But in fact, they had hidden 7 universe gods. There were 19 universe gods, and Extreme Universe God alone had 3 of them. There was one more person than the Tao God sect. The Tao God sect alone had increased him by nearly 20 trillion universe sources, which was a heavenly treasure worth nearly 40 trillion universe sources. As for the stronger Black Demon Sect, even if they didn't have 100 trillion, they would still have at least 70 billion to 70 billion. If he could take down the Black Demon Sect, his strength would surely increase by several folds, and he would be able to step into the ranks of middle-rank high-level universe god. Furthermore, with Yinmo Ancestor here, the reason was already there. Tao God Peak, halfway up the mountain, there was a divine palace. The current sect master of the Tao God sect. There were also many elders and great elders of the Tao God sect gathered together. Each and every one of them had an expression of unconcealable fear on their faces. At this moment, they had finally accepted the cruel reality that all the Supreme Elders had been suppressed without any emotions. What should we do? Grand Master, what should we do now? Woo. How could this be? What kind of sin did our Tao God sect commit to provoke such a powerful enemy? All the elders and great elder were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Although none of them had suffered any injuries, the strength of the large sects was determined. It was not these elders or disciples, but the universe gods. The number and strength of the universe gods. The Tao God sect, which didn't have the universe gods guarding it, and the other large sects as disciples, were not the ones that determined the strength of the large sects, but the number and strength of the universe gods. In other words, it was like fat meat on a chopping block. Not to mention anything else, it was the old enemy of the Tao God sect. The Myriad Spirit sect would never let them go. Let's go, pack up immediately, leave the Tao God mountain range, and leave the Tao Spirit realm. The Tao God sect master pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands and said, with just these people, any one of them, a peak universe god, could easily defeat them. There was no way they could defend the Tao God mountain range and the foundation of the Tao God sect. Sect master, many of the elders were unwilling to give up their huge foundation. They were truly unwilling to give it up. Moreover, once they lost the blessed land of the Tao God mountain range and the support of the vast amount of resources in the Tao Spirit realm, their cultivation progress would be greatly reduced. Not only do we have to leave the Tao Spirit realm, but we can also not stay in the Xianxia continent for long. We can directly retreat to the lesser continents and even prepare to leave the Xianxia universe. What? Leave the Xianxia continent? Sect Master, is that necessary? Please reconsider, Sect Master. At this moment, most of the elders and grand elders could no longer sit still. With their current strength, the 36 upper district might not be able to hold their ground, but it was not a problem for them to take down the lower district. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. With the resources of the Tao God sect, some of the large sects that only had one or two middle-low rank universe god might not be a match for them. However, if they withdrew from the Xianxia continent just like that, it would be very difficult for the Tao God sect to return to the Xianxia continent in the future, and there would be almost no hope for them to do so. The resources of the lesser continents could not be compared to the resources of the Xianxia continent. To put it bluntly, even if all the lesser continents were combined, the resources would not be comparable to the resources of the lower district. In the lesser continents, not to mention the birth of a universe god, it would be extremely difficult to produce a quasi-universe god. In most of the lesser continents, the strongest experts were only at the top-level universe lord, perhaps not yet. Once they entered the lesser continent, their Tao God sect would only become weaker and weaker, and eventually, they would be completely assimilated, becoming a member of the native powers of the lesser continent. Elders, do you think the Myriad Spirit sect will let us go if we stay in the Xianxia continent? The Tao God sect master smiled bitterly. If it was possible, why would he want to leave the Xianxia continent? He had no choice but to do so. This sigh. The entire hall instantly fell silent. Apart from a helpless sigh, there was also a sigh. As long as they allowed them to enter all the territories of the Tao domain, the other large sects would stop at this point. They wouldn't hold on to the Tao God sect and not let it go. After all, they were once the top large sects. If they really wanted to shut them down and put their lives on the line, they were afraid that they would have to pay a price. However, the Myriad Spirit sect wasn't one of them. The grudge and entanglement had lasted for millions of years. Both sides had been fighting to the death. Myriad Spirit sect would never let them go. The only way to survive was to hide in the countless lesser continents that were like stars. Sect Master, this is the only way. Myriad Spirit sect, sigh. One day later, rumble, rumble. One terrifying universe god stage spiritual sense after another descended from the sky, engulfing the Tao divinity heavenly meridian. Hiss. Old man Daoshuan and the others have really been suppressed. I can't imagine. When did such an ultimate expert appear in my Xianxia universe? However, these survivors of Tao God sect are really fast. Pass on my order to hunt down the survivors of Tao God sect. I want the Tao God sect to become history. Black God territory. This was one of the 36 upper regions of the Xianxia continent. Among the 36 upper regions, it was ranked above the Tao Spirit Zone, and its area was roughly 1.5 times that of the Tao Spirit Zone. In the Black God realm, there were a total of 3 great large sects: Black Demon Sect, Divine Tao Sect, and Divine Bright Sect. Among them, Black Demon Sect was the most powerful. They occupied almost half of the Black God domain, Divine Tao Sect, and Divine Bright Sect. Only by joining forces could they barely fight against the Black Demon Sect. Black Devil Sea, this was a huge forbidden area in the Black God domain. It was filled with a large amount of fallen god black water. This was a type of water of death. Even the deities of the quasi-universe would be corroded by the large amount of fallen god black water if they touched it. If it was light, their origin energy would be greatly damaged, and if it was serious, their foundation would be directly damaged. Their cultivation would drop, and they would be unable to make any progress in their cultivation for the rest of their lives. And in the center of the Black Demon Sea, there was a huge island that was half the size of a low-level universe. Its name was Black Demon Island, and this was the lair of the Black Demon Sect. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying aura that made many universe gods despair descended from the sky, engulfing the entire Black Demon Island. Ah, what is that? What a terrifying pressure. Even supreme elders are inferior. Middle-level universe god. This is the power of a middle-level universe god. Why would a middle-level universe god suddenly visit our Black Demon Sect? C-2346. He made a false accusation. Black God domain, Black Devil Island. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying pressure of a middle-level universe god surged like a tide, enveloping the entire Black Demon Island. In an instant, endless panic spread throughout the Black Demon Island, swallowing the souls of the billions of disciples of the Black Demon Sect. Middle-level universe god was the ultimate expert in the Xianxia universe. No middle-level universe god could be found in the entire Black Demon sect. This middle-level universe god had come with a menacing aura. It was obvious that he didn't come with good intentions. If he really wanted to harm the Black Demon sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he wasn't careful, the Black Demon sect would be destroyed. It wasn't impossible. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, a powerful aura of a universe god rose up from the center of Black Demon Island, sweeping out in all directions. In the next second, the demonic light shot up into the sky. There were a total of 11 demonic lights, and each of them represented a universe god. Especially the black-robed old man in the center. His aura was so strong that even he was slightly stronger than the Tao God sect's Tao profound universe god. He was only a step away from breaking through to the middle-level universe god. Ah, it's the Grand Elder. The Supreme Elder and the others are here. The Supreme Elder and the others are here. Good, 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 we can rest assured now that the Grand Elder and the others are here. In an instant, all the disciples of Black Demon sect heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if they had found their backbone. Their panicked heart calmed down a lot. The Supreme Elder was their patron saint. He would definitely ensure their safety, even if it was a middle-level universe god. This was Black Devil Island, the lair of Black Demon sect. With the Supreme Elder's strength and the geographical advantage, even a middle-level universe god would have the strength to fight them. Poochie. The void twisted, and a man stepped out from it. This was young man, who was wearing black clothes. He was around 20 years old, and his aura was ordinary. However, his eyes were as deep as a black hole, as if he was born with the ability to attract all light and attract everyone's attention. This black-clothed youth was none other than the Yang Fann who had just destroyed the Tao God sect. After pondering for a while, Yang Fann still decided to take down the Black Demon sect. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. Everything was for the sake of resources. 70 to 80 billion, or even nearly 100 trillion cubic meters worth of universe source was enough for his great universe's eternal immortal divine body to improve by a huge amount. He couldn't allow Yang Fann to not be envious of it. This is that middle-level universe god. Looking at the young man in front of them, the Grand Elders of Black Demon sect were startled. Curiosity flashed across their eyes. Doubt, especially the Supreme Elder, Patriarch Blackink. With his strength, he was qualified to be involved in the middle-level universe god circle. Xianxia universe, among these middle-level universe god warriors. However, the person in front of him, he was so unfamiliar, he had no impression of him at all. It was as if he had just jumped out from a crack in a rock. However, he didn't dare show any neglect on his face. He said respectfully, "Black Ink greets Senior. May I know why Senior has come to our Black Demon sect?" "What is it? Humph, this dog is a member of your Black Demon sect, right?" While speaking, the dark shine in Yang Fann's hand flashed, and Yinmo ancestor was carried away by Yang Fann like a dead dog. Ah, it's the Yin Devil Senior Brother, Junior Brother. The Yin Devil Senior Brother, Junior Brother isn't going. What was going on? Patriarch Blackink and the other 11 Supreme Elders were shocked, but they wisely didn't take out the flower of the elemental spirits. Although the flower of the elemental spirits was only effective for quasi-middle-level universe god and was useless to middle-level universe god, it didn't mean that middle-level universe god wouldn't covet the flower of the elemental spirits. He was a middle-level universe god himself. Could it be that all his family members were middle-level universe god as well? For any top-grade sect, every middle-level universe god was their top priority. It was enough to increase the overall strength of sect, allowing them to rank higher. Xianxia universe. Out of the 13 top-grade sect, the number of middle-level universe god could be counted on one hand, and most of them only had 1 or 2 middle-level universe god. This dog actually dared to rob my flower of the elemental spirits. This dog is really bold. Tell me, what kind of explanation does your Black Demon sect want to give me? Yang Fann wondered if Lord of the Thousand Clouds had already traded the flower of the elemental spirits to him. This Yinmo ancestor had stolen the flower of the elemental spirits from Lord of the Thousand Clouds and the others. There was nothing wrong with what he said. What? That flower of the elemental spirits is his? That's not right. Didn't Senior Brother, Junior Brother, send the news that the flower of the elemental spirits belonged to a few juniors of the Tao God sect? He even asked us to prepare for the Tao God sect's counterattack. How did he become a middle-level universe god? Bitch it, I know. This bastard was simply distorting the truth. In fact, He should be the one who snatched the flower of the elemental spirits from senior brother, junior brother, and now, an evil person was the one to complain first. Bitch, it is truly detestable. After thinking for a moment, Patriarch Black Ink and the other supreme elders of the Black Demon Sect had a rough idea of what had happened. How could there be such a bastard in this world? Putting aside the fact that he had taken advantage of them and pretended to be obedient. And he even accused them. He really wished he could cut this bastard into 1,000 pieces. However, each and every one of them had no choice but to suppress the fury in their hearts. A middle-level universe god was not someone the Black Demon Sect could afford to offend. They could only grit their teeth and swallow this pain. Senior, this is indeed my fault. Please forgive this Yin Devil junior brother for the sake of the Black Demon Sect. If you need anything, I won't let you down. Patriarch Black Ink said. This time, the Black Demon Sect had fallen. Not only did they not obtain the flower of the elemental spirits, they had also offended a lot of people. No matter how he calculated, he never expected that there would be a middle-level universe god warrior who would cross the line. You won't let me down, you said it yourself. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Patriarch Black Ink's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of unease welled up in his heart. This time, his Black Demon Sect was going to suffer a great loss. However, Yinmo Ancestor had no choice but to save him. This was the top combat strength of the Black Demon Sect, and it was the foundation of the sect. They couldn't afford to lose it. Senior, what do you want? Tell me. 100 trillion universe sources, hand over 100 trillion universe sources, and I'll let this dog go and let this matter rest. Yang Fann opened his mouth wide. If the Black Demon Sect could obediently hand over 100 trillion universe sources, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let them go just like that. What? 100 trillion universe sources? Upon hearing this, Patriarch Black Ink almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Although he had thought that this fellow would open his mouth like a lion, he never would have thought that. It was actually such a big move. Motherfucker, this bastard, why didn't he rob him? 100 trillion universe sources. He could even say it out loud, so he wasn't afraid of being stuffed to death. No, I can't agree to this. And it wasn't even a trillion, it was to plunder the entire Black Demon Sect and sell all their treasures. Would they be able to gather a trillion universe sources? If they really agreed, they could disband the Black Demon Sect. Without resources, who would be willing to stay in Black Demon Sect? Senior, you must be joking with this junior. Joking? I never joke with people, especially strangers. Senior, 100 trillion universe sources, this is really too much. Even if you sold my Black Demon Sect, you wouldn't be able to gather so many universe sources. How about this? 1 trillion universe sources. My Black Demon Sect is willing to compensate you with 1 trillion universe sources. What do you think, Senior? To get rid of beggars. 1 trillion universe sources, not a single cubic meter less. Otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless, Yang Fann said coldly. It was already his benevolence to give them a chance to buy their lives. These 100 trillion universe sources not only included Yinmo Ancestor, but also the lives of all the Supreme Elders. Senior, 2 trillion universe sources. Please give this junior some face. Patriarch Black Ink gritted his teeth and increased the bid by another 1 trillion universe sources. How could a middle-level universe god not fall out with him? It was better not to completely fall out with him, even though he had the advantage of the terrain. Also, with the foundation of the Black Demon Sect, he was very confident that he could defeat this middle-level universe god in front of him. However, if he really wanted to leave, he wasn't confident that he would be able to keep him here. It would be fine if it was the 13 overlords, the middle-level universe god. Everyone had the sect behind them, so they wouldn't have too much bottom line. After all, if you can bully the weak, I can also be shameless. He attacked your disciples, but the person in front of him. It was as if he had jumped out from a crack in a rock. What kind of background did he have? He had no idea. If he really had no bottom line. If he wanted revenge, the Black Demon Sect could only take a beating. I'm giving you face. Who do you think you are? You deserve me to give you face. C2347 Demon God Fusion Black God Domain, Black Devil Island. Yang Fann looked down at Patriarch Black Ink with disdain. A mere quasi-middle-level universe god wanted him to give him face. Who did he think Yang Fann was? If it was universe god Zhan Shao who came back to life, that would be more like it. However, When these words fell into Patriarch Blackink's ears, it was another meaning. He was so angry that he almost became a Buddha, and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. It was true that you were a middle-level universe god, but Black Ink wasn't a mortal either. He was a supreme expert that was only second to a middle-level universe god, yet he looked down on him so much. You're going too far. This bastard is really going too far. Who? After a long while, Patriarch Black Ink finally managed to suppress the anger in his heart. Senior, our Black Demon sect isn't a small family. If we really want to fall out with each other, it won't do us any good. 5 trillion universe source. 5 trillion universe source, how about we just let this matter go? This was Patriarch Black Ink's bottom line. 5 trillion universe sources was the accumulation of 2 levels of the Black Demon sect. Any more than that would be enough to shake the foundation of the Black Demon sect. If this man wasn't satisfied, Hong Long, although they were afraid of a middle-level universe god, it was only fear. It wasn't enough to scare them. As for the safety of Junior Brother, he couldn't care less. Although a middle-rank universe god warrior was important, it wasn't indispensable. It was the limit of 100 and several hundred billion universe sources. To be honest, 200 and 500 billion universe sources had far exceeded Yinmo ancestors' true value. He had done his utmost to help the Yin Devil Junior Brother. He believed that Junior Brother wouldn't blame him for any accident that happened to him. It seems like we can't come to an agreement. I have said 100 trillion universe sources. It's not possible to lose 1 cubic meter of universe source. Then, let's fight. Good. Then let us, the Black Demon sect, teach you some techniques. Patriarch Black Ink was so angry that he laughed. He had given this middle-level universe god enough face, and he didn't show any disrespect. He was even willing to pay 2,500 billion universe sources as compensation. One should know that even a top large sects like them would need at least 100,000 eras to accumulate 5 trillion universe sources. Unexpectedly, this bastard was still not satisfied. He was truly greedy. The Black Demon sect was not someone to be trifled with. At most, it would be a battle. Who was afraid of who? You aren't qualified, so there's no need for you to hide anymore. Let those 7 universe gods come out. How did this guy know that my sect is hiding its strength? Could it be? Patriarch Black Ink's expression changed. A thought appeared in his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bitch it, how dare you search the soul of Yin Devil Junior Brother?" Given his understanding of Junior Brother, ordinary means wouldn't be able to make him speak. If he wanted to know about the situation in Black Demon sect, he would have to search their souls. Then, he would have to look at Junior Brother. That dispirited look was obviously the result of having his soul searched just now. What? Soul search? Bitch it, this bastard really deserves to die 10,000 times over. In an instant, the killing intent of the remaining 10 supreme elders of the Black Demon sect skyrocketed. The effect of the soul-searching forbidden arts was not small even for universe gods like them. The soul was damaged, causing its potential to plummet. With Junior Brother's potential, he originally had the chance to break through to the top rank, or even extreme universe god. Now that his soul had been searched, it was unknown whether he would be able to break through to the high-rank universe god in the future. More importantly, Yinmo ancestor was the Grand Elder of the Black Demon sect. The entire Black Demon sect in comparison, there were almost no secrets to speak of. After his soul was searched, in other words, all the secrets of the Black Demon sect had been exposed to this middle-level universe god. This was something that they couldn't tolerate. If some of the secrets were leaked out, especially to the enemies of the Black Demon sect, the Black Demon sect would be in danger. Bastard, you will pay the price for this. Patriarch Black Ink stared at Yang Fann and said word by word. The next second, rumble, rumble, another 7 terrifying auras rose up from the center of Black Demon Island. One was extreme universe god, one was a peak universe god, 2 were high-rank universe god, and 3 were middle-rank universe god. This was the hidden power of Black Demon sect. Including Patriarch Black Ink and the other 11 universe gods, there was a total of 1 quasi-middle-level universe god, 3 extreme universe god, and 5 top-grade universe gods. 3 high-rank universe god, 4 middle-rank universe god, and 2 low-rank universe god. The lineup was so luxurious that it was more than a level stronger than the Tao God sect. 7 great supreme elders. The sect actually hid such a powerful force. Ha ha ha. As expected of the Black Demon sect. Powerful, Truly powerful that bastard actually dared to capture Yinmo ancestor, and he even dared to act impudently in my Black Devil Island. He will definitely suffer the consequences. Countless elders and disciples had expressions of disbelief on their faces. The matter of the 7 supreme elders was a top secret of the Black Demon Sect. Apart from Patriarch Black Ink and the other supreme elders, only the master of the Black Demon Sect and a few great elders knew about it. But soon, the entire Black Demon Island was in an uproar. The spirits of countless disciples shook, and their morale soared. 18 universe gods, in addition to the foundation of the sect. Even a middle-level universe god wouldn't be a match for the Supreme Elder and the others. Black Demon Grand Formation, 18 Devil God, come out. A voice that sounded like a sound of great Tao from the underworld swept across Black Demon Island. Rumble, rumble, one after another, pillars of darkness after pillars of light appeared. They were like pillars that supported the heavens, piercing through the heavens and the earth. There were 18 of them in total. Within each of the dark pillars, one could see a terrifying devil god who was less than a few light years tall. He pointed at the sky and the earth, covering the sky and covering the sun. His aura was terrifying, no less than that of a peak universe god. The Black Demon Grand Formation was the #1 killing formation in the Black Demon Sect. Once it was activated, it would be able to summon 18 top-grade universe gods stage terrifying devil god. Each of these 18 devil gods' thoughts were connected. With the combined strength of these 18 devil god, their combat strength would be terrifying enough to challenge low-rank middle-level universe god. 18 top-grade universe items. However, it's not enough to deal with me. Yang Fann's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, "What other tricks do you have? Take them all out, don't say that I won't give you a chance." An expert in martial arts. Impudent. Yang Fann didn't put the Black Demon Sect in his heart at all. Low-level universe god, compared to the current Yang Fann, was just a bunch of ants. Not to mention 18 peak universe gods, even 180 or even 1,800 of them wouldn't be able to bring much danger to Yang Fann. It was nothing more than wasting a little more time. No matter how many ants there were, they were still ants, nothing could change anything. Don't worry, my Black Demon Sect will never let you down. Patriarch Black Ink gave Yang Fann a fierce glare. Letting them use their full power was exactly what he wanted. 18 Supreme Elders, and 18 Devil God. It wasn't that they didn't have the strength to fight middle-rank middle-level universe god, but they were still far from being able to suppress a middle-level universe god. Even if it was the weakest middle-level universe god, they would still be able to defeat him. If that middle-level universe god really wanted to leave, they would have no more than one chance to kill him. Everyone, Junior Brother, merge with Devil God. Yes, Black Ink's senior brother. Devil God, fuse with him. Swoosh, swoosh, sue. The 18 demon gods turned into streams of light and tore through space, quickly merging with Patriarch Black Ink and the other Grand Elders. 18 Devil God and 18 Supreme Elders, one-on-one, just happened to be perfect. Boom boom, boom. In an instant, the auras of Patriarch Black Ink and the other Supreme Elders of the Black Demon Sect rose at a terrifying speed. Especially Patriarch Black Ink, who had broken through the bottleneck of the middle-level universe god and was rapidly approaching middle-rank middle-level universe god. 1 middle-rank middle-level universe god, 3 low-rank middle-level universe god, 5 quasi-middle-level universe god, and 10 extreme universe god. It's quite interesting for Devil God to merge with them. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes. This move was much stronger than the Tao God Sect's trump card. Gathering all of their strength, it wasn't as if they didn't even have the strength to fight a slightly weaker high-rank middle-level universe god. Vile creature, if you don't listen to my advice, don't blame us for being heartless. Next year's today will be your death anniversary. Patriarch Black Ink's voice sounded like Devil God's roar, rolling and boiling, engulfing the entire Black Devil Island. C-2348 Final Attack Black God Domain, Black Devil Island. Patriarch Black Ink looked down at Yang Fann with a cold gaze. Victory was within his grasp. After merging with Devil God, his strength had increased by 100 times, more than 1,000 times. He had already far surpassed an ordinary middle-level universe god. He was even stronger than middle-rank middle-level universe god. In addition, his 17 lowest combat strength was extreme universe god's junior brother. This strength could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. Even if it was the #1 expert of Xianxia universe, old ancestor Divine Cloud, they would still have the strength to fight him. Although the man in front of them was extraordinary, the pressure he exerted just now was only comparable to low-rank middle-level universe gods. Even if he held back, the power of middle-rank middle-level universe god was his limit. There was no way he could be their match. The difficult thing now was whether they could keep him alive or not. Black Ink's senior brother, what's the point of talking nonsense with him? Quickly attack and suppress him. That's right, Black Ink's senior brother, time is limited. Attack now. Senior brother Heimo, let's attack. Combining Devil God with this move. It was extremely terrifying. Even those low-rank universe god. After merging with Devil God, he would be able to unleash the ultimate battle force of Universe God. However, there was a drawback, and that was that there was a time limit. Most of the Supreme Elders of Black Demon Sect could only last for 15 minutes in this state. Even the strongest Patriarch Black Ink could only hold on for 2 hours at most. Alright everyone, attack together. Patriarch Black Ink knew the limitations of this attack, so he didn't waste any more time and gave the order to attack. Before he finished his words, Poochie, Patriarch Black Ink took the lead and tore open the spatial zone, lunging at Yang Fann. Divine ability, Black Demon Universe. Rumble, a vast universe descended from the sky. The devil chi was thick, and there were countless devils inside. Devil God was roaring ferociously. Come out, my partner, Dark Knight Demon's Dragon Spear. Die Black Devil has descended. Divine ability, Kang Ming's Palm Imprint Die, Nirvana Tyrant Emperor Blade. Divine ability, Howling Moon Devil Emperor Slash. The other 17 elders of Black Demon Sect followed closely behind and attacked one after another. None of them held back. All of them were using their own ultimate skills. Their time was limited, so they had to end this battle as soon as possible. Rumble, rumble, the rolling devil cheese were corroding the surroundings. The vast expanse of space was reduced to dust. The combined attack of the 18 Supreme Elders was truly shocking to the heavens and the earth, causing the gods and ghosts to weep. Even middle-rank middle-level universe god would have been severely injured if he didn't have the intermediate chaos treasure protecting him. Good that fellow is dead for sure. In all directions, the quasi-universe god stage elders of Black Demon Sect were looking at Yang Fann with their eyes shining with excitement. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. At that moment, this is your strongest strength, an ant trying to shake a tree, too weak, Yang Fann sneered. With just this bit of power, even if he didn't use his great universe's eternal immortal divine body and let them attack him, they wouldn't be able to harm even a strand of his hair. Break for me. Boom boom boom. Boundless golden light burst out from the pores of Yang Fann's body. It was as if countless golden dragons were sweeping across the starry sky of the universe. The eternal divine body of the universe erupted with its full power. It was comparable to the terrifying pressure of a high-rank middle-level universe god. It wreaked havoc in the sky and swept in all directions. Poochie wherever the golden light passed, all the devil cheese, blade lights, and saber lights would shoot out in all directions. Poochie, ah, not good, high-rank middle-level universe god, he's a high-rank middle-level universe god. Bitch it, how could this be? Patriarch Black Ink's facial expression changed, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. With the combined strength of all of them, they would be able to fight a high-rank middle-level universe god, but time was their biggest weakness. If they really fought a high-rank middle-level universe god, they would be the ones to lose in the end. Furthermore, the terrifying chi unleashed by Yang Fann wasn't as simple as those who had just broken through to the high-rank middle-level universe god. Even if there were a lot of high-rank middle-level universe god warriors here, they would still be expert. It seems like I can only use that skill to defeat this man. A decisive look flashed across Patriarch Black Ink's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Junior brother, let's combine." "Combine? I want to see what other means you have." Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He suppressed the thought of suppressing Patriarch Black Ink and the other Supreme Elders of the Black Demon Sect. Perhaps this final combination could give him a pleasant surprise. After his combat strength had advanced to the Universe God stage, it would be extremely difficult to find a suitable opponent. He didn't expect these aphids to bring him any pressure. Yang Fann would be satisfied if these aphids could help him stretch his muscles and bones. The final fusion, this Black Inked senior brother. Black Inked senior brother, are you really going to do this? Hesitation flashed across the eyes of many Supreme Elders. The lower their cultivation base was, the more difficult it would be for them to do so. Especially those two low-rank Universe God. The integration of Devil God was almost their limit. If they were to proceed with the final fusion, it was very likely. It would hurt their origin root. From now on, it would be difficult for them to make any further breakthroughs in their cultivation. The origin universe in their bodies had been destroyed, and they had fallen from the divine position of the universe. It was not impossible for him to break through to the next level. It wasn't easy for them to break through to the universe God realm. If they were to fall into the quasi-universe God realm, it would be a fate worse than death for them. Everyone, junior brother, now is not the time to hesitate. This is our only chance. Patriarch Blackink didn't want to use this move either. Those intermediate and low-rank universe God were overburdened. As the main body of the fusion, it was the same for him. The price he had to pay was also not small. With this skill, his yuan energy would be greatly damaged. Without a few thousand or tens of thousands of eras of cultivation, he wouldn't be able to recover. However, if they didn't use this technique, they would have no chance of winning against a high-rank middle-level universe God. Once the time limit was reached, they wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Alright senior brother, we'll listen to you. Final fusion. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another, the 17 supreme elders of the Black Demon Sect turned from weak to strong and turned into rays of light that merged into Patriarch Blackink's body. Rumble. A terrifying force was like a landslide or a tsunami, growing inside Ancestor Black Demon's body. The chi in his body was soaring crazily and multifold. The 9th Grand Elder merged into his body. Patriarch Blackink's strength had successfully broken through to the high-rank middle-level universe God. The 12 Supreme Elders merged into their bodies. Patriarch Blackink's aura had steadily surpassed Yang Fann's, and had faintly reached the critical point of high-rank middle-level universe God. Another 3 Supreme Elders had merged. Patriarch Blackink's strength had surpassed the limits of God of Advanced Intermediate Universe and had stepped into top-rank middle-level universe God's realm. Buzz. After merging with the last Supreme Elder, Patriarch Blackink's strength increased once again, reaching top-rank middle-level universe God's limit. Ha 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 ha. Powerful. This is my current strength. It's truly too powerful. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Blackink's voice suddenly became muffled and echoed between the heavens and the earth. Aphids, watch how I crush you. Ha ha ha. Gulp. Is this the strongest forbidden arts in my sect? Terrifying. This is truly terrifying. Just a tiny bit of pressure is enough to destroy me thousands of times. Ha 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 ha. I'm dead for sure. That guy is dead for sure. How dare he challenge the Black Demon Sect? He really doesn't know the meaning of death. Countless elders and disciples of the Black Demon Sect took a deep breath from all directions. Even with the protection of the formation and the Supreme Elder's pressure, they still couldn't breathe. If it wasn't for the protection of the divine formation, all of them, including many great perfection quasi-universe God great elders, would have been killed many times already. This power was far beyond their imagination. Ah, look, the Grand Elder has made his move. C-2349. Regret it's too late. Yang Fann's power had far exceeded Patriarch Blackink's expectation. Initially, he thought that Yang Fann would at most be a middle-rank middle-level universe God, but he never thought that it would be a high-rank middle-level universe God, an expert that was comparable to the #1 expert in Xianxia continent, the Divine Sky expert. Feeling helpless, Patriarch Blackink finally unleashed the strongest trump card of the Black Demon Sect. By combining the power of his 17 junior brother and the 18 devil gods, his strength had risen to top-rank middle-level universe God, and he was only a step away from the extreme middle-level universe God. Hong Long. Patriarch Blackink moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Yang Fann. The longer he dragged on, the greater the burden on his divine body, and the more severe the side effects of the disintegration. Patriarch Blackink didn't use any divine abilities or secret techniques in this palm strike. It was just a direct and indirect palm strike, and there was no profound meaning to it. The Great Tao was simple, just like that. Compared to the current Patriarch Blackink, all the divine abilities that he had practiced were useless. They didn't have any effect on his strength at all. Although the divine abilities were profound, they had their limits. No matter how high the grade of the divine abilities in the universe was, once one cultivated them to the huge perfection transformation stage, they would at most be able to increase the strength of a middle-rank universe God. With a few levels of combat strength, the quasi-origin divine abilities would be stronger, and the limit would be quasi-middle-level universe God. Patriarch Blackink's most powerful divine ability was the Black Demon World. Although it was the most powerful divine ability in the Black Demon Sect, the only origin divine ability, it was still an ordinary low-grade chaotic divine ability. When cultivated to the great perfection stage, it would only increase the combat strength of a middle-rank middle-level universe god by 3 levels. If it was top-rank middle-level universe god, not to mention 3 levels of combat strength, it would be difficult for him to increase his combat strength by even a single point. Kekaki 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 go repent in hell. Patriarch Black Ink had a ferocious smile on his face. He looked like a ferocious devil from hell. This is the strongest power of your black demon sect. A hint of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He thought that Patriarch Black Ink and the others would be able to reach the quasi-high-level universe god after their final fusion, allowing him to warm up a little and stretch his muscles and bones. Who would have thought that Patriarch Black Ink wasn't even an extreme middle-level universe god? Sure enough, my expectations are too high. A mere large sect that didn't even have a single middle-level universe god could already be considered pretty good to be able to unleash top-rank middle-level universe god's strength. For example, the Tao God sect's final burst of strength could barely threaten middle-rank middle-level universe god. Compared to the Black Demon sect, it was much worse. In Xianxia universe, I'm afraid that only the 13 overlords can allow me to exercise my muscles and bones. Then, everything ends here. Yang Fann's voice was indifferent, directly announcing the fate of Patriarch Black Ink and the others. Rumble. His inner world shook slightly, and 2 layers of strength of worlds burst forth. A terrifying aura that was more than 10 times more terrifying than Patriarch Black Ink's erupted from Yang Fann's body, crushing all the voids in the surroundings. Bang! Both palms collided. It was as if 2 universes had collided. The terrifying power seemed to want to blow up the entire Black Demon Island. Poochie poochie, a large area. A large area. The flying ashes shattered into pieces, and countless mountains and buildings collapsed. A large number of Black Demon sect disciples didn't even have the time to let out miserable cries before they were turned into flying ashes. Ah! A blood-curdling scream could be heard. Crack 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 crack. Patriarch Black Ink's right arm was covered with criss-crossing cracks. The cracks were spreading across his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath's time. Bang! Patriarch Black Ink's divine body, which was hundreds of light-years tall, exploded like a deflated balloon. It turned into streams of light and cut through the void. There were exactly 18 of them. They were Patriarch Black Ink and the other elders of the Black Demon sect. With just a single palm strike, Yang Fann had defeated the Black Demon sect's strongest forbidden arts. Bang bang bang. Patriarch Black Ink and the other 18 supreme elders fell to the ground, smashing out huge human-shaped sinkholes. They spat out blood, and their auras were extremely weak. However, it seemed like they didn't feel anything. All of them looked at the majestic figure in the sky with disbelief on their faces, and let out hysterical howls. No, how could this be? It's not true. This is not true. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The Black Demon sect's ultimate forbidden arts, combined with the powers of the 18 universe gods and the 18 guardian demon gods, combined with the power of the array formation, increased their power by 10-fold, 100-fold. Even top-rank middle-level universe god might not be their match. How could they be defeated with just a single strike? Not even an extreme middle-level universe god could have such terrifying power. The strongest expert in Xianxia universe, who was also a high-rank middle-level universe god, would have such a monster expert. He couldn't accept it, he really couldn't accept it. All of you can become my nourishment for my growth. A burning look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. 18 universe gods, together with the 17 grand elders of the Tao God sect. And that Yinmo ancestor, if he could devour all of them. It was almost enough for him to become the lord of middle-rank middle-level universe. At that time, his combat strength should be able to break through to the middle-rank high-level universe god realm. Even if he reached the Xianxia Chaos domain, he would still be able to obtain the highest grade of expert. Based on Bai Yao's memory, the strongest person in the Xianxia Chaos domain was middle-rank high-level universe god. Although millions of years had passed and the world had changed, the Xianxia Chaos domain was still just a middle-sized chaos domain, and its foundation was limited. High-rank high-level universe god was almost the limit of it. Of course, whether or not this was the case could only be confirmed after Yang Fann arrived in the Xianxia Chaos domain. Perhaps, this expert in the Xianxia Chaos domain had some other fortuitous encounter. It was not impossible for it to have a top grade, a limit, or even a quasi-top-level universe god. Unlike the chaotic region where Yang Fann was, it was a lonely place outside. In the chaotic region, other than the 68 small-sized chaos region, it was the boundless chaos in the chaotic region where the Xianxia Chaos domain was located. It was a rare prosperous place in the chaos. It had gathered a large number of chaos domain, just the middle-sized chaos domain alone. It was even related to the legendary large-sized chaos domain. The next second, boom, the heaven-sheltering big hand fell from the sky and flew towards Patriarch Blackink and the other 18 Grand Elders of the Black Demon Sect. Ah, no, it's true. All of this is true. The extremely dangerous chi had completely awakened Patriarch Blackink and the others. They wanted to dodge, but how could they? In the end, the forbidden arts was broken, and all of them suffered from the backlash. They entered a weakened state, with less than a tenth of their strength remaining. Like those two low-rank universe god, any one of them was a god of quasi-universe. He could teach them how to behave, even if it was the strongest Patriarch Blackink. Hong Long, under Yang Fann's mighty force that was comparable to a quasi-high-level universe god warrior, it was difficult for him to move even a little bit. No, senior, please spare my life, senior, please spare my life, senior. We agree, 1 trillion universe sources. My Black Demon Sect is willing to give it to you. We are willing to give it to you. Senior, please do us a favor. 100 trillion universe sources. Even if our Black Demon Sect were to sell everything we have, we will still help you gather all of them. Please show mercy and let us go. 100 trillion universe sources was basically all the resources in the Black Demon Sect's inventory. Perhaps, they would even need to sell some of their properties in order to gather 100 trillion universe sources. However, at this moment, in order to save their lives, they couldn't care less. With the existence of universe gods like them, the Black Demon Sect would be able to continue their legacy. If they ran out of resources, they could just accumulate more in the future. Otherwise, without these Supreme Elders, even if Dark Star let the Black Demon Sect go, the Black Demon Sect would still divide the food of the other hungry wolves. At least, the Divine Tao Sect and the Bright God Sect would be the first to not let the Black Demon Sect go. 1 trillion universe sources, are you willing to give it to us now? It's too late. See 2350 Bait Black God Domain, Black Devil Island. Yang Fann looked down from above at Patriarch Blackink and the rest of the Black Demon Sect's Grand Elders, who were wailing bitterly. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of his mouth. He had given all of you a chance just now. You refused, but now you regret it. You want to use 100 trillion universe sources to buy your lives. Do you think that I, Yang Chao, don't have a temper? He was determined to take the lives of the 18 Supreme Elders of the Black Demon Sect rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand that was still hovering in the air suddenly fell down, suppressing the 18 Grand Elders of the Black Demon Sect, including Patriarch Blackink. Ah, no, senior, please spare my life, please spare my life, senior, please let me go, senior, please let me go, woo-woo-woo. Why didn't we agree to it before? Boundless regret engulfed the souls of the Black Demon Sect's Supreme Elders. If time could be reversed, they would never reject Yang Fann no matter what. It was just a few 100 trillion universe sources. Compared to their lives, it was nothing. As long as they were alive, they would be able to earn back 100 trillion universe source sooner or later. In any case, what they didn't lack the most was time for longevities. Yin Devil, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Sinner Yin Devil, you are the sinner of Black Demon Sect. They were all universe gods. The Grand Elder of Black Demon Sect, with a high position and unlimited longevity, how could they end up in such a state? This was something that he had never thought of. All of this was the fault of that old Yin Devil. If it wasn't for him provoking such a ferocious god, they would have faced such a disaster. Not only that, even the sect, which had existed for millions of eras, would face its end. The silence on the huge Black Demon Island was terrifying. The group of elders and disciples of the Black Demon Sect were all dumbfounded. They were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. It shouldn't be like this. Things shouldn't be like this. After using all the trump cards of the Black Demon Sect, they had witnessed the scariness of the Supreme Elder and the others. It was just a few middle-level universe god warriors, compared to the Supreme Elder at that time. They were just slightly stronger ants. How could they be defeated so easily? They were completely defeated, without any ability to fight back. After a long while, there were waves of sorrowful cries on Black Demon Island. Woo-woo-woo. Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder. It's over, our Black Demon Sect is finished. Woo-woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo. Despair, endless despair spread across Black Demon Island. Without the protection of the universe god, the large sects would be a disaster of destruction, and their future would be dark. 2 hours later, Yang Fann left the Black Demon Sect's treasure vault with satisfaction. The Black Demon Sect didn't let him down. Just like what he had imagined, the fortune he had was much more powerful than what the Tao God Sect had. Just the universe source alone was worth nearly 13 billion. The other natural treasures were worth at least 30 trillion universe source. This did not include the divine treasury of Patriarch Black Ink and the other 18 Grand Elders. In the end, Yang Fann obtained a total of 30 trillion years worth of universe sources. The other treasures were converted into universe sources, which steadily exceeded 50 trillion universe sources. Although it was slightly less than the 100 trillion Yang Fanns that Yang Fann had given him, however, Patriarch Black Ink and the other Supreme Elders were more than enough to make up for the gap between them. A universe god, even the weakest low-rank universe god, would have an effect similar to swallowing tens of billions of universe sources, let alone a quasi-middle-level universe god like Patriarch Black Ink. Its value would be billions of universe source. Furthermore, if he really agreed to Patriarch Black Ink and the others begging, he would ask them to gather the trillions of universe source. He didn't know how many years it would take. It was not an easy task to obtain such a huge amount of resources in one go. Black Armor City was a large city within the territory of the Tao God Sect in the Tao Spirit Realm. The ruler of this city was the Mo family. In fact, Black Armor City was the Mo family city's intention. This was an ancient family that had existed for over 10,000 eras. Many of its disciples had joined the Tao God Sect. The one with the highest status in the family had even climbed to the position of the high-ranked deacon. As long as he advanced further, he would be able to become an elder of the Tao God Sect. In the Tao God Sect, he could be considered an elder. He was a figure. In the past, this was what the Mo family relied on, but now, it had become a disaster for the Mo family. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a huge black cloud descended from the sky and covered the entire inner city. Who are you people? How dare you barge into my Mo family? The Supreme Elder has given the order to kill those who want your lives. None of the surviving disciples of the Tao God Sect shall be spared. Not good, an enemy attack quickly activate the Guardian Formation Roar. Black Dragon Grand Array, activate. Roar. The loud and clear dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. A terrifying ink dragon that was tens of thousands of light years long shot into the sky. A mere long worm dares to be impudent in front of me. Break for me, boom. Before he could finish his words, a finger reached out from the black cloud. It was like a pillar that could hold up the sky, piercing through the heavens and the earth. In less than a breath's time, Poochie, the ink dragons that could rival a top-level universe lord were completely shattered and turned into powder. Not good, the Guardian Formation was broken. Run everyone, run, kill all of these survivors from the Tao God Sect. Kekeki. Little aphids, where are you running to? Obediently accept your death. Although the Mo family was the #1 family in Black Armor City, in the entire Tao Spirit Realm. The strongest, it was only one high-level universe lord, and the rest were intermediate and low-level universe lord. When combined, there were no more than 20 of them. Among the enemies, there was no need to talk about high-level universe lord. There were even a few top-level universe lord warriors, and there was even a god of quasi-universe. The gap between them was more than 1,000 times. 10,000 times, there was no comparison at all. Carnage was simply a one-sided massacre. Flower life, you all will die a horrible death. Tao God Sect will never let you all go. Lord of Tao God Sect will definitely avenge us. Ha, Tao God Sect, they can't even protect themselves, yet they still want to take revenge for you. What a joke. No, that's impossible. How could Tao God Sect? You must be lying. The Mo family was just a miniature version. Such a thing could be found everywhere in the countless cities in the entire Tao Spirit domain. After learning the news of the destruction of Tao God Sect, the longtime enemy of Myriad Spirit Sect would never let go of such an opportunity to unify the entire Tao Spirit domain. They sent out all their elites, and under the lead of the Divine Elders of Quasi-Universe, they swept across the many cities and strongholds under the jurisdiction of Tao God Sect. The 17 Supreme Elders of Tao God Sect were wiped out. The Sect Master and many divine quasi-universes of Quasi-Universe had all evacuated from the spirit domain and fled towards the lesser continents. With the meager strength of the cities under the jurisdiction of Tao God Sect, even the deities of Quasi-Universe couldn't find a few of them. So, how could they resist the ferocious elite army of Myriad Spirit Sect? With irresistible force, In just a few days, almost half of the land under the Tao God sect had been lost. In at most 10 days and a half months, the myriad spirit sect's army would sweep across the entire Tao spirit domain. At that time, the Tao spirit domain would be renamed as the myriad spirit domain. Just thinking about it made people excited. One should know that besides the 13 overlords of the Xianxia continent, there was no sect that could dominate an entire upper domain with the strength of a single sect. And this record would be broken by the myriad spirit domain. With the support of the resources of the entire Tao spirit domain, the myriad spirit sect would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Many of the elders and disciples of the myriad spirit sect had even witnessed the wonderful scene of the myriad spirit sect advancing to the top level of the sect. At that time, the status of these elders and disciples would also rise by leaps and bounds. The top-grade disciples of the sect and the disciples of the large sects. This was a completely different concept. Tao spirit realm, boundary. Pucci, the void, twisted, and Yang Fann took a step out from it. Alright, sure enough, the myriad spirit sect had made their move. The spiritual consciousness moved and covered the entire Tao spirit realm. Everything within it could be seen in the sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and revealed a hint of ridicule. But my things are not that easy to take. C2351 rewards a single Tao God sect had allowed Yang Fann to earn so many alms bowls. If Yang Fann said that he didn't have any thoughts about the myriad spirit sect, which was on par with the Tao God sect, it would be a lie. However, Yang Fann was a man with a bottom line. He wouldn't attack the myriad spirit sect for no reason. Of course, if they couldn't suppress the greed in their hearts, they wouldn't blame him for being ruthless when they saw how rich they were and tried to seize the territory of the Tao God sect. Yang Fann had suppressed the Tao God sect. Naturally, the territory of the Tao God sect would become his. At this moment, the myriad spirit sect had seized the territory, and that was to snatch the food from Yang Fann's mouth. No one would be able to pick a wrong person if Yang Fann attacked the myriad spirit sect. Bait. This half of the spirit domain was the bait thrown by Yang Fann. Now that the fish had taken the bait, it was time to put away the net. 10,000 spirit continent, this was a floating continent. It was so vast that it was no less than a low-level universe. Within it, terrifying auras continuously rose from within. The outstanding ones among them were comparable to top-level universe lord, or even the gods of quasi-universe. This was where the sect of the myriad spirit sect was located. It was said that this was the founder of the myriad spirit sect. It was a subcontinent that was transported using a great divine ability. It cost countless resources and tens of thousands of eras to transform it. At this moment, everyone in the myriad spirit sect was filled with joy. The rise of the sect and the unification of the spirit domain was just in front of them. Being able to become the disciple of the myriad spirit sect was the fortune of their lives. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure that caused many middle-level universe god warriors to despair descended from the sky, enveloping the entire myriad spirit continent. Pucci countless spatial zones, large amounts of universe sovereigns, and universe lord couldn't withstand the violent pressure. They completely shattered, and the flying ashes were destroyed. Ah, what is that? How could that be? How could there be such a terrifying pressure? Even the old ancestor and the others are far inferior. Gulp, gulp, what on earth was going on? When did our myriad spirit sect offend such an ultimate expert? In an instant, an indescribable panic spread across the entire myriad spirit continent. Under that terrifying pressure, including those great perfection quasi-universe god warriors, all of them were like tiny ants on the ground, insignificant and insignificant. May I know which senior has come to our myriad spirit sect? Xuanling has failed to welcome you, please forgive us. A respectful voice rose from the center of the myriad spirit continent. This was the voice of the Grand Elder of myriad spirit sect, Ancestor Xuanling. However, there was a hint of uneasiness in his voice. Compared to the other disciples, he, as a quasi-middle-level universe god, wasn't any better. In fact, he knew better than the others that the pressure was much more terrifying than a high-rank middle-level universe god he had seen before. The person who came was at least a top-rank middle-level universe god. In fact, he even had the urge to leave the myriad spirit continent immediately. However, in the end, he forcefully suppressed this thought. Leaving the 10,000 spirit continent was not necessarily safer than staying in the 10,000 spirit continent. Perhaps, he would die even faster. At least, in the myriad spirit continent, there was still the foundation of the sect. Even top-rank middle-level universe god would have to put in a lot of effort to kill him. However, if he left the myriad spirit continent, he would become an ordinary quasi-middle-level universe god. It wouldn't be much harder for top-rank middle-level universe god to kill him than pinching an ant. As soon as he finished speaking, rumble, streaks of light shot up into the sky. Each streak of light represented a universe god. Under the terrifying pressure, it was difficult for anyone below the universe god level, including those great perfection quasi-universe god warriors, to even move their bodies, let alone fly. There were a total of 16 rays of light, 1 quasi-middle-level universe god, 2 extreme universe god, 3 peak universe gods, and 5 high-rank universe god warriors. 3 middle-rank universe god and 2 low-rank universe god were on par with the Tao God sect. At most, they were slightly weaker. Poochie. The void twisted and formed a space wormhole. Yang Fann took a step out from it. What a good myriad spirit sect who gave you the guts to invade my territory. Yang Fann's voice was cold and bone-chilling, causing the entire myriad spirit sect to shiver from the depths of their souls. What? No, Senior, there must be some misunderstanding here. Even if you give us 100 guts, we, the myriad spirit sect, will never dare to invade your territory. Profound spirit ancestor's heart trembled. He hurriedly tried to defend himself. What kind of joke was this? It wasn't like their brains had been squeezed by the door, and they would take the initiative to provoke a top-rank middle-level universe god. This wasn't the way to seek death. Misunderstanding. Your people are still occupying my territory, and you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding. How is that possible, Senior? You must have misunderstood, my sect's people. They are all attacking the Tao God sect. Suddenly, Patriarch Darkspirit's face changed. As if he had thought of something terrifying, he carefully looked at Yang Fann. He said in a timid voice, "What? Senior, could it be that you're the one who suppressed the Tao God sect? HMPH, you aren't stupid enough. The Tao God sect was personally suppressed by me. What do you mean by seizing the territory of the Tao God sect? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Rumble. A terrifying pressure directly crushed down on the profound spirit ancestor's body, causing him to almost be unable to breathe. Senior, this. Cold sweat drenched his back. The endless regret was like a torrential river that was about to swallow his heart. Although he had thought that he would offend that mysterious expert if he attacked directly and seized the territory of Tao God sect, however, in the face of huge benefits, profound spirit ancestor and the many supreme elders of myriad spirit sect had a tacit understanding and ignored that hidden worry. This was the only chance for the myriad spirit sect to unify the entire spirit domain. If they missed it, it would be almost impossible for them to unify the entire spirit domain in the future. That mysterious expert had not shown himself after suppressing the Tao God sect. It was hard to say whether he would look down on the territory of the Tao God sect. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that at this moment, profound spirit ancestor was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If there was a medicine for regret in this world, he would have to buy one no matter how much he had to pay. In your next life, remember to rub your eyes. Not everything is yours to take. Senior, please calm your anger. Senior, please calm your anger. Junior will withdraw back to my sect now. However, before profound spirit ancestor could finish speaking, Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm pressing down on profound spirit ancestor and the others. Yang Fann, who had seen through the true situation of large sects, had lost his interest in wasting time with them. The strength of these large sects was limited. Even if they used all of their resources, it would still be difficult for him to relax his muscles and bones. Ah no, Senior. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapsing enveloped the souls of profound spirit ancestor and the other 16 supreme elders. Roar. The 10,000 spirit formation begins. Om Om Om. A blood-colored barrier rose up from within the 10,000 spirit continent. This was the guardian formation of the myriad spirit sect, one of the 10 great defensive divine formations of Xianxia continent. With the luck of the myriad spirit sect as the center, it gathered the power of the expert of the ancestors of myriad spirit sect. Its defensive power was so terrifying that even a high-rank middle-level universe god wouldn't be able to break through the protection of the myriad spirit barrier. It was the foundation of the myriad spirit sect's establishment. In the Xianxia continent, where the strongest was only a high-rank middle-level universe god, with the protection of the myriad spirit formation, the myriad spirit sect could be said to be invincible. Unfortunately, they had run into Yang Fann. So what if it was one of the 10 great defensive divine formations? Under his terrifying strength that could rival a quasi-high-level universe god, everything was just an illusion. Poochie. In less than a breath's time, the myriad spirit barrier had completely collapsed and exploded into powder. Ah, how could this be? Profound spirit ancestor and the other 16 supreme elders were extremely shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. Even top-rank middle-level universe god wouldn't be able to break their myriad spirit barriers so easily. Ah, senior, we know our mistake. Please, let us go. Let us go. 2 hours later, the myriad spirit sect was completely plundered by Yang Fann. Although it wasn't as good as the Black Demon sect, it wasn't much worse compared to the Tao God sect. It had directly increased Yang Fann's universe source by nearly 20 trillion, as well as the heavenly wealth and natural treasures that were worth nearly 40 trillion universe sources. Adding the treasures he had obtained from the Black Demon sect and Tao God sect, as well as the remaining universe sources, the number of Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hand had exceeded 70 billion, which was close to 80 billion. This was more than enough to double his strength of divine body. The next one will be the Divine Tao sect and Divine Bright sect. The Black Demon sect is such a big piece of fat meat, I think they won't be indifferent about it. C-2352 shock. The Tao God sect had occupied half of the spirit domain, and it was the bait that Yang Fann had cast for the myriad spirit sect. Then the half of the Black God domain controlled by the Black Demon sect was the foreshadowing that Yang Fann had prepared for the two great large sects, Bright God and Divine Tao. Bright God and Divine Tao, although their strength was far inferior to the Black Demon sect, and the two great sects had joined forces to barely match the Black Demon sect, but compared to the ordinary large sects that only had one or two universe gods, Bright God and Divine Tao were still much stronger. Among them, the Bright God sect had 12 universe gods, and the Divine Tao sect was even stronger. There were 10 universe gods. In terms of numbers, there were 6 more than the Black Demon sect. However, the two major sects lacked a quasi-middle-level universe god that could match Patriarch Black Ink. The strongest one was Extreme Universe God. It was because of this that the two major sects were suppressed by the Black Demon sect. A quasi-middle-level universe god, especially someone like Patriarch Black Ink, was only one more step away from breaking through to the quasi-middle-level universe god. One quasi-middle-level universe god could match 3, or even 4 extreme universe god. Adding the Black Demon sect, there should be at least 6 extreme universe god to fight against the 4 of them. As for the Bright God sect and Divine Tao sect, all of them were added together. There were only 4 of them. The gap between the 2 extreme universe god, making up for the gap between the 6 of them and low-rank universe god, was really an easy matter. Of course, even so, when the Bright God sect and the Divine Tao sect joined together, to Yang Fann, it was at least not inferior to any Tao God sect or Myriad Spirit sect, and even surpassed them. The border of the Black God domain. Poochie. The void distorted and turned into a miniature wormhole. Yang Fann took a step out from within. The next second, rumble. A terrifying spiritual consciousness shot out from his body, sweeping through the entire Black God realm in a formidable array. Very quickly, an evil smile flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. Sure enough, it was as he had expected. The Bright God sect and the Divine Tao sect were unable to endure the temptation of half of the Black God domain. When they found out that all the supreme elders of the Black Demon sect had been suppressed by Relentless, and the entire Black Devil Island had been plundered, they sent out their troops one after another, as if they were going to swallow the Black Demon sect whole. Chaos. At this moment, half of the territory controlled by the Black Demon sect was in complete chaos. Slaughter was everywhere. There were bright gods and elite warriors of the 2 Divine Tao sects, as well as the subordinate families and forces of the Black Demon sect. They took the opportunity to turn the tide and take advantage of the situation. In less than a few days, the once high and mighty disciples of the Black Demon sect. It was like a rat on the street shouting and beating. At the same time, the disciples of the Bright God sect and the Divine Tao sect were also constantly rubbing against each other. The reason why the 2 sects were able to cooperate sincerely was because of the foreign enemy, the Black Demon sect. Now that the gigantic Black Demon sect had collapsed, the relationship between the 2 sects had been reversed. If it wasn't for the fact that the higher-ups of the 2 sects were still rational and knew that the strength of the 2 sects was almost the same, if they really started a war, it would only benefit the other sect. The large sects wasn't the only one who had their eyes on this fat piece of meat, the Black Demon sect. The large sects from several large domains near the Black God domain were also envious. 6 hours later, The headquarters of the Divine Light Sect, Divine Light Realm, was reduced to ruins. Countless disciples were reduced to ashes. 12 universe gods, including the 2 extreme universe god. None of them were left alive. All of them were suppressed by Relentless, and all the treasures within were taken away. The large sects, which was the strongest among them, did not need much of Yang Fann's energy. When Yang Fann arrived at the Divine Light Realm, everything had already become a foregone conclusion. This Divine, Bright Sect, although it was much weaker than Black Devil, Tao God, and Myriad Spirit Sect, it still allowed Yang Fann's value to increase by nearly 300,000 universe sources. Amongst them, there were close to 10 million cubic meters of universe sources. 2 hours later, Rumble, a terrifying aura that caused countless middle-level universe god warriors to despair, descended from the sky and swept across the Divine Tao Sect's sacred land, the Divine Tao Mountain. Although the Divine Tao Sect was slightly stronger than the Bright God Sect, the #1 expert was also the founder of the Divine Tao Sect, the Divine Tao Ancestor. His strength had almost reached the critical point of extreme universe god, and he was only one more chance to break through to the middle-level universe god. However, compared to Yang Fann, it was just a slap in the face. In less than half an incense stick of time, the Divine Tao Sect was suppressed by wuxia. Divine Tao Mountain, the #1 divine mountain in the Black God domain, was uprooted and absorbed into Yang Fann's inner world. Finally, in the Divine Tao Sect, Yang Fann had plundered nearly 13 billion cubic meter universe sources. There were also heavenly treasures that were worth more than 2 trillion cubic meters worth of universe sources. In Yang Fann's hands alone had exceeded 1 trillion. As for the other natural treasures, even if he did not have 3 trillion universe sources, he would still have 2.5 billion or so cubic meters worth of universe source. His net worth was so high that it was close to 400 trillion universe sources. Terrifying, this was all universe god Pu Yao had when he was at the peak of the quasi-high-level universe god. As for universe god Pu Yao, how many years had he spent in order to accumulate that fortune? Tens of millions of eras. As for Yang Fann, he wasn't even 12 trillion years old, not even a fraction of an era. The Heavenly Corner region was a lower district that was adjacent to the Tao Spirit domain. The person in charge of the Black Corner region was the Divine Horn Sect, and the name of the Black Corner region had come because of it. The Divine Horn Sect was also a large sect. However, compared to the Tao God Sect, the Divine Horn Sect was also a large sect. The Divine Horn Sect appeared much more ordinary when compared to the peak large sects like the Myriad Spirit Sect. It was much weaker. The number of universe gods in the sect could be counted on one hand. There were only 4 of them, and even the strongest one was only a peak universe god. Divine Horn Sacred Land, Divine Horn Palace. This was the cultivation base of the 4 great cosmoses of the Divine Horn Sect. Divine Horn Palace, within a grand hall. The 3 grand elders of the Divine Horn Sect had gathered together, but the entire hall was filled with a heavy atmosphere. The 3 supreme elders could see a hint of joy on their faces. Phew, the Myriad Spirit Sect has been destroyed. Luckily, our sect has not truly stepped into the Tao Spirit realm. Otherwise, the next one to be destroyed would be our Divine Horn Sect. What the Heavenly Horn Senior Brother said is true. The territory of the Tao God Sect is a trap left behind by that mysterious man. Fortunately, we were stopped by that old ancestor Yao Ling. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Tao God Sect was destroyed. After receiving the news, it was not as if the Divine Horn Sect had never thought of advancing into the Tao Spirit domain. In the Divine Corner region, their Divine Horn Sect had already reached the limit of its development. The resources in the lower district were limited. It was far from being comparable to the 11 geniuses of the upper district. It was already considered lucky that they were able to give birth to 4 universe gods. The remaining resources were simply insufficient for the Divine Horn Sect to nurture the 5th universe god. If they wanted to break through the bottleneck and allow their Divine Horn Sect to advance a step further, they could only walk out of the Black Corner region. It would be best if they could enter the upper regions. Unfortunately, the Divine Horn Sect had just taken action when they were called back by the Myriad Spirit Sect's extreme universe god, Old Ancestor Yao Ling. Even the 4th elder, Old Ancestor Silver Horn, whose cultivation was the weakest, was seriously injured. This was also the reason why there were only 3 great grand elders in the Divine Hall. Initially, they were unhappy and resentful because of this. Now, it seemed that not only was it not a bad thing, it was the luck of their divine horn sect. That mysterious expert was using the Tao God sect's territory as bait, fishing. The Myriad Spirit sect was known as the #1 defense in the large sects. In terms of defense alone, they were the 13 overlords. Compared to them, the number of them could be counted on one's fingers. However, the result was that they were easily suppressed by the mysterious expert. If it was their divine horn sect, the consequences would be obvious. Their divine horn sect's millions of eras of inheritance had basically come to an end. The Yangzhou region was another large region that was adjacent to the Tao Spirit region. It was the same as the Divine Corner region. It was also one of the 72 lower regions of the Xianxia continent. Kai Yang sect was one of the 2 overlords of the Yangzhou region. Their strength was even below that of the Divine Horn sect. There were only 3 universe gods, and the strongest one was only at the high-rank universe god. Among all the large sects, Kai Yang sect could not be considered to be at the bottom, nor could it be considered strong. Kai Yang sect, Crimson Sun City. Hiss. The Myriad Spirit sect was destroyed by someone. It's a conspiracy. The territory of the Tao God sect is a conspiracy. Fortunately, the Myriad Spirit sect wants to dominate the entire spirit domain. Otherwise, my Kai Yang sect will be in danger. Heavenly Turbid sect, Heavenly Turbid abyss. Myriad Spirit sect. This is the result of greed. Fortunately, I have always been self-aware. Otherwise, my Heavenly Turbid sect will be the second Myriad Spirit sect. Not long after, the news of the Bright God sect and Divine Tao sect's destruction spread across the lower district near the Black God domain. Thank you, Bright God sect. Thank you, Mingyang ancestor. If it weren't for him stopping my sect's days would have ended. No, we can't let that person seize the opportunity. Men, no disciples of our sect are allowed to step into the Black God domain. Pass on my oracle. All disciples of our sect are to leave the Black God realm. Those who disobey will be executed. 1 month later, the cloud-soaring region was the closest region to the Tao Spirit realm. The news of the Tao God and 10,000 Spirit sect's destruction finally reached the cloud-soaring region. This was also why Yang Fann didn't wait for the other large sects to enter the Tao Spirit realm. He wanted to maximize the benefits and attack the Myriad Spirit sect. The Tao Spirit domain was located in the lower district near the Great Regions. The large sect's strength was limited, and even Extreme Universe God's strength was limited. They couldn't even enter the Tao Spirit domain if they couldn't find him. They were stopped by the Myriad Spirit sect, and the other upper regions. The large sects received the news a month later. It took even longer for them to send troops to attack the Spirit domain. At that time, the Myriad Spirit sect had already unified the Tao Spirit domain, and the dust had settled. As for the Black God domain, it was located even further away than the Tao Spirit domain. It was located in the extreme west of the Xianxia continent, located at the border of the Xianxia continent, and was the closest to the Black God domain. If they wanted to know about the destruction of the Black God domain, it would take a few months. In fact, normally speaking, a few months was nothing. Looking at the history of the Xianxia continent, the fastest time large sects was destroyed was 1,000 years. In 10,000 years, each and every one of the large sects had been passed down for dozens or even millions of eras. Their relationship was complicated, and it was not something that could be easily destroyed. If Yang Fann hadn't suppressed all the supreme elders of the Tao God sect in a simple and crude way, and if a few universe gods were left behind, the Myriad Spirit sect would have to spend thousands of years to destroy the Tao God sect and unify the entire Tao Spirit domain. This was even without the interference of other external forces. Gulp, gulp. Tao God, the Myriad Spirit sect was one of the top sects in the large sects. They were ranked within the top 20 in all of the large sects. There was even a possibility that they could reach the top 10, but they were all destroyed just like that. What kind of cultivation was that person at? Top intermediate universe god, extreme middle-level universe god, or even stronger? When did our Xianxia universe produce such an ultimate expert? Why didn't we hear anything about it before? It was as if it jumped out from a crack in a rock. Could it be that it came from the chaotic starry sky? Sigh, what a pity. It's a pity about the spirit domain. Forget it for safety's sake, it's better to temporarily give up that spirit realm. C2353 Seclusion. A year later. The news of the destruction of the 5 great sects, Tao God, Myriad Spirit, Black Demon, Bright God and Divine Tao, had spread across the entire Xianxia continent, and it seemed as if it would sweep across the entire Xianxia universe. Countless powers were shocked by this news. None of these 5 major sects were simple. The weakest of them, the Bright God Sect, was also one of the most powerful sects in the large sects. They had 12 universe gods guarding them, and the strongest sect, the Black Demon Sect, was under the 13 overlords. In just a few days, a few powerful sects were easily suppressed and destroyed by the mysterious expert. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying. Even the 13 overlords were terrified. They viewed the Tao Spirit and the Black God region as forbidden grounds, not daring to take even half a step away from the lightning pool. The Bright God and the Divine Tao were 2 big sects, so it wasn't a big deal. However, the 3 great sects, the Tao God, the 10,000 spirits, and the Black Demon, were not things that could be destroyed just like them. The top sect could not be destroyed just like that. Especially the Myriad Spirit Sect, which was protected by the 10,000 Spirit Grand Formation. They were known as the large sects, and their defense was number 1. Even a high-rank middle-level universe god wouldn't be able to do anything to them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their defense was unparalleled. In fact, there were even many top-notch sects' defense. They couldn't even compare to the Myriad Spirit Sect, but in the end, they couldn't even last a quarter of an hour in the hands of the mysterious expert. The scariness of that mysterious expert could be seen from this. Even if it was the top sect, if the mysterious expert gave them the chance to attack, they might still be in danger of being destroyed. As for the other large sects, there was no need to say anything. Not to mention the Tao Spirit, the Black God region had directly called back the disciples of the sect in the Tao Spirit and Black God region. They were deeply afraid that Yang Fann would seize the opportunity to attack them. The Tao God and the 5 major sects could not last more than 15 minutes under the mysterious expert. If it were them, they would not be much stronger. In a short period of time, Tao Spirit and Divine Tao had become the most special places in Xianxia continent. Obviously, these 2 great domains were very weak. Not to mention the large sects, even those top medium-sized sect could easily sweep away these 2 domains. However, none of them dared to enter these 2 domains. This had made these 2 domains ownerless. In the end, they had become the paradise of expert for countless rogue cultivators, a blessed land. The sect had many concerns. They were deeply afraid of offending Yang Fann, but the rogue cultivators, experts, were different. Without the constraints of the sect, they could leave whenever they wanted. They could come and go whenever they wanted. So what if they provoked the mysterious expert? At most, they could just leave the Xianxia continent and find a lesser continent to hide. A lesser continent was no good. There was still endless chaos. A universe lord, a god of quasi-universe who was focused on hiding, even the universe god would find it extremely difficult to find them. As long as there were no obvious traces or items left behind, no matter how powerful the secret technique was, it would be useless. This was what would happen in the future. Yang Fann didn't know, so he naturally wasn't interested in learning more about it. Suppressing the 13 universe gods of the Divine Tao Sect and robbing everything in the Divine Tao Sect, Yang Fann understood that he had reached his limit in this fishing trip. The supreme elders of the sect had all lived for tens of thousands of years. They were old monsters that had lived for millions of years, and they had the least lack of intelligence. How could they know that it was a trap and continue to dig deeper? The world was such a beautiful place. Why did they want to die? As for those medium-sized and small-scale sect, not to mention whether they had the courage or not, even if there was really someone who had the audacity to do so, Yang Fann didn't have much interest in attacking them. A group of small powers that didn't even have a universe god was nothing to him. Even if he devoured too much, it wouldn't improve his cultivation by much. After suppressing the Divine Tao Sect, Yang Fann casually opened up a heavenly passage and went into seclusion to cultivate. The resources in his hands had to be converted into strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter how many resources he had, they were just for show. At this moment, Yang Fann began to miss the Morning Star Alliance. If he was in the Morning Star Alliance, he could naturally ask the Morning Star Alliance to give him the huge amount of resources. However, he had just arrived in the Xianxia universe and was unfamiliar with this place. There was no one who could help him deal with the many resources in his hands. Although there were countless living creatures in his inner world, there wasn't a single person who could use the true expert. Only the 4 great draconic beasts could be used by him. However, the 4 great draconic beasts were inanimate objects after all. The sagacities were restricted and were used as bodyguards. It was all right. They could be used as resources. It was a definite loss. Furthermore, the strength of the four great draconic beasts was still a little weak. Xianxia universe was not the morning star chaos domain. There were dozens of middle-level universe god alone. More than 100 quasi-middle-level universe god warriors. With the power of the four great draconic beasts, in the Xianxia universe. He was afraid that he would not even be able to make it into the top 1000. The Xianxia universe was different from the vegetation cosmoses, it wasn't an open universe. With the existence of the universe source's will, it was enough to suppress the combat strength of the four great draconic beasts by 3 levels, or even more. In the Xianxia universe, the combat strength of the four draconic beasts. Not much better than some newly promoted universe god. With the combined strength of the four great draconic beasts, they could barely match a middle-rank universe god. A 100% profit was enough to make someone take a risk, let alone a few 100% or even a few thousand. Nearly 300 trillion universe sources was enough to make any middle-level universe god go crazy. At most, they could just do it. If he didn't want to stay in Xianxia universe, he could just do it. With nearly 30 billion universe sources, he wouldn't be able to live comfortably in the chaos domain. At some point in time, a wave of woes had appeared in the small world center of the heavenly abode. The universe source was a wolf that was completely formed from universe sources. Within that wolf, Yang Fann transformed into a giant that was tens of thousands of meters tall, and sat down with his legs crossed. Rumble, rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was the ultimate circulation technique of the great universe's eternal undying divine arts. All the pores in his body expanded, turning into countless devouring black holes that crazily devoured the surrounding power of the universe sources. The strength of divine body's rotation caused Yang Fann's devouring speed to increase by quite a bit. In less than 9 minutes, there was a square universe source that was swallowed and refined by Yang Fann. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, 100 million years. Soon, 1 billion years had passed. More than half of the 100 trillion Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands had been refined by him. There were less than 50 trillion cubic meters left. Yang Fann's strength of divine body had doubled once again. With just the strength of divine body alone, Yang Fann was very confident that he would be able to fight a top-grade universe god. Once he used all of his strength to unleash the eternal divine body, he wouldn't be any weaker than top-ranked middle-level universe god. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's divine body cultivator had once again caught up to his world's cultivation base. And after 1 billion years, the Tao spirit and black god domains had completely become a chaotic place. The real 3 zones did not matter. Here, there were no rules or laws. Everything depended on one's strength. Whoever had the bigger fist was the truth. No one knew how many experts would fall every day, and how many powers would change. Another 800 million years passed. Pucci, the last cubic meter of universe source, was completely devoured by Yang Fann, and his strength of divine body once again increased by several levels. This power, in the eyes of many top universe gods, was not weak at all. Wang, a ray of light flashed, and a large number of universe gods appeared in front of Yang Fann. 82 universe gods, a total of 82 universe gods. It wasn't that they didn't know, but the number of universe gods wasn't much different from the total number of the 7 major powers. Of course, in terms of quality, it was much worse. There were only 3 quasi-middle-level universe god warriors, and Extreme Universe God, who was a level lower, only had 11 of them. 82 universe gods should be enough for me to break through to the middle-level universe god. Yang Fann pondered for a moment. I only have 762 billion years left, is it enough for me to completely devour and refine them? Swallowing a universe god was different from refining universe sources. The time it took to do so was 10 times, 100 times more. Even now, his strength had increased by several times compared to when he was in Morning Star Chaos Domain. His devouring great Tao had also advanced by leaps and bounds. However, if a quasi-middle-level universe god didn't have 20 billion years of time, he would be able to devour it completely without even thinking about it. I'll take it one step at a time. It's best if I can refine it completely. It doesn't matter even if we can't. With his current strength, even if he couldn't become the master of the middle-rank middle-level universe, he would still be invincible in the Xianxia universe. In the next second, rumble, a devouring black hole enveloped a low-rank universe god. Countless power of devourings erupted, crazily devouring his strength of original life. C-2354 powerful warriors gathered Xianxia continent. Black God domain. A secret world. Yang Fann sat cross-legged with a solemn expression. Streams of pure strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole and merged into his vast inner world, strengthening the origin of his inner world, causing his cultivation base to slowly advance towards middle-rank middle-level universe god. 10 billion years passed in the blink of an eye. Out of the 82 universe gods, only 11 extreme universe god and the 3 quasi-middle-level universe god were left. After absorbing all 68 universe gods, Yang Fann's cultivation base had reached the bottleneck of the Lord of middle-rank middle-level universe. After devouring the remaining 11 extreme universe god, as for the other 3 quasi-middle-level universe god, Yang Fann was very confident that he would be able to smoothly advance to the Lord of middle-rank middle-level universe. His divine power had increased by several times, and the defense of the Yang Fann's divine body had also increased by a lot. Even compared to the Puyuan Pagoda at its peak, it was still better. If an ordinary middle-rank high-level universe god didn't have an intermediate middle-level chaos treasure with him, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through Yang Fann's defense. However, Yang Fann wasn't confident that he could successfully break through to the sovereign realm in the next 662 billion years. Refining the first level of the strength of origin had taken him nearly 500 million years. It would take him at least 4 to 5 billion years to completely devour this extreme universe god, and he was the weakest of the 11 extreme universe god. As for the other extreme universe god, it would only take him longer. 662 billion years it would be the end of him if he could refine 8 extreme universe god. Although he was only one step away from breaking through, it was just a tiny gap. With just the strength of origin of 8 extreme universe god, the possibility of him breaking through to the next level was too low, not more than one level. 10 billion years, 20 billion years, 30 billion years, 40 billion years, 50 billion years, 60 billion years, 662 billion years passed in the blink of an eye. Less than 10,000 years had passed since the descent of the profound Sky Divine Palace. Boom! Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and they shone with a bright divine light. However, there was a hint of regret in the depths of his eyes. As he had expected, in the past 662 billion years, he had only refined 7.5 extreme universe god, causing his cultivation base to become a little stronger. He could be considered to have reached the critical point of the low-grade middle-level universe lord. However, if he wanted to break through, he would need to refine at least 1 or 2 extreme universe god. It's time to set off. Yang Fann slowly stood up. Although there were still close to 10,000 years left, this matter should not be delayed. Once he missed this opportunity, he would want to enter the profound Sky Divine Palace. He would have to wait for 100,000 eras. This amount of time was nothing compared to the other universe gods. It was just a long period of seclusion, but if it was Yang Fann, it would be enough to make him collapse. The profound sky realm was the undisputed #1 domain in the Xianxia continent, the head of the 36 upper domains. It was the core of the Xianxia continent. The richness of resources far exceeded that of the other upper domains, such as the Tao Spirit domain and the Black God domain. 5 or 6 upper domains combined might not even be comparable to the profound heaven domain. Unlike the other upper realms, the sect or a few other sect controlled everything in the great realm. The profound heaven domain was one of the few masterless great realms in the Xianxia continent. In the Xianxia continent, all the large sects and the 13 top-class sect had their own branches in the profound sky domain. The 5 major sects, including the Tao God, Black Devil, Myriad Spirit sect, and the others, which Yang Fann had destroyed, all had their own forces in the profound sky continent. However, as the 5 major sects were destroyed, their branches in the profound sky domain had also become history. Without the sect to rely on, they were like rootless duckweed in the profound sky domain. They were in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Profound Sky Peak was the #1 peak in the profound sky region. According to the legends, before universe god Zan Shao died, Profound Sky Peak was the pillar of the profound Sky Divine Palace, supporting the profound Sky Divine Palace. However, later on, universe god Zan Shao was severely injured and died, and the profound Sky Divine Palace left the profound Sky Peak. There was only a 1 in 100,000 eras period in the Xianxia universe. It was only on the opening day of the profound Sky Divine Palace that it would temporarily land on the profound Sky Peak. At the peak of the mysterious Sky Peak, This was a vast plaza. A place that spanned several light years. The profound sky divine palace had once stood on this plaza. At this moment, there were already quite a number of experts concealed near profound sky peak. Universe gods, all of them were universe gods. The matter of profound sky divine palace was one of universe god Xianxia's greatest secrets. His cultivation base had yet to arrive. Universe god stage, he didn't even have the right to know about it, let alone participate in it. Profound sky peak, billions of light years away. Pucci. The void twisted and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. Buzz. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He looked around and saw through countless spatial zones. None of the hidden experts could escape Yang Fann's eyes. So many universe gods. It seems like I have underestimated this Xianxia universe. Yang Fann sighed. He originally thought that in this Xianxia universe, when all the universe gods were added together, it would be the limit if there were 1,000 of them. After all, it was only a single universe, and it was still a broken divine perishing universe. It had consumed a large amount of origin energy. Now, it seemed like there was a high chance that there were more than 2,000 universe gods. One should know that the profound sky divine palace had finally arrived. There was still nearly 10,000 years left before the true major powers arrived at profound sky peak. The ones that came were all universe gods from the large sects that were ranked at the bottom. There were also some rogue cultivators, experts. But even so, there were already more than 200 universe gods in the surroundings, close to 300. Time passed year by year. From time to time, universe gods would descend, but most of them hid their tracks, truly daring to stand out openly. But there weren't many of them. Furthermore, other than fellow disciples, there were almost no interactions between the universe gods. Once profound sky divine palace was born, they were all competitors. Very quickly, 8,000 years had passed. Less than 800 years had passed since the profound sky divine palace descended. At this moment, the hidden universe god near the mysterious sky peak, there were already no less than 1,000 of them, and amongst them, there was only a quasi-middle level universe god. Yang Fann had found 28 of them, and there were even 4 middle-level universe god. Yang Fann's eyes lit up when he saw this. If he could suppress and devour these thousands of universe gods, it would be enough for him to break through to the high-rank middle-level universe lord. He would break through 2 stages in a row and reach the peak middle-level universe lord. It wasn't impossible. However, in the end, Yang Fann suppressed the greed in his heart. He couldn't attack for no reason, not to mention. These universe gods weren't fools, they would obediently wait for him to suppress them. If he really attacked, not to mention suppressing all of these thousands of universe gods, he would be considered lucky if he could take down a few dozen of them. To be able to cultivate to the universe god level, which one of them did not have any life-saving ultimate moves. These universe gods alone were nothing. However, with thousands of universe gods working together, it was more than enough to fight against him. As long as they were given a chance to catch their breath, it would be extremely easy for them to escape. In the end, they still lacked a powerful space treasure. After all, the Puyuan Pagoda wasn't a pure space treasure, and it had yet to recover from its injuries. Up until now, it was only able to release 3 layers of power. The high-grade low-level chaos treasures that could barely keep up with Yang Fann's footsteps were already somewhat unable to keep up. Another 500 years passed. There were more than 1,300 universe gods in the vicinity of mysterious Sky Peak, and there were 3 more middle-level universe god among them. There were even more than 50 quasi-middle-level universe god. It had to be said that the water in Xianxia universe was not ordinary. One had to know that up until now, the strongest 13 overlords of Xianxia universe had yet to show their faces. Rumble. Suddenly, a fiery cloud descended from the sky, and a terrifying aura burst out from it, wreaking havoc in the sky. It's here. This was the Fire Cloud Sect, one of the 13 overlords of the Xianxia universe. As expected of the top overlord of the Xianxia universe, C-2355 descended. There's a hidden space near Mystic Sky Peak in the Mystic Sky realm. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. With just a glance, he had seen through everything in the burning cloud. The top sect was a top sect, unlike the other universe gods of the large sects, who hid their heads and tails, hiding their tracks, and descended in broad daylight. Of course, their strength was far greater than those of the large sects. Even the peak-grade large sects like the Black Demon sect was far from being comparable to them. There were a total of 45 universe gods, 35 of them were at different levels, and 7 were at the quasi-middle level universe god. Of the 3 middle level universe god, the strongest one was at the high-ranked middle level universe god. If the Fire Cloud sect already has so many universe gods, then how powerful would the number 1 Xianxia sect be? A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Among the 13 overlords, the Fire Cloud sect wasn't considered the weakest. However, it wasn't considered too strong. It could only be considered to be below average. It had barely made it into the top 10. Amongst the 13 overlords, it was ranked 9th among the 13 overlords. The Xianxia sect was the undisputed number 1 sect in the Xianxia universe. It was said that it had inherited the legacy of universe god Xianxia and was created by his direct disciple. Its strength was far above that of the other overlords. There were 36 upper regions in the Xianxia continent. The other 12 overlords only occupied one upper region. At most, they would interfere in the other upper regions and seize some territories. The Xianxia sect was the only one who occupied half of the Azure Dragon domain, not to mention the 2 upper regions, Profound Spirit and Green Sky. Also, the number 1 expert in Xianxia continent, the Divine Sky, came from the Xianxia sect. Rumble, 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 rumble. The arrival of the Fire Cloud sect seemed to have just started. After that, there would be the arrival of the top-class sect from time to time. Each and every one of them was like the Fire Cloud sect, openly, not hiding their tracks at all. The other universe gods of the large sects would be afraid of exposing their whereabouts, and would encounter some sneak attacks or accidents. However, the 13 overlords had no such concerns. As the top overlord of the Xianxia continent, they naturally had to have their own dominance. Furthermore, they did not believe that there would be any faction that would dare to stroke their tiger whiskers. With their strength, even if there were 10 or 8 ordinary large sects, it wouldn't be a big deal. Even if there were 4 or 5 level 1 large sects like the Tao God sect and Black Demon sect, they wouldn't be able to cause too much danger to them without 4 or 5 of them working together. 120 years later. Rumble. Following a brilliant sword chi, it tore through the sky and descended from the sky. Apart from the number 1 overlord of the Xianxia sect, the other 12 sect had also arrived. Each and every one of them had extraordinary strength. The 13th ranked Flying Dawn sect had 36 universe gods, 2 of them were middle-level universe god, 5 were first-grade quasi-middle level universe god, and 29 were universe gods of different grades. As for the second-ranked Qingzhan sect, there were 68 universe gods, and even 6 of them were middle-level universe god. With the 12 sect combined, there were more than 40 middle-level universe god, 43 of them. The strongest of them all had a very high cultivation base. Compared to Patriarch Blackink, who had used the ultimate forbidden arts, he was a bit stronger. He was only one more step away from breaking through to the extreme middle-level universe god, and there were 3 universe gods who were slightly weaker than him. If the old ancestor of Divine Cloud didn't hide his true cultivation base, then the number 1 expert of Xianxia continent, the old ancestor of Divine Cloud, would be a joke. Although he felt that he had overestimated the Xianxia universe time and time again, the truth was that he had slapped Yang Fann's face time and time again. Including the 7 rogue middle-level universe god warriors. That would be 50 middle-level universe god warriors, which was more than half of what Yang Fann had estimated. Besides, the Xianxia sect of the sect hadn't arrived yet. The Qingzhan sect ranked 2nd had 6 middle-level universe god warriors. According to the legends, the Xianxia sect was far stronger than the other overlords. Without 10 middle-level universe god warriors, there would be 8 middle-level universe god warriors in the Xianxia sect. If he wasn't included in the list, the chaotic region that he was in would have to face the Xianxia universe. It would be like throwing an egg at a rock. There was no chance of winning at all. Very quickly, another 30 years passed. Here it comes. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled as he saw through the countless spatial zones. A ship covered in layers of fog was shuttling through the spatial zone. It was so hazy that anyone below the middle-level universe god wouldn't be able to see what was going on inside the ship. Even a middle-level universe god wouldn't be able to see through the ship if they weren't proficient in eye bloodline techniques. Not only the Xianxia sect, but also most of the top-grade sect. They all had secret techniques that blocked out the space, making it hard for people to see the actual number and strength of the universe gods. Of course, this wasn't to guard against the large sects or the rogue cultivators, experts, but to guard against the other top-grade sect. Although the 13 overlords looked harmonious on the surface, they were actually filthy. However, to Yang Fann, all of this was just an illusion. Although he had never cultivated any ocular techniques before, the terrifying soul power that was comparable to a high-level universe god was no ordinary technique. What a good Xianxia sect, we can't underestimate it. There were so many universe gods, even stronger than the Xianxia sect, close to a third of them. There were a total of 92 of them. As for the middle-level universe god, they had exceeded the number of hands, and there were as many as 11 of them. It was almost twice the number of people in Xianxia sect. The strongest one was an extreme middle-level universe god. With so many middle-level universe god in the Xianxia sect, even ordinary high-level universe gods would be at a disadvantage in their hands. It was just a mere black demon sect. The strongest of them was only a first-grade quasi-middle-level universe god, but in the end, they were able to unleash top-rank middle-level universe god's strength. Not to mention the number one overlord of the Xianxia sect. It was said that he had inherited the legacy of universe god Xianxia. This was a little exaggerated. If it was really the descendant of universe god Xianxia, the inheritance of universe god Xianxia wouldn't have remained until now, and no one would have inherited it. However, it should have something to do with universe god Xianxia. Perhaps he had some trump cards in his hand, which allowed him to unleash some of universe god Xianxia's power. Of course, Yang Fann was only a little afraid. He was far from being afraid. Even if universe god Xianxia was resurrected, although Yang Fann was no match for him, he was determined to leave. No matter what, universe god Xianxia would not be able to stop him. It wasn't like he was a top-level universe god. It was just 2 levels. With Yang Fann's unparalleled divine body's defense and the numerous forbidden arts he controlled, the gap between the two of them was infinitely closed. Time passed year by year. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Rumble. Suddenly, the 4-direction space shook violently, and the sky darkened. It was as if the entire world had fallen into the limitless darkness. The profound sky divine palace is about to descend. Yang Fann said, "Rumble, rumble." Rays of brilliant divine light descended from the sky, dispersing the darkness in all directions. In the next second, a huge divine palace that was several light years long appeared in the sky above profound sky peak and slowly descended. Endless divine light burst out from the divine palace, as if it was the only source of light in the world, bringing light to the world. A wave of civilized aura assaulted their faces, making them feel deep respect. Vaguely, they could see countless mysterious divine palaces engraved on the surface of the divine palace, making it difficult to see them clearly. The specific content of these divine talismans made them feel as if they were describing the mysteries of this universe. The secrets of birth. Looking at the descending profound sky divine palace, from all directions, in countless spatial zones, the eyes of the universe gods lit up. They wanted to rush into the profound sky divine palace immediately, but none of them dared to take any action. The profound sky divine palace was universe god Xianxia's chambers, a place for cultivation. It was not a place they could enter as they wished. The divine palace was surrounded by layers of defensive formations. There was only one outcome waiting for them to barge into the profound sky divine palace. That was death. This was a bloody lesson. When the profound sky divine palace first emerged, it wasn't that no one had broken into the profound sky divine palace. There were many middle-level universe god among them, but without exception, all of them were killed in body and soul. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, bang, the profound sky divine palace finally landed firmly on the peak plaza of profound sky peak. It was steady and steady, without a trace of discordance. It was rumored that the profound sky peak once supported the profound sky divine palace. It seemed like it was true. A few breaths later, wang, wang, hum. The dazzling divine light around profound sky divine palace started to fade away, and finally, it completely disappeared. All right, the divine light dispersed and the token appeared. The entry token was about to appear. C-2356 Battle for the Spots Mystic Sky Region, near Mystic Sky Peak. Within countless spaces, thousands of universe gods were looking forward to it. Divine light dissipates, the token appears, the palace entry token is about to appear. Profound Sky Divine Palace was universe god Xianxia's chambers, the place where he cultivated and had unparalleled defense. Anyone who dared to trespass here, even a middle-level universe god, would only face death. If he wanted to smoothly enter the profound Sky Divine Palace, there was only one way, and that was to obtain the entry token of the profound Sky Divine Palace. At this moment, even Yang Fann didn't dare to act recklessly. It wasn't because he was afraid that the surrounding formations would endanger his safety, but because Universe God Zhan had already fallen. This profound sky divine palace was Universe God Zhan's place of seclusion. Without Universe God Zhan's control, how much power could it unleash? Killing a middle-level Universe God was the limit. It was virtually impossible to suppress a high-level Universe God. The reason why he didn't attack was because he was afraid of scaring the profound sky divine palace, causing him to escape from profound sky peak and somewhere else. This wasn't impossible. The profound sky divine palace was Universe God Zhan's bedchamber. It was also a powerful chaos treasure with an artifact spirit. Once the profound sky divine palace escaped, with Yang Fann's current cultivation base, he might not be able to find it. Of course, there was also a reason for the thousands of Universe Gods in the surroundings. 61 middle-level Universe God, nearly 200 quasi-middle-level Universe God, and over 1,000 low-level Universe God. Together with the resources of all the major sects, even the average gods of the central low-order advanced universe would have no choice but to retreat. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base, it would be hard for him to gain any advantages. In any case, with his current strength, no one would be able to gain anything from him without his token. So, there was no need for him to be in such a hurry. Time passed by, 1 second at a time. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Rumble. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth from within the profound sky divine palace. It transformed into numerous golden tokens the size of a palm, floating in front of the profound sky divine palace. They were the proof of entry into the profound sky divine palace, the palace tokens. There were a total of 400 tokens. This number was not small, but compared to the many universe gods present, it was far from enough. Just the 13 overlords alone had more than 400 universe gods. Including the other large sects universe gods and rogue universe gods, there were more than 2,000 universe gods present, close to 2,200 universe gods. A mere 400 palace entrance tokens was not enough to satisfy even 2 levels. This was also one of Universe God Zhan's major tests, and also the most basic one. It was not easy to obtain his inheritance. Otherwise, the profound sky divine palace would only appear once every 100,000 eras, and it had already been 8,200,000 eras. It wouldn't be as if no one had obtained Universe God Zhan's inheritance. Looking at the palace entrance token floating in front of the profound sky divine palace, the eyes of the universe gods lit up from all directions. They wished they could rush forward and seize a palace entrance token. However, the ones who truly acted, it was as if they were waiting for something. 1 breath later, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand emerged from the ship where the Xianxia sect was located, and it contained 50 palace entry tokens. The next second, boom, another green light flashed. The remaining 350 tokens were reduced by another 30 tokens. It was the second overlord, the Xianxia sect. Swoosh. Almost at the same time, the third overlord, the Absolute God sect, also took out 30 palace entry tokens. Soon, the top 10 overlords of the Fire Cloud sect, the Misty sect, and the Fate sect all took their tokens. However, they didn't take 30 tokens, but 20 tokens. It only took a while. The 400 tokens had lost 310 tokens, leaving only 90 spatial voids floating in the air. In the surroundings, although the 1,000 universe god was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. The power of the 13 overlords was not something they could match. Even with the combined strength of the large sects and the rogue cultivators, they were still no match for the 13 overlords. If not for the fact that the 13 overlords were not united, there would have been many conflicts. Furthermore, the 13 overlords were afraid of being too forceful. These large sects really didn't care about anything and gave them a life and death struggle. They wouldn't even leave behind these 90 palace entry tokens. The true test has just begun. Yang Fann squinted his eyes. There were only 90 tokens left, but the number of tokens left was more than 1,600, almost 1,700. There were almost 16 to 7 people fighting for 1 token. One could imagine how tragic it was. In the history of Profound Sky Divine Palace, there were often many universe gods who were heavily injured or even killed. Many of them were killed or injured in the battle for the token. However, with me here today, all of this will have to change. From all directions, thousands of universe gods were staring at the token, wanting nothing more than to keep it in their pockets. However, including the 7 middle-level universe god, none of them dared to make the first move. The spear struck the bird that stood out. Even a middle-level universe god, under the siege of thousands of universe gods, even the slightest carelessness could lead to death. As a rogue cultivator, although they were at the middle-level universe god, it didn't matter if it was their foundation or cultivation base. Compared to the 13 overlords, they were much weaker. Right at this moment, since no one has made a move, the palace entrance tokens will belong to me. An ethereal voice drifted into everyone's ears. Boom! As he spoke, a stream of light flashed by and swept away the remaining 90 tokens. Ah, who is it? The thousands of universe gods all widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. For a moment, they actually forgot to stop him. They had seen audacious people before, but they had never seen someone so bold. To sweep away 90 tokens in one go, even the Xianxia sect would not dare to be so bold. This was a challenge to the Xianxia universe. All the rogue cultivators of the large sects, universe gods. In the face of thousands of low-level universe god, dozens of quasi-middle-level universe god, and 7 middle-level universe gods' crazy counterattack, the other 12 sect, apart from the Xianxia sect, would most likely be destroyed in just a few days. Even if they were lucky enough not to lose, they would still suffer heavy casualties and their foundation would be severely damaged. Buzz. At the location where the token was located, the void twisted, and a man walked out. This was black-clothed youth, about 20 years old, and his aura was average. His entire body emitted a sense of returning to his original state, and he couldn't find the slightest bit of the aura that an expert should have. Ah, it's him, the mysterious expert that destroyed the Tao God, Black Demon, Myriad Spirit, and the other 5 great sects. The pupils of many universe gods contracted, and a hint of panic flashed across their eyes. However, they recognized Yang Fann. When the Tao God, Black Demon, Myriad Spirit, and the other 5 sects were destroyed, Yang Fann did not disguise himself, nor did he kill all the disciples of the 5 sects. As the disciples of the 5 sects spoke, Yang Fann's figure became extremely familiar to many universe gods. What? It's that evil spirit. In an instant, all of the universe gods who were preparing to teach that gutsy disciple a lesson stopped in their tracks, including the universe gods. All of them looked nervously at Yang Fann, none of them daring to make any rash moves. Although it had been 708 billion years since the destruction of the 5 big sects, compared to the many universe gods, 708 billion years was nothing. The destruction of the 5 big sects was like yesterday. There were almost no universe gods present, and they had never heard of Yang Fann's name. This dark star was at least top-ranked middle-level universe god. It was highly possible that he was an extreme middle-level universe god. He was almost the strongest man in Xianxia universe. Although they had the advantage in numbers, with over 1,000 universe gods working together, not even a quasi-high-level universe god would be a match for them, let alone an extreme middle-level universe god. However, his opponent wasn't a fool. If they couldn't defeat him, they wouldn't run away. An extreme middle-level universe god wanted to leave, but they had no other way. Those rogue cultivators, experts were fine, but the sect would be in trouble when the time came. They had learned from their mistakes that evil spirit was able to kill Tao gods, black devils, myriad spirit sect, and the other 5 major sects with ease. Naturally, he had the ability to do so without the sect. They couldn't just hug all the universe gods together. This wasn't realistic at all. The previous competitions for the tokens were all major calamities. To prevent the people of the world from suffering, I will temporarily accept these tokens. If you want the tokens, you can exchange them with me. C2357A Huge Hall, Mystic Sky Region, Mystic Sky Peak. Yang Fann's voice was gentle and righteous. Those who did not know would really think that he was thinking for the sake of the universe. He was really afraid of them. Because of this palace entrance token, there would be a huge battle, resulting in some casualties. This bastard. What do you mean by, not everyone in the world is dead? What you say is even better than what you sing. Do you think we're idiots? You want to take advantage of this opportunity to plunder resources. The thousands of universe gods cursed Yang Fann in their hearts, and many of them wished that they could rip Yang Fann into 1,000 pieces. They had been given fewer tokens to enter the palace to begin with. If they really had the guts to do such a thing, why don't you go and fight with the Xianxia sect, Qingzhan sect, and other top sect? They only have a lot of tokens in their hands, yet they dare to bully us. What kind of hero is he? But on the surface, they have to pretend to be grateful, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Senior Gao Yi, Senior, it was us who acted recklessly. Fortunately, Senior intervened and stopped this calamity. Otherwise, blood would surely flow like rivers again. A top-grade extreme middle-level universe god, even the #1 overlord of the Xianxia sect wouldn't dare to provoke him, let alone a rogue universe god like them from the large sects. I wonder, Senior, here is your palace entrance token. What is the exchange method? The thousands of universe gods stared straight at Yang Fann. They could not twist their arms or legs, and their strength was inferior to others. They could only follow Yang Fann's rules. Sai just treat it as breaking money to avoid disaster. They could only hope that evil spirit would not be too ruthless. The method is very simple. These 89 palace entering tokens, I will auction them one by one, the highest bidder wins. Yang Fann smiled faintly. In order to avoid incurring public wrath, he spoke. We can't attack these universe gods directly, but we can take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune out of them. It was still possible. These universe gods, each and every one of them had extraordinary wealth, and these entry tokens were the knives that cut the flesh. At the end, Yang Fann added, I'll treat everyone equally in this auction. The 13 top-grade sect can also participate. The 13 top-grade sect had an agreement with the rogue universe gods of the large sects in the sect. According to the strength of their forces, the sect would be the first to take away 310 palace entering tokens, but the remaining 90 palace entering tokens belonged to the different large sects and rogue universe gods. They were not allowed to fight for them. However, Yang Fann did not care about the agreement. Compared to the large sects and rogue cultivators, the rogue cultivators of the universe gods were not allowed to fight for the palace entrance tokens. The 13 overlords, with 10 times or even dozens of times more wealth than the large sects, were the real fat sheep. There was no reason to let them go. Senior, we have an agreement with the 13 overlords. The remaining 90 tokens belong to us. You can't. Hearing this, the thousands of universe gods panicked. How could they compare to the 13 overlords in terms of wealth? Especially those rogue universe gods, each of them had a limited amount of wealth. It was already strenuous enough to compete with the large sects, not to mention competing with the top 13 sect. He treats everyone equally. To think that this bastard would say it out loud. If he really treats everyone equally, he should have taken the tokens from the 13 sect and auctioned them off. Shut up. If you don't want to, you can withdraw from the auction. Yang Fann's voice turned cold and he shouted. The agreement was between them and the 13 overlords. It was not something that could restrain him. Senior's words are reasonable. If you don't want to, you can withdraw. That's right. If you don't want to, you can leave now. No one will stop you. The 13 overlords of the universe agreed. Although each of them had obtained 20, 30, or even 50 tokens, they wouldn't complain about having too many. 13 overlords, so many universe gods. However, there were still nearly half of the universe gods who weren't allowed to enter the profound sky divine palace without the tokens in their hands. Bitch it, this bunch of bastards, how dare they go back on their word. Even after giving them so many palace entrance tokens, they still aren't satisfied. Why aren't they going to die? The thousands of universe gods gritted their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. Whether it was Yang Fann, the evil spirit, or the 13 overlords, none of them can afford to mess with. Isn't it just the profound sky divine palace? What's so great about it? I'm not going to entertain you any longer. You can keep those tokens for yourself to play with. Of course, this was because of anger. It was also because he was thinking about it in his heart. In the profound sky divine palace, there was not only universe god Xianxiao's inheritance, but also the inheritance of universe god Xianxiao. And a lot of treasures. There were also plenty of chaos treasures. It was the biggest treasure vault in Xianxia universe. Whether their cultivation base could advance further would depend on this. How could they give up just like that? Alright, I will now announce the start of the auction. Alright, let me make it clear, I will only accept universe sources. As for the other treasures, I will not accept any of them. Yang Fann reminded, universe sources were what he needed the most. As for the other resources, if he accepted them, he would have to exchange them for universe sources. It was truly a waste of his time. The first item to be auctioned is a set of 2 palace entrance tokens. The starting bid is 100 billion universe sources. Each increment must not be less than 1 billion universe sources. What? The starting bid was 100 billion universe sources, why didn't this bastard go and rob them? In an instant, the scattered universe gods' expressions changed, cursing in their hearts. Although they had thought that Dark Star would open his mouth like a lion, they had never imagined that he would be so ruthless, not giving them any hope at all. These rogue cultivators were not as good as the sect. Universe gods, and their entire fortune was not even worth 100 billion universe sources. Even the starting bid was not enough, so how could they even talk about bidding? Even many of the large sect's universe gods had solemn and conflicted expressions on their faces. Although their belongings were much stronger than the rogue universe gods, however, 100 billion universe sources was not a small number to them. Moreover, this was only the starting price. The final price would be at least 400 to 500 billion universe sources. This was almost half of the sects that the sect had stored. Was it worth spending so many universe sources just for 2 palace entrance tokens? With their cultivation base and strength, would they really be able to recover their losses in profound Sky Divine Palace? The strongest experts in the ordinary large sects were high-grade and top-grade universe gods. This strength was not considered to be at the bottom of the 400 universe gods in the profound Sky Divine Palace, but it was also not considered an expert. Would they be able to enter the top 300? They were all unknown. Alright, the bidding starts now. 10 billion universe sources, 120 billion universe sources, 130 billion universe sources. The price rose rapidly, and soon, it exceeded 200 billion universe sources. It was still rising at a terrifying rate. He had spent hundreds of billions of universe sources to purchase the double entrance token and the ordinary large sects token. In other words, however, it was still worth it for the top large sects. A few 100 billion universe sources. Although it was a lot, it wasn't enough to make them suffer. With their limits, and even their quasi-middle level universe god cultivation base, they weren't considered weak amongst the 400 universe gods in profound Sky Divine Palace. If they were lucky enough to obtain a flower of the elemental spirits or some sort of divine herb, then they would be rich. Good, let's fight. The more intense the fight, the better, Yang Fann said, good, 3 times in his heart. In less than a minute, the bidding price had reached 500 billion universe sources. At this rate, the final bid would reach 800 billion even without a trillion universe sources. And this was only 2 palace entrance tokens. If he could get all 89 of them, he would be able to get all of them. It shouldn't be a problem to get 30 to 40 trillion universe source. This was the responsibility of half of the Tao God sect. At this moment, Yang Fann felt a little regret. He thought that 2 palace entrance tokens could be sold for 200 to 300 billion universe sources. That was the limit. After all, these palace entrance tokens were only proof of entry. If he wanted to gain something, he would have to depend on his own means. Furthermore, in the profound Sky Divine Palace, it wasn't as if there wasn't any danger. Every time the profound Sky Divine Palace appeared, there were many universe gods who died in the profound Sky Divine Palace. These universe gods weren't stupid, they couldn't be auctioned off for too high a price. If they had known that the palace admission token was so easy to sell, they would not have feared the power of the 13 overlords and allowed them to take it. If all 400 palace entrance tokens were in his hands, he would have been able to obtain 100 trillion universe sources with ease. 890 billion universe sources for the 3rd time. Congratulations to the Luo Divine Sect achieving the palace entrance order for this group. Now, the next group of palace entrance tokens was auctioned. There were a total of 3 palace entrance tokens, and the starting bid was 150 billion universe sources. Each increment must not be less than 1 billion universe sources. 200 billion universe sources. 300 billion universe sources. 400 billion universe sources. C 2358 Sea of Death. Mystic Sky Region, Mystic Sky Peak. The thousands of universe gods gritted their teeth, wanting nothing more than to burn Yang Fann's bones and scatter his ashes, but they had no choice but to bid for the palace entrance token. An arm couldn't twist a leg, a top rank, or even an extreme middle-level universe god. It was like a towering mountain. The pressure made it hard for them to breathe. 800 billion universe sources, 900 billion universe sources, 1 trillion universe sources, 1420 billion universe sources. Second time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Bang! 1420 billion universe sources. Third time. Congratulations to the Medicine God sect for obtaining this group of 3 palace entry tokens. An auction hammer appeared in Yang Fann's hand at some point in time. He knocked the void heavily and said, now, let's bid for the next group of 3 palace entry tokens. The starting bid is 150 billion universe sources. Each increment must be no less than 1 billion universe sources, 500 billion universe sources, 800 billion universe sources, 1 trillion universe sources, 1053 trillion universe sources. Third time congratulations to the two Shen sect for obtaining these 3 tokens to enter the palace. Group after group of tokens were quickly auctioned off. The universe source in Yang Fann's hand. They increased rapidly, and very quickly. It had exceeded 35 trillion years old universe sources, which were extremely rare. The further they went, the higher the price of 3 tokens for each group. At first, it was about 1.5 trillion universe sources, but after 20 sets, not a single group was below 2 trillion universe sources, especially the last 3 sets of tokens. It made all the major powers go crazy. At the very least, they were able to bid 2.8 trillion universe sources. The last group was even able to bid a sky-high price of 3.2 trillion universe sources. Finally, these 89 palace entry tokens had brought a total of 58,360 billion Yang Fanns to Yang Fann, far exceeding his expectations. This was under the suppression of those top-grade sect. Not many of them had truly fallen into the hands of the 13 overlords. Only the top 5 sects, such as the Xianxia sect and Qingzhan sect, had obtained a set of tokens. Although the other 8 overlords had bid for the tokens, in the end, all of them chose to withdraw. If it was within a trillion universe sources, they would still be interested in earning it. However, once it exceeded a trillion, they would start to back out. With 20 tokens in their hands, it was enough for all middle-level universe god, quasi-middle-level universe god, and extreme universe god from the sect to enter the profound sky divine palace, just like the weaker fire cloud sect, flying dawn sect, and the other sect. 20 tokens were more than enough for top universe gods to enter. Even if they managed to get a new token, it would only mean a few more high-rank universe god warriors. With the cultivation base of a high-rank universe god, amongst the 400 universe gods that entered the profound sky divine palace, they were definitely at the bottom, ranked in the top 50. Not to mention bringing great benefits to the sect. Even if he could recover the cost, it would be a huge problem. 500 to 600 billion universe sources was not a small amount. Many high-rank universe god warriors had accumulated for 1 million eras. All of their belongings were just this little amount of universe sources. Although the profound sky divine palace was the #1 treasure land of the Xianxia universe, after so many plundering, most of the ground floor had been ransacked. Compared to the majority of the universe gods, the harvest was not as good as the previous one. To be honest, Yang Fann was a little regretful. If he could get the 400 tokens in one go, he would be able to get rid of all of them in one fell swoop. Those top-grade sect didn't have any tokens, so they would definitely try their best to get the tokens. At that time, even a group of tokens could easily be sold for 3 trillion universe sources. 400 tokens. At that time, he would be able to obtain 3 to 400 trillion universe sources, which would be enough to increase his strength of divine body by a huge amount. Sigh, what a pity, he sighed in his heart. However, since the matter had already been decided, it would be pointless to think about it. It wouldn't be so easy to seize the tokens from the 13 overlords. Although the 13 top-grade sect were no match for him, those middle-level universe god warriors were determined to leave. With Yang Fann's current strength, he wasn't confident that he would be able to keep them alive. He was still lacking a primal space treasure. He wondered if there was a primal space treasure in profound sky divine palace. Time passed minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Rumble. Suddenly, the tightly shut door of the divine palace in profound sky divine palace slowly opened. Endless divine light burst out from it. It was dazzling and gorgeous. The divine palace has opened. Everyone, quickly go in Su in an instant. A total of 400 experts turned into a stream of light and flew towards the opened door. Palace entrance token. Sai looking at the backs of the experts, the thousands of universe gods were filled with envy. The profound sky divine palace, they had been looking forward to it for a long time. However, without the palace entrance token, they did not dare to take a step forward. All of this is the fault of that bastard, it's all his fault. If it wasn't for his crossing of arms, what kind of auction would he have held? Among us, at least 15 of us would be able to enter the profound sky divine palace. I curse that bastard. It would be best if he fell in the divine palace. Rumble. Yang Fann and the other 400 experts had just stepped through the door. Immediately, a terrifying force came crushing down on them. Under that force, low-rank middle-level universe god was like a lowly ant on the ground. He couldn't resist at all and would be killed. Even top-grade and extreme middle-level universe god would be killed by that terrifying power. Hong Long. This was a terrifying power belonging to a high-level universe god. In a split-second rumble, a gentle silver light rose up from the palace entrance token, transforming into a silver light barrier that wrapped around the universe gods. That terrifying power collided with the silver light enchantment. Boom boom boom. Time and space changed, the stars shifted. With another flash, Yang Fann found himself on an isolated island. The 399 universe gods around him. Not a single one of them could be seen. Obviously, this was a random teleportation. This is the first level of the profound Sky Divine Palace, Sea of Death. Yang Fann looked around, deep in thought. Yang Fann knew a thing or two about the profound Sky Divine Palace. Yinmo Ancestor wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't seize the token and enter the profound Sky Divine Palace. However, with Patriarch Black Ink, Old Ancestor Dao Zan, and Old Ancestor Profound Spirit, he was confident that he would be able to obtain the next token. The three old ancestors had not only come to the profound Sky Divine Palace, they had also come here more than once. After reading the memories of the three old ancestors, Yang Fann's understanding of the profound Sky Divine Palace was no less than low-rank middle-level universe gods. Profound Sky Divine Palace. There were a total of 9 levels in the profound Sky Divine Palace. According to the legends, there was the inheritance of universe god Zan Shao at the top of the profound Sky Divine Palace. Unfortunately, up until now, let alone someone who had reached the 9th level of the profound Sky Divine Palace, no one had ever stepped into the 8th floor of the profound Sky Divine Palace. The first level of the profound Sky Divine Palace was a boundless ocean, and it was unknown how many billions of light years it had. Even the middle-level universe god's spiritual sense couldn't cover the entire ocean. This was because this boundless ocean nurtured a type of natural treasure, Flower of Death. This was also the reason why the Sea of Death was called the Sea of Death. Flower of Death. This was a kind of top-grade natural treasure. Although it was not as precious as the flower of the elemental spirits, it was still enough to make many low-level universe god go crazy over it. Its value was not inferior to an intermediate quasi-chaos treasure. Its main function was to increase the strength of soul of the universe god. If low-rank universe god could refine a flower of death, it would be enough to double the value of his soul. The most important thing was that for those great perfection quasi-universe god warriors, one flower of death was enough to give them a chance to break through to the next level. The reason why Xianxia universe had so many universe gods was because of the flower of death. There were at least 2 or 3 levels of universe gods, and that was because they had successfully broken through after refining the flower of death. Of course, as the universe gods entered the profound Sky Divine Palace time and time again, the number of flower of deaths fell rapidly. The first few times, 400 universe gods could easily bring out hundreds to thousands of flower of deaths. Now, obtaining dozens of flower of deaths at a time was the limit. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously. I wonder how my luck is. The next second, boom, vast and mighty spiritual consciousness emerged from his body and swept across the entire world. C-2360 Ocean of Storms Sea of Death, a large island. Poochie. The space was torn apart, and Yang Fann took a step forward. Buzz. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He saw through countless spatial zones and landed on the 7-colored whirlpool. That's the transportation array that leads to the next level. Unfortunately, there isn't only one transportation array like this in the Sea of Death. This is. Yang Fann shook his head and sighed. There were hundreds of thousands or millions of such transportation arrays in Sea of Death. There was a teleportation whirlpool on those large islands with a diameter of more than a light year. In just 2 short months, Yang Fann had already discovered more than 10,000 teleportation whirlpools. Otherwise, Yang Fann wouldn't mind waiting on this island for a period of time, waiting for the arrival of those universe gods. Those who entered the profound Sky Divine Palace were at least high-rank universe god, especially those middle-level universe god. Yang Fann was very envious of them. Up until now, he had never absorbed and refined a middle-level universe god warrior. Middle-level universe god, quasi-middle-level universe god. The difference between them was just a word, and it was a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Even the weakest low-rank middle-level universe god could match a few, or even a dozen quasi-middle-level universe god, let alone those high-grade and top-ranked middle-level universe god. If those 61 middle-level universe god warriors could suppress and devour all of them, they might be able to break through to the high-level universe lord. However, it was highly possible for them to break through 2, or even 3 grades in a row and reach the peak of the middle-level universe lord. Pucci. Yang Fann took a step forward and arrived above the 7-colored vortex. Right at this moment, rumble, a powerful aura of low-rank universe god rose from the 7-colored vortex. The brilliant 7-colored divine light quickly condensed and turned into a man with 7 colored lights that were tens of thousands of meters tall. He wore a 7-colored divine armor and held a 7-colored divine sword that was tens of thousands of meters long. He pointed his finger at the sky and stomped on the ground, and his aura was unparalleled. The guardian of the vortex. This was a test set up by universe god Xianxia. Every single whirlpool was protected by patron saint's armor. Only by killing patron saint's armor could one advance to the next level. Furthermore, the strength of these guardians was 10 times stronger than the previous level. If it wasn't for this, no one had stepped into the 9th level of profound sky divine palace in the past 7 million years and obtained universe god Xianxia's inheritance. During this period of time, it wasn't as if no one had thought of joining forces to defeat the enemy. Yang Fann was alone, but the 13 overlords of the universe all had their own fellow disciples. It wasn't difficult for them to communicate with each other using the secret technique of the sect. Unfortunately, not only did they fail, they even lost even more miserably and quickly. The number of guardians of the vortex completely corresponded to the number of breakthrough competitions. The number of breakthrough competitions there were also the number of guardians of the vortex. There were many universe gods who had lost their lives because of this. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the swirling guardian, and he swung his sword at Yang Fann. This sword strike was as powerful as Devil God's sword strike that could split the heavens and earth, and it was no weaker than a quasi-middle-rank universe god's sword strike. Although he didn't have the divine body of a universe god, as well as many precious treasures, however, with his strength that wasn't any weaker than a quasi-middle-rank universe god, it wouldn't be easy for an ordinary low-rank universe god to take down the guardian of the whirlpool. An ordinary low-rank universe god, even if he obtained the palace entry token, would only be able to survive in this level of sea of death. Wanting to obtain universe god Xianxia's inheritance was just a daydream. Ant-like thing, how dare you act so impudently in front of me? Die boom. The cold shine in his eyes flashed. He didn't see any movement from Yang Fann. Pucci. The 100,000 feet tall body of the swirling abyss guardian shattered inch by inch, turning into dust. It's a pity that he isn't a true universe god. Yang Fann shook his head lightly. Otherwise, these 8 levels would be another huge harvest. However, Yang Fann also understood that this was simply wishful thinking. In the Sea of Death, there were hundreds of thousands and millions of teleportation whirlpools. If those whirlpools were real universe gods, that would be even worse. And this was only one level. The number of guardian whirlpools in the lower 7 levels is also not small. Together, the number of universe gods still wouldn't exceed 10 million. Universe god Xianxia was a high-level universe god. If he really had such a large force under his command, with so many universe gods under his command, how could he end up dead? Hundreds of millions of universe gods, even if they were the lowest level low-rank universe god, with the help of the combat formation, he would be able to easily slaughter top-level universe lord warriors. In fact, during universe god Xianxia's peak period, he didn't even have many universe gods under his command. Although there were many universe gods in Xianxia universe, more than 2,000, or even 3,000, it wasn't impossible. However, all of this was because universe god Xianxia, a high-rank high-level universe god, was the nourishment for the supply of so many universe gods. If universe god Xianxia was still alive, why would he do such a thing that would sacrifice himself for others? Every universe god was selfish, and the most important thing in their hearts was themselves. Saints who were selfless, who were willing to sacrifice themselves for others, wouldn't live long in the cultivation world where the strong prey on the weak. The next second, Yang Fann took a step forward and stepped into the 7-colored vortex. One breath later, Yang Fann turned around and found himself in a black ocean with a terrifying storm hanging above it. Second level of profound sky divine palace, Sea of Storm. This is the hurricane of annihilation. It does have some kind of power. When the black storm hit his body, it actually made him feel like he was being bitten by a mosquito. It sounded insignificant, but what kind of strength did Yang Fann possess, even if he didn't have the eternal divine body? The defense of his divine body wasn't any weaker than some chaos treasures. It was comparable to intermediate low-level chaos treasures. If it were those low-level universe god, without the protection of the exquisite quasi-chaos treasure, they would only have to stay in the second level of the profound sky divine palace for 100 or 80 years. There would only be one outcome waiting for them. They would be destroyed by the hurricane, and their soul would be destroyed and below them. The pitch-black wolf was even more terrifying. It wasn't any seawater at all, but a condensed hurricane of destruction. Its power was more than 10 times, or even 100 times more terrifying than the surrounding storms. Even if it was a real exquisite quasi-chaos treasure, if it fell into the sea of storm for a long period of time, it would be corroded into dregs. Only a true chaos treasure could corrode the sea of storm in hell. Rumble, rumble. All of a sudden, the sea of storm below them started to churn violently, causing huge waves to surge into the sky, forming numerous terrifying whirlpools of the sea. In the next second, rumble, rumble, terrifying auras that were not inferior to low-rank universe gods rose up from the vortex of the sea. Finally, it turned into numerous terrifying tornado demon gods. They roared continuously, howling with the wind of annihilation as they charged towards Yang Fann. Compared to the first level of the profound sky divine palace, the second level of the sea of storm was a hell of a challenge. In the first level of the sea of death, as long as one didn't encounter any other universe gods, there wouldn't be any danger of dying. But in this sea of storm, not only did it need to withstand the terrifying wind of annihilation, it also needed to resist the attacks of these sea of storms. The tornado demon god was alone, and it wasn't very strong. Compared to the weakest universe god, it was much weaker. In other words, it could only bully a great perfection quasi-universe god. Any random low-rank universe god could take on 10 or 8 tornado demon god. However, within the sea of storm, there were more than 10 tornado demon god, 8, 1,000, and even 10,000 tornado demon gods. The longer the time, the more sea of storms were produced in the sea of storm. Just a moment ago, there were only 8 tornado demon gods. In less than a breath's time, the number of tornado demon gods doubled. In fact, there were even more sea whirlpools forming in the ocean further away. And every sea whirlpool represented the birth of a tornado demon god. The other universe gods, including those middle-level universe god, only had one path to take in the sea of storm. That was to find the next level of the whirlpool as soon as possible, kill the guardian of the whirlpool, and head to the third level of the profound sky divine palace. 100 and 1,000 tornado demon gods, even middle-level universe god could ignore them, but what if there were more than 10,000 or even more tornado demon gods? Even a middle-level universe god would be destroyed. Sea of storm, let me see how many tornado demon gods you can produce. C2361 Empty profound sky divine palace, second level, sea of storm. Yang Fann stood in the air. Unlike the other universe gods, he had no intention of escaping. A master of skills, he was bold. He wanted to try the limit of the sea of storm. These tornado demon gods didn't appear out of nowhere. Each tornado demon god would consume some of the sea of storm's source of storms. 1,000 and 10,000 tornado demon gods were nothing compared to the boundless sea of storm. However, he didn't believe that the tornado demon god in the sea of storm was endless and could be nurtured endlessly. He also didn't believe that this sea of storm could cause any danger to him. Unless the rumors were wrong, universe god Xianxia was not a high-level universe god, but a top-level universe god. However, it was obviously impossible. Patriarch Black Ink and the others' memories might be a lie. After all, compared to the high and mighty universe god Xianxia, Patriarch Black Ink and the others who had barely broken through to the universe god stage were too lowly. They did not even have the qualifications to get close to universe god Xianxia. However, the Xianxia universe couldn't deceive anyone. This was definitely not a peak-grade universe. If it was a peak-grade universe within the body of a top-level universe god, even if it collapsed, it wouldn't be left with just this little bit. Furthermore, the suppression of the universe sources will on him wouldn't be so weak. The acquired universe was different from the Xiantian universe. Whether it was the resources or the natural suppression of the universe sources will, it was far stronger than the Xiantian universe. With Yang Fann's cultivation, if he rashly entered a top-level universe god divine perishing universe, his strength would be suppressed by at least 3 levels, or even more. Furthermore, every level of the profound Sky Divine Palace had its own specialties and treasures. The Sea of Storm was no exception to the second level. In fact, this tornado demon god was a rare natural treasure. Each tornado demon god had a storm origin crystal within its body. This was the source of the tornado demon god's energy, and it was also a top wind type treasure. Although a storm origin crystal was far inferior to the first level flower of death, it was still a rare treasure. Let alone an intermediate quasi-chaos treasure, even a low-grade quasi-chaos treasure was worth a lot of money. It was a lot worse, which was around 10 million cubic meters of universe sources. But the first level of the Sea of Death only had a few flower of deaths. Yang Fann had been busy for 2 months, and had only managed to obtain 136 flower of deaths. If he sold all of them, he could sell them for trillions of cubic meters of universe sources. This was the limit, and in this Sea of Storm, there were more than 100,000 tornado demon gods, and 1 million tornado demon gods. As long as one had sufficient strength, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain tens of thousands of universe sources, or even tens of billions of universe sources, storm origin crystals. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the terrifying roars of beasts, the tornado demon god was the first to launch an attack. An endless hurricane of annihilation wreaked havoc in the sky as it charged towards Yang Fann. A wild gale roared, destroying everything. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed and he struck out with his palm. The first 8 tornado demon gods were shattered into pieces by Yang Fann. With a flash of light, 8 black, prismatic crystals the size of basketball appeared in his hand. It was none other than the core of the tornado demon god's power, the storm origin crystal. The tornado demon god was powerful, and its strength wasn't any weaker than low-rank universe gods. However, it wasn't a living creature, and it was inferior to many puppets. It didn't have any sagacity, and everything was based on instinct. It only knew how to kill, and didn't know what fear was. This was a true killing machine, and the meaning of its existence was to kill all living beings that had entered the Sea of Storm. The death of the 8 tornado demon gods wouldn't affect the other tornado demon gods at all. More and more tornado demon gods swarmed towards Yang Fann. Rumble, rumble, one vortex after another rapidly formed, producing new tornado demon gods. They advanced one after another, surging like a tide as they joined the battlefield. In a short period of time, Yang Fann was like a lone boat in the middle of the furious ocean. It was as if he was in danger of being overturned at any moment. Rumble, rumble, an endless amount of golden light burst forth from all the hairs on Yang Fann's body. The aura around his body was rising steadily and infinitely. Unknowingly, Yang Fann had unleashed all of his strength into unleashing the great cosmic eternal divine body. 10 tornado demon gods, 100 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 tornado demon gods, and 100 tornado demon gods. With just the strength of divine body alone, Yang Fann could easily suppress it. He had absorbed and refined over 1 trillion cubic meters of Yang Fann's divine bodies, the power of the Yang Fann's divine body. It was no weaker than some peak universe gods, and it was even one of the best amongst them. Moreover, it had absorbed and refined a large number of universe gods. The suppression of the universe source from the Xianxia universe had long since disappeared. In the profound Sky Divine Palace, he was just like those native universe gods. It was a pity that he was able to unleash all of his strength. At this moment, the Yang Fanns surrounding Yang Fann were like a tidal wave. There were more than 1,000 of them, 10,000 of them. This power was not something that a peak universe god could fight against. Even a quasi-middle level universe god would be destroyed by so many tornado demon gods. Ha ha ha, ants, die for me! Bang bang! Large patches of tornado demon gods were shattered by Yang Fann. One storm origin crystal after another was stored into Yang Fann's inner world. In his inner world, the originally shallow layer of storm origin crystals was rapidly increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. One day later, the storm origin crystals in Yang Fann's inner world had already piled up into a small mountain, at least 10,000 of them. A storm origin crystal represented a tornado demon god. 10,000 storm origin crystals represented 10,000 tornado demon gods. Terrifying even some middle-level universe god warriors who had killed tens of thousands of tornado demon gods would be severely injured if they didn't die. On the other hand, Yang Fann. He looked like nothing had happened. His face wasn't red, and he was breathing heavily. There was no sign of exhaustion at all. This was the scariness of the eternal divine body of the great universe. Yang Fann was never afraid of anyone when it came to the consumption of energy. As long as he couldn't suppress and kill the divine body in the shortest amount of time, the one who would win in the end would only be him, Yang Fann. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In Yang Fann's inner world, the storm origin crystal had turned into a 300-meter-tall mountain. If someone were to observe carefully, they would find that the Sea of Storm had dropped by more than 300,000 meters. Although the Sea of Storm was not as vast as the first level of Sea of Death, with Yang Fann's spiritual sense, it was still far from enough to cover the entire Sea of Storm. The surface of the ocean had dropped by more than 100,000 meters. This was probably the power of the hurricane that had been accumulated over 100,000 years. 3 months later, the surface of the Sea of Storm Sea had dropped by more than 1,000,000 meters. Yang Fann's inner world had more than 1,000,000 storm origin crystals. If all of them attacked, it would be more than 10 million universe sources. Although this harvest was not as fast as selling the token, it was still shocking. Even the number 1 overlord of the Xianxia Sect, if he wanted to accumulate 10 trillion universe sources, under normal circumstances, he would need at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of era of the years. As for the majority of the wealth of the large sects, they might not even have that many universe sources. 1 year later, the color of the pitch-black Sea of Storm had obviously become lighter. Even the rate at which the tornado demon god was being nurtured had slowed down by more than double. Looks like this Sea of Storm is about to reach its limit. A divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. A hint of enlightenment emerged in his heart. However, both of his hands didn't stop. Like a violent storm, they fell down crazily and shattered the tornado demon god one after another. A storm origin crystal was equivalent to 10 million cubic meters of universe sources. Yang Fann would only think that it was too little, but not too much. In any case, it had only been a year and 2 months since the 100-year deadline, and there was still time. Soon, another 3 years had passed. The Black Sea of Storm had changed its color into a grayish-white color. In the beginning, it could produce several tornado demon gods in the time it takes to breathe. But now, it had been 15 minutes, and no new tornado demon gods had been produced. It had joined the battle. It seems like this Sea of Storm has really reached its limit. It's about time. Once we've dealt with the tens of thousands of tornado demon gods in the surroundings, we'll head to the next level. Buzz. At the Sea of Storm, the space around them started to distort. An extreme universe god appeared out of nowhere, but very quickly, the extreme universe god's expression changed, and a hint of disbelief appeared on his face. Is this really the Sea of Storm in my memory? What the hell is going on? How could the hurricane of annihilation be so much weaker? Strange. Where was the tornado demon god? It has already been an incense stick of time, why hasn't it appeared yet? C2362 3 levels in a row. Profound sky. Divine Palace, 2nd level, Sea of Storm. The universe gods looked down at the completely changed Sea of Storm. There were still more than 20 minutes left before the tornado demon god appeared. Each and every one of their heads were filled with question marks. This was the Sea of Storm that they had recognized. When did the Sea of Storm become so peaceful? One should know that in the past, as soon as they entered the Sea of Storm, in just a few breaths of time, a tornado demon god was born. What awaited them was an endless hunt. To most universe gods, the 2nd level of the Sea of Storm was the indisputable number 1 obstacle. But now what in the world happened? Of course, these were all things that Yang Fann did not know about later. After finishing off the last few tens of thousands of tornado demon gods, Yang Fann didn't stay any longer. Although there would still be more tornado demon gods being nurtured in half an hour, it was still not something that Yang Fann was interested in. With this rate of nurturing, he might not even be able to produce 1,000 tornado demon gods in a year or so. Even if he spent the rest of his time on the Sea of Storm, it was still unknown whether he could kill another 100,000 tornado demon gods. In the past 4 years, Yang Fann had killed nearly 15 million tornado demon gods. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be interested in such a small profit. One had to admit that this Sea of Storm was Yang Fann's blessed land. Nearly 15 million tornado demon gods, if all of them were used, that would be 15 trillion universe sources. Even if he only got a small amount of Yang Fann's from now on, Yang Fann's trip would still be worth it. Sea of Storm, a large island that spanned dozens of light years. Pucci. The void twisted, and Yang Fann took a step forward. Similar to the first level of the Sea of Death, there were also many large islands on the Sea of Storm. Ordinary islands naturally wouldn't be able to survive for long in the Sea of Storm. It was afraid that the moment the Sea of Storm appeared, it would shatter the hurricane into pieces. However, these large islands were protected by the power of the profound Sky Divine Palace, which was another concept. No matter how terrifying the hurricane was, it wouldn't be able to destroy these islands in the slightest. Rumble. In next to no time, the heavens and the earth changed colors. A terrifying aura that was on par with a universe god rose from the center of the island. It turned into a giant that was one head taller than the guardian of the whirlpool, shining with divine light and looking down on everything. Compared to the first layer of the profound Sky Divine Palace, the second layer of the whirlpool guardian's strength had increased by 2 grades, and it was comparable to a high-rank universe god. It was no wonder that after so many eras, no one had managed to reach the 9th level of Divine Palace, not even the 8th level. Based on this trend, even if the strength of the 7th level Whirlpool Guardian was not as strong as a true high-level universe god, it would not be much weaker than some quasi-high-level universe god. And to kill the Whirlpool Guardian, one could only rely on their own strength. They couldn't form a group of breakthrough competition. With the strength of those middle-level universe god warriors, it wouldn't be an easy task to kill the 7th-level Whirlpool Guardian. Among the 61 middle-level universe god warriors, the strongest one had only just broken through to the extreme middle-level universe god. Even if he had many trump cards, it would still be difficult for him to defeat a quasi-high-level universe god warrior. Unless he used the sect's foundation of Xianxia Sect, he might still have a chance. However, the sect's foundation was not something that could be used just like that. It was the trump card of the sect. If he used it, he would lose one. Unless the sect was in a life or death situation, he could not use it lightly. Furthermore, this was only the 7th floor. There was still the 8th floor after this. If they could reach the top of the profound Sky Divine Palace after the 7th floor, and obtain universe god Xianxiao's inheritance, they might even risk everything and take the risk. As long as they could obtain the inheritance of universe god Xianxiao, any sacrifice would be worth it. A voice that sounded like a sound of great Tao from the underworld announced the fate of the Vortex Guardian. In the next moment, Pucci, the 10,000 zhang tall divine body of the Whirlpool Guardian, shattered into pieces. One breath later, Yang Fann appeared on the 3rd floor of profound Sky Divine Palace. This was a world of lightning, the Sea of Thunder prison. Everywhere was filled with blue destructive lightning, lightning dragons, and lightning snakes. All kinds of lightning giant beasts were roaring crazily and furiously. Every lightning bolt was no less than a full-powered strike from low-rank universe god. Without the protection of the Chaos Treasure, some top universe gods wouldn't dare to stay in the 3rd level for long. The Sea of Death had the Flower of Death and the Sea of Storm had the Storm Origin Crystal. This world of lightning also had a supreme treasure that attracted countless universe gods, the innate lightning fruit. This was a top-grade thunder attribute natural treasure, and its value was extremely high. It was far above the Storm Origin Crystal, and compared to the Flower of Death, it was only 2 levels lower. It was comparable to a few low-grade quasi-chaos treasures. In the outside world, a Shantian thunder fruit was worth at least a few 100 million cubic meters of universe sources. Of course, the number of these innate lightning fruits was much less compared to the millions of storm origin crystals on the 2nd level. 1 year later, Yang Fann had plundered nearly 10,000 innate lightning fruits along the way, which could be considered a small profit. During this period of time, Yang Fann's luck was pretty good, unlike in the Sea of Death or the Sea of Storm, where he hadn't even encountered a universe god. In this world of lightning, Yang Fann met 12 universe gods in succession. Among them, there was 1 quasi-middle-level universe god, 3 extreme universe god, and the remaining 8 were all peak universe gods. The result was obvious: these 12 universe gods, not a single one was left alive. They were all captured and suppressed by Yang Fann. 3 days later, Yang Fann appeared on a large lightning island. As expected, the Guardian's cultivation base had increased by another 2 grades. It was comparable to Extreme Universe God, and in terms of attack power, it was close to the quasi-middle level Universe God. If an ordinary Extreme Universe God did not have the Chaos Treasure, he would have to spend a lot of effort or even pay a price to defeat the Guardian. However, to Yang Fann, he was just an ant that could be killed with a wave of his hand. In less than a breath's time, Yang Fann had killed the Guardian and successfully advanced to the 4th level of the Profound Sky Divine Palace. The 4th level of the Profound Sky Divine Palace was a world of ice. It was filled with a large amount of terrifying cold current that could kill the soul. Without the protection of the soul, even Extreme Universe God, if he stayed here for 100 or 80 years, his soul would be damaged, and his foundation would be completely shaken. He would no longer have the chance to break through to the middle-level Universe God in the future. The 9th level of the Profound Sky Divine Palace could only go up and not down. In the last 20 or 30 years, Extreme Universe God would almost never enter the 4th level of the Profound Sky Divine Palace. Otherwise, if his foundation was really damaged, it would be too late for regrets. One should know that although the strength of the 4th floor's Whirlpool Guardian had yet to reach the middle-level Universe God, it was still far from what an ordinary quasi-middle-level Universe God could compare with. In terms of actual combat strength, it was even stronger than many quasi-middle-level Universe God. Xianxia Universe. Among the numerous Extreme Universe God, apart from a few of them, none of the 9th level and above Extreme Universe God was a match for a quasi-middle-level Universe God warrior. As for the specialty of this world of ice, it was the Cold Marrow Divine Fruit. This was an ice-type divine fruit that was more than 10 times more precious than a flower of death. Its value was no less than an exquisite quasi-chaos treasure. It had the ability to cleanse the divine marrow. It could increase one's talent and potential. Even low-level Universe God would be able to increase his innate potential by a lot under the cleansing of the Cold Marrow Divine Fruit. Of course, the Cold Marrow Divine Fruit was also extremely rare. When the Profound Sky Divine Palace was just opened, he could dig out dozens or hundreds of Cold Marrow Divine Fruits at once. Up until now, only a few lucky ones were able to find a few Cold Marrow Divine Fruits. Very quickly, Yang Fann stayed in the world of ice for 3 years. During these 3 years, Yang Fann had been constantly on the run, and he had obtained a total of 18 Frost Marrow Divine Fruits. During this time, Yang Fann had also captured many Universe Gods. There were a total of 16 people, and most of them were quasi-middle-level Universe God. Extreme Universe God only had one. The only flaw was that he didn't find a middle-level Universe God. The Cold Marrow Divine Fruit was only effective for low-level Universe God, and compared to a middle-level Universe God, it was useless. The difficulty of finding it was also very high. With Yang Fann's terrifying soul power, it took him 3 years to find 18 Cold Marrow Divine Fruits. If it were those middle-level Universe God, even if they used up all their time, they might not be able to find a single Cold Marrow Divine Fruit. It wasn't like their heads were stuck by the door. How could a group of middle-level Universe God waste their time in this world of ice? The last 5 levels were their true goal. It was the key to their breakthrough. 18 Cold Marrow Divine Fruits should be enough. Different from Flower of Deaths, only by refining 10 of them will it lose its effectiveness. Only the first Cold Marrow Divine Fruit will be useful. After that, no matter how much you eat, it will be a waste. It was time to head to the next level. C2363 What happened? Profound Sky Divine Palace, 4th level, World of Ice. On top of a desolate ice mountain. Rumble. A terrifying pressure that was on par with middle-rank middle-level Universe God rose from the peak of the ice mountain and soared into the sky. The next second, terrifying great gods, who was wearing an ice divine armor and was more than 1,000,000 feet tall, appeared on the peak of the mountain. His divine might was like a prison that looked down upon all living beings. This was the 4th level Vortex Guardian of Profound Sky Divine Palace. In terms of strength, he was no weaker than a quasi-middle-rank middle-level Universe God. Even if he didn't have many divine abilities and secret techniques, as well. As a divine body, his overall strength would still be able to step into the middle-level Universe God. Furthermore, he wouldn't be the lowest ranked amongst all the low-ranked middle-level Universe God. In the huge Xianxia universe, except for the 61 middle-level Universe God, only a handful of people could defeat the 4th level Whirlpool Guardian. These quasi-middle-level Universe God warriors all had intermediate low-level Chaos treasures, or even high-grade low-level Chaos treasures in their hands. Without external help, relying solely on his own strength, he wanted to jump ranks to challenge a middle-level Universe God. Such a Heaven's Pride level genius, even in the large-sized Chaos domain like the Xianxia Chaos domain, was still a demon of his generation. A peerless Heaven's Pride level genius was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. But in the Xianxia universe, in such a divine parish universe, there was basically no one that could be found. The innate potential of the living beings in the divine parish universe was restricted by King of the Universe, which was also Universe God Xianxia. Unless there was a heavenly miracle, no matter if it was their future achievements or their innate potential, they were all weaker than Universe God Xianxia by a level. As for Universe God Xianxia, he could barely fight low-rank middle-level Universe God who was a higher level than him when he was at the quasi-middle-level Universe God. A mysterious sound of great Tao descended from the sky and swept across the world. In the next second, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, crushing everything in its path. Pucci, the spiral guardian did not have the strength to resist at all. It was destroyed by the palm and turned into dust. So what if it was a middle-level Universe God? In Yang Fann's hands, it was still a lowly aphid. Profound Sky Divine Palace, 5th floor. Different from the previous 4 levels, the 5th level of Profound Sky Divine Palace was a vast continent. Mountains, rivers, countless rivers. Plains and highlands, mountain ranges were stacked. A thick medicinal fragrance came out of nowhere and floated in the wind, filling the entire 5th level. Low-level Universe God, if he could enter the 5th floor, just a casual breath of air would be enough to last them 10,000 years of bitter cultivation. If he could cultivate here for an entire era and break through to the next level, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Pill Realm. This was the place where Universe God Xianxia, as well as the alchemists under his tutelage, concocted pills. However, the once prosperous Pill Realm was now empty. Those alchemists had long disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had mysteriously disappeared after Universe God Xianxia's death. Not only the alchemists, but all other living beings had vanished as well. The entire Pill Realm looked like a land of death. There was no longer any chance of survival. Is this the Pill Realm? Yang Fann took a deep breath as curiosity flashed across his eyes. Patriarch Blackink and the others were only quasi-middle-level Universe God warriors, and they didn't have any intermediate low-level chaos treasures with them. So, it was impossible for them to challenge the Guardian of the Whirlpool. If it wasn't for the limited range of activity of the Guardian, as long as they could get out of the ice mountain in time, the Guardian of the Whirlpool wouldn't continue chasing them. Patriarch Blackink and the others might not even know how many jong tall the grass was. As for them, in the 5th level of Profound Sky Divine Palace, that was a legend. Everything in it was just hearsay. According to the legend, there were countless Pill Realms in the Pill Realm, and many of them were of great help to Universe Gods like them. There were even many middle-level Universe God. It was in this Pill Realm that they found some top-grade Pill Realms, which allowed them to successfully break through to the middle-level Universe God. Before discovering the flower of the elemental spirits, Patriarch Blackink and Old Ancestor Dao Zan's biggest wish was to obtain an intermediate low-level chaos treasure, then charge into the 5th level of the Pill Realm and obtain a top-grade divine pill, which would help them break through to the middle-level Universe God. Legend has it that in the Pill Realm, the power of the spiritual sense. It was basically just a decoration, and it seemed like it wasn't fake at all. Very soon, Yang Fann's facial expression turned serious. In the sky above Pill Realm, a terrifying soul formation was set up, severely suppressing the spiritual sense. Even if it was Yang Fann, in this Pill Realm, the range of the spiritual sense was suppressed by 9 layers, 9 layers, 9 layers. And more. As for the other intermediate, low-level Universe God, the suppression would only be greater, and he wouldn't be able to use much of the strength of soul. This should be Universe God Xianxia's technique. Apart from Universe God Xianxia, who was a high-rank high-level Universe God, Yang Fann didn't think that the other Universe Gods under Universe God Xianxia had the ability to set up such a huge formation. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. What a good Universe God Xianxia, what a good method. Yang Fann's strength of soul shrunk and praised. Universe God Xianxia had been dead for a long time, and without Universe God Xianxia's help, the soul formation was terrifying. With Yang Fann's current strength of soul, it was possible for him to destroy the soul with brute force. At most, it would take him some time. Unfortunately, the soul formation had already perfectly integrated with the Pill Realm. Once Yang Fann broke the formation with brute force, the entire Pill Realm would fall apart. Many of the treasures within would be destroyed along with the flying ash. Yang Fann was here to seek treasure, not to destroy the treasure. Furthermore, once the Pill Realm was destroyed, Yang Fann could not guarantee that he would be able to enter the 6th level of the Profound Sky Divine Palace smoothly, or that he would be expelled from the Divine Palace by the Profound Sky Divine Palace. Yang Fann didn't dare to take this risk. It was just the first 4 levels, and Yang Fann had already obtained nearly 200 trillion universe source worth of natural treasures. This wasn't even counting the 28 universe gods he had suppressed. This Profound Sky Divine Palace was his blessed land, and the second 4 levels of the Divine Palace were his blessed land. Yang Fann was looking forward to it. How could he be willing to leave the Profound Sky Divine Palace just like that? I'm really unhappy, Yang Fann secretly cursed. Originally, with a single thought, he could envelop a high-level universe, but now, he could not even cover a few tens of thousands of light-years of space. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was blind. Fortunately, it was said that the area of the 5th level of the Pill Realm was far smaller than the 1st level of the Sea of Death. It was even less than a billionth of the total area. It wasn't much compared to some of the worlds. Otherwise, Yang Fann had no choice but to change his mind. He would directly search for the Vortex Transportation Array and enter the next level. He wouldn't dare to wander aimlessly in the Pill Realm. If something went wrong, he would regret it after 100 years. Another year passed in the blink of an eye. This was the 9th year since Yang Fann entered the Profound Sky Divine Palace. Bad luck, another useless palace. Yang Fann looked down at the Dan Palace with an unhappy expression. The formation and restrictions around the Dan Palace had all been broken. It was obvious that someone had already taken a step ahead of him and plundered all the treasures and divine pills in the pill hall. Should I just head to the next level? Yang Fann felt rather disappointed in the legendary Pill Realm. Over the past year, he had found quite a number of Dan Palaces. Including the Dan Palace below, he had found a total of 133 Dan Palaces. He could see one every 2 to 3 days, but most of the 9 levels were the abandoned palaces that had been ransacked. There were only 2 intact pill halls. Even if all the divine pills and treasures were added together, they might not even be able to find 100 billion universe sources. Compared to the first 4 levels, this harvest was really far from enough. The pill hall was already empty after repeated plundering. If they entered a few more batches, it would be fortunate if one of the 100 pill halls was still intact. As for those middle-level universe god warriors, there was no need to even mention them, as they didn't even notice the shadow of a ghost. I'll look for another year. If that's the case, I'll head straight to the next level. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He had already made up his mind. He was prepared to reach the 9th level of Profound Sky Divine Palace and obtain universe god Xianxiao's inheritance. He didn't have much time to waste in the pill hall. Soon, 3 months later, a magnificent pill hall that was built on the peak of a mountain appeared in Yang Fann's line of sight. All the formations and restrictions in the surroundings have been broken. Sigh, another useless palace. A hint of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Just as he was about to leave, his figure suddenly halted, and a hint of pleasant surprise climbed onto his face. There's a fluctuation of energy. Someone is breaking the formation in the palace. Good, finally, I'm able to control it. C-2364. He suppressed an intermediate universe god Profound Sky Divine Palace, 5th floor, Pill Realm. A hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Huang Tian had finally caught a big fish. Someone who could appear in Pill Realm. 8 to 9 of them were middle-level universe god. After all these years, he had never devoured a middle-level universe god. Today, he finally had a chance to taste what he wished for. The next second, Yang Fann's figure moved and entered the pill hall below. Within the pill hall, Grug's inside were taken away. It was a middle-aged man wearing a flaming robe. He was tall and strong, and his face looked like it had been carved out of stone. He was cold and resolute, and his aura was majestic. He was like a great leader that controlled countless universes, making people respect him. Streams of scorching divine fire surrounded him. It was as if every cell in his body was a part of the flame world. With a single thought, he could send down endless divine fire and burn down billions of worlds. Ancestor Fen Huang was one of the 3 middle-level universe god experts of the Raging Flame Sect, one of the 13 overlords. He was a veteran middle-level universe god. He had broken through to the middle-level universe god as early as 1.8 million eons ago. Although Ancestor Fen Huang hadn't broken through a major grade, his cultivation base had almost reached the limit of low-rank middle-level universe god, and was only a step away from breaking through. At this moment, Ancestor Fan Huang's rough face carried traces of excitement that couldn't be concealed. The harvest of this pill haul had exceeded his expectations. However, he had only seized the outer perimeter of the pill haul, and he had already obtained several divine pills. If he were to plunder all the divine pills that were useful to him, how big of a harvest would that be? It was hard to say whether or not he would be able to take that crucial step. It would depend on this time. Once he successfully advanced to middle-rank middle-level universe god, it was hard to say whether their blazing flames sect's ranking amongst the 13 overlords would rise a little. Of the 13 top-ranked sect, most of the middle-level universe god warriors were low-rank middle-level universe god. One middle-rank middle-level universe god could be said to be in the top 30. Right at this moment, rumble, ripples appeared in the space in front of Ancestor Fan Huang as a person appeared out of thin air. In an instant, it was as if a bone-piercing cold water had been poured down, extinguishing the fire in Ancestor Fan Huang's heart. Not good. It's him. Looking at the black-robed youth, Ancestor Fan Huang was filled with fear and vigilance. Deep within his eyes, there was a faint trace of panic. The person in front of him was most likely an extreme middle-level universe god. His strength was terrifying. Compared to their number one expert, senior brother's burning Yan Lao ancestor was 10 times, 100 times stronger. It was far from what a quasi-middle-rank middle-level universe god like him could contend with. Bitch, why did it have to be this fellow? Ancestor Fan Huang was extremely unwilling to accept this. He had only plundered a small portion of the pill haul, and there were still many places that he had yet to plunder. If it was someone else, even if it was a high-rank middle-level universe god, he would still dare to fight for it. However, an extreme middle-level universe god was more than 1,000 times stronger than him, 10,000 times stronger. This was a terrifying expert that truly had the power to kill him. If he didn't know what was good for him and continued to fight for it, he might really die. Sigh, it seems like I have to give this pill haul to someone else. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Ancestor Fan Huang forcefully suppressed the unwillingness in his heart. He said to Yang Fann, "Sir, I will withdraw now. This pill haul is yours." While speaking, Ancestor Fan Huang prepared to withdraw. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Yang Fann once again blocked Ancestor Fan Huang's path. "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" Ancestor Fan Huang frowned and said in a deep voice. He had already given up the fat in his hand willingly. It would be too much if this guy still refused to give up. It was easy to defeat a middle-level universe god, but it was also difficult to kill one. Even though low-rank middle-level universe god had just broken through, he was determined to leave. He couldn't guarantee that an extreme middle-level universe god would be able to keep him alive. Therefore, it was rare for any of the middle-level universe god to fall out with each other. In the profound Sky Divine Palace, there were only a few people who had fallen out with each other. If a middle-level universe god was willing to admit defeat and withdraw, that would be the end of the story. "Ancestor Fan Huang, your life is mine. You'd better stay here." Obediently. Yang Fann's voice was calm, as if he was reviewing a fact. If it was those top and extreme middle-level universe god warriors, they might still have a chance to escape from his hands. A mere low-rank middle-level universe god, no matter how many tricks he had, Yang Fann was confident that he could suppress them. A gap of 1 grade and 6 grades was definitely not something that could be made up for with just a little trump card. What? Ancestor Fan Huang's eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. What did he just hear? This fellow actually said that he wanted his life. Was he treating Ancestor Fan Huang as a meal or something? This bastard, wasn't he looking down on Ancestor Fan Huang too much? My strength is limited. It's true that I'm not an extreme middle-level universe god, but I want to leave with all my heart. I don't believe that a bastard like you can keep me here forever." Right at this moment, rumble, Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Ancestor Fan Huang, not giving Ancestor Fan Huang any chance to speak. "Arg. Bitch it, this bastard really dared to attack me." Anger flashed across Ancestor Fan Huang's eyes. He had gone too far. This bastard had gone too far. However, in an instant, Ancestor Fan Huang's pupils constricted. He climbed up with extreme fear. "Ah. No, that's not right. This power, it's not the power of an extreme middle-level universe god at all." Although he had never seen the strength of an extreme middle-level universe god before, he had seen how powerful top-rank middle-level universe god, who was only a first-grade extreme middle-level universe god, was. Normally, an extreme middle-level universe god was only a dozen times stronger than top-rank middle-level universe god, and a few dozen times stronger was the limit. However, the terror of this palm was more than 100 times stronger than top-rank middle-level universe god, 1,000 times stronger. It was a complete heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Facing a middle-level universe god, Yang Fann didn't hold back at all. He unleashed the full power of the 10th level of the strength of world, giving Ancestor Fen Huang no chance to catch his breath. The terrifying force that was chasing after middle-rank high-level universe god had completely sealed off the space around Ancestor Fen Huang, crushing everything in its path. Fen Huang Treasure Mirror. Fen Huang, unleash the heavenly dragon. Swoosh. A blinding flame flashed across Ancestor Fen Huang's body. It turned into a huge divine mirror. A terrifying wildfire dragon passed through the divine mirror. The terrifying dragon's aura was invincible. Fen Huang's treasure mirror, Ancestor Fen Huang's vital treasure, and an intermediate low-level chaos treasure. It contained a middle-rank middle-level universe god realm Fen Huang's heavenly dragon soul. With all his strength, the dragon soul would be able to unleash middle-rank middle-level universe god's terror-fighting power in a short period of time. A middle-rank middle-level universe god realm fire dragon soul, good stuff. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Although Fen Huang's heavenly dragon only had dragon souls left, the strength of origin in his body was less than 1 in 10, but it was still not something a quasi-middle-level universe god warrior could compare with. After absorbing the fire dragon soul, it would not be much worse than refining a newly advanced low-rank middle-level universe god. Poochie. He grabbed Fen Huang's dragon head and pulled it out of Fen Huang's treasure mirror. It was as if he was grabbing a small snake, easily capturing and sealing Fen Huang's heavenly dragon soul. After losing Fen Huang's heavenly dragon soul, the fire around Fen Huang's treasured mirror was completely extinguished, and its grade dropped rapidly, turning into an unassuming quasi-chaos treasure. Ancestor Fen Huang spurted out a mouthful of blood. The vital treasure had been severely injured, and he had suffered a backlash. His chi was extremely weak, and he felt like he had fallen from the middle-level universe god. However, it was as if Ancestor Fen Huang didn't feel anything at all. His eyes were wide open. He had a look of disbelief on his face. No, how could this be? Impossible, this is impossible. He wanted to completely seal and suppress Fen Huang's intermediate chaos treasure. Suppressing Fen Huang's heavenly dragon soul. Such a terrifying power was something that not even a quasi-high-level universe god warrior could possess, let alone an extreme middle-level universe god warrior. This was not as simple as suppressing a middle-rank middle-level universe god. During this period of time, the difficulty had increased by more than 10 times, or even more than 100 times. Taking advantage of his illness to take his life, Yang Fann would not tell Ancestor Fen Huang about fairness or injustice. Rumble the heaven-sheltering big hand crushed the void once more, grabbing towards Ancestor Fen Huang. Ah no, stop. I am the old ancestor of the Blazing Flame Sect. Do you really want to tear off all pretenses of cordiality with my Blazing Flame Sect? You will die a horrible death. My Blazing Flame Sect will not let you off. I will not let you off. C236512 Intermediate Universe God's Profound Sky Divine Palace, 5th floor, Pill Realm. He actually used the Raging Flame Sect to threaten me. You don't know what you're talking about, Yang Fann sneered. A hint of disdain flashed across his eyes, as if he didn't take Ancestor Fen Huang's threat seriously at all. Among the 13 top-grade sect, only the 1st, 2nd, Xianxia Sect and Qing Zan Sect could make Yang Fann feel slightly afraid. As for the Ardent Flame Sect, it was ranked 8th among the 13 sect. The strongest expert, Ancestor Fen Yan Lao, was only middle-rank middle-level universe god. It was impossible for him to pose any threat to him. In fact, in Yang Fann's heart, he couldn't wait for the Raging Flame Sect to come and find trouble with him. At that time, he would be able to catch Ancestor Fen Yan Lao and the other low-rank middle-level universe god of the Ardent Flame Sect in one fell swoop. In the next second, buzz, Ancestor Fen Huang turned into a ray of light and was absorbed into Yang Fann's inner world, suppressing him completely. The first one. Yang Fann raised a finger. Everything was difficult at the beginning. If there was one, there would be two. Yang Fann believed that Ancestor Fen Huang was not the only middle-level universe god who was suppressed by him. 15 minutes later, Yang Fann soared into the sky. This Dan Palace was his blessed land. Not only did it allow him to capture the first middle-level universe god in his life, it also allowed him to do so. The treasures inside were also extraordinary, far surpassing what he had obtained from the previous two pill palaces. He even found a Yuan Ling origin pill. The origin pill was made with flower of the elemental spirits as the main ingredient and supplemented with 10,000 types of top-grade divine herbs. Its effects were no different from the flower of the elemental spirits. Just like what Patriarch Dao Zan and the others had thought, directly consuming the flower of the elemental spirits was considered the flower of the elemental spirits' most wasteful method of using. It directly wasted a large portion of the flower of the elemental spirits' medicinal strength. If one flower of the elemental spirits could be refined into an essence spirit origin pill, then one cauldron would at least be able to obtain 5 essence spirit origin pills. If one was lucky, then 8 or 9 flower of the elemental spirits were possible. Of course, to old Master Dao Zan and the others, directly swallowing flower of the elemental spirits was the most correct choice. Not to mention that they simply did not have the medicinal formula for the essence spirit origin pill. Even if they had the correct medicinal formula, they would still need to collect 10,000 types of divine herbs. That was also not an easy matter, especially with some of the supplementary medicines being so valuable. They were not much different from flower of the elemental spirits. Being able to obtain a single flower of the elemental spirits was the fortune of Dao God Sect. It would take an unknown number of eras before they could collect the 10,000 types of divine herbs needed for the essence spirit origin pill. At that time, there was a high chance that they would lose everything, and even the flower of the elemental spirits in their hands would become someone else's possession. The flower of the elemental spirits was a top-tier divine herb that even the 13 overlords coveted. No sect would complain about having too few middle-level universe god warriors. With just that little bit of strength of the Dao God Sect, once the news of the flower of the elemental spirits was leaked out, it would be too low a price to keep it. If they were not careful, the Dao God Sect would be destroyed along with them. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. He didn't know if it was because he had suppressed ancestor Fen Huang's luck, or something else. In the past 3 months, he hadn't found many Dan palaces, but the number of them had dropped drastically. There were a total of 28 Dan palaces, and there were only 24 of them. In the past year, he had found a total of 113 pill halls, but there were only 2 that were still in good condition. This efficiency was more than doubled. Not only that, during this period of time, Yang Fann also encountered a middle-level universe god. One of the 2 great middle-level universe god of the Flying Dawn sect, Old Ancestor Dan Sha. This Old Ancestor Dan Sha was not even as good as Ancestor Fen Huang, and he wasn't even strong enough to break through to the middle-level universe god. 300,000 eras was not the lowest among all the middle-level universe god warriors, and that was also the last 10 people. Without any ability to resist, he was suppressed by Yang Fann, and became the second middle-level universe god captive in Yang Fann's hands. 1 year later, another middle-level universe god captive had appeared in Yang Fann's hands. He was one of the 6 middle-level universe god prisoners of the second overlord of the Qingzhan sect, Old Ancestor Qing Yao. This Old Ancestor Qing Yao was much stronger than Old Ancestor Dan Sha and Old Ancestor Fen Huang. He was middle-rank middle-level universe god 2 million eons ago. Now, he was only a step away from breaking through to the high-rank middle-level universe god. Amongst all the middle-level universe god in the Xianxia universe, he was one of the top 20. It wasn't impossible for him to enter the top 15. With his vast resources, he was confident that he would be able to survive even if he were to fight a quasi-high-level universe god warrior. Unfortunately, the one he met was Yang Fann. He was merely a middle-level universe lord, but he had a heaven-defying monster that could match the power of a high-level universe god. He had used all of his trump cards, which meant that he had only managed to survive for a few more breaths of time under Yang Fann's hands. Yang Fann had found even more Dan palaces. Among them, there were a total of 8 intact Dan palaces. Yang Fann had obtained a huge amount of divine pills. He had even obtained 2 of the origin core pills. If he used all of these Yang Fanns, it wouldn't be comparable to what he had obtained in the second level of the profound Sky Divine Palace, the Sea of Storm. However, it had already surpassed the other levels. If he used all of these Sea of Storms, even if he didn't get 50 trillion, he would still get 40 trillion. The plan to leave the Pill Realm a year later and head to the 6th level of the profound Sky Divine Palace had already been fed to the dogs by Yang Fann a long time ago. Since the situation had changed, there was no need to rush to the next level. He might not be able to capture so many middle-level universe god in the 6th level of Profound Sky Divine Palace. The 4th level Whirlpool Guardian. Its combat strength was not any weaker than low-rank middle-level universe gods. Even without the high-rank middle-level battle force of universe god, the 5th level of the Vortex Guardian was not much weaker than low-rank middle-level universe god. As for those 61 middle-level universe god warriors with high-rank middle-level universe god and above cultivation base, Yang Fann had seen them all. There were only 11 of them. In total, there wouldn't be more than 15 of them who could successfully enter the next level. One should know that only by killing the Whirlpool Guardian could the Whirlpool Transportation Array be activated. With his speed, he would have to cross the Whirlpool Guardian when the Whirlpool Guardian was unprepared and enter the next level. That would be too much of a dream. Even if he managed to break into the next level, it would only be an ordinary vortex. Universe God Xianxia could be said to have eliminated all loopholes. If he wanted to take advantage of the situation, he would have to wash up and sleep early. Otherwise, not to mention the 8th layer in Profound Sky Divine Palace. There were more than 1 or 2 people who came out of the top floor. At most, he could take the risk of being seriously injured and resist the attack of the Whirlpool Guardian. Even if the strength of the 8th layer Whirlpool Guardian was on par with a true high-level universe god, it was almost impossible for it to kill a top-rank middle-level universe god in an instant. And with the powerful recovery ability of a middle-level universe god, who had an indestructible body, a mere serious injury was nothing. 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 9 years. Soon, Yang Fann had entered the Pill Realm for 12 years. Including the previous 9 years, 100 years had passed. 21 years had passed. 12 years had passed, and the number of middle-level universe god warriors Yang Fann had successfully suppressed in his inner world had exceeded the number of his hands, reaching a total of 12 people. Terrifying. Even the number of middle-level universe god warriors in the Xianxia sect was only 11. For the last few overlords like the Flying Dawn sect and the Fire Cloud sect, it would take 3 to 4 sect to form a total of 12 middle-level universe god. One of them was a high-rank middle-level universe god warrior. Middle-rank middle-level universe god had 4 men, and 7 of them were from the Fire Cloud sect. All of them were low-rank middle-level universe god. If he could absorb all of these 12 middle-level universe god warriors, he would be able to break through to the peak middle-level universe lord. At that time, even if universe god Xianxia was resurrected, Yang Fann would still have the strength to fight him head-on. Of course, during this period of time, Yang Fann had also failed. 2 years ago, Yang Fann met the old ancestor of Xianxia sect, Chen Xiao. This was a top-rank middle-level universe god. Even though Yang Fann had used all his trump cards, including the forbidden arts, the vital energy, and the enhancement of his strength, all of his efforts were in vain. Only his divine body was left behind, and he was able to escape with his soul. It was unknown whether it was because of that incident that his luck was exhausted, or because old ancestor Chen Xiao had revealed his true strength. In the entire Pill Realm, all the middle-level universe gods seemed to have vanished without a trace. It had been 2 years, but Yang Fann had never encountered another middle-level universe god. Soon, another 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, besides plundering 13 pill halls and obtaining some divine pills, there were still no traces of a middle-level universe god. Looks like those middle-level universe god have really hidden themselves. It's time to head to the next level. C-2366, the battle for the divine medicine Profound Sky Divine Palace, 5th floor, Pill Realm. 5 years had passed. Yang Fann finally gave up. He didn't want to stay in Pill Realm for long, and instead, he headed towards the vortex of transportation array. Every year, he would find a middle-level universe god. At most, there would be 2 or 3 of them. Now, after 5 years, he hadn't encountered a single middle-level universe god. Obviously, there was only one possibility. Those middle-level universe god had received the news and purposely hid their whereabouts. The Pill Realm said. It wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. In addition to the suppression of the soul formation in the sky, a middle-level universe god was trying to hide himself. If Yang Fann wanted to find them, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, nearly a quarter of the 100-year period had passed. Yang Fann didn't have much time left, so he decided to stay in Pill Realm. Unlike the previous levels, the universe gods of the various major powers had already plundered dozens of times. There was not even a tenth of the good stuff left. The last few levels, especially the last two, had yet to be stepped foot on by a single universe god. That was the unexplored land of women, and it was filled with countless treasures. At least half of the time had to be reserved for the last two levels. If he didn't have enough time, making it difficult for him to obtain universe god Xianxia's inheritance, then he really would have picked up a sesame seed and thrown a watermelon. Compared to universe god Xianxiao's high-rank high-level universe god inheritance, even if the 61 middle-level universe god were to combine, they would still be far inferior. There was no comparison at all. 15 minutes later, Pill Realm, on top of a mountain that was more than 100 light-years tall. Boom! A terrifying aura that was comparable to a high-rank middle-level universe god burst out from the mountain, rolling like a tidal wave and wreaking havoc in the sky. High-rank middle-level universe god, but you're still far from being able to stop me. Yang Fann sneered. The strength of world in his body moved and crushed the opponent. The only difference was that his strength had reached the high-rank middle-level universe god, and he didn't have a divine body, divine abilities, or any precious treasures. There was no one who could stop him. He was definitely the weakest high-rank middle-level universe god. There was no such thing as a high-rank middle-level universe god. None of them were much stronger than the real middle-rank middle-level universe god. Under the full force of Yang Fann's attack, they couldn't even withstand a single punch from him before they were crushed into pieces. One breath later, Yang Fann found himself in a medicinal garden. Profound Sky Divine Palace, 6th floor, Divine Herb World. Here, universe god Xianxiao had used his great divine ability and magic to open up numerous top-grade medicinal garden. It was universe god Xianxiao. There were also many places where he could plant divine herbs. With divine herbs under his command. The 5th level of the Profound Sky Divine Palace. In the Pill Realm, the pill realms used by many alchemists to concoct divine herbs were taken from this world of divine herbs. The medicinal garden that Yang Fann was currently in was more than 100 light-years old. It could be considered a large-scale medicinal garden. However, at this moment, other than some low-grade medicinal gardens that were suitable for universe gods and below, the high-grade and top-grade divine herbs that were suitable for universe gods were nowhere to be found. Obviously, before Yang Fann, there were already people who visited this large-scale medicinal garden. There might be more than one person. Sure enough, just like the Pill Realm, the Divine Herb World was also set up by universe god Xianxiao with a soul formation. Very quickly, Yang Fann frowned. The feeling of the strength of soul being suppressed is really unpleasant. Furthermore, this soul formation was completely protecting those universe gods. If it wasn't for this soul formation, he could have covered the entire Divine Herb World with a single thought. Those middle-level universe god, if they weren't proficient in hiding in the arcane art and were using all their strength to hide their whereabouts, it would be difficult for them to hide from his eyes. Furthermore, they were in the Profound Sky Divine Palace. It would be a big problem even if they wanted to run away. One should know that it was easy to enter the Profound Sky Divine Palace, but difficult to get out. Unless they had enough strength to blow up the entire Profound Sky Divine Palace, they would have to leave the Profound Sky Divine Palace. There was only one way. That was to wait until the 100 years were up. It was obvious that the universe gods of the various major powers, who were only at the extreme middle-level universe god, did not have the power to destroy the Profound Sky Divine Palace. Although he was unhappy, Yang Fann still had to follow the rules. Destroying the soul formation was a moment of joy. However, if he lost the chance to seize universe god Xianxiao's inheritance because of this, he would suffer a great loss. In the next second, buzz, Yang Fann's spiritual sense moved and covered the entire medicinal garden. He directly moved the entire medicinal garden into his inner world. Those middle-level universe god didn't like these low-grade divine herbs. Yang Fann didn't reject them. He didn't need them himself, but his parents and the others were suitable for them. They couldn't take advantage of the void, so their cultivation base was still a little weak. Even the strongest little sister was only an extreme top-level universe lord. Sometimes, it wasn't a good thing if the grade of the divine herb was too high. If she forcefully consumed it, she would explode if she was not careful. Time flew by, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Compared to the empty pill realm, this divine herb world was much better. Moreover, the divine formations and restrictions around the medicinal garden were much stronger compared to the various great pill halls in the pill realm. Even those who entered the divine herb world were all high-grade and top-rank middle-level universe god. It would take them a lot of effort to break through the formation and enter the divine herb world. It was basically impossible without a year and a half. Usually, within the 5 or 6 medicinal garden, there would be a perfectly intact medicinal garden. Even in other medicinal garden, there would always be a lot of gains. It wasn't just the surroundings of the medicinal garden. With the protection of the formation, each divine herb was also protected by a formation. The fact that middle-level universe god didn't like ordinary divine herbs was one thing, but the formation surrounding the divine herb was also the main reason. Their time in the profound sky divine palace was limited, unlike Yang Fann, who had the terrifying power to wipe out the entire medicinal garden. Therefore, they naturally had to spend their time on top-tier divine herbs that were useful to them. In just 5 short years, there were a total of 134 large medicinal garden in Yang Fann's inner world. Whether it was the complete medicinal garden or the broken medicinal garden, Yang Fann was a complete mess. In any case, moving to the medicinal garden, the complete medicinal garden, and the broken medicinal garden would not take too much time. Although he hadn't thought about it carefully, there was one thing that he was sure of. The gains he had gained in the past 5 years were only a lot more than what he had gained in the Sea of Storm. The only flaw was that he had never met a middle-level universe god in the past 5 years. He didn't know if they had also known about his true strength, and that he had hidden himself just like the other middle-level universe god in the Pill Realm. If that was the case, it would be very difficult for him to capture more middle-level universe god warriors. Soon, another 3 years passed. In the center of a large medicinal garden that spanned hundreds of light-years, under an ancient divine tree that was over 1,000,000 feet tall and covered an area of several tens of thousands of miles. The 2 middle-level universe god were staring at each other from tens of thousands of miles away. In the center of the divine tree, there was a golden fruit that was over 1,000 meters tall, and its eyes were filled with greed. Xianxia ancestor, I was the one who discovered the Chaos Dao fruit first. Are you really going to fight me for it? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. He had a refined temperament and was called an expert. He looked more like a scholar who was full of poetry. Divine Book Ancestor was the founder of the Book Deities sect, ranked 4th among the 13 top-class sect. He was a powerful top-rank middle-level universe god. However, Xianxia Ancestor, who was standing opposite of him, was also not an ordinary person. In fact, he was even stronger. He was the founding ancestor of the second overlord, the Xianxia sect. He could be said to be an invincible existence among top-rank middle-level universe god, and he was only a step away from the extreme middle-level universe god. Divine Book Ancestor, the treasure belongs to those who are virtuous. I am determined to obtain the chaotic Tao comprehending fruit, Xianxia Ancestor said forcefully. If it was any other divine herb, he might have given up. After all, Divine Book Ancestor wasn't an ordinary middle-level universe god. He was only slightly inferior to him. The Divine Book sect behind him isn't much weaker than the Xianxia sect. If the 2 great sects were to completely fall out with each other, it was very likely that both sides would suffer heavy losses. In the end, it might just benefit the other top-grade sect. However, no matter what, he would never give up on this Chaos Dao comprehending fruit. To cultivators, enlightenment was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. For universe gods like them, it was even more of a legend to seek enlightenment. As for the Chaos Dao comprehension Dao fruit, it was precisely a divine fruit that could allow universe gods to gain enlightenment. With this Chaos Dao comprehension fruit, his advancement to the extreme middle-level universe god was certain. It was the secret of a high-level universe god. It was not impossible for him to break through to the quasi-high level universe god and become the number 1 person in Xianxia universe. For this reason, not to mention Divine Book Ancestor, he would not hesitate to break all pretenses with the Xianxia sect. Old man Xianxia, you really want to snatch it from me? Divine Book Ancestor gritted his teeth. Right at this moment, an ethereal voice descended from the sky and interrupted Divine Book Ancestor's words. You all don't have to fight anymore. I want this chaos comprehending Tao fruit C2367. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Profound Sky Divine Palace, 6th floor, Divine Herb World. Who is it? Xianxia Ancestor and Divine Book Ancestor were startled. A trace of deep fear flashed across their eyes. This newcomer's strength wasn't simple. To be able to approach them without making a sound, he must be at least the same top-rank middle-level universe god as them. There was only one chaos-comprehending Tao fruit, and neither of them could get a share of it. Now that another obstacle had appeared, the difficulty of them obtaining the chaos-comprehending Tao fruit had increased by more than double. At that moment, space distorted, and a person appeared out of thin air. It was a black-robed youth with an ordinary aura. His entire body was covered with concepts that returned to their original state, as if he didn't know any cultivation path. Ah, it's him. In an instant, the solemn expressions on Xianxia ancestor and divine book ancestors' faces became even heavier, and a hint of uneasiness appeared in their hearts. The person in front of them wasn't an ordinary top-rank middle-level universe god. Although the Myriad Spirit Sect wasn't an ordinary sect, and it didn't even have a middle-level universe god, they had to admit that the Guardian Formation's 10,000 Spirit Formation had its own unique features. Even Xianxia ancestor, who was a quasi-extreme middle-level universe god, couldn't guarantee that he would be able to break through the formation in a short period of time. However, the result was that the person in front of him didn't even last a few breaths of time. It was obvious how terrifying his strength was. He was at least 8 to 9 times stronger than top-rank middle-level universe god, and he was an extreme middle-level universe god. A single top-rank middle-level universe god had given them a lot of pressure, let alone an extreme middle-level universe god. Xianxia ancestor, divine book ancestor. Good. Yang Fann looked at Xianxia ancestor and divine book ancestor and said, "Good," 3 times in a hurry. His eyes were shining with a hot light, like a hunter seeing the fattest and most beautiful prey. Compared to the chaos-comprehending Tao fruit, Yang Fann was more delighted to meet Xianxia ancestor. Divine book ancestor and the 2 great top-rank middle-level universe god, although the chaos-comprehending Tao fruit was good, but to Yang Fann, it was of limited use. For example, enlightenments were of little value, but enlightenments were not enlightenments. As far as he was concerned, none of them had much to do with him. What Yang Fann lacked was not cultivation base. In terms of cultivation base, as of now, he had several middle-rank high-level universe god. As for cultivation realm, it was merely a low-grade middle-level universe lord. The difference was more than 80 million light-years. What Yang Fann lacked had always been energy. Even if he seized the Chaos Tao Comprehension fruit, Yang Fann would most likely leave it for his parents to consume and refine, and not for himself to personally refine it. Xianxia ancestor and divine book ancestor, on the other hand, were different. The strength of their life source was 10 times, 100 times stronger than those low-rank middle-level universe god. If he could devour and refine them, it would be enough for his cultivation base to skyrocket. Along the way, he had suppressed quite a number of middle-level universe god warriors, but not a single one of them had been suppressed by top-rank middle-level universe god. At most, he had suppressed half of top-rank middle-level universe god. A cultivator's soul was the foundation. The divine body of old ancestor Dawn Sky. Although he also had a large amount of strength of origin, at most, he only had the 3rd level of the strength of origin, perhaps not yet. Brother Shen Shu, you and I will work together to get rid of this fellow first before deciding on the ownership of the divine fruit. What do you think? Xianxia ancestor glanced at divine book ancestor and sound transmitting. None of them would be a match for Yang Fann in a one-on-one fight. They would fight on their own. In the end, the chaotic Tao fruit would only benefit Yang Fann for nothing. Alright brother Xianxia, you and I swear that before we send him away, no one will be the first to have designs on the divine fruit. Divine book ancestor agreed without much hesitation. Xianxia ancestor could see it clearly, and so could divine book ancestor. If they didn't send Yang Fann away, the 2 of them would never have the wishful thinking of obtaining the chaos-comprehending Tao fruit. In a one-on-one fight, none of them would be a match for a first extreme middle-level universe god. There was still a chance for him to fight Xianxia ancestor, but with an extreme middle-level universe god, his chances of obtaining the divine fruit would never exceed 1 level. Alright, I swear, sir, the Chaos Enlightenment fruit was discovered by us. If you leave now, we can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, I, the Azure Mysterious Sect, and the book deity will definitely not divorce you. As he spoke. Boom, top-rank middle-level universe god's terrifying pressure erupted from Xianxia ancestor and divine book ancestor's bodies. It rolled like a tidal wave, crushing towards Yang Fann. One was top-rank middle-level universe god, and the other was a quasi-extreme middle-level universe god. With the 2 old ancestors working together, their power was definitely not 1 + 1 = 2. They were not much weaker than a true extreme middle-level universe god. Poochie poochie in all directions, a large expanse of space couldn't withstand the violent pressure and shattered into powder. Fortunately, Universe God Zan Shao had set up a powerful restriction on the Chaos Enlightenment fruit tree. Even if they used all their strength to break the restriction, it would still take them 10 days and half a month. A tiny bit of pressure wasn't enough to shake the divine restriction, and they didn't have to worry about damaging the Chaos Enlightenment fruit. Two old fools, are they working together? Yang Fann squinted his eyes. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, a large rock was faintly placed down in Yang Fann's heart. It seems like my true strength has not been transmitted to this divine herb world. Otherwise, these two old fellows, they wouldn't have thought of joining hands to fight me. Instead, they just said nothing. They turned around and fled. Divine Book Ancestor and Qing Zan Ancestor might be strong if they joined forces, but they only had the strength to fight an extreme middle-level universe god. If they fought a high-level universe god, they would be two slightly stronger aphids, and they would have no chance of winning. Sir, we have no intention of making you our enemy. This way, as long as you let go of the Chaos Comprehension Tao fruit, in the Divine Medicine Garden, there were other divine herbs. We don't want any of them, they will all belong to you. How about it? Although the other Divine Medicine Gardens in Divine Medicine Garden were precious, for these top-rank middle-level universe god, all of them had some help, but compared to the Chaos Tao comprehending fruit, the difference was not just one level. If those divine herbs could get rid of Yang Fann, this formidable opponent, they wouldn't have any regrets. It was better not to lose all decorum with an extreme middle-level universe god if he didn't completely lose all decorum with them. Their family was huge, unlike those rogue universe gods who were all alone and free. An extreme middle-level universe god, if he was really determined to make things difficult for them, the Azure Mysterious Sect and the Book Deity, he would certainly become a huge threat to both of them. You are generous, but unfortunately, not only do I want this garden of divine herbs, I also want that Chaos Enlightenment divine fruit, sir. With such a huge appetite, aren't you afraid of bursting to death? There's no need for all of you to worry about this. This chaotic Tao comprehension divine fruit is mine. In that case, do you really have to become enemies with our two sects? The voice fell. Killing intent flashed in Qing Zan Ancestor's eyes, and he thrust his palm at Yang Fann. He had the upper hand, and he would be the one to suffer the consequences if he attacked later. Since he had already said so much, it would only be a waste of time for him to speak any further. Azure Mysterious Great Palm Imprint Rumble. Countless divine talismans glittered wildly as they combined into a heaven-sheltering big hand. The enormous hand was ancient, desolate, ancient, and mysterious. The hand passed by. It was as if countless mysterious sound of great Taos were echoing in the darkness. It was like the morning bell and evening drum, deeply thought-provoking, yet also like a heavy hammer, striking Yang Fann's heart. Book of Buried Gods, page by page, universe. Boom. A holy light shot up from the top of Divine Book Ancestor's head. It turned into a single book and flipped through it quickly. Every page. Hong Long. Book of Buried God, Divine Book Ancestor's vital treasure. It was a low-grade high-grade chaos treasure. There were a total of 9, and 81 pages, and each page was an intermediate universe. With the support of 81 intermediate power of the universe, Divine Book Ancestor's attack was terrifying. It was not any weaker than the full-force attack of some extreme middle-level universe god warriors. Facing Yang Fann, who was a extreme middle-level universe god, Qing Zan Ancestor and Divine Book Ancestor didn't dare to be careless. Their first attack was their strongest attack. Insignificant skill, break it for me rumble. Yang Fann no longer suppressed his aura. Instead, he chased after middle-rank high-level universe god's terrifying aura and unleashed it, sweeping across all directions. Wherever he went, everything would be destroyed, and the world would be destroyed. Ah, this power, know this. This is definitely not the power of a middle-level universe god. Even a quasi-high-level universe god couldn't compare to this. High-level universe god, you are a high-level universe god. In an instant, Divine Book Ancestor and Qing Zan Ancestor's expressions changed, and their souls almost left their bodies. High-level universe god, extreme middle-level universe god, fuck, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger wasn't such a method. The difference between these two was more than 100 times, 1,000 times. You do have some discerning eyes. Since you know how powerful I am, why don't you surrender now? Yang Fann's voice was low and muffled, echoing between heaven and earth. C2368. If you beat the old one, the young one will come. Profound Sky Divine Palace, 6th floor, Divine Herb World. Qingzhan Ancestor and Divine Book Ancestor looked at Yang Fann with unconcealed fear. Initially, they thought that Yang Fann was only a first extreme middle-level universe god, although he was stronger than them. However, there was a limit to how strong he was. Gather the strength of the two great top-ranked middle-level universe god. Never did they expect that Yang Fann was actually the master of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, a high-level universe god. It was actually the legendary high-level universe god. In terms of the Great Tao, this was completely not giving them a chance to live as senior. The Chaos Tao Comprehension Fruit is yours. Junior will leave now. Yes, Senior, please forgive us. We will leave now. We will leave now. Qingzhan Ancestor and Divine Book Ancestor smiled brightly and said in a soft voice. At this moment, it was impossible for them not to admit defeat. High-grade universe god, it was not something they could fight against. If they were not careful, they might not even be able to save their lives. Although the Chaos Tao Comprehending Fruit was extremely precious, and it was related to their advancement to the extreme middle-level universe god, or even the quasi-high-level universe god, compared to their lives, no matter how precious the divine fruit was, it was nothing. If they lost their lives, then everything would be over. You want to leave? Don't you understand human language? I want your lives, Yang Fann sneered. When he saw that the situation was bad, he wanted to leave. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Senior, you should always leave a trace behind. It will be easier for us to meet in the future. We are not people to be trifled with. That's right, Senior. If you really push us too hard, you won't feel good either. Qingzhan Ancestor and Divine Book Ancestor's eyes flashed with anger. They had already decided to give up the Chaos Tao Comprehension Fruit, but this Yang Fann still refused to give up and wanted their lives. This was really going too far. Did he really think that they were the fish belly that couldn't resist at all? With their cultivation base and the foundation of the two big sects, if they were to fight to the death, they would still lose more than they could win. However, if a high-level universe god wanted to defeat them, they would have to pay a heavy price. You are not to be trifled with. I want to see how you are to be trifled with. As he spoke, Yang Fann did not wait. Qingzhan Ancestor and the others opened their mouths and sent a palm strike towards the two of them. The power of the quasi-middle-ranked high-level universe god swept across the world, sweeping away everything in its path. Zhanqing Divine Shield, protect Book of Buried Gods, protect yourself. Two large low-grade high-grade chaos treasures descended divine light, protecting the two of them. Grug grug grug. Under the protection of the heaven-sheltering big hands, the defensive barrier was covered in crisscrossing cracks, and was on the verge of collapse. However, it was still able to endure it. Hiss. This is the power of a high-level universe god. No, no, no. Qingzhan Ancestor and Divine Book Ancestor both sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts sinking to the lowest point. They thought that they had overestimated the power of a high-level universe god, but who would have thought that? They had underestimated him. It was just a single strike. It almost blew up their protective treasures. This power, it was beyond their imagination, even if they were to use all their trump cards. There was no way they could turn the tables, let alone open the door. There was not even a piece of paper on the window. Even fighting against it was an extravagant hope. No, let's go. I have to leave immediately. If I'm late, I won't be able to leave. Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman. Escape. Qingzhan Ancestor took out a jade talisman engraved with countless profound seals and crushed it. Boundless brilliant light enveloped it, pulling it out madly. The Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman was a life-saving divine talisman that he had obtained in the 7th level of the Profound Sky Divine Palace. It was one of Qingzhan Ancestor's trump cards. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the strongest life-saving technique he had. In order to obtain this Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman, he had paid a hefty price. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he really wouldn't want to use this trump card. At almost the same time, Pooh, Divine Book Ancestor opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the Book of Buried Gods. In an instant, the Book of Buried Gods glowed with divine light and turned into a pair of golden wings. With a flap of the wings, Divine Book Ancestor's speed increased by 100 times, more than 1,000 times. His speed was even faster than many low-order advanced universe gods. Stay here, Puyuan Pagoda, suppress rumble. The terrifying power of space was overwhelming, suppressing the 4-direction space. For 80 billion years, Yang Fann had never given up on repairing the Puyuan Pagoda. After absorbing a large amount of treasures from the 5 great sects, such as the Tao God, Black Demon, and Myriad Spirit World, the Puyuan Pagoda had recovered a great deal of its power. Although it hadn't fully recovered, it had almost recovered 7 levels of its power, which was no less than those low-level quasi-top-grade chaos treasures. Not good, the Puyuan Pagoda can't suppress that old Qingzan. Suddenly, Yang Fann's expression changed. Qingzan ancestor completely ignored the surging power of space. With a flash, he disappeared from the range of Yang Fann's spiritual sense. The profound sky barrier break talisman was personally refined by universe god Zan Shao, and its power was immeasurable. As for the Puyuan Pagoda, it wasn't a real spatial chaos treasure after all. The sealing power was still a little weak. If it was a real low-rank quasi-supreme grade spatial chaos treasure, it would be more like it. But luckily, Divine Book Ancestor's life-saving technique was much more powerful than the profound sky barrier break talisman. Under the suppression of the Puyuan Pagoda, it fell by more than 100 times. It wasn't much stronger than an extreme middle-level universe god. Otherwise, all of his efforts would have been in vain. At that moment Yang Fann moved his body and pushed his speed to the limit, catching up to Divine Book Ancestor in an instant. Die rumble. A fist smashed down explosively, and the energy surged and surged. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and rotten wood, and it was unstoppable. Bang! The golden wings of light shattered inch by inch. Recovering the Book of Buried Gods, Divine Book Ancestor's speed once again decreased. Die! Bang bang bang. Yang Fann did not show mercy when he had the upper hand. His fists were like heavy hammers as he violently punched. In an instant, the divine light of the Book of God Burial dimmed, and strands of dense fissured traces faintly appeared. The God-burying barrier that enveloped Divine Book Ancestor's entire body completely shattered. Ah no! A sense of imminent danger swept through Divine Book Ancestor's heart, causing him to let out a despairing howl. Rumble, rumble, layers of barriers appeared in front of him, wanting to block Yang Fann's ultimate punch. However, these barriers were far inferior to the barrier that had buried them. They were on completely different levels. Even when hundreds of barriers were combined together, they were not even 1/10 of the power of the barrier. Bang bang! Wherever the fist force passed, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter, exploding everything in its path. Rumble, rumble, Divine Book Ancestor's divine body exploded like a broken balloon. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Buzz buzz buzz! Countless divine bloods and divine bones in the surroundings began to rapidly expand, turning into numerous Divine Book Ancestor. His aura was the same as before, without any difference at all. He fled frantically in all directions. Phantom Thousand Body Technique, a life-saving divine ability that Divine Book Ancestor cultivated. He had transformed into thousands of clones, each of which was his real body. As long as one of his clones could escape, he would be able to escape successfully. What a great cloning technique! Even my divine eyes can't tell which one is the real one. Which one is the fake one? Divine Book Ancestor's cloning technique was indeed unique in that it could hide from his eyes. However, Yang Fann wasn't in a hurry. So what if he couldn't tell them apart? No matter if it was his clone or his real body, he just had to suppress them. One of them would always be his real body. Puyuan Pagoda, suppress the Phantom Thousand spell was mysterious and unpredictable. However, it was not without flaws. When the phantom clones were divided into several parts, his strength would be divided into several parts. In an instant, thousands of phantom clones were separated. Divine Book Ancestor's strength was directly divided into thousands of parts. The strength of each phantom wasn't much stronger than one of low-rank middle-level universe god's clones. It was simply unable to resist the suppression of the Puyuan Pagoda. Withdraw the strength of world within his body moved, and a terrifying suction force appeared. Boom! Swoosh swoosh swoosh! In an instant, numerous illusory clones transformed into streams of light that shot into the sky. Ah no! Right at this moment, ah old ancestor! Bastard! Hurry up and release the old ancestor! C-2369 All at once profound sky divine palace, 6th floor, divine herb world. Rumble, rumble, 2 terrifying auras descended from the sky and rolled towards Yang Fann. In the next second, 2 streams of light cut through the void, and 2 peerless experts walked out from within. Just like Divine Book Ancestor, these 2 people. They were dressed like middle-aged scholars and were like 2 sages who were full of poetry. Above their heads floated a book. It was somewhat similar to Divine Book Ancestors' Book of Buried Gods, and had a majestic civilizational aura. It radiated from the book, filling the sky and earth. However, compared to the low-grade high-ranked Chaos Treasure Book of Buried Gods, the aura of civilization from the two books was clearly much weaker. Old Ancestor Sacred Book, Heavenly Book, Old Ancestor. These were the two old ancestors of the Divine Book sect that were second only to Divine Book Ancestor. Heavenly Book Ancestor was a quasi-top-rank middle-level universe god who had stepped into top-rank middle-level universe god's realm, while Saint Book Ancestor was the same as Divine Book Ancestor, a true top-rank middle-level universe god. However, compared to Divine Book Ancestor, Old Ancestor Sacred Book could only be considered a newbie amongst top-rank middle-level universe god. He could not be called the bottom of the list, nor could he be considered much worse. After advancing to top-rank middle-level universe god, he had less than 100,000 eras. While confronting Qing Zan Ancestor, Divine Book Ancestor secretly sent a message to Old Ancestor Holy Book and Heavenly Book. Compared to Qing Zan Ancestor, who had just broken through to the extreme middle-level universe god, Divine Book Ancestor was still weaker. In a one-on-one fight, Divine Book Ancestor knew his own limitations. With his strength, the possibility of him obtaining the chaotic Tao fruit from Qing Zan Ancestor would not exceed 3 levels. Unfortunately, his plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Yang Fann had suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Not to mention the fact that the chaos-comprehending Tao fruit was hopeless, even Divine Book Ancestor had become a prisoner within the void. At this moment, Old Ancestor Sacred Book and Heavenly Book had long lost their usual refined demeanor. Each of their faces were ashen and their eyes were completely red. They were like a furious tiger that wanted to eat someone. Goo 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 sounds burst out from their throats as thunder and lightning raged and they grimaced in pain. Divine Book Ancestor was their old ancestor, the founder of their Divine Book sect, and their spiritual pillar. This Yang Fann actually dared to suppress Divine Book Ancestor. This was going to end the conflict with their sect until one of them died. Bastard, let go of my old ancestor. Holy Book, Heavenly Book. Divine Book Ancestor was delighted at first. But very quickly, he thought of Yang Fann's identity as a high-level universe god. That wisp of hope was swallowed by endless despair. Even he and Qing Zan Ancestor joined hands. Even his escape was just wishful thinking. Let alone the Heavenly Book and the Sacred Book. With their meager strength, they were simply here to deliver food. Roar, let's go, hurry up and leave. Don't care about me, don't care about me. Divine Book Ancestor let out a miserable wail. He was already in a difficult situation. He absolutely could not afford to lose the Heavenly Book and the Sacred Book. The three of them, they were the true pillars of the Divine Book sect, the heavens of the Divine Book sect. If all three of them were to fall, just relying on the Earth Book and Human Book, two middle-level universe god warriors, would not be able to support their Book God sect. Even if they were not destroyed immediately, their Book God sect would be reduced to the bottom of the 13 top-class sect. Even the Flying Dawn sect was not as good as them. Old Ancestor, we're here to save you. The two old ancestors of the Heavenly Book and Saint Book didn't seem to hear Divine Book Ancestor's shout. Instead of retreating, they lunged at Yang Fann. In their hearts, Yang Fann was merely an extreme middle-level universe god. Suppressing their old ancestor alone had consumed more than half of their strength. The remaining strength was at most enough to fight a top-ranked middle-level universe god. With their combined strength, they had a chance of winning at least 6 levels. Roar, the Book of Fallen Saints, page by page, universe. Vast expanse. Heavenly Scripture, page by page, universe. Rumble, rumble, the two divine books quickly flipped through. The Book of the Fallen Saint. 84 pages. In the blink of an eye, the 64 intermediate power of the universe were attached to the body of old ancestor Xianxia. The vast expanse Heavenly Scripture was slightly weaker than the Fallen Saint Scripture. There were only 49 pages, but with the help of the 49 intermediate power of the universe, his attack was also not to be underestimated. It was almost as powerful as a full-powered attack from a top middle-level universe lord. The combined attack of these two old ancestors was so terrifying that even a quasi-extreme middle-level universe god like Qing Zan Ancestor would feel his heart palpitating. However, when Divine Book Ancestor saw this, not only did he not feel surprised, he only felt endless despair and panic. Ah no, let's go. Sacred Book, Heavenly Book, hurry up and leave. He is not the extreme middle-level universe god, a high-level universe god that you all think he is. He is a high-level universe god. What? The two old ancestors of the heavenly book and sacred book stared at him, unable to believe what they had just heard. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Just now, what the old ancestors said just now was true. A high-level universe god. How was this possible? With the foundation of our Xianxia universe, it is impossible for a high-level universe god to be born. As the living beings in universe god Xianxiao's inner universe, their strength was restricted by universe god Xianxiao, the creation god. If they didn't have a great fortuitous encounter and break through the shackles of life, quasi-high-level universe god was their limit. Right at this moment, since you're here, then obediently stay behind. Yang Fann's voice was filled with unconcealable excitement. Xianxia ancestor had left, and the two old ancestors of the divine academic sect had arrived. This was the perfect time to use them to compensate for his losses. Rumble. In order not to repeat the same mistake, another person had slipped away from under his nose. This time, Yang Fann used the forbidden arts and ignited a trace of the strength of origin. In an instant, his strength had increased by more than 10 times, and he had truly stepped into the middle-rank high-level universe god realm. He could even be considered as one of the top amongst middle-rank high-level universe god. Ah, no, Gao, advanced universe god, he was really a high-level universe god. How could this be? How could this be? In an instant, an extreme sense of despair enveloped the hearts of the two old ancestors. Under the invincible force, these two middle-level universe god were like lowly ants on the ground, unable to put up any resistance. This power was definitely not something quasi-high-level universe god warriors could possess. Bang bang, the two chaos treasures, the Book of the Fallen Saint and the vast expanse heavenly scripture, were like paper. In less than a breath's time, they were completely shattered into pieces. Ah! The sacred book and the heavenly book patriarchs threw their heads back and coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. Endless regret, like an endless river of water, swallowed them up. I should have listened to the old ancestors' words long ago. I should have listened to the old ancestors' words long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Woo woo woo. It's my fault. Everything is my fault. Woo 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 woo. It's my fault. Everything is my fault. If he had known earlier that he would encounter a monster like Yang Fann, he would never have contacted the two old ancestors of the Book of Divine Records and Heavenly Book. Now that the three ancestors had been destroyed, it was a complete disaster for the Book God sect. Woo 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 woo, I am a sinner of the sect, a sinner of the sect. Divine Book ancestor still didn't know that one of the other two middle-level universe god old ancestors of the Book God sect, Old Ancestor Earth Book, had already been suppressed by Yang Fann in the Pill Realm. Currently, in the entire Book God sect, only Old Ancestor Human Book was left. It wasn't an ordinary task to protect their Book God sect. This isn't a loss. After sealing the heavenly book and the sacred book in his inner world, a satisfied smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. A prospective top-rank middle-level universe god. These two great top-rank middle-level universe gods' gains were even greater than the 12 middle-level universe god he had suppressed earlier. It was hard to say whether he would reach the middle-level universe lord or not. However, a peak middle-level universe lord was nothing to him. In the next moment, Yang Fann turned his gaze and looked at the group of Divine Book ancestor. Next, it's your turn. Puyuan Pagoda, keep. Hua Sheng, you will have your retribution, you will definitely have your retribution. I curse you, 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 I curse you. C 2370. The World of Treasures, Profound Sky, Divine Palace, 6th floor, Divine Herb World. Curse. Yang Fann sneered. Heaven devouring, earth devouring, great technique, everything in the world, nothing could not be swallowed. A mere curse power was nothing to him. Buzz. With a move of the heaven swallowing earth devouring technique, a devouring black hole appeared within his body and instantly devoured the curse power. If he wanted to rely on the curse power, wanting to take Yang Fann's life, that was simply thinking too much. Ever since his debut, there were many people who cursed him. He was also full of vigor and vitality. The next second, rumble, a terrifying divine power that was comparable to middle-rank high-level universe god erupted with Yang Fann as the center. In an instant, it covered the entire divine medicine garden. Rise kacha kacha, the ground cracked open, and the divine medicine garden that was hundreds of light years away flew up into the sky. It quickly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a miniature medicinal garden the size of a palm and was absorbed into Yang Fann's inner world. Another large-scale medicinal garden had been obtained, including what he had obtained earlier. In Yang Fann's inner world, there were more than 200 large-scale medicinal garden, and the total number was 216. Among them, there were tens of thousands of low-level universe gods that were useful to low-level universe god. Even the middle-level universe gods that were useful to middle-level universe god warriors were worth more than 300 of them. This harvest was enough to make countless sect in Xianxia continent go crazy. If all of them were exchanged for universe sources, it would be worth at least 500 trillion cubic meters of universe sources. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the Chaos Dao comprehending fruit. The Chaos Dao comprehension fruit alone was enough to tempt many high-level universe gods. They would auction it off for tens of trillions of universe sources. Of course, Yang Fann wouldn't do that. He would leave behind any divine herbs or divine fruits that were useful to his parents. All the resources he had were natural treasures that his parents and the others didn't need. For the sake of his parents, Yang Fann wouldn't hesitate even if he had to delay the time of the ancient divine art's huge perfection for a period of time. Yang Fann had never forgotten his original intention of cultivating. The reason why he cultivated so hard was so that he could protect his parents, make them live a better life, and protect their safety. Time flashed. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Fann had entered this divine herb world for 13 years. In these 5 years, Yang Fann had found another 103 medicinal garden. Adding the previous 216, Yang Fann had obtained more than 319 medicinal garden in this divine herb world. If this were to spread out, it would definitely scare all the middle-level universe god. Even the Xianxia sect had entered and left the profound sky divine palace 72 times. The medicinal garden they had found was about the same number, perhaps not yet. The sect had made dozens of trips to the profound sky divine palace, but none of them was as good as a single person. In just 13 years' time, they had made a lot of progress. Sigh. Comparisons between people really pissed him off as expected. No matter where it was, strength was the most important. Of course, compared to Yang Fann, these 5 years were not so perfect. At least those middle-level universe god made Yang Fann feel somewhat regretful. After suppressing the 3 great ancestors of the Book Deity sect, the Book Deity, and the Book Deity, he did not encounter another middle-level universe god in the divine herb world. But it was understandable. There were only a dozen or so people who could enter the 6th level of the profound sky divine palace. It was already his luck to meet 4 of them. Furthermore, he followed Qing Zan ancestor and left. His true strength might have already been known by the other middle-level universe god. Each and every one of them might be like those middle-level universe god in the 5th level of the Dan world, hiding like turtles and concealing their tracks. Half a year later, in the divine herb world, on top of a 1,000,000 feet tall mountain. Rumble, 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 a terrifying combat wave that caused low-rank middle-level universe god to tremble rose from the top of the mountain. After staying in the divine herb world for another half a year and plundering 16 large medicinal garden, Yang Fann finally headed to the transportation array whirlpool, preparing to head to the 7th level of the profound sky divine palace. 100 years had passed, and nearly 40 years had passed. There were still 3 more worlds that he had yet to explore, and it was indeed not suitable for him to stay in the divine herb world for a long time. Those middle-level universe god warriors could be considered their luck, allowing them to escape this calamity. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Rumble. The terrifying ripples of battle gradually calmed down. Although the 6th level whirlpool guardians of profound sky divine palace were strong, their strength wasn't any weaker than some extreme middle-level universe god warriors. Their combined combat strength wasn't any weaker than Qing Zan ancestors. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stop so many top-ranked middle-level universe gods' attacks. Since ancient times, only Patriarch Tai Shao and Qing Zan ancestor from the Qing Zan sect had entered the 7th level. However, compared to Yang Fann, the guardian of the whirlpool was still a little weak. If it wasn't for Yang Fann wanting to enjoy the fun of the battle, he wouldn't even need half an incense stick of time to finish off the guardian of the whirlpool. Profound Sky Divine Palace, 7th floor. It was called the Treasure World. This was the place where universe god Zan Shao kept his treasures. Similar to the Pill Realm and Divine Herb World, Treasure World was also a vast continent. There were countless danger zones on it, and many supreme treasures were hidden in those danger zones. Those that could be kept by universe god Zan Shao. Even the real chaos treasures were not few in number. In the Xianxia continent, there were many chaos treasures that came to this treasure world. At least, there were only a few low-grade treasure worlds, and none of them didn't come from the treasure world. Compared to the first 6 levels of the profound sky divine palace, the 7th level of the divine palace could be said to be well preserved. The place that was truly developed was not even one of the levels of the treasure world. One should know that up until now, only Patriarch Tai Shao and Qing Zan ancestor had ascended to the treasure world. Moreover, there were not many times. For example, Patriarch Tai Shao had successfully defeated the 6th level's guardian of the vortex and entered the treasure world 8 million years ago. Qing Zan ancestor had only entered the treasure world for the first time 300,000 years ago. Up until now, he had only ascended to the 7th level of the profound sky divine palace 3 times. In the blink of an eye, it had been 10 years since Yang Fann entered the treasure world. Along the way, Yang Fann had raised hundreds of dangerous places to the ground. Compared to Patriarch Tai Shao, Qing Zan ancestor, and the others, those dangerous places where quasi-chaos treasures were nurtured were. It was fine. At most, it would take some time. There would not be any danger, but those dangerous places where chaos treasures were bred were different. Especially those high-grade and top-grade chaos treasure danger zones. There wouldn't be a dozen or even dozens of years. Not only was it difficult to break through, but it was also very difficult to be careless. However, if it was Yang Fann, no matter what kind of danger it would be a flat piece of land. It would be easily destroyed by him. Out of the hundreds of danger zones, none of them could stop Yang Fann for more than 7 days. Relying on his divine body, which was comparable to a low-grade top-grade chaos treasure, Yang Fann could do whatever he wanted. He completely ignored the dangers of the danger zones. Although those danger zones were dangerous, it was impossible for him to destroy a low-grade top-grade chaos treasure. He wouldn't even be able to break through Yang Fann's defense. In just 10 years, Yang Fann had obtained 462 quasi-chaos treasures, 18 chaos treasures, and the highest number of low-grade chaos treasures. There were a total of 10 intermediates, 5 low-grade intermediate chaos treasures, 2 low-grade high-grade top-grade chaos treasures, and the last one was a low-grade top-grade chaos treasure. It was Yang Fann's greatest harvest in the past 10 years. However, it was a pity that the low-grade top-grade chaos treasure wasn't the space treasure. Otherwise, it would be able to make up for some of his shortcomings. Take Qing Zan ancestor for example. If he had a low-grade high-grade space treasure at that time, it would definitely not be so easy for him to leave. He would at least have the confidence of being at least at the 7th level and would be able to completely leave it behind. Very quickly, another half a year passed. Yang Fann once again stepped into 42 danger zones, causing another 40 quasi-chaos treasures and 2 chaos treasures to appear in his treasury. However, they were all low-grade chaos treasures. Compared to Yang Fann, it was better than nothing. It would not increase his combat strength by much. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann's figure froze as he stood within the void. His eyes shone with a brilliant golden light, and he looked into the distance, as if he had seen through countless spatial zones. This is the power of an extreme middle-level universe god. Good, Patriarch Tai Shao, Huang Tian has finally found you. C-2371 The 9 Changes of the Supreme Heaven's Profound Sky Divine Palace, 7th floor, Treasure World. In the middle of a deep blue volcano stood a flaming halberd. It was 100,000 feet tall. It was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Terrifying divine might radiated from the divine halberd, spreading in all directions. Even an ordinary middle-level universe god would be crushed to the ground, unable to move at all. 1,000 miles away from the flame halberd, there was a person. A crimson barrier covered his entire body, and he was slowly walking forward while withstanding the surging waves of fire. This was a middle-aged man wearing a crimson scale armor. His aura was domineering, and he looked down upon all living beings. It seemed as if every single cell in his body contained a supreme power. Once it was activated, it would definitely destroy the heavens and earth, and destroy everything. Between his eyebrows, there was a mysterious divine imprint that made him look like a divine being. Every action and action he made caused people to feel an instinctive fear. This person was not someone else. He was the true number 1 person in the Xianxia continent, the pillar of Xianxia Sect, and the only extreme middle-level universe god in the Xianxia universe, Great Firmament Universe God. At this moment, the eyes of the Great Firmament Universe God which was as bright as the starry sky of the universe, were shining with a scorching light. He stared at the flame halberd in the center of the sea of fire, wishing he could take it into his arms. 1,000 miles, just 1,000 miles away, he had hopes of subduing that flame halberd. The power of that flame halberd was definitely something he had never seen before in his life. It was of a higher grade than a low-grade top-grade chaos treasure. Even if it wasn't middle-level chaos treasure, it would still be a quasi-middle-level chaos treasure. If he could subdue this flame halberd, his combat strength would definitely experience another qualitative leap. At that time, it would be possible for him to jump ranks and challenge a quasi-high-level universe god. Right at this moment, Patriarch Tai Xiao's expression suddenly changed. His eyes bulged like fish eyes, and they looked like they were about to fall out of his eyes. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Did I see it wrong? Behind him, within the boundless sea of flames, a person was breaking through the layers of fire waves and rapidly approaching him. His speed was far beyond his imagination. In that short period of time, he was actually less than 1,000,000 li away. Gulp, gulp. How was this possible? How was this possible? Patriarch Tai Xiao couldn't believe it. He really couldn't believe it. One should know that it had taken him nearly a month to reach that step. In just a few breaths in a month. The gap between them was more than 10,000 miles. There was no comparison at all. Ah, yes, it's him. No. This is impossible. Impossible. At this moment, Patriarch Tai Xiao finally saw the man's face clearly. In an instant, Patriarch Tai Xiao was so shocked that his jaw almost couldn't close. Although that man had destroyed the myriad spirit sect, however, even so, it was impossible for him to cross the ocean of flames and appear in the center of the ocean of flames in just a few breaths' time. Could it be that he has a fire-type top-grade chaos treasure in his hand? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Patriarch Tai Xiao's mind, and he suddenly thought of something. If he had the protection of a fire-type top-grade chaos treasure, he would be able to ignore the surrounding sea of flames. It was not impossible for him to approach the center of the sea of flames within a short period of time. In the next moment, Patriarch Tai Xiao's expression changed. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party even if he flattered him. At that time, he wouldn't even have a share of the flame halberd. No way, that supreme treasure is mine, it must be mine, hurry faster, for the sake of this flame halberd. He had spent nearly 20 years. How could he just give it away like this? Tai Xiao 9 changes, first transformation. At this moment, Patriarch Tai Xiao couldn't care less. He immediately used the forbidden arts, Tai Xiao 9 changes, to forcefully increase his strength. Although it would cause some injuries to the vital energy, it was worth it to obtain that supreme treasure. In an instant, Patriarch Tai Xiao's strength doubled, and his pace became several times faster. No, it's not enough. I still need to be a little faster. The second, third, and fourth transformations. Rumble. Patriarch Tai Xiao pushed the Tai Xiao 9 changes to its sixth transformation. The strength in his body had increased by 32 times, and his speed had increased by more than 100 times. With just one step, he could cover a distance of 100 meters. Bitchit, how could that guy be so fast? But very quickly, Patriarch Tai Xiao's facial expression changed again. Not only did the distance between them not increase by a bit, it was actually rapidly closing in. Up until now, it was only 10,000 miles away from him. If this continued, it wouldn't take more than a few breaths of time for him to catch up to him, and he would at most be able to walk 100 miles. A mere low-level top-grade chaos treasure doesn't have this kind of power. Could it be a quasi-middle-level chaos treasure? One had to know that the center of this sea of fire was 1,000,000 miles. The divine fire was powerful enough to severely injure or even kill low-rank middle-level universe god. In 100,000 miles of land, middle-rank middle-level universe god was in danger of perishing, and 10,000 miles of land, even top-rank middle-level universe god would find it difficult to move a single step. However, that guy acted as if he had never felt the divine fire burning his body. He ignored it and ignored the divine fire around him. Tai Xiao 9 changes his seventh transformation. Patriarch Tai Xiao gritted his teeth and pushed the Tai Xiao 9 changes to the seventh transformation. With his divine body, the first 6 transformations would only consume a little of his vital energy. At that time, he would be able to recover very quickly after consuming some divine pills and divine herbs. However, once he used the seventh transformation, the side effects would increase by 10 times, 100 times, and it would damage his origin. However, In order to obtain the flame halberd, he couldn't care about that much. It wasn't as if Patriarch Tai Xiao hadn't thought about it. He turned around and fought with Yang Fann, sending Yang Fann away first. However, when he thought of the supreme treasure of fire in Yang Fann's hand, Patriarch Tai Xiao had no choice but to give up on this idea. In this sea of fire, with the help of the supreme treasure of fire, his opponent would be like a fish in water. As for him, under the suppression of this sea of fire, his combat strength wouldn't be able to exert half of his full strength. If he were to fight, he would only lose more than he could win. 3 breaths later, Patriarch Tai Xiao's expression changed again after advancing 400 miles. How could this be? Why isn't his speed decreasing at all? The last 1,000 miles was the true core of the Sea of Fire, and it was also the most terrifying place. It was a place where extreme middle-level universe god warriors could be severely injured if they were not careful. Even if that person was protected by the quasi-middle-level chaos treasure, at this moment, his speed should have decreased. Gulp gulp, could it be? Could it be that the supreme treasure was a true intermediate supreme treasure? How is this possible? Middle-level chaos treasure was almost a legendary treasure. Even some of the gods of low-order advanced universe might not be able to obtain a piece of middle-level chaos treasure. He was merely a extreme middle-level universe god. How could he possess middle-level chaos treasure? 400 miles, 390 li, 370 li, 340 li, 300 li, 250 li. What should we do? What should I do? Do I really have to? Patriarch Tai Xiao's heart was burning with anxiety. With his opponent's speed, even if he used the 8th transformation of the Tai Xiao 9 changes, it was almost impossible for him to use it. If he could obtain the flame halberd before his opponent, he would only be able to use the last transformation of the Tai Xiao 9 changes to compete with his opponent. However, the 9th transformation of the Great Firmament was the ultimate killing move of the Tai Xiao 9 changes. The side effects of his final trump card were too great. Once he used it, even if he had already broken through to the extreme middle-level universe god, he wouldn't be able to recover without the nourishment of tens of thousands of eras. And this was with the help of a huge amount of divine herbs. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak even if he had a few dozen or even millions of eras. However, he was extremely unwilling to give up on that flame halberd just like that. Putting aside the fact that he had already spent nearly 20 years in this sea of flames for that flame halberd, just the quasi-middle-level chaos treasure's name alone was enough for him to not easily let go of it. One had to know that quasi-middle-level chaos treasures were something that could only be chanced upon by luck. He had entered the treasure world more than 18 times, and if he counted this time, that was 19 times. However, this was the only time he had gotten the quasi-middle-level chaos treasure. If he really missed this chance, he would have to wait for countless quasi-middle-level chaos treasures if he wanted to encounter a second quasi-middle-level chaos treasure in the future. 200 miles. No, I'm not willing. I'll give it my all. That flame halberd is mine. It must be mine. C-2372 Defeat the old ancestor of the Great Firmament Profound Sky Divine Palace, 7th floor, Treasure World. Tai Xiao 9 changes. 9th transformation. A decisive look flashed across Patriarch Tai Xiao's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, the next second, rumble, rumble. Patriarch Tai Xiao's magnificent body expanded once more, and the energy around his body continued to rise. In the end, the greed in his heart still gained the upper hand. The quasi-middle-level chaos treasure was a supreme treasure that even high-level universe gods coveted. After passing this village, there would no longer be this shop. It was just a few tens of thousands of eras. What was the big deal? Universe gods like them lacked everything, just that they did not lack time. As long as they could obtain that flame halberd, everything was worth it. A single quasi-middle-level chaos treasure was enough to increase his strength by a level, and in tens of thousands of eras, he wanted to break through to the quasi-high-level universe god. Not to mention the gate. There wasn't even a piece of paper on the window. Being shackled by the creator, universe god Zan Shao, a quasi-high-level universe god, was the limit of all acquired universe living beings like them. If they wanted to take that step, it would take millions of eras, or even tens of millions of eras. Currently, he had only broken through to the extreme middle-level universe god, and that was only 1.2 million eras. He was still far from reaching the critical point of the extreme middle-level universe god. In an instant, Patriarch Tai Xiao's speed increased by more than 10 times. In less than a breath's time, he had crossed 100 miles. Even though the closer he got to the flame halberd, the pressure from the flame halberd, as well as the power of the divine flame, were increasing rapidly, Patriarch Tai Xiao was confident that he would be able to obtain the flame halberd in less than 10 breaths' time under the power of the 9th transformation of the forbidden arts. Taishao 9 changes. The Taishao 9 changes. The side effects of the 9th transformation were frightening, but the power was just as terrifying. The strength of his body had increased by 256 times. Even many quasi-high-level universe god warriors might not be his match in a short period of time. However, although he was fast, Yang Fann's speed was even faster. Patriarch Tai Xiao had borrowed the power of the forbidden arts to barely possess a portion of the power of a high-grade universe god. Yang Fann was a genuine high-grade battle force of universe god, and his great universe immortal divine body was comparable to a low-grade top-grade chaos treasure. The pressure and divine flames radiating from the flame halberd didn't pose any threat to Yang Fann at all. At most, he would feel a slight burning sensation. 200 miles, 190 li, 170 li, 150 li, 120 li, 80 kilometers. 5 breaths later, Patriarch Tai Xiao was still 200 miles away from the flame halberd. With his speed, he would need at least 3 breaths of time before he could obtain the flame halberd. However, Yang Fann was less than 20 miles away from him. Not to mention 3 breaths of time, he wouldn't even need 1 breath of time to catch up to him. Bitch it, how could this guy be so fast? Could it be that I really have to hand over the supreme treasure that I have obtained? Patriarch Tai Xiao gritted his teeth. At the same time, there was a trace of regret in his heart. He regretted that he hadn't made up his mind to use the Taishao 9 changes. If he had used the Taishao 9 changes a year earlier, he wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had today. He didn't even need to use the last 3 transformations. With just the first 6 transformations alone, he could easily take down the flame halberd. Regret, it was really regret. Half a breath passed. Yang Fann was less than 10 miles away from Patriarch Tai Xiao. No, that treasure is mine. It must be mine. A hysterical roar burst out from Patriarch Tai Xiao's heart. For the flame halberd, he had even used the Taishao 9 changes transformation. If he gave up just like that, he would suffer a huge loss. Furthermore, under the side effects of the Taishao 9 changes, his combat strength would be reduced to less than 1%. He wouldn't be much stronger than many low-rank middle-level universe god. Even if he found some places where the chaos treasure was nurtured, he would only be able to watch helplessly. This trip to the profound sky divine palace had basically come to an end. Buzz. A flash of determination appeared in Patriarch Tai Xiao's eyes, and he stopped in his tracks. In terms of speed, it was impossible for him to compete with his opponent. If he wanted to successfully obtain the flame halberd, there was only one path left. That was to heavily injure the other party and make him give up on competing for the flame halberd. With the help of the Taishao 9 changes, his strength had increased by 256 times. Even with the influence of the Earth domain, however, it shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat an extreme middle-level universe god. However, he had to be fast under the 9th transformation of the Taishao 9 changes. Even with his extreme middle-level universe god divine body, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. He would be forced back to his original form in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. At that time, not to mention defeating an extreme middle-level universe god, any high-rank middle-level universe god would be able to teach him how to behave properly. And now, 7 breaths had passed. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. A golden halberd appeared in Patriarch Tai Xiao's hand. The Heavenly Thunder Halberd, low-grade top-grade chaos treasure. It was obtained by Patriarch Tai Xiao from Treasure World 800,000 years ago. Rumble. With the halberd in hand, Patriarch Tai Xiao's aura rose once more, faintly containing the aura of a high-level universe god. Divine ability, 9 dragons shattering the heavens. Rumble. The halberd slashed out, and 9 dragons soared through the sky. 9 lightning dragons. One was stronger than the other, and in the end, the power of the 9th lightning dragon increased by 8 times. This was Patriarch Tai Xiao's strongest attack, and he didn't hold back at all. He had to end this battle quickly. He didn't have that much time to waste with it. If it wasn't for this bastard, he would have been able to obtain the flame halberd in a year or so, and he wouldn't have been forced to use the Taishao 9 changes. All of this was his fault. This move is rather interesting. Yang Fan's expression turned slightly serious. This move, especially the last lightning dragon, made him feel a sense of danger. With the help of the Taishao 9 Changes 9th transformation, the last lightning dragon's aura was no less powerful than the full-strength strike of a low-order advanced universe god. But you are still far from killing me. Break it, rumble. He threw out a punch that contained the power of middle-rank high-level universe god. It was like a king descending upon the world, sweeping away everything in its path, Pucci. The first lightning dragon that bore the brunt of the attack was crushed by Yang Fan's punch without any suspense. The second one, bang. Yang Fann moved his body and blew the second lightning dragon into pieces. Then there was the third, fourth, and fifth lightning dragons. How is this possible? Patriarch Taishao's jaw dropped and his face was filled with disbelief. No one knew better than him how terrifying his final attack was. Under the enhancement of the Taishao 9 changes, his final attack was at the quasi-high-level universe god. Under the effect of his ultimate skill, even the slightest carelessness would result in serious injuries. This man was merely a first extreme middle-level universe god warrior. How could he have the power to shatter his ultimate attack? Even if he really had middle-level chaos treasure in his hand, he shouldn't be this terrifying. Furthermore, up until now, he had yet to see the fire element middle-level chaos treasure. In fact, he hadn't even sensed the chi of a supreme treasure. It was as if middle-level chaos treasure didn't exist at all. No, that's not right. There's no such thing as middle-level chaos treasure. That extreme middle-level universe god has always been our speculation. He has never admitted it. Suddenly, Patriarch Taishao's facial expression changed, and he seemed to have thought of something. He's a quasi-high-level universe god. No, impossible. A quasi-high-level universe god would never be able to take my ultimate attack so easily. Gao. High-level universe god, he is a high-level universe god. Rumble. Gulp. Was this possible? There are shackles to life in the Xianxia universe. It is impossible for a high-level universe god to be born. Most of the other middle-level universe god had only broken through after universe god Xianxiao's death. They only knew a little about the secrets, and their strength was limited. They were far from touching the shackles of the living beings. However, the old ancestor was different. Before universe god Xianxiao's death, he was already a middle-level universe god, and he had inherited part of universe god Xianxiao's Dao system. His knowledge of the chaos was far from what the other universe gods could compare with. Unless he is not a living being of Xianxia universe. With this thought in mind, it immediately rooted Patriarch Taishao in the bottom of his heart. This meant that everything made sense. With the Xianxia sect's influence in Xianxia universe, if they wanted to investigate a person, even if they couldn't dig out that person's ancestors, it was impossible for them to not find out who he was. However, even though they had investigated this person for 80 billion years, they still found nothing. It was as if he had suddenly jumped out from a rock. It turned out that he wasn't from the Xianxia universe at all. Right at this moment, Pucci, the last lightning dragon, was shattered into pieces by Yang Fann. Yang Fann grinned hideously. He threw a punch at Patriarch Taishao. The force of the punch was so powerful that it could destroy the heavens. It could suppress all the worlds in the world. C 2373 Dao Order of Chaos, Dao Order of Chaos, Dao Order of Chaos, Profound Sky, Divine Palace, 7th floor, Treasure World. Not good. Patriarch Taishao's facial expression changed drastically, and he finally realized what was going on. This wasn't the time for him to be in a daze. That terrifying force had shaken his heart. Even with the help of the Taishao 9 changes, he was still at least 10 times weaker than it. Roar. Shield of Domilos, attack, boom. An azure divine light suddenly erupted from Patriarch Taishao's body, transforming into an azure divine shield that protected his entire body. Buzz. 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 Endless divine imprints floated out from within, swirling about 1,000 feet around Patriarch Taishao. They were profound and unfathomable. The Shield of Domilos. This was another low-grade, top-grade chaos treasure that Patriarch Taishao had obtained in the treasure world, and it was also the strongest defensive treasure in Patriarch Taishao's hands. With the support of the Taishao 9 changes, its defensive power increased by more than 100 times. Even a high-grade universe god wouldn't be able to break through its defense in a short period of time. Bang! Yang Fann's fist smashed into the shield, causing the surrounding divine light to shake violently. However, this was only limited to this. If he wanted to break through the defense of the shield, he was still far from being able to do so. What a good patriarch Tai Xiao. As expected of the number one person in Xianxia universe. He really does have some skills, Yang Fann praised. Compared to the second person, Qingzhan ancestor, this patriarch Tai Xiao was much harder to deal with. Looks like I need to use some tricks as well. Cloud Dragon 9 transformations, activate a extreme middle-level universe god like patriarch Tai Xiao could not give him much time to catch his breath. Otherwise, he might end up like Qingzhan ancestor, losing everything in the end. The 9 changes of the Cloud Dragon was a forbidden arts that Yang Fann obtained from universe god Pu Yao's divine treasury. Although it was much weaker than patriarch Tai Xiao's Tai Xiao 9 changes, once he used the power of the 9 changes, his strength would increase by 81 times. Of course, the side effects were not small either. When the other universe gods used the 9 Cloud Dragon transformation, they were putting their lives on the line. As time went on, their foundations were damaged. The drop in cultivation base was light, but when it came to Yang Fann, it was nothing. What Yang Fann lacked the most was a foundation. Furthermore, he also had the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, which was a heaven-defying divine skill. It could devour some universe sources. He would be able to recover in less than a year's time. Currently, Yang Fann did not lack universe sources. Yang Fann had so many universe god prisoners, it was no joke. Which top-level universe god did not have a few 100 billion cubic meters universe source, and those middle-level universe god, if he did not have a few trillion cubic meters of universe source, he would be too embarrassed to call himself a middle-level universe god. Awoo, 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 boom boom. In an instant, the roars of dragons swept across the entire area. Yang Fann's aura rose steadily and crazily. Even his body continued to swell. Poochie 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 poochie. Large patches of divine flames were destroyed in all directions. With Yang Fann as the center, a vacuum was formed within a 100-mile radius. Are you kidding me? What kind of grudge do we have? What grudge do we have to be so ruthless? Patriarch Tai Xiao widened his eyes. There was a saying in his heart. If we don't spit it out, we won't be able to get it out. We clearly have the absolute upper hand. He was only able to parry the attack and did not have the strength to fight back at all. He even used the forbidden arts to forcefully increase his combat strength. Was there anything crazier than this in this world? Did I kill your father or sleep with you? You have to kill me. Judging from the power of the forbidden arts, one could tell that it was extremely powerful. The side effect of the forbidden arts was not much weaker than the 9th transformation of the Tai Xiao 9 changes. Without the cultivation of 10 to 20,000 eras, there was no way he would be able to recover from it. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a deep-seated hatred between them, no one would be able to eat until they were full and use the forbidden arts. Yang Fann grinned hideously and threw a punch. Under the enhancement of the Cloud Dragon 9 changes, the power of this punch increased by 81 times. The power of this punch had already surpassed many middle-rank high-level universe gods, and it was almost comparable to some high-rank high-level universe god warriors. It was truly earth-shattering, and it could even shake the heavens and earth. Poochie poochie poochie. Traces of dense cracks instantly appeared on the shield that covered an area of over 300 meters. HMPH, let's see how long you can last. Explode. Bang bang. Yang Fann's fists were like heavy hammers as he madly punched out. In less than a breath's time, he threw out hundreds or thousands of punches. Every punch, every strike, was a full-force strike. He didn't hold back at all, and continued to punch him to death. Kai, 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 kai. The fine cracks on the shield of Domilos started to form. The visible speed of the flesh spread out in all directions like a spider web, covering the entire shield. Ah! Patriarch Tai Xiao's heart was beating wildly. A trace of panic flashed across his eyes. An extremely uneasy feeling swept across his heart. He was being bombarded violently like this. In at most 3 breaths' time, the shield of Domilos would be completely destroyed. It was different from a divine body's supreme treasure. Once the chaos treasure was destroyed, its recovery ability would be far inferior to Yang Fann's. For example, in terms of defense, Yang Fann was only on par with the shield. At most, he would be slightly better. However, in terms of recovery ability, the shield could not even catch up to Yang Fann. Yang Fann had thrown the shield more than 100,000 light-years away. They were not on the same level at all. With Yang Fann's heaven-defying recovery ability, even if he was completely destroyed, as long as there was still a trace of blood left, he would be able to recover in an instant. As for the shield, not to mention shattering it into pieces, it would be extremely difficult to restore it even if it was broken into hundreds of pieces. Just like the Puyuan Pagoda, how long had it been? It had yet to recover to its peak. And this was the terrifying aspect of the body cultivator and expert. The path of the body cultivator was filled with difficulties, and the resources consumed were 10 times greater. 100 times, even 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than cultivators of the same level. Once they succeeded, their combat strength would be. Similarly, they were incomparable to other cultivators of the same cultivation level. At the very least, it was as easy as eating or drinking water to challenge someone above his cultivation level. Back to the main topic, without the protection of the low-grade top-grade chaos treasure, the Shield of Moros, with his strength, he wouldn't be able to last more than a breath of time in the hands of this monster before he exploded. Forget it, this flame halberd can only be given to this bastard for free. Patriarch Tai Xiao looked at the flame halberd in the middle of the sea of fire with some reluctance. He finally made up his mind. Although the treasure was good, his life was more important. As long as he was alive, he would be able to obtain the quasi-high-grade chaos treasure one day, bastard, just you wait. I will find you sooner or later to settle the score for the treasure hunt. He glared at Yang Fann, as if he wanted to carve Yang Fann's face into his own sea of consciousness. The next second, a divine light flashed in Patriarch Tai Xiao's hand, and a divine talisman appeared. It was none other than the profound sky barrier break talisman that Xing Zan ancestor had used before. Compared to the other middle-level universe god warriors, the profound sky barrier break talisman was a precious treasure that could only be chanced upon by luck, and not sought after. However, it was not considered too precious in the treasure world. Its value was barely comparable to a low-grade chaos treasure. After all, it was only a one-time divine talisman. Patriarch Tai Xiao had entered the treasure world 18 times, and he had quite a number of profound sky barrier break talismans in his hands. There were 6 of them, and 4 of them had been given to the 4 grand elders of the Xianxia sect as life-saving treasures. At this moment, Patriarch Tai Xiao still had 2 more profound sky barrier break talismans in his hands, but in his opinion, they were all too many. As the number 1 person in Xuanxiao universe, who could force him to use the profound sky barrier break talisman? Bang! In an instant, the profound sky barrier break talisman was crushed by Patriarch Tai Xiao. A power of space burst out and covered Patriarch Tai Xiao's body, then it brought him up to the sky. The Green Mountain will never change. The Green River will never stop flowing. Just you wait, I will not settle this score with you like this. C-2374 Madness Profound Sky Divine Palace, 7th floor, Treasure World. Patriarch Tai Xiao threw a glance at Yang Fann with the enmity. The Green Mountains would never change, and the river would never stop flowing. He, Patriarch Tai Xiao, would remember this debt. At the same time, he crushed the profound sky barrier break talisman in his hand. Under the cover of the power of space, he soared into the sky. After knowing that Yang Fann was a true high-level universe god, Patriarch Tai Xiao finally dispelled the greed in his heart and gave up on the quasi-middle-level chaos treasure that he was about to get. A high-level universe god, even the weakest high-level universe god, was not someone he could deal with. Furthermore, this person had the absolute upper hand, yet he was still using the forbidden arts to fight with his life on the line. This crazy, high-grade universe god and once the top-grade chaos treasure, the Shield of Domilos, was broken. It would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman, I was waiting for it. Go, Profound Sky World Suppression Talisman. Yang Fann sneered and directly struck out a divine talisman. If it was any other world-breaking divine talisman, he might not be able to stop it. This Patriarch Tai Xiao, the Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman, and the Profound Sky World Suppressing Talisman in his hand were his nemesis. This was another treasure that Yang Fann had obtained in the 7th level of the treasure world. Its function was somewhat of little value, and that was the power of space that specialized in breaking power of spaces. It was unknown whether it was something that universe god Zan Shao had done out of boredom or some other reason. Putting aside the fact that he had refined the Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman, he had even created the Profound Heaven World Suppressing Talisman that specialized in breaking Profound Sky Barrier Break Talismans. Not good, it's the Profound Heaven World Suppressing Talisman. Patriarch Tai Xiao's expression changed. He had obtained a few useless Profound Sky Barrier Break Talismans that specialized in breaking divine talismans, but up until now, he had never used one. Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman was a unique treasure of the 7th level of the Profound Sky Divine Palace. In the huge Xianxia continent, other than Qing Zan ancestor, only his disciples and grand disciples had Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman. As the strongest ancestor of the Xianxia continent, the two of them wouldn't easily attack each other. As for attacking his disciples and grand disciples, it wasn't like he had nothing to do. Wang, with a flash of light, another Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman appeared in his hand. I hope that bastard doesn't have a second Profound Heaven World Suppressing Talisman. Patriarch Tai Xiao prayed in his heart. There was a hint of regret in his heart. He regretted being so careless in giving the 4 Profound Sky Barrier Break Talismans to the 4 disciples. Otherwise, with the 6 Profound Sky Barrier Break Talismans, he would be as stable as Mount Tai. Even if this fellow's strength was comparable to a high-level universe god, it was still his first time entering the Profound Sky Divine Palace. He did not believe that he could collect 6 Profound Sky Barrier Break Talismans in such a short period of time. Pucci, the divine talisman in Patriarch Tai Xiao's hand was crushed into pieces. Immediately, another power of space covered his entire body. Right at this moment, another stream of light cut through the void and dispersed the power of space. The second Profound Heaven World Suppressing Talisman, bitch it. Patriarch Tai Xiao's pupils constricted. The thing that he least wanted to see. It had still happened. It was an endless sense of regret. It was like a surging river that swallowed his soul. He shouldn't have been so arrogant, thinking that he was in the Xianxia universe. No one would be able to put him in danger, and he would be given half of the Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman. This old thing actually doesn't use the 3rd Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman. Could it be that he only has 2 Profound Sky Barrier Break Talismans? Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and his heart relaxed. He had swept through hundreds of danger zones along the way, but there weren't many Profound Sky World Suppressing Talismans. There were only 4 of them, and whether or not they were enough, Yang Fann honestly didn't have much confidence in himself. Patriarch Tai Xiao's strength was far inferior to his. It was true that his gains were far inferior to his every time. However, he was unable to withstand his opponent. He had entered many times, and he had 10 or 8 Profound Sky Barrier Break Talismans in his hands. Yang Fann was no exception. The danger zone that nurtured chaos treasures was not any big danger zone. Compared to some danger zones that nurtured low-grade chaos treasures, it was much weaker. With Patriarch Tai Xiao's cultivation base and strength, he would be able to break through the danger zone and obtain the Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman in less than half a month's time. Furthermore, the refinement of the Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman was far simpler than the Chaos Treasure. In this treasure world, the number of Universe God Zan Xiaos that Universe God Zan Xiao placed were not few. In just a dozen years, Yang Fann had already obtained 7 Profound Sky Barrier Break Talismans. Pucci. With a thought, Yang Fann's body moved. He ripped open the spatial zone and lunged at Patriarch Tai Xiao. Old thing, die now rumble. Yang Fann grinned hideously. He turned around and slammed his palm onto the shield of Domilos. There were no more Profound Sky Barrier Break Talismans. His confidence in suppressing Patriarch Tai Xiao had increased by at least 3 levels. Pucci, 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 Pucci. A terrifying power shook the divine shield. The criss-crossing spiderweb-like cracks became several inches deeper. Profound Moon Underworld escape technique. Since the Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman was insufficient, Patriarch Tai Xiao could only think of another way. Waiting for death was not his personality. As an old monster who had lived for tens of millions of eras, Patriarch Tai Xiao did not only have the Profound Sky Barrier Break Talisman as a way to save his life. Rumble. A dark moon rose into the sky. In an instant, Patriarch Tai Xiao's speed increased by 100 times, 1,000 times. Not only that, even with the help of the 9-Cloud Dragon transformation, Yang Fann's speed was no less than some high-ranked high-level Universe God warriors. He could only eat dust behind Patriarch Tai Xiao's back. At that moment pretending to die, stay behind. 4 symbols sealing Pantheon, rise rumble. Rumble. 4 massive stone stels that were over 1,000,000 feet tall suddenly appeared around the Sea of Fire. On each of these stone stels were azure dragons, vermilion birds, white tigers, and black tortoises. They were lifelike, mighty, and divine, as if they were going to be revived from within those stone stels. After discovering Patriarch Tai Xiao, Yang Fann didn't attack immediately. Instead, he secretly planted his trump card around the Sea of Fire. 4 Symbols Sealing Pantheon. This was a set of Yang Fann's that Yang Fann had obtained, and it was also the strongest space treasure in his possession. A single pantheon was only an intermediate chaos treasure, but when the 4 pantheons were combined together, it was a set of high-quality high-grade chaos treasures. If it wasn't for this supreme treasure in his possession, Yang Fann wouldn't have much confidence that he could completely suppress this extreme middle-level universe god Patriarch Tai Xiao. In terms of saving his life, Patriarch Tai Xiao was better than Qing Zan Ancestor. It wasn't weak at all. Chi-Chi, the energy of azure dragons, vermilion birds, white tigers, and black tortoises transformed into numerous chains of laws that formed a net of laws. It sealed the surrounding space and time, and it pierced through that brilliant dark moon. In that instant, Patriarch Tai Xiao felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire, and his speed was instantly suppressed by more than 100 times. Die bang bang! Yang Fann charged forward. Once more, his fists rained down like meteors, beating him up violently. Ah bitch it, this bastard actually buried this move long ago. He wants to take my life with all his heart. Patriarch Tai Xiao's face went pale, and he suddenly realized that his goal was none other than him, not the flame halberd. Ahhhhhhhh. Very quickly, a flash of determination appeared in Patriarch Tai Xiao's eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood from his origin onto the dark moon. This time, he had suffered a great loss. Not only had he used the Taishao 9 changes as final transformation, he had also added a mouthful of origin divine blood. Without the nourishment of 100 or 200,000 eras, he wouldn't be able to recover. He would not be able to participate in the next trip to the profound sky divine palace. If that Qing Zan ancestor knew that he was in a weakened state, he would definitely not let go of this great opportunity. As the second overlord of Xianxia continent, the Qing Zan sect had been eyeing the position of the number 1 overlord of Xianxia sect for a long time. Spitting out blood, do you think you're the only one who can do it? Pua pff'd. Yang Fann sneered and spat out 4 mouthfuls of origin divine bloods. It was as if the origin divine bloods he spat out were not the most precious divine bloods, but ordinary divine bloods. Ah this bastard, how did I offend you to make you hate me so much? Patriarch Tai Xiao was dumbfounded, and his mind was filled with doubts. A single mouthful of origin divine blood could cause a person's vital energy to be greatly damaged. Spitting out 4 mouthfuls of origin divine blood was enough to completely shake one's foundation. This was an act of killing 1,000 enemies and sacrificing 800 lives. There wasn't any blood feud between them, so why was he so ruthless? Just for the sake of killing him and putting his future on the line, could he still be a little crazier? Madman, this bastard was a madman from the bottom of his heart. Explode for me! Bang! The heavens and the earth split apart. The shield of Domilos finally could not withstand Yang Fann's crazy bombardment and exploded into pieces. Ah no, bastard, tell me, do you want me to kill your parents or dig up your ancestral graves so that you won't hesitate to bet your future to kill me? C 2375 8th floor of the Mystic Sky Divine Palace. Profound Sky Divine Palace, 7th floor, Treasure World. Patriarch Tai Xiao let out a hysterical wail. His face was twisted, and he was on the verge of going crazy. He couldn't figure it out, he really couldn't figure it out. Including today, he had only seen 2 sides of Yang Fann. In the past, there was no enmity between them, so why would he kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of his own? He spat out 4 mouthfuls of origin divine blood, although it was enough to suppress him. However, his entire life was basically crippled. With the origin root damaged, if he wanted to improve further in the future, the difficulty would increase by tenfold, or even more than 100 times. Even if he did not make any more breakthroughs, it was still possible for him to advance to a higher realm. Just to deal with a middle-level universe god like him and bet on the future of a high-level universe god, as long as his brain wasn't kicked by a donkey, he definitely wouldn't do such a stupid thing. The mysteriousness of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring law is not something an old man like you can imagine. Yang Fann sneered in his heart. With the 4 origin divine bloods and the backlash from using the Forbidden Arts Cloud Dragon 9 transformations, at most, he would be able to recover after swallowing tens of billions of cubic universe sources. As for Patriarch Tai Xiao, he was a dignified extreme middle-level universe god. The number 1 expert in the Xianxia universe was worth a fortune. The number of universe sources was in the hundreds of thousands, and that didn't include. There were many chaos treasures, heavenly treasures, and earthly treasures. The total price was equivalent to 100 trillion universe sources. It's not much different. Tens of billions of universe sources in exchange for 100 trillion universe sources. Even an idiot would know what choice to make. In the next second, boom, a terrifying power of devouring covered Patriarch Tai Xiao's body, causing him to turn into a ray of light and be swallowed by Yang Fann into his inner world, completely sealing and suppressing him. Poochie. Very quickly, Yang Fann's body moved and fell into the sea of flames once again. Swish 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 along the way, the waves of fire in front of him retreated, and quickly headed towards the flame halberd in the center of the sea of flames. Patriarch Tai Xiao wanted to suppress it, and Yang Fann wouldn't let go of that flame halberd either. Up until now, he had not gotten a single quasi-middle level chaos treasure. 10 breaths later, rumble, the ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. The sea of fire poured down and created endless waves of fire. Yang Fann held the flame halberd in his hand. What a divine halberd, Yang Fann praised. This flame halberd could be considered the best among all the quasi-middle level chaos treasures, and it was infinitely close to middle level chaos treasure. Even for the current Yang Fann, it would provide him with a great boost. If he could completely refine this flame halberd, it would be possible for him to challenge middle-ranked high-level universe god who was a higher level than him. However, not long after, a hint of regret climbed into Yang Fann's eyes. A treasure was a good treasure, but it wouldn't last long. With his current great cosmic eternal divine body, as long as he could digest what he had obtained this time and devour the universe sources in the hands of those universe gods, his divine body's defense would be able to catch up to or even surpass the quasi-middle level chaos treasure. At that time, the flame halberds would be like Puyuan pagodas, retreating to the second tier. Perhaps, he wouldn't even have a chance to use the halberd in the end. Xianxia Universe. The first expert, Patriarch Tai Xiao, was suppressed by him. The second expert, Qing Zan Ancestor, was severely injured and hidden. The only ones left were those chickens and dogs. How could they have the qualifications to make him use this precious weapon? I hope that the 7th level, the 8th layer Whirlpool Guardian, won't disappoint me. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this divine halberd will be covered in dust in my hands. Time flashed, and another 10 years passed. In these 10 years, Yang Fann once again broke through several hundred danger zones and perilous lands and plundered several hundred supreme treasures. He had obtained a total of 23 chaos treasures, 13 of which were low-grade chaos treasures, 5 were intermediate chaos treasures, and 3 were high-grade chaos treasures. Finally, there were 2 more top-grade chaos treasures. Unfortunately, they still couldn't find the highest-grade Yang Fanns that Yang Fann needed the most. The space treasure was indeed worthy of being the rarest treasure amongst treasures of the same level. Out of 10 top-grade chaos treasures, there might not even be a single space treasure. Sure enough, it wasn't easy to find one. It's been 21 years. It's time to head to the next level. Yang Fann casually broke through a danger zone and stored a high-grade quasi-chaos treasure into his inner world. He had made up his mind. 60 years had passed since the last 100 years. There were only 40 years left. Even if there was still more than half of the treasure world that had yet to be explored, he had no choice but to go on his way. No one knew what the final 2 levels would be like. How much time would it take? It was better to leave as much time as possible so that they wouldn't regret it when the time came. One day later, Treasure World, on top of a tall mountain. A wave of energy that even extreme middle-level universe god warriors were terrified of erupted, sweeping across the land and destroying all the voids in the surroundings. The power of the 7th layer of the Whirlpool. Although it hadn't truly stepped into the advanced universe god realm, it had almost reached the critical point of the quasi-high-level universe god. Ordinary quasi-high-level universe god warriors might not be able to kill this Whirlpool Guardian and enter the 8th level. However, compared to Yang Fann, it was just a slight disabling of his limbs. Speaking of which, this Guardian of the Whirlpool gave Yang Fann the feeling that it was better to use the Taishao 9 changes to transform Patriarch Tai Xiao. In less than half an incense stick of time, bang, the millions of meters tall Guardian of the Vortex was shattered into pieces, completely destroyed, and turned into powder. Boom! The Vortex transportation array instantly burst out with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire 9 states. The portal between the 7th level and the 8th layer was successfully connected. One breath later, on the 8th floor of Profound Sky Divine Palace, for the first time ever since Universe God Xianxia fell, a person welcomed him. Compared to the Divine Herb World, Treasure World, and Pill Realm, the 8th floor of Profound Sky Divine Palace looked completely different. This was a small world that could be seen with a single glance. It didn't even have a light year's worth of land. The entire small world was very spacious. Apart from the huge palace that spanned 1,000,000 miles in world center, there was only a vortex of transportation arrays at the edge of the palace. At this moment, waves of civilized aura were being emitted from the palace, causing people to feel respect for it. The words, Thaumaturgy, were written on the front door of this palace. Thaumaturgy Palace, this was the place where Universe God Xianxia had collected his thaumaturgy. It contained all of the thaumaturgy that Universe God Xianxia had collected over the past tens of millions of eras. Sigh, the 8th floor is actually a thaumaturgy palace. A hint of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He had thought that the 8th floor was a world of treasures. It contained a huge amount of heavenly wealth and earthly treasures, as well as Universe God Xianxia's. Who would have thought that it would be a divine ability great hall? If he had known earlier, he would have done so. He wouldn't have needed to rush here, he might as well stay in Treasure World. It was better to flatten a few dangerous places and plunder some precious treasures. Compared to the other universe gods, this divine ability palace was definitely one of the most precious treasure vaults. A powerful origin divine ability was enough to make their strength increase exponentially. At the same time, this divine ability was also the foundation of the sect. As long as they could obtain the many divine abilities in this divine ability palace, the sect would be able to improve by a large margin in a short period of time. However, to Yang Fann, other than those hidden divine abilities and the forbidden arts divine abilities that had great side effects, the other divine abilities, even the supreme origin abilities, were of little value to him. It was impossible for him to spend so much time trying to comprehend them. If he really mastered a supreme grade origin ability, perhaps his cultivation base would have already broken through to the universe god stage. At that time, any one of his attacks would surpass that supreme grade origin ability. Whether or not he could master a supreme grade origin ability would make no difference. However, if he wanted to return to Treasure World, there was no way he could. With his strength, it was not impossible for him to break through the profound Sky Divine Palace. It would only take him a little more time. However, if he really dared to do so, he was afraid that he would be expelled from the Divine Palace by the profound Sky Divine Palace at the first possible moment. Forget it, since that's the case, I'll leave it at that. Yang Fann lightly sighed and no longer felt aggrieved. He took a step forward and directly pushed open the door to the Divine Abilities Hall. Since he was already here, he couldn't just pass by and go to the 9th floor. He couldn't use these divine abilities. However, his family and friends still had subordinates who cultivated various kinds of innate abilities, arcane art. Even if he sold them in the future, that would be good. Divine Abilities Hall Level 1. Low-level Universe Lord can enter, a total of 1,683,452 low-level Universe Divine Abilities Scrolls. C 2376 to reach the top profound Sky Divine Palace, 8th layer, the lowest level of the Divine Ability Palace. Hiss. Low-grade Universe Divine Abilities, 1,683,452 volumes, terrifying. Although Yang Fann had long prepared for this, and Universe God Xianxia had collected quite a number of mystic ability, he never would have thought that just the first level alone would have 1,683,452 mystic ability. This number was far beyond Yang Fann's imagination. In his point of view, Universe God Xianxia's collection of 12 to 200,000 divine abilities was his limit. One should know that Universe God Puyao had been busy for millions of eras, but he only managed to collect over 10,000 divine abilities from the universe. Even with the quasi-origin and those original divine abilities, there were still less than 20,000 divine abilities. Compared to Universe God Xianxia's collection, it was over 100 times worse. This gap was really huge. He didn't know if he should say that it was Universe God Puyao who was too incompetent. Or should they say that Universe God Xianxia was too awesome? Buzz. Yang Fann's gaze swept across the huge bookshelves. Every divine ability jade slip was covered with a layer of restriction. If it was any other middle-level universe lord, even if they were lucky enough to enter this divine ability hall, they wouldn't be able to collect a few divine abilities. However, if it was Yang Fann, those few defense mechanisms were nothing. With a single movement of the spiritual consciousness, the layers of defense mechanisms that Universe Lord needed 100 years to break would be shattered. In the next second, whoosh, with a wave of his sleeve, all of the 163,452 divine abilities were absorbed into Yang Fann's inner world, replenishing the law repository that he had set up in his inner world. He didn't like these divine abilities, but it didn't mean that his subordinates wouldn't be able to use them. After losing his resources, more than 10 trillion years had passed. Yang Fann had many subordinates, but not many of them had successfully broken through to Universe Lord. Most of them were still at the sovereign stage or quasi-Universe Lord, so it was perfect for them to cultivate these low-grade universe abilities. Very quickly, Yang Fann's figure moved, and he went to the second floor of the Divine Abilities Hall. The second level of the Divine Abilities Hall. You can enter the middle-level Universe Lord. There are a total of 38,362 intermediate universe divine abilities scrolls. One breath later, 8,362 scrolls of the intermediate universe's divine ability, not a single one was left behind, and they were kept by Yang Fann in the Inner World's Law Repository. Divine Ability Repository, Level 3. A total of 81,841 high-grade universe divine abilities that allowed one to enter the high-level Universe Lord. Divine Abilities Hall's 4th floor. A total of 13,613 supreme-grade universe divine abilities that allowed one to enter the top-level Universe Lord. The 5th floor of the Divine Abilities Hall. God can enter the quasi-universe. There is a total of quasi-origins divine abilities, 4,534 volumes. The 6th floor of the Divine Abilities Hall. Low-level universe God can enter. There are a total of 368 low-grade origin divine abilities. Divine Abilities Hall's 7th floor. There were 28 scrolls of middle-level universe gods that could be entered into the middle-level universe god. 8th layer of Divine Ability Palace. High-level universe god can enter. There are 3 high-grade origin abilities in total. 1 month later, Yang Fann left the hall. The first 7 floors didn't take much of his time. Even if it was the 7th floor of the Divine Abilities Hall, which required one to be at least at the middle-level universe god, Yang Fann didn't even need a quarter of an hour to plunder all 28 Yang Fanns. In this 1 month's time, he was mainly at the 8th layer of the Divine Abilities Hall, which was also the top 3 8th layers. Above the 3 high-grade origin abilities, Universe God Xianxia had placed layers upon layers of seals, which were high-rank high-level Universe God. It would take him a lot of effort to break the seals and obtain the 3 Universe God Xianxias. In the end, Yang Fann did not hesitate to consume his vital energy and use the 9-Cloud Dragon transformation to raise his strength to the high-rank high-level Universe God. Only then could he break through the layers of seals and obtain the 3 divine abilities within a month's time. Otherwise, Yang Fann would not have dreamt of obtaining these 3 high-grade origin abilities without 10 years and 8 years. These 3 high-grade origin abilities were also the divine abilities of Universe God Xianxia. However, if they fell into Yang Fann's hands, it would take a long time for them to be covered in dust. It was impossible for Yang Fann to cultivate these 3 original divine abilities. As for his little sister and the others, they would need trillions of years to cultivate them. The high-grade origin ability wasn't something that could be cultivated with just any cultivation base, it had to be at least at the middle-level Universe God. If one's cultivation base was not high enough, forcefully comprehending it would only bring about the opposite effect. If one's cultivation base was low, the result would be the opposite. If one's cultivation base was low, the result would be, if one wasted time and gained nothing, then in the worst-case scenario, one would. The 9th floor of the Profound Sky Divine Palace. Here I come. Looking at the vortex of transportation arrays, a look of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. According to the legends, there was a true inheritance of Universe God Xianxia in the 9th floor of Profound Sky Divine Palace. He had gained so much from the previous 8th layer, which had increased his value by more than 10 times. So what if it was the true inheritance of Universe God Xianxia? It might even help him break through to the great perfection stage with his eternal divine body. The completion of the divine body allowed him to kill low-level Universe God with just the strength of divine body alone. Once he broke through to the huge perfection, his strength would skyrocket to an unknown realm. He might even be able to kill a high-rank high-level Universe God like Universe God Xianxia with just the strength of his divine body. Just thinking about it made Yang Fann extremely excited. There's also that 8th layer Whirlpool Guardian. It was hard to find an opponent. The combat strength of the 7th level Whirlpool Guardian was comparable to a high-level universe god. The strength of the 8th layer Whirlpool Guardian was definitely not weaker than the low-order advanced universe god, and it might even be comparable to middle-rank high-level universe god. It was qualified to be his opponent, allowing him to fight with all his strength. Rumble. Yang Fann had just gotten close to the transportation array when a terrifying force that could terrify even extreme middle-level universe god warriors erupted from the transportation array. Good today, I can finally fight with all my might. Yang Fann said the word, good, 3 times in a hurry, and his combat intent soared. The aura unleashed by the Guardian of the Whirlpool wasn't much weaker than middle-rank high-level universe gods. It wasn't any weaker than the current him. Even if this was a universe god without a divine body, divine abilities, and supreme treasures, it was still enough for him to fight with all his might and satisfy his craving. In the next second, boom, a fiery light flashed in his hand, and the flame halberd that he had obtained from the treasure world appeared in Yang Fann's hand. The 9 burning flaming halberd, the vital treasure that universe god Xianxia had seized from a god of low-order advanced universe. It was made from the 9 corpses of burning dragons at the quasi-high-level universe god realm. With the halberd in his hand, it should be enhanced by the power of 9 dragons. Although it had only been refined for a short period of time, and Yang Fann still couldn't unleash the full power of the 9 burning flame halberd, but even so, the halberd was still in his hand. With the help of the 3 dragons, Yang Fann's chi increased exponentially once more. Kill rumble. The 2 titans slammed into each other, and a terrifying surge of energy seemed to want to flip the entire 8th level upside down. Grug wherever it passed. A large expanse of space was obliterated into nothingness. Alright, come again if you're strong enough. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. This time, they were evenly matched. He moved his body and charged forward once again. He didn't even use the forbidden arts to forcefully increase his combat strength. The Whirlpool Guardian was different from a true universe god. Killing them would only bring them benefits apart from opening a path to the next level. Only an idiot would use the forbidden arts to increase their combat strength. It wasn't like they couldn't defeat them, they just needed to spend a little more time. Did he really think that the resources in his hands were from the strong winds? The Cloud Dragon 9 transformations didn't consume a lot of universe sources. A couple billion or 2 billion square cubic universe sources were enough to make up for it, but that was still not the case with universe sources. Bang, the 2 titans clashed madly, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged thousands of blows. Ha, this is awesome again. Yang Fann let out a wild laugh. He immediately gave up on defending and attacked with all his strength. Although the divine halberd of the swirling guardian was sharp, it was still far from enough to break through Yang Fann's defense. It couldn't even tear apart Yang Fann's skin. On the other hand, Yang Fann only needed to slash the halberd to weaken the aura of the swirling guardian. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. There was no suspense at all. 2 hours later, the Whirlpool Guardian was covered in wounds, and its aura was on the verge of falling down to that of a high-level universe god stage. It could only defend itself, and it didn't even have the strength to fight back. Another 2 hours passed. Bang! The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, a terrifying mushroom cloud rose up, and the heavily injured guardian finally couldn't bear it and completely exploded. Alright, satisfying. Yang Fann couldn't hide the excitement on his face. It had been so many years since he last had such a great battle. 10 trillion years, or even longer. After a while, Yang Fann finally calmed down the excitement in his heart. His figure moved, and he stepped into the vortex of transportation arrays. Universe God Xianxiao's inheritance, here I come. C-2377 obtained inheritance, Profound Sky Divine Palace, the top floor, the 9th floor. Poochie. The void twisted, and a person appeared out of thin air. After Universe God Xianxiao's body and soul were destroyed, there was finally another person who had successfully entered the top floor of the Profound Sky Divine Palace. This was also where Universe God Xianxiao's chambers were located. The entire top floor didn't seem to be very big. It couldn't be compared to the Divine Herb World, Treasure World and other worlds, let alone the first 3 floors of Profound Sky Divine Palace, which was only a few times bigger than the 8th floor. It was a place that spanned for several light years. However, there were mountains, rivers, lakes and plains. There were also many plants and trees. This was a complete small world, with only a little bit of life. He had no idea what kind of crisis Universe God Xianxiao had encountered in the past. Or perhaps it was something Universe God Xianxia had deliberately done in the end. He couldn't find any living creature in profound sky divine palace, and he couldn't find any signs of life. In this small world, the most eye-catching thing was the majestic divine palace of World Center. It stretched across hundreds of thousands of miles and reached the clouds. At a glance, it looked like a miniature version of profound sky divine palace. With just a glance, a thought appeared in Yang Fann's mind. The divine palace was where Universe God Xianxia cultivated, and its inheritance was located in the divine palace. I wonder what kind of test will Universe God Xianxia set up. Yang Fann looked at the central divine palace curiously. Universe God Pu Yao would set up 9 stages and leave them to his inheritor. This Universe God Xianxia wouldn't let him obtain the inheritance so easily. The test would definitely not be any easier than Universe God Pu Yao's. It was highly likely that it would be even more difficult. No matter what, he is still a high-rank high-level Universe God, and his strength is more than 10,000 times greater than Universe God Pu Yao's. However, I am no longer the same as before. I will definitely obtain the inheritance of Universe God Xianxia very quickly. A resolute look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The current him was more than 100,000 times, a million times stronger than when he inherited Universe God Pu Yao's inheritance. Back then, a slightly stronger middle-level Universe God was able to teach him how to be a human. Now, once he used all his trump cards, he wouldn't hesitate to pay any price. If he fought with all his strength, he could even fight Universe God Xianxia, who was at his peak. Yang Fann didn't believe that the test set by Universe God Xianxia would be so difficult that even he himself wouldn't be able to pass it. If that was the case, Yang Fann could only admit defeat. In that case, it was obvious that Universe God Xianxia didn't intend to let anyone pass his test and obtain his inheritance. At that time, Yang Fann might have to use some special means. Entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed wasn't Yang Fann's character. Since he had already come, he had to bring back some things no matter what. As for letting him wait for the next 100,000 eras, he would come back after the opening of the profound sky divine palace. Yang Fann never thought about it. A single era had 560 billion years. 100,000 eras, that was 56 billion years. How long was this period of time? If he really gave Yang Fann 100,000 eras, not to mention a Universe God, even surpassing a Universe God would not be impossible. A mere high-rank high-level Universe God was nothing. A casual breath of his could destroy him 1,000 times over. How could Yang Fann take a fancy to the inheritance of Universe God Xianxia? He was afraid that Yang Fann wouldn't even bother to take a look at it when it was placed in front of him. It was just like how the richest man in the world would pick up a few million yuan every minute. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Poochie. With a sway of his body, he arrived in front of the divine palace. Crack crack crack. With a strong push, the door of the divine palace slowly opened. There was no formation or barrier blocking it. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, endless divine light erupted from within the door. The divine light was dazzling, beautiful, magnificent, holy and unparalleled. Stepping out, the space-time wheel rotated. When he landed on solid ground again, Yang Fann discovered that he was already in a large plaza. At a glance, it was 1,000 times, 10,000 times bigger than the outside world. Not only that, there were rockery ponds, water fountains, flowers and exotic fruits. It was fragrant and beautiful. It was like a paradise in the mortal world. All kinds of top-grade natural treasures, divine herbs, divine fruits, and divine fruits. Every single one of them could be seen everywhere. Any one of them would cause countless low-level Universe God to fight over them. Even Yang Fann had found no less than 20 of these precious Yang Fanns. Even if he couldn't obtain Universe God Xianxia's inheritance, just wiping out all the treasures in the square was enough to make Yang Fann's fortune soar by a lot. Right at this moment, ripples appeared in the space in front of Yang Fann, and a person walked out from it. This was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He looked like he was in his 60s. His skin was white and tender. He looked like a baby. However, his eyes were flickering with a sense of vicissitude from time to time. He gave people the feeling that he was extremely old, like a vast ocean and mulberry fields. This person should be the artifact spirit of the profound sky divine palace. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled as he saw through the old man. Zan Yang greets your highness. Congratulations to your highness for passing the test of our Lord and inheriting the inheritance of our Lord. The old man, who was also known as the artifact spirit Zanyang, had a gentle smile on his face as he spoke in a harmless manner. What? I passed Universe God Zan Xiao's test. When did I not know? Yang Fann glared at him with a dumbfounded expression. It seemed like he had just come in and didn't do anything. Why did he suddenly pass the test? Or did he lose his memory? Your Highness, the previous 8th layer of the profound sky divine palace is the test of my master. Anyone who can pass the test of the former 8th layer of the profound sky divine palace and reach the 9th floor will become the inheritor of my master and inherit everything of my master. The test of Universe God Zan Xiao is to reach the top of the profound sky divine palace. Yang Fann murmured, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. It wasn't easy to reach the top of the profound sky divine palace, especially the 8th layer whirlpool guardian. Below a high-level universe god, other than a monster like him, almost no one was able to pass it successfully. Even if that patriarch Tai Xiao's strength improved a step further, he had reached the limit of the Xianxia universe, and had broken through to the quasi-high-level universe god. With the Tai Xiao 9 changes, there was a possibility that he could kill the guardian of the vortex. Not more than half a level. If it wasn't for the fact that he happened to pass by the Xianxia universe, he would have spent another 7 to 8 million eras. It would be very difficult for anyone to obtain Universe God Zan Xiao's inheritance. I really didn't expect that I would pass the test without anyone knowing. Of course, to be able to easily obtain the inheritance. That was naturally the best thing. He didn't have any masochistic tendencies. Even though he could easily complete the task, he still insisted on challenging the high difficulty. Your Highness, this is the palace guarding pantheon. As long as your Highness refines this tablet, you will be able to control everything in the profound sky divine palace, the artifact spirit Zanyang said. Rumble. The ground in the middle of the square cracked open as a gigantic stone tablet that was more than 10,000 feet wide rose from the ground. After refining this palace guarding pantheon, you can control everything in the divine palace. Yang Fann's eyes lit up as he looked at the millions of feet tall palace guarding pantheon. Within the divine palace, there was not only universe god Zan Xiao's inheritance, but also a large number of universe gods. Everything in the divine palace naturally included them. Out of the 399 universe gods who entered the divine palace, apart from the 28 low-level universe god who were suppressed by him, there were 14 middle-level universe gods. There were also the fallen universe gods. There were at least 250 low-level universe god, 40 middle-level universe god warriors. If all these universe gods were to be suppressed and swallowed, it was hard to say who was a high-level universe lord warrior, but if a quasi-high-level universe lord warrior didn't have the confidence to break through to the 10th level, he would have a chance of breaking through to the 4th or 5th level. That's right, Your Highness. As long as you refine this palace guarding pantheon, everything in the divine palace will belong to Your Highness. Zanyang, how should I refine this palace guarding pantheon? That's simple, Your Highness, just use the strength of soul to refine it. Directly refine it with the soul. That's good. The next second. Rumble. Yang Fann's vast strength of soul was like a surging tide as it rushed towards the palace guarding pantheon. Not good, this person. What a terrifying strength of soul, he's not much weaker than middle-rank high-level universe god. Artifact spirit Zan Yang's expression turned serious. His heart sank to the bottom in an instant. It's obviously just a top-rank middle-level universe god. He actually has a strength of soul that is comparable to a high-level universe god. How could there be such a monster? This is not good. With Master's current condition, if you want it, I'm afraid. C-2378 Possession Profound Sky Divine Palace, 9th floor. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's terrifying mental energy, which was comparable to middle-rank high-level universe gods, was surging like a tidal wave, refining the palace guarding pantheon with all his might. There was a faint burning look in his eyes. As long as he refined the palace guarding pantheon, he would be able to control the entire profound sky divine palace. Everything within it, including those low-level and middle-level universe god, would become his. Adding the resources in his hands, it was not impossible for low-level universe god, high-level universe lord, and even the eternal divine art's huge perfection. Just thinking about it made Yang Fann's heart race. If he could really break through to the high-level universe lord, his overall strength would increase by at least 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that he would be able to fight a top-level universe god warrior. A top-level universe god divine ability was far from what a high-level universe god could compare with. The difference between them was between a middle-level universe god and a high-level universe god. It was much bigger, but among the high-level universe gods, no one would be a match for him, even if it was the quasi-top-level universe god who had broken through to the top-level universe god. Whoever won or lost would have to fight first. This combat strength was a first-class expert even in the large-sized chaos domain. It was enough to open up a great sect and call it the Taofather of a sect. In the middle-sized chaos domain, it was synonymous with invincibility. It was invincible in the chaos domain. Days passed by. Soon, a year had passed. Most of the stone monument had been refined by Yang Fann, and only the last core was left. In 3 months' time at most, the refinement would be completed, and the entire profound sky divine palace would be under his control. 3 months, 2.5 months, 2 months, 1.5 months, 1 month, half a month. The countdown began. 7 days, 6 days, 5 days, 5 days, 3 days, 2 days, 1 day. At this moment, Yang Fann had put down all his vigilance and completely believed the words of the artifact spirit, Zan Yang. Reaching the top floor of the profound sky divine palace was the test that universe god Zan Shao had set up. One must always be wary of others. In this world of mutual deception, one must believe whatever others say. This kind of person would probably be sold by others, and they would still be paying for the number of people. Before this, Yang Fann had a skeptical attitude towards this artifact spirit. Not all universe gods were willing to find a successor to inherit everything they had. Many universe gods would even set up traps to trap the latecomers. But now, that trace of doubt had been put down. In at most 2 hours, the palace guarding pantheon would be completely refined by him. If there really was a conspiracy, it should have been activated a long time ago. 2 hours, 1 hour, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 second. Alright, I'm just a little bit away from truly controlling this profound sky divine palace. Old man Qingzan, I let you run away last time. This time, let's see where you can run to. A complacent smile climbed up the corner of Yang Fann's mouth, as if he had already seen the beautiful scene of a group of universe gods being suppressed by him. At this moment, rumble, a strange dark shine flashed past the palace's pantheon. Before Yang Fann could react, the wisp of dark shine had already ripped apart Yang Fanshihai's crystal wall and entered Yang Fanshihai's body. Activate the Great Confusion formation. Almost at the same time, a familiar voice sounded in Yang Fann's ears. It was the voice of the artifact spirit, Zan Yang. In an instant, a series of lewd voices swept across Yang Fann's soul, as if millions of divine mountains were pressing down on his eyelids, causing him to slowly close his eyes. Ha ha ha. What a powerful divine body! Even the divine body of a true body is far from being able to compare to 10,000. Ha ha ha. Now, this divine body is mine. Ha ha. Amidst the loud laughter, the strange dark shine that entered Yang Fanshihai ripped apart Yang Fanshihai's spatial zone and merged into Yang Fann's soul. But soon, the wild laughter came to a halt, and it was replaced by endless panic. Arg, no, how could it be like this? No, no, don't devour me. Let me go, please, let me go. 2 hours later, Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Master, Master. Artifact spirit Zan Yang carefully looked at Yang Fann. His voice was filled with an unconcealable apprehension. If his master, universe god Zan Shao, possessed his body and was reborn, everyone would be happy. If he failed to possess his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. What a good old man, Zan Shao, what a good method! Yang Fann sneered. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. This universe god Zan Shao's scheme was really deep. The so-called inheritance was simply a trap. It was just a trap for him to choose a suitable target to possess. If it wasn't for him being extraordinary, if it was any other genius, the monster, he was afraid that universe god Zan Shao would have already taken over his body. Don't look at the profound sky divine palace. As long as one obtained the palace entry token, there seemed to be no restrictions. In fact, that was not the case. The prerequisite for entry was that one must enter the profound sky divine palace. One's cultivation couldn't reach the level of a high-level universe god. Universe god Zan Shao only had a sliver of residual soul left. Even with the help of the artifact spirit, the chances of him possessing a high-level universe god would not exceed a level, or even lower. As for those below the high-level universe god level, that was not the case. The soul had not undergone any transformation. Although universe god Xianxia only had a strand of the residual soul left, it was still a high-rank high-level universe god soul in essence. It was just that there was a difference in quantity. With the suppression of the artifact spirit, it was not guaranteed that he would be able to possess a middle-level universe god. He had at least 7 or 8 levels of confidence. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yang Fann. Not only had the soul completely transformed into a high-level universe god soul, but it also had the heaven-devouring earth-devouring technique. The soul was a devouring black hole. Not to mention a high-rank high-level universe god residual soul like universe god Xianxia. Even if it was a top-level universe god residual soul, if it dared to possess Yang Fann's soul, it would only be swallowed obediently. To be honest, when he found out that the strength of soul was comparable to middle-rank high-level universe god, the artifact spirit, Xianyang, had already regretted it. Unfortunately, the arrow was already on the bowstring, and he had no choice but to release it. Yang Fann had already started refining the palace-guarding pantheon, and universe god Xianxia's wisp of residual soul was hidden within it. If he didn't use possession, he would completely refine the palace-guarding pantheon and take control of the profound sky divine palace. There was no way he could hide it from Yang Fann's eyes and ears. At that time, it would be too late even if he wanted to activate possession. Of course, the simplest method of possession was to possess Patriarch Tai Shao and the other indigenous residents of Xianxia universe. As the creator of the Xianxia universe, the fate of all indigenous residents was under his control. As long as he was willing, even Patriarch Tai Shao, the #1 person in the Xianxia continent, wouldn't be able to resist him. However, universe god Xianxia didn't care about them at all. Due to the limitations of his strength as a world creation god, after possessing these indigenous residents, advancing to a higher grade universe god in the future would be extremely difficult, and it would be infinitely close to zero. Breaking through the shackles of the acquired universe's living beings was not an easy task. Universe god Xianxia had lived for tens of millions of eras, but he had never seen an acquired universe living being break through the shackles of life. This was one of the biggest advantages of all living beings in the innate universe. For example, the spiritual martial universe that Yang Fann was born in had less than 1/1000th of the resources in the Xianxia universe. It was extremely difficult to give birth to a universe lord. However, theoretically speaking, the living beings in the spiritual martial universe had unlimited possibilities. As long as there were sufficient resources, it was not impossible for a high-level universe god, or even a top-level universe god. Universe god Xianxia, on the other hand, wanted to return to his peak and even surpass his peak. He wanted to find his arch-enemy and take revenge on him. How could he be willing to be reduced to a living being with an acquired universe? He would be trapped in the quasi-high-level universe god for the rest of his life. Not good, Master has failed. Artifact spirit Xianyang's expression suddenly changed. His figure flashed and was about to escape. Trying to escape, can you run? Profound Sky Divine Palace, Seal C 2379 Great Harvest. Profound Sky Divine Palace, 9th floor. Yang Fann sneered. At this time, this artifact spirit Xianyang still wanted to escape. He had really thought too much. The artifact spirit, Xianyang's previous words, were true and false. Once one reached the profound Sky Divine Palace, they would be able to obtain the inheritance of universe god Xianxia. This was a complete bullshit. However, after refining the palace-guarding pantheon, he would be able to control the entire profound Sky Divine Palace. This was true. The truth and falsehood of a lie was something that made it difficult for people to distinguish between the truth and falsehood. If all of them were fake and did not have any dry goods. Yang Fann was not a fool. He had not refined half of the palace's pantheon, so he must have noticed something. Did he really think that the terrifying soul power was just for decoration? And just as Yang Fann was devouring universe god Xianxia's residual soul, Yang Fann had completely refined the palace's pantheon and gained control of the profound Sky Divine Palace. In the profound Sky Divine Palace, Yang Fann was the heavens, the true god. Even if Xianyang was the artifact spirit of the profound Sky Divine Palace, his authority would be reduced to second place, second only to Yang Fann's. Buzz. In an instant, an invisible force bound artifact spirit Xianyang, causing him to freeze in midair, unable to move. No, spare my life, please spare my life, your highness, please spare my life, your highness. Artifact Spirit Zan Yang howled in despair. Although he was just an artifact spirit, as a chaos treasure artifact spirit, Zan Yang was no different from an ordinary person, no matter if it was a sagacity or anything else. Afraid of death. This was the common disease of intelligent lives even if he died, as long as Yang Fann didn't completely destroy the profound Sky Divine Palace, it wouldn't take more than a few million years for a new artifact spirit to be born. But at that time, the memory of the artifact spirit was gone. How could it still be Zan Yang? Your Highness, it is clear that I have always been trying to stop the late Lord. Unfortunately, I am only an artifact spirit. The order of the late Lord is not something that I can disobey. Stop. He pushed it away cleanly and used the heart confusion grand formation to charm me. Don't tell me there's someone else. Yang Fann's lips curved into a mocking smile. It sounded even better than singing. Do you think I'm that stupid? Your Highness, die the only person who dared to plot against him, Yang Chao, would die. This time, if it wasn't for the uniqueness of his soul, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great array was heaven-defying enough. Under the suppression of the heart-questioning great array, it was truly hard to say whether it would be able to defeat Universe God Zan Shao's residual soul. After all, it was the core of a high-ranked high-level Universe God's source soul. Although it was far inferior to his soul in terms of quantity, however, in terms of quality, it was superior to his soul. It was more than 10 times stronger. Even if he won in the end, he would still injure the soul. Without a long period of nurturing, it would be very difficult to recover. Ah no, Your Highness, please spare me. Flower life, you will die a horrible death. I curse you, I curse you. Phew. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann slowly stood up. Overall, this time, it was safe and sound. There were even many surprises. After consuming the last residual soul from Universe God Zan Shao, his strength of soul had improved a lot, and he had crossed the threshold of middle-ranked high-level Universe God. Now is the time to count the spoils. Yang Fann's mind moved. The scene of the first level of the profound Sky Divine Palace, the Sea of Death, quickly appeared in his sea of consciousness. The next second, swoosh 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 ripples appeared on the surface of the void, and numerous flower of death suddenly appeared in front of him. 1, 3, 10, 30, 100, 300 flowers. Soon, a small mountain made entirely out of Yang Fann's appeared in front of Yang Fann. 868 flower of deaths, a total of 868 Yang Fanns. Adding the 136 flower of deaths that Yang Fann had collected, this was a total of over 1,000 Yang Fanns. If Yang Fann had enough great perfection quasi-universe gods under his command, these flower of deaths would immediately allow Yang Fann to add 100 or so universe gods. In terms of numbers, it would directly surpass the number of major powers in Xianxia universe, the Xianxia Sect. Next, it's their turn. With a thought, an invisible force enveloped the entire Sea of Death. Ah, how could this be? This, what in the world is going on? This power, why can't I move? In an instant, the expressions of the universe gods in Sea of Death changed. Their eyes could not hide the panic in them. Unable to move, an invisible force directly bound their bodies. That's right, there are 42 universe gods in total. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. None of the universe gods that entered the profound Sky Divine Palace were weak. The weakest among them were high-rank universe god, and there were only a few dozen of them. Most of them were top-grade and extreme universe god. For example, out of the 42 people, only 6 were high-rank universe god, and the rest were top-grade and extreme universe god. Come down, it's the second level of the Sea of Storm. This time, Yang Fann did not plunder the Storm Origin Crystal. He had plundered madly just now, but now, there were less than a tenth of Storm Origin Crystals left in the Sea of Storm. Even if he were to harvest all of them, he wouldn't be able to gather 1,000,000 Storm Origin Crystals. It was better to keep the Sea of Storm and let it continue to produce Tornado Demon Gods and Storm Origin Crystals. I didn't think that there would be so many universe gods on this second level. Yang Fann frowned. The number of universe gods on the second level had exceeded his expectations. From Patriarch Blackink and the others' memories, they knew that there weren't many universe gods on the Sea of Storm in the past. Other than the last few levels, the number of universe gods on the second level was the least. Now, there were even more than the first level, Sea of Death, with a total of 73 universe gods. Speaking of which, Yang Fann had to thank him for all of this. Yang Fann had emptied more than the 9th level of the Sea of Storm, making it a great blessed land from the top 3 danger zones in the profound Sky Divine Palace. As long as they didn't face hundreds or thousands of tornado demon gods at the same time, those tornado demon gods and the many universe gods wouldn't pose too much of a threat to them. Rather than entering the 3rd level of the lightning world and suffering the danger of being tempered by the myriad thunder body, it was better to stay in the Sea of Storm and hunt for tornado demon gods. Although the innate lightning fruit was 10 times more valuable than the storm origin crystal, the difficulty of finding it was 100 times, 1,000 times more difficult than the storm origin crystal. Many universe gods might not be able to collect 100 innate lightning even after 100 years of hard work, but the storm origin crystal was different. A peak universe god could kill dozens of tornado demon gods in a year. In 100 years, obtaining a few thousand tornado demon gods was not a difficult task. Although one storm origin crystal was worth tens of millions of universe sources, a few thousand storm origin crystals were worth tens of billions of universe sources. It wasn't like the large sects, rogue cultivators, and universe gods were all using up hundreds of billions of universe sources to enter the palace. In order to not make a loss, they could only take the risk to climb up. Of the 13 top-grade universe gods of the sect, the entry tokens didn't cost much. Everything they got was a profit. Very quickly, Yang Fann threw away that trace of doubt. No matter what the reason was, he just had to suppress it. 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level. The layers of worlds were quickly plundered by Yang Fann. The universe gods within, whether they were middle-level universe god or low-level universe god, were all suppressed by Yang Fann without any emotions. 15 minutes later, the universe god in Yang Fann's hands now had 339 more people, including the previous 28 low-level universe god. 14 middle-level universe god, in Yang Fann's inner world. There was a total of 323 low-level universe god and 58 middle-level universe god warriors. The other 16 low-level universe god and 3 middle-level universe god warriors had obviously met with misfortune. This caused Yang Fann to feel a sense of pity. It was one thing for those 16 low-level universe god to die. The 3 middle-level universe god warriors were great nourishment for him. Apart from that, the other natural treasures had increased Yang Fann's value by 20 times. Not only that, Yang Fann had found nearly 100 Yang Fanns. He had found 4 quasi-middle-level chaos treasures of the 9 burning fire halberd grade. 13 Yang Fanns of the 2nd grade. Of course, the most important one was the middle-level chaos treasure in profound Sky Divine Palace, and he was the only one among all the treasures. Universe god Xianxia naturally had more than one middle-level chaos treasure in his possession. There were 3 of them. Even the vital treasure, profound Sky Yin-Yang diagram, was an intermediate chaos treasure. Unfortunately, during the battle that year, the profound Sky Yin-Yang diagram and middle-level chaos treasures Yin-Yang Wuji Whip were both turned into ashes, leaving only the profound Sky Divine Palace. Now is the time to look at the belongings of these universe gods. They should be able to increase my value by quite a bit. C2380 The Chaos Tao Order Profound Sky Divine Palace, 9th floor rumble. A terrifying strength of soul that was comparable to middle-ranked high-level universe gods shot out from Yang Fanshihai's body, sweeping towards the universe gods. After taking complete control of the profound Sky Divine Palace and suppressing the numerous universe gods, he finally had the time to carefully investigate the collection of these universe gods. He thought that with so many universe gods, he wouldn't be disappointed. Not to mention, these universe gods had been busy for several decades. In the profound Sky Divine Palace, they had plundered many good things, and their value had skyrocketed. Puchi one universe god world crystal wall after another, under Yang Fann's terrifying strength of soul, it was like a piece of paper being torn apart with a single stab. There was no way to resist at all. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, a massive amount of resources, heavenly wealth, and earthly treasures were plundered by Yang Fann and stored into his own inner world. 1 month later, Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, shining with a bright light. These universe gods did not disappoint him. Each and every one of them was worth a fortune. The lowest universe god was worth no less than 300 billion universe sources, and the highest patriarch Tai Shao was worth more than 100 trillion universe sources. Among them, Yang Fann had found nearly 100 Yang Fanns, and the quantity was no less than the collection of the 8th layer treasure world. Of course, the quality was much worse. Not to mention middle-level chaos treasure, there was not even a single quasi-middle-level chaos treasure. The best one was the top-grade chaos treasure, and there were only 3 of them. Actually, there should be 4 of them. However, the Shield of Dolos had been destroyed by Yang Fann, and its grade had dropped to a low-grade chaos treasure. If he wanted to recover, he didn't know how many resources he would need to spend. However, it was impossible for Yang Fann to repair such a useless treasure. With his divine body's defense, it would be the same whether he had the shield or not. To be honest, even Yang Fann was regretting repairing the Puyuan Pagoda. Along the way, the Puyuan Pagoda didn't help him much. The resources he spent were enough to buy 2 or 3 high-grade Puyuan Pagodas. Apart from those chaos treasures, the other treasures and all kinds of resources were worth at least 1 billion universe sources. It was almost equivalent to half of the profound Sky Divine Palace. If Yang Fann could convert all these resources into Yang Fann's, he would be able to see the Eternal Divine Arts' great perfection stage waving at him. The completion of the Eternal Divine Arts had cost him more than 2 billion universe sources. According to his estimation, he would need to break through to the huge perfection in order to break through to the huge perfection. He needed about 40 to 50 million divine arts. With his current wealth, he was very close to this number. What was somewhat helpless was that it was not so easy to sell all of these resources. Not to mention the small-sized chaos region, even in the middle-sized chaos domain, there were very few people who could take all of them in one go. A high-rank high-level universe god like Universe God Xianxia was already standing at the top of the middle-sized chaos domain. Many of the strongest experts in the middle-sized chaos domain might not even have such a cultivation base. Compared to the accumulation of tens of millions of eras in the major powers, he was even more powerful. Moreover, these great powers also needed universe sources. It was impossible for them to take out all of them to buy the resources in his hands. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann stopped thinking about it. It wasn't a big problem either. It was nothing more than spending a little more time. If a major power didn't have enough universe sources, then they would have 2, 3, even 4, or even 5. In the thousands of chaos domain near Xianxia chaos domain, there were many major powers with high-level universe gods in charge. I almost forgot. Suddenly, Yang Fann patted his own head and thought of something. After swallowing Universe God Xianxiao's residual soul, Yang Fann also absorbed some of Universe God Xianxiao's memories. However, he was busy suppressing and plundering, so he forgot to carefully investigate Universe God Xianxiao's memories. A high-rank high-level Universe God's memory was also a great fortune to Yang Fann. What kind of strength did he have? What kind of circle did he step into? Universe God Pu Yao was only a quasi-high-rank Universe God, and he could barely make contact with the circle of high-level Universe Gods. There were a lot of secrets that Universe God Pu Yao couldn't find out. Furthermore, Yang Fann was also very curious about the cause of Universe God Xianxiao's death. With Universe God Xianxiao's cultivation, he could be considered a powerful figure in large-sized chaos domain, and in middle-sized chaos domain, he was the undisputed pinnacle of expert. Even if he were to fight a true top-level Universe God warrior, he wouldn't necessarily have no chance of surviving. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was indestructible, but he wouldn't die so easily. In the next second, rumble, rumble. One by one, memories of Universe God Xianxiao flashed through Yang Fann's sea of consciousness like flowing water. Half a month later, Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air. A trace of relief flashed across his eyes. Luckily, he had checked Universe God Xianxiao's memories. Otherwise, he would have been guarding the treasure mountain without knowing it. Buzz. A light of chaos flashed by, and a gray token the size of a palm appeared in Yang Fann's hand. The 2 mysterious characters on the scroll seemed to be the mark of the Great Tao. With just a glance, countless truths of the Great Tao surged into his mind. Token of Primeval Chaos Tao. This was the main culprit behind Universe God Xianxiao's death. According to the legends, there was a superpower in the chaos named Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. The enormous power was the large-sized chaos domain, and it occupied more than one. It was medium-sized, and had over 10,000 small-sized chaos regions. It was true that experts were like clouds in the sky, and experts were like rain. High-level Universe God, in the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, he was just an ordinary person. He could barely be called an expert, and that was the supreme expert that surpassed the top-level Universe God. In the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, It was the supreme expert that surpassed the top-level universe god. There was more than one person in the primeval chaos Tao Palace. To be able to join the primeval chaos Tao Palace, as well as countless high-level universe gods, he was able to become a disciple of the primeval chaos Tao Palace. That was the opportunity for a carp to jump over the Dragon Gate, a chance for him to reach the top-level universe god in the future. And this token of primeval chaos Tao was one of the vouchers for entering the primeval chaos Tao Palace. Furthermore, the token of primeval chaos Tao itself was a powerful chaos treasure, and its grade was even higher than that of the profound Sky Divine Palace. However, it wasn't an attack or a defensive treasure. It was a supplementary treasure. According to the legends, the word, primordial, was personally imprinted by a supreme expert that surpassed a universe god. It contained a trace of the supreme expert's great Tao mark, which was a top-level universe god. If one carefully studied this token of primeval chaos Tao, they would be able to provide a great help. Unfortunately, to Yang Fann, this trace of the great Tao mark had no effect at all. He would never be able to comprehend any great Tao in his life. How powerful would the token of primeval chaos Tao be? Could it be that he was able to comprehend the great Tao of the other universe gods directly? With that amount of time, he might as well devour a few more universe gods. 7,800,000 eons ago, a quasi-top-level universe god divine tomb appeared. It attracted the attention of a large number of high-level universe gods. Unexpectedly, in the divine tomb, there was actually a legendary treasure like the token of primeval chaos Tao. In order to fight for the token of primeval chaos Tao, over 100 high-level universe gods had a world-shaking battle. In the end, universe god Xianxia had a higher level of skill and seized the token of primeval chaos Tao. In the profound Sky Divine Palace, there were so many chaos treasures. Many of them were from universe god Xianxia. In that battle, he had obtained some from the high-level universe gods that had surrounded and killed him. However, killing 1,000 enemies, he had lost 800 of his own. After 1,000 battles, he had also suffered an indelible Tao injury. He hurriedly fled to this place, barely managing to leave behind some trump cards. He could no longer suppress the Tao injury on his body. He only left behind an origin residual soul, waiting for Heaven's Pride evildoer's arrival to take over his body and be reborn. Speaking of which, the token of primeval chaos Tao was also something that universe god Xianxia was unwilling to possess. Patriarch Tai Xiao and the others were one of the main reasons. With the token of primeval chaos Tao, one would only have the qualification to join the primeval chaos Tao Palace, and not necessarily be able to join the primeval chaos Tao Palace. A middle-level universe god acquired universe with exhausted potential and the shackles of life. Even with the token of primeval chaos Tao, it was impossible for him to join the primeval chaos Tao Palace. The primeval chaos Tao Palace did not accept trash. Unfortunately, universe god Xianxia's understanding of the primeval chaos Tao Palace is limited. A trace of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He didn't know if it was because he had lost a part of his memory or if he really didn't know where the primeval chaos Tao Palace was. Universe god Xianxia didn't even know where the primeval chaos Tao Palace was located. Looks like I have to make a trip to Yuan Long's chaos domain in the future. Yuan Long's chaos domain was the chaos domain that universe god Xianxia was born in. Although it wasn't the large-sized chaos domain, it was one of the top cities in the middle-sized chaos domain. Its strength was 10 times, or even 100 times stronger than the Qianyao chaos domain where universe god Puyao was born. Just the number of high-grade universe gods alone was more than 100. It wasn't as if there weren't any quasi-top-level universe god warriors who had broken through to the top-level universe god. With the token of primeval chaos Tao in his hand, Yang Fann would never miss out on anything in the primeval chaos Tao Palace. With his back against the tree, it was easy to catch a cool breeze. The large-sized chaos domain was dominated by a single tree. With a large number of superpowers that surpassed the universe god level, he would definitely be able to advance to the universe god level faster and better. It's about time, it's time to go out. There's still a bunch of fat sheep waiting for me to harvest. C-2381 I'll send you to see your ancestor Xianxia continent, outside profound Sky Peak. Nearly 2,000 universe gods had left, but most of them were rogue cultivators, expert, 13 top-grade sect universe gods, and those who had obtained the spots from the large sects. None of them had left. At this moment, there were more than 1,000 universe gods around Mystic Sky Peak, close to 1,500 universe gods. It was just 100 years, to them. That was the matter of their eyes opening and closing, which was nothing. Furthermore, this was also a rare exchange meeting. In the past, the universe gods were elusive masters. It was not easy to gather them on such a large scale. Not to mention thousands of universe gods, even if there were dozens or hundreds of them, it would be extremely rare. Thousands or tens of thousands of eras, this was a rare encounter. Many universe deities would use this opportunity to trade with other universe deities for some natural treasures they needed. Especially at the end of every 100 years, the trade fair was extremely high. In the profound sky divine palace, flower of deaths, innate lightning fruits, cold marrow divine fruits, and other specialties had always been a hot commodity. Especially the quasi-universes that could allow the quasi-universe gods to break through to the universe god realm, they were especially sought after. Whether it was the top sect or the large sects, every additional universe god was strengthening the foundation of the sect. Especially the large sects which only had one or two universe gods. One universe god was more than enough for the sect to expand their power by a large margin. Look, there's a situation. What's wrong with profound sky divine palace? Suddenly, an exclamation attracted the attention of the gods of the universe. Rumble, rumble, boundless divine light erupted from the profound sky divine palace. It was bright and resplendent, illuminating billions of light years of land. This, what on earth is going on? How could the profound sky divine palace be? The thousands of universe gods were all at a loss. Ever since the birth of the profound sky divine palace, it was usually the end of 100 years before such a phenomenon would appear in the profound sky divine palace. But now, it had only been 62 years. There was still a period of time before the 100 years were up. Could it be that the closing of the profound sky divine palace was brought forward? Advanced. Is this possible? 7,200,000 eras ago, profound sky divine palace descended. Up until now, there had never been an accident. Gulp, gulp. Could it be that someone had reached the top of the profound sky divine palace and obtained Godfather's inheritance? No, this is impossible. The strength of the 7th level guardians of the profound sky divine palace has already surpassed the quasi-high level universe god. They are no match for a high-level universe god, let alone the last 8th layer guardian. Without the cultivation base of a high-level universe god, no one can reach the top of the profound sky divine palace. Right at this moment, wang, hum, the profound sky divine palace started shrinking at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Ah, disappeared. It's over, it's really over. It's really over. The thousands of universe gods around were dumbfounded. Although they didn't want to admit it, the profound sky divine palace had indeed flown away right under their noses. No, that's not right, old ancestor. Where are old ancestor and the others? That's right, where's the patriarch and the others? Why haven't they come out yet? Every time the profound sky divine palace went into hiding, they would always tell the universe gods to send them out of the profound sky divine palace. But this time, not to mention humans, not even a single ghost could be seen. Gulp, gulp, this, could something have happened to the old ancestor and the others? Unknowingly, most of the universe gods present were covered in a layer of darkness, especially the 13 top-level sect and the expert above the top-level universe god level. Almost all of them had entered the profound sky divine palace. If anything were to happen to them, it would be a devastating blow to them. Some of the remaining forces of the top-level sect could not even compare to some of the large sects. With just 30 sets of palace entrance tokens, excluding the 5 groups and middle-level universe god rogue cultivators from the Xianxia sect and the 8 groups of palace entrance tokens that quasi-middle-level universe god had taken away, only 17 sets of palace entrance tokens were given to the large sects, and 51 palace entrance tokens were given to them. There were a lot of monks in the sect who didn't receive any palace tokens. Among them, there was no lack of extreme universe god, and even quasi-middle-level universe god. No, that won't happen. What kind of cultivation base does the old ancestor and the others have? Even if they are no match for the old ancestor, who would be able to keep them alive? I think too much. It must be me who thinks too much. It's not the first time that the old ancestor and the others have entered the profound sky divine palace. How could something happen to them? All of this is just my groundless worries. I can't guarantee that the old ancestor and the others will return in the next second. Buzz, A ripple appeared on the void as a person appeared in the sky above profound sky peak. Look, someone's coming out. Ah, it's him. In an instant, many universe gods' eyes revealed traces of dissatisfaction. It was this fellow who had seized their palace entrance token, causing them to spend a huge sum of money to buy back the palace entrance token that was originally theirs. If they didn't know that they couldn't beat this guy, they would definitely let him know why flowers were so red. Senior, I wonder what happened inside. Why hasn't my old ancestor come out yet? A top universe god from the Xianxia sect took a step forward and forced himself to ask. As expected of the number one power in the Xianxia continent, the Xianxia sect was far more powerful than any other power. He already had 50 slots, plus the order to enter the palace. That would be 53 spots. There were actually top universe gods left outside of the divine palace. This pool of resources was more than twice as strong as the other top grade sect. For example, the lower ranked Flying Dawn sect and the rest of the sect were able to gather 20 spots for themselves. If it wasn't enough, in the end, they would have to use high-rank universe god to fill up the slots. You want to see your family's old ancestor? I'll send you to them now. The corners of Yang Fann's mouth cracked open, revealing an evil smile. Then, he thrust his palm towards the heaven step eon god. Ah, no, the top-level universe god had never thought of this. Yang Fann, this extreme middle-level universe god, would be so shameless as to attack him directly. He only had the time to let out a cry of despair and unwillingness before he was completely sealed by Yang Fann and thrown into his inner world like a piece of trash. The remaining 39 universe gods of Xianxia sect let out heart-wrenching wails, as if they had lost their parents. They were totally unprepared, and if they wanted to rescue him, how could they have the time to do so? Roar, what are you trying to do? Release me, Qin Sang senior brother, at once. Bastard, do you want my Xianxia sect to be your enemy? Don't make a mistake. Although you are an extreme middle-level universe god, my patriarch Tai Xiao is also an extreme middle-level universe god. It's still not too late to release my sect's Qin Sang and senior brother. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this vast universe. The eyes of the 39 universe gods of Xianxia sect turned red. They were like enraged beasts that wanted to eat someone. Although they were weak, with the highest cultivation base of a peak universe god, far from being an extreme middle-level universe god, the prestige of the sect could not be lowered. Even if the opponent was an extreme middle-level universe god, they would still fight to the death with him. Otherwise, where would the face of the Xianxia sect be, and where would their dignity be? How could they be called the number one overlord of the Xianxia continent? How could they rule the entire sect? A bunch of ants. They don't have much ability, but their tone isn't small. Using old man Tai Xiao to pressure me, that's great. I'll send you all to see old man Tai Xiao right now. See 2382 sweep Xianxia continent, profound sky peak. Rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, crushing down towards the 39 universe gods of the Xianxia sect. They fought as they pleased, swift and decisive. How dare he threaten Yang Fann? He was courting death to the Xianxia sect and the other universe gods. That was a huge monster. To Yang Fann, it was just a bunch of ants that could be killed at any time. Ah, bastard, how dare he? The 39 universe gods of the Xianxia sect had their eyes wide open in disbelief. Ever since the Xianxia sect became the number one overlord of the Xianxia continent, which power would dare to not give them face? Since when did they dare to attack them directly? They were going to fight to the death with the Xianxia sect. Bitch bastard, isn't he afraid of the revenge of the Xianxia sect? Although extreme middle-level universe god was strong, he had offended the Xianxia sect. There was nothing good about it. Roar, let's activate the mystic ray barrier. Block it for me. Buzz, a golden barrier rose from the ship where the universe gods of Xianxia sect were. The ship they were riding was also not an ordinary item. It was one of the foundations of the Xianxia sect. It was a powerful high-grade chaos treasure that was only a tiny bit away from being upgraded to a top-grade chaos treasure. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the number one flying treasure in the entire Xianxia continent. Bang! The heaven-sheltering big hand suddenly fell down. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, destroying everything in its path. Grug grug grug. The golden barrier did not have much resistance. It was filled with criss-crossing cracks that were like spider webs. Ah, no, how is this possible? All of the Xianxia sect universe gods were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. The mystic light warship was the number one flying treasure of the Xianxia sect, and its defensive power was extremely strong. Even their old ancestor, Patriarch Tai Xiao, had to put in a lot of effort to break the mystic light barrier, and it was impossible for him to do so with just one strike. The barrier almost exploded. Ah, you're not a extreme middle-level universe god, you're not a extreme middle-level universe god at all. Suddenly, the pupils of a peak universe god contracted as he thought of something. What? No, it wasn't a extreme middle-level universe god. He's accurate, quasi-high-level universe god, or even a higher-level universe god. Bang! The sky collapsed and the earth split apart. The profound light barrier finally couldn't withstand the violent energy and exploded. Ah, not good. In an instant, an unknown universe that had collapsed covered the mystic light warship. Run everyone, run! Xuanji Yun blood escape technique, the 8 steps against the sky. Pearl of nether space. Even the profound light barrier, which could withstand the attack of an extreme middle-level universe god, was unable to protect them. Even they, who were nothing more than ants at the peak of the universe god realm, continued to resist. There was only one way. That was to die. Compared to quasi-high-level universe god and even high-level universe gods, ants like them were 10 times more. Not enough to be killed. Want to run? Stay behind! Boom! A golden light rose from Yang Fann's body, transforming into a 9-layered golden tower. Rumble! A terrifying power of space shot out from the golden tower. It rolled like a tidal wave, sealing off the surrounding space. Ah, what kind of supreme treasure is that? No, why does that golden tower look so familiar? Ah, it's the profound sky divine palace. That supreme treasure is the profound sky divine palace. The universe gods saw it pretty well. That golden tower was the profound sky divine palace. This profound sky divine palace was not only a middle-level chaos treasure, it was also a powerful spatial chaos treasure. It could be said that it had made up for Yang Fann's biggest weakness. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? Old ancestor and the others. Could it be that, instantly, an extremely ominous omen engulfed the souls of all the universe gods? The profound sky divine palace had fallen into Yang Fann's hands. It was obvious that Yang Fann had successfully obtained the inheritance of universe god Zhan Shao. Currently, the other universe gods were nowhere to be seen. It seemed like the odds were against him. In the profound sky divine palace, all the old ancestors were no different from turtles in a jar. As the ruler of the profound sky divine palace, it was extremely easy to deal with their old ancestor. Withdraw! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The 39 universe gods of profound sky divine palace all turned into rays of light and flew towards profound sky divine palace. With the power of profound sky divine palace and the support of Yang Fann, it was not something these low-level universe god could fight against. If it was Patriarch Tai Xiao, he might still be able to break free from the restraint of the Tai Xiao 9 changes and move his body. The next second, Yang Fann's gaze swept across the 1000 universe god stage. Looks like all of you know about this, then I won't let you live. Originally, there was still a trace of hesitation as to whether or not he should capture all of these Xianxia continent universe gods in one fell swoop. But now, Yang Fann completely let go of that petty kindness. He would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Yang Fann would not leave behind any hidden dangers for himself. To him, these universe gods were nothing more than ants. Even if there were a few more of them, they would not be able to pose any threat to him. And as time passed, the gap between them, it would only grow infinitely. After hundreds of millions of years, perhaps he could completely wipe them out with just a flick of his finger. However, just because they could not do anything to him did not mean that they could not harm the people around him. Xuanxiao Universe, Morning Star Chaos Domain, his hometown. However, it was a little closer. If a middle-level universe god knew where the Morning Star Chaos Domain was located, he would be able to reach the Morning Star Chaos Domain in just a few dozen billion years. Even if 7,800,000 eras had passed, the people of the Xuanxiao universe, no one had discovered the chaotic region where the Morning Star Chaos Domain was located, so they were not afraid of anything. They were just afraid of what might happen. No one could guarantee that, in the future, the people of the Xuanxiao universe would never reach the Morning Star Chaos Domain. As for the Morning Star Alliance, they only had a small amount of strength. If he wanted to fight against these thousands of universe gods, it would be no different than throwing an egg at a rock. He had no chance of winning at all. Yang Fann did not want his hometown to be reduced to ruins the next time he returned to his hometown. Ah, not good. This Hua Sheng is going to kill us, run everyone, run. The hearts of the thousands of universe gods collapsed. They no longer had the time to worry about whether their old ancestor had already been captured by Dark Star. Protecting their own lives was more important. As for resistance, none of the universe gods even thought about it. Not to mention that they weren't united, it was impossible for them to work together to fight the enemy. Even if they were united, they definitely wouldn't be a match for Dark Star. At least, the gap of 5 grades was not something that could be made up for with just a few people. Furthermore, he still had middle-level chaos treasure, the protection of profound sky divine palace. Thinking about the 39 universe gods of Xianxia sect who were suppressed, it was too late. It was an extravagant hope for them to escape even if they wanted to. Greater teleportation divine talisman thaumaturgy, phantom wuji forbidden arts, origin blood world-shattering art divine ability, world-breaking lightning escape. Instantly, over 1,000 universe gods began to use their strongest means of survival. Each and every one of them hated their parents for giving them 2 legs. Profound sky divine palace, suppress rumble. Rumble, the terrifying power of space surged and sealed the 4 directions space. Ah, no, roar break for me senior, I'm only a rogue cultivator. The patriarchs have nothing to do with me, spare me, senior spare me, please spare my life, senior this junior is willing to surrender from now on, this junior will be your dog. Master, great master, I beg of you, spare this little one's life. Ah, Hua Sheng, you will die for doing so much injustice. You will have your retribution, you will definitely have your retribution. Ah, when a woman is born, I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. There are actually still over 100 people who managed to escape from my hands. These old things, to be able to live for so long. Sure enough, he has some skills. Yang Fann frowned slightly. He thought that he could borrow the strength of the intermediate spatial chaos treasure in profound sky divine palace. He never thought that, in the end, 139 of them managed to escape from the suppression of profound sky divine palace and escaped with their lives. However, Yang Fann didn't continue to chase after them. Instead, he rolled his eyes. A cruel smile flashed across the corner of his mouth, as if he was brewing something. C-2383 The sky collapses and the earth collapses. Xianxia continent, profound sky domain, a desolate land. Wang. The void distorted, forming a wormhole. A person stepped out from within. This was an extreme universe god. However, his aura was low, and it was not even 1 in 10,000 when he was at his peak. Even if he was compared to some great perfection quasi-universe god warriors, he wouldn't be much stronger, and he would only be able to squeeze through the threshold of low-rank universe god. Old ancestor Gen Zan, large sects as Zan Shin. He was an authentic supreme elder and also the number 1 person in the profound heart sect. He was the pillar of support. This time, I've suffered a great loss. Old ancestor Gen Zan laughed bitterly. In order to preserve his life, he had utilized all the forbidden arts that he could utilize. More than half of his origin was directly depleted. His life could be considered to be over. Not to mention breaking through to the quasi-middle level universe god. It was an extravagant hope for him to keep his cultivation base. After recovering from his injuries, it was all his luck that he could keep his high-rank universe god cultivation base. Regret if he knew earlier, he wouldn't have gone to profound sky peak no matter what. He hadn't gotten any benefits at all. Instead, he had even lost half his life. I wonder how the few junior brother are doing. Did he successfully escape? When a great disaster befell them, they would fly away in different directions. Under such circumstances, it was already fortunate enough to be able to protect his own life. How could he still care about the other grand elders of the profound heart authority? Mystic sky region, an ice mountain. Bang! A person descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed into the ice mountain, smashing out a huge human-shaped sinkhole. A while later, a ragged figure flew out from the crater. His aura was extremely weak. Phew, it's a good thing I have plenty of ways to save my life. Otherwise, I really would have died this time. Why would there be such a monster, evil spirit, in my Xianxia continent? Thousands of universe gods were suppressed just like that, without any ability to resist. Savage, this is too savage. Mystic sky region, a plane. Poochie. Space shattered as a pale-faced elder stepped out from within. Phew, luckily, I'm far enough from that dark star. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm finished. The old man's face was full of lingering fear. If he was just a little bit closer, he would have been doomed forever. The great calamity of gods. This is the biggest tribulation since the fall of God Father in Xianxia continent. Dozens of middle-level universe god, hundreds of quasi-middle-level universe god, and thousands of low-level universe god were destroyed just like that. This loss was really too great. It wasn't much different from wiping out all the top-grade Xianxia continents in Xianxia continent in one fell swoop. This won't do. We can't stay in Xianxia continent any longer. We have to relocate the sect immediately. No one could guarantee that evil spirit would stop here. If they continued to attack the sect, with Dark Star's terrifying strength, no sect in Xianxia continent, including the 13 top-ranked sect, would be able to resist him. As the universe gods returned to the sect, the news of thousands of universe gods being suppressed in the profound Sky Divine Palace quickly spread across the entire Xianxia continent. Ah, what? My sect's old ancestor and the others. No, this. How is this possible? How is this possible? The old ancestor and the others are all middle-level universe god warriors. How could this be? Woo. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This isn't true. It definitely isn't true. How could there be such a monster in this world? It's fake. It's all fake. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe it at all. What kind of cultivation were the ancestors of the various sects? Each and every one of them was the high and mighty god of the universe. In the past, even if one of them died, it would still be enough to shake the entire Xianxia continent. To be suppressed by over 1,000 universe gods in one go, this was simply impossible. However, with each message, the stone would sink into the ocean. The various sects had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Woo. How could this be? How could this be? The old ancestor and the others. They really did. Woo. What should we do? What should we do? Collapse. Countless disciples of sect were in a state of panic. The sky had collapsed and the land had completely collapsed. Endless panic and despair had spread across the 108 large domains of Xianxia continent. Not long after that, a large number of sects' forces began to withdraw from the Xianxia continent and towards the many lesser continents. Although the resources in the lesser continents were far less than 1 in 10,000 of the resources in the Xianxia continent, once they retreated to the lesser continents, not to mention improving the strength of the sect, it would be an extravagant hope for them to not retreat. However, compared to the inheritance of the sect, being weak was nothing. Furthermore, with the accumulation of the sect, even if they were to decline, it might even be possible that evil spirit had already left the Xianxia universe by that time. Shallow water could not nurture a true dragon. Compared to a high-level universe god, an acquired universe like the Xianxia universe was still a little small. If he wanted to make another breakthrough and leave the Xianxia universe, he would have to venture into the endless chaos. At that time, they would be able to return to their home. All of this was temporary. Time flew by. 100 years had passed. Heaven and earth smelt. All things returned to origin suddenly. A sound of great Tao that looked like it had descended from the sky suddenly appeared in the ears of all the living beings in the Xianxia universe. The next second, rumble, 99, 81 terrifying stars that were almost the size of a domain in the Xianxia continent rose up from the surroundings of the Xianxia universe. They spread all over the surroundings of the Xianxia universe in a mysterious trajectory, as if they were huge furnaces that were roasting the continent. Ah, what is that? The temperature is rising. Ah, it's so hot. It's burning me to death. It's burning me to death. Woo. How could this be? Someone save me. Save me. Miserable, despairing wails erupted from the various continents. In just a few breaths of time, the temperature of the Xianxia universe had risen by 1,000 degrees, and it was still rising at a terrifying speed. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the temperature had already exceeded 100,000 degrees Celsius. Looking at it from the chaos, the Xianxia universe was like a huge fireball. At this moment, in the outer perimeter of the Xianxia universe, a large number of living creatures couldn't withstand the high temperature and turned into flying ashes. It was also a lesser continent. Similarly, there were different grades and grades of living creatures. The closer one got to the Xianxia continent, the stronger the strength of origin would be, and the more powerful the living creatures would be. It was like the hundreds of lesser continents closest to the Xianxia continent. The living beings on the continent were usually true gods at birth, and when they grew up, they would become domain gods. With a little effort, they would be able to dominate the entire continent, and even if they gathered the resources on the continent, it would not be impossible for them to form a universe god. As for the outermost lesser continents, they weren't much better than the living beings of some great worlds in the spiritual martial arts continent. They were born with the strength of a sovereign, and if they had the strength of a quasi-saint, they could be called. They were geniuses, and the strongest of them all had the cultivation base of a sovereign, which was their limit. 2 hours later, the temperature in Xianxia universe reached 1,000,000 degrees. The entire universe, below the sage stage, had turned into flying ashes. 1 day later, there were very few who could survive under demigod. A month passed. Within the Xianxia universe, there were no longer any existences below the true god level. 1 year later, the realm god started to be unable to withstand the scorching heat, and his divine body started to crumble. 10 years passed. Even the sovereign lord could only grit his teeth and hang on. 100 years later, Pucci, the outer region of the Xianxia universe had finally reached its limit, and it began to collapse. 1,000 years passed. The entire Xianxia universe had shrunk by half. Apart from the lesser continents that could give birth to Universe Lord, the rest of the lesser continents had all been destroyed. 10,000 years later, in the entire Xianxia universe, there was only the Xianxia continent left. There were also hundreds of lesser continents that had hopes of giving birth to universe gods. 100,000 years later, the first lesser continent that had the potential to give birth to a universe god began to collapse. In the entire Xianxia universe, other than the universe god and the quasi-universe god, there were almost no other living beings. 1,000,000 years passed. In Xianxia universe, there was only the main continent left, Xianxia continent. Below the universe god realm, there were very few great perfection quasi-universe god survivors. 10,000,000 years later, low-rank universe god was gradually unable to withstand the smelting furnace's power. 100,000,000 years passed. The entire Xianxia continent was dead silent, no signs of life could be found. All the universe gods, including the Xianxia sect's middle-rank middle-level universe god, who was guarding the sect, were all killed. 1,000,000,000 years later, Pucci, the Xianxia continent began to collapse. C-2384 smelting the universe boom boom boom. The 81 suns were like a furnace of suns, melting down the Xianxia universe. After 1,000,000,000 years, the entire Xianxia universe had turned into a dead silence, with no signs of life. From the middle-level universe god to the ordinary sovereign and quasi-saint, not a single one of them was left alive. They were all burnt into ashes and turned into flying ashes. Even the numerous lesser continents that surrounded the Xianxia continent like stars had turned into powder. At this moment, even the Xianxia continent had reached its limit and started to collapse. Xianxia universe, billions of light-years away. A terrifying giant that was less than 10,000 years tall, like the chaos devil god that was born in the chaos, invincible and supreme. It was Yang Fann. The changes in the Xianxia universe were all caused by Yang Fann. To be precise, it was Yang Fann who had activated the technique left behind by universe god Xianxia. Universe god Xianxia had left a method in his internal universe in order to restore his peak cultivation base as soon as possible after his resurrection. Heaven and earth smelt divine formation. Using 81 low-grade universes as the furnace, he had refined all living beings in Xianxia universe into the purest strength of origin. At that time, universe god Xianxia would be reborn from his body. As long as he activated the heaven and earth smelt divine formation and melted the Xianxia universe, even if he couldn't immediately recover his peak combat strength, he would at least be able to recover a level or two of his strength. It wasn't impossible for him to advance to the low-order advanced universe god or even become middle-rank high-level universe god in one go. This was also the main reason why the profound Sky Divine Palace didn't stop Patriarch Tai Xiao and the other acquired universe creatures from entering. To universe god Xianxia, these acquired universe creatures were like pigs that he kept in captivity. By melting them, he would be able to obtain more strength of origin. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated the variable of Yang Fann's plan. The plan of millions of eras had all been for naught, and Yang Fann had even benefited from it. And the reason Yang Fann suppressed over 1,000 universe gods and did not chase after the other universe gods was also because of the heaven and earth smelt divine formation. Once this formation was opened, they were like turtles in a jar, unable to escape even if they wanted to. The heaven and earth smelt god formation's power was definitely not a joke. When the formation was formed, those below the high-level universe gods could only obediently wait for death. During this period of time, it wasn't that the universe gods never thought of destroying the 81 low-level universes and destroying the heaven and earth smelt god array. However, before the universe gods could get close, they were forced back by the terrifying heat wave. There's only that Xianxia continent left, there's at most 1 billion years left. It will be a success. Yang Fann gazed into the distance and spoke in a calm voice. He didn't have the slightest bit of pity for the destruction of Xianxia universe and the deaths of billions of living creatures. However, this was normal. Would a single person care about the life and death of a group of ants? As far as Yang Fann was concerned, all the living creatures in Xianxia universe were just lowly ants. Besides, Yang Fann was already used to destroying the universe like this. The universe gods that were swallowed by Yang Fann, which one of them didn't have their own universe, bringing along the creatures of the universe? If he had sympathy and pity everywhere, would he still continue to cultivate? In fact, there was even a faint glimmer of excitement in Yang Fann's eyes. This was a high-grade acquired universe, and after refining the entire universe, how many strength of origin should it provide him? It probably wouldn't be much worse than swallowing a high-level universe god. Originally, Yang Fann wasn't very confident that he could break through to the high-level universe lord in one go, but now, he had at least 5 levels of confidence, or even more. Just thinking about it made people look forward to it. High-level universe lord and middle-level universe lord were two different concepts. Adding the fact that he had broken through to the eternal immortal divine body, he might even be able to fight a top-level universe god. Soon, Yang Fann closed his eyes and continued to devour the universe source. For the past billion years, Yang Fann had not been watching the Xianxia universe being smelted. Once the heaven and earth smelt divine formation was activated, there would be nothing left for Yang Fann. After a billion years, Yang Fann had devoured nearly half of the universe source in his hand. Less than half a level of universe source seemed to be very little. Those universe gods, although their cultivation levels were low-level universe god was far from being able to compare to Patriarch Tai Xiao and the others. However, there were more than 1,300 of them, close to 1,400 universe gods. Together, they brought more than 200, nearly 300 trillion Yang Fanns to Yang Fann. Adding on the nearly 500 trillion universe sources that he had obtained from the 300 universe gods, that was close to 800 million. Furthermore, universe god Zhan Xiao was a high-ranked high-level universe god, so how could he not have high-ranked high-level universe gods with him? In front of 8th layer, just because he didn't have 8th layers didn't mean that he didn't have them at the top level. The universe source that universe god Zhan Xiao had accumulated was comparable to the total amount of the universe gods in Tai Xiao. It was even more, a lot more. It directly exceeded 10 billion universe sources, nearly 120 billion universe sources. This caused the number of universe sources in Yang Fann's hands to exceed 1900 trillion, close to 1950 trillion universe sources. Even though he had only refined half of the universe source, it was still close to 90 billion. This caused Yang Fann's strength of divine body to increase by a huge amount. At this moment, Yang Fann's strength of divine body alone was not any weaker than some quasi-extreme universe gods. Even if his overall combat strength was still inferior to middle-rank high-level universe gods, it was only slightly inferior. 100 million years, 300 million years, 500 million years, 700 million years. In the blink of an eye, 800 million years had passed. There was already less than 100% of the Xianxia continent left, and only the core of the Xianxia continent, the profound heaven domain, was still persisting. Very quickly, another 30 million years passed. Puchi. As the pillar that supported the heavens, it was also the symbol of the profound sky region, the complete collapse of the profound sky peak. This indicated that the Xianxia universe was about to enter its final countdown. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 18,000 years later, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a trace of unconcealable surprise flashed in his eyes. It's done. In the center of the heaven and earth smelt, Xianxia universe had already disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was a huge crystal ball with a diameter of over 100 million light years. Surging energy waves were radiating out from the crystal ball. The energy was so vast. It was the cosmos god Tai Xiao. It was far from being 101. Rumble. Yang Fann stretched out his palm, directly tearing apart the heaven and earth smelt formation and grabbing the energy crystal ball in his palm. Bang bang! Just as Yang Fann brought the energy crystal ball out of the formation, the 81 low-grade universes exploded one after another, igniting their final rays of light. The heaven and earth smelt formation used the universe as its fuel. When the formation was broken, it would be the time when the universe was destroyed. What a pure source energy! Yang Fann gently weighed the origin crystal in his palm and praised. The essence of the origin energy in this crystal ball was pure and vast. Whether it was in quality or quantity, it was 100 times higher than an extreme middle-level universe god like the universe god of Taishao. More than that, if Yang Fann was only at the 5th or 6th level, he would be able to break through to the high-level universe lord. But now, he had the confidence to break through to the 10th level. Even with the advancement of the eternal immortal divine body, his foundation would continue to deepen and become stronger. The source energy needed to break through would continue to grow. Should I find another universe to smelt? Yang Fann was slightly tempted. If there were more of these origin crystals, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the top-level universe lord. However, in the end, he gave up on this tempting idea. A pre-sky high-grade universe wasn't something that could be found just like that. As for the pre-sky universe, even if it was successfully refined, it wouldn't be able to obtain much origin energy. Even if it was a top-level universe, it might be. Even so, it was not even close to 11% of the energy crystal ball in his hand. Furthermore, it wasn't that easy to smelt a universe. The reason why Yang Fann could easily smelt the Xianxia universe was because of this. The reason was because the heaven and earth smelt divine formation was set up by universe god Xianxia. As the creator of Xianxia universe, universe god Xianxia was the heaven of Xianxia universe. The origin will of Xianxia universe wouldn't resist at all. However, if it was any other universe, the result would be the same. The most important thing was that universe god Xianxia's memory had a huge flaw. The heaven and earth smelt formation in Yang Fann's memory was just a broken formation. It had taken him a lot of effort to activate it. If he wanted to set up the true heaven and earth smelt formation, with Yang Fann's current attainments in the Tao of formations, the success rate wouldn't exceed 1 level. We have been delayed in Xianxia universe for long enough. It's time to continue our journey. C-2385 arrived. Boundless chaos. Swoosh. A silver light flew through the void at an incredible speed. It was so fast that even the deities of low-order advanced universe couldn't catch up to it. The Aram's ship was a low-level top-grade chaos treasure. It was a famous treasure of the low-order advanced universe in Yuan Long's chaos domain. When the god of Aram fought for the token of primeval chaos Tao, he was killed by universe god Xianxia. This Aram's ship had become universe god Xianxia's spoils of war. This was also the only flying treasure among all the low-grade profound sky divine palaces in the profound sky divine palace. Although the flying treasure was not as precious as the space treasure, it was not much different. Many middle-rank high-level universe god did not even have a supreme-grade flying chaos treasure in his hands. As for the speed of the Aram ship, it was faster than many middle-rank high-level universe god. With the profound sky divine palace being controlled by Yang Fann, the boat had become Yang Fann's. With this Aram's ship, Yang Fann's previous exquisite quasi-chaos treasure, glazed celestial boat, immediately retreated to the second tier. Compared to the glazed celestial boat, the speed of the Aram's arc was more than 1,000 times faster. It was on a completely different level. But even so, it would take Yang Fann billions of years to reach the nearest chaos domain. If he wanted to reach his destination, Qianyao chaos domain, without hundreds of billions of years, it would be impossible. It had to be said that the chaotic region where Yang Fann was born was too remote. Back then, universe god Pu Yao had to spend trillions of years to reach the divine feathers chaos domain. Although universe god Pu Yao had set up a suspicious formation to avoid the pursuers, he would not be able to reach the chaos domain of divine feather without hundreds of billions of years. If he still wanted that glazed celestial boat, Yang Fann would have to leave. When all the resources were used up, he would have no choice but to travel in person. Otherwise, if he really had to spend tens of billions of years to travel, Yang Fann would definitely collapse as to cultivate step by step. Even if 1 or 2 chaotic energies went by, Yang Fann's cultivation base might not be able to break through a grade. This was extremely normal compared to the other universe lord. There were many people who had yet to break through in thousands of eras. However, Yang Fann, who was already used to breaking through quickly, could not stand it. Ohm's boat, master control room. Rumble rumble, large patches of universe sources were quickly devoured by Yang Fann, turning into strength of origin that nourished Yang Fann's divine body. It nourished every single cell of Yang Fann. In the blink of an eye, 1 billion years had passed since Yang Fann started smelting Xianxia universe. 83 billion years had passed, and Yang Fann had successfully refined nearly 15 billion cubic meter universe sources, allowing his strength of divine body to steadily step into the extreme universe god realm. His overall strength had also improved by leaps and bounds, and he had broken through to the middle-rank high-level universe god realm. Once he unleashed his full strength at all costs, he would be able to fight top-rank high-level universe god. It wasn't as if Yang Fann didn't have the strength to fight back. During this period of time, Yang Fann had also cultivated a forbidden divine ability. It was one of the 28 types of universe god Xianxiaos that universe god Xianxia had collected, Dragon Sun 10 transformations. This was a forbidden divine ability that was even scarier than the Taishao 9 changes. Once he used the power of the 10th transformation, his strength would increase by 512 times. It was a true killing god that met a devil that killed a devil in the past. Universe god Xianxia was able to dye the Chaos Red, and under the encirclement of over 100 high-level universe gods, he was able to kill dozens of people and break out of the encirclement. This was because he had used the Dragon Sun 10 transformations. Of course, the side effects of the Dragon Sun 10 transformations were equally terrifying. That was more than 10 times that of the Taishao 9 changes. Looking at universe god Xianxiao's final outcome, one could imagine it. The first 6 revolutions were nothing. It was nothing more than some vital energies being injured. However, the last 4 revolutions, especially the last revolution, was a taboo of the taboo, a move that could kill both of them at the same time. However, compared to Yang Fann, this Dragon Sun 10 revolutions was completely tailor-made for him. Yang Fann wasn't afraid of the side effects of the forbidden divine ability, but he was afraid that the forbidden divine ability wasn't strong enough. With the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique, the most he could do was spend some more resources. It wasn't a big deal at all. As long as he could suppress a high-level universe god, even the lowest level of a high-level universe god, the harvest would be enough for him to explode 10 times, or even more than the 10th revolution of the Dragon Sun 10 revolutions. Time passed quickly, another 5 billion years passed. Aram's boat, master control room. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. The divine light was bright, piercing through countless spatial zones, as if it had seen through the endless chaos. The primal corridor has finally arrived at the chaos domain of Gui Sui. The chaotic region where the Xianxia chaos domain was located was far from what the chaotic region, where Yang Fann was born, could compare with. There were only 68 chaos domain, and all of them were small-sized chaos regions. And there were more than 100 of them in the middle-sized chaos domain. It was even rumored that the large-sized chaos domain existed in the center of the region. Unfortunately, universe god Pu Yao had only heard of the name of the large-sized chaos domain. He had never truly entered it. Quasi-high-level universe god was one of the top few people in the Xianxia chaos domain, but in the large-sized chaos domain, it was just an ordinary expert. It was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. This sentence was applicable in any place. The Gui Sui chaos domain was one of the tens of thousands of small-sized chaos regions. It was also a member of the few great chaos domain at the border of the chaos domain. Of course, it was also a small-sized chaos region. It was also incomparable to the other chaos domain like the Morning Star chaos domain. For example, the villages in the cities. How could the small villages in the mountains compare with them? In this place, even if it was a low-grade small-sized chaos region, there were middle-level universe gods, and most of them were more than one. For example, this Gui Sui chaos domain was a low-grade small-sized chaos region, and there were 2 middle-level universe god in it. Although they were both low-rank middle-level universe god, the gap between them and the Morning Star chaos domain could be seen. Of course, whether or not it was still the case now was still up for debate. Tens of thousands of eras, even to the high and mighty universe gods, was an extremely long period of time. During this period of time, anything could happen. It was not impossible for the 2 middle-level universe god warriors to have successfully broken through, or encounter some powerful enemy and be killed by someone. In the chaotic region where Yang Fann was born, low-rank middle-level universe god was synonymous with invincibility. He was indestructible, but in this place, he was a mighty warrior. In thousands of eras, there would always be a middle-level universe god warrior who fell. Not long after that, Yang Fann closed his eyes once again. A low-grade small-sized chaos region did not have the qualifications to make him stay for too long. Yang Fann also had no intention of taking out any resources here. A mere low-grade small-sized chaos region, there were not many middle-level universe god warriors here, so how many universe sources could he have? He had spent a lot of effort, and he was afraid that the amount of resources he could get in this Guayar chaos domain that was worth 30 trillion universe sources was his limit. Those middle-sized chaos domain were Yang Fann's target. Furthermore, in the past 5 billion years, he still had nearly a billion universe source left in his possession. He was not in a hurry to get new universe sources. Along with the Orum's ship entering the Guisui chaos domain, the number of living beings in the universe that they encountered along the way also gradually increased. It wasn't like in the boundless chaos, where even a few 100 million years, or even a billion years, it was hard to find a single item. However, no one dared to have any ideas about the ship of Orum. Although these universe experts were weak, they were generally only at Universe Lord's cultivation level. However, each and every one of them had good eyesight. That terrifying speed was enough to show how extraordinary the Orum's ship was. It was not something a small figure like them could covet. Soon, another billion years passed. When the forest grew bigger, there would be all kinds of birds. In the chaos, there were always some people who didn't know how much weight they had and were proud of themselves. During this period of time, there were many powers that had their eyes on the Ohm's boat, and there were even some middle-level universe god major powers that had their eyes on it. However, there was almost no need for them to make a move. These powers were either wiped out in the chaos or captured by Yang Fann. Although the Orum's ship was known for its speed, it didn't mean that its combat strength was weak. It was just slightly inferior to its speed. In reality, whether it was attack or defense, the Orum's arc was not inferior to some quasi-high-level universe god. Combined with its terrifying speed that was comparable to middle-ranked high-level universe gods, there were almost no expert that could match the Orum's arc. 5 billion years later, an enormous chaos domain that was more than 100 times larger than the Morning Star chaos domain appeared a trillion light-years away from the Ohm's ship. C-2386 Investigate Gold Rock Chaos Domain. This was a middle-sized chaos domain. Although the Gold Rock chaos domain could only be considered ordinary amongst the many middle-sized chaos domain, it was only a low-grade middle-sized chaos domain. But even so, the middle-sized chaos domain was the middle-sized chaos domain. The prosperity of the Gold Rock chaos domain was still far from what the small-sized chaos region could compare with. One was in the sky, the other was on the ground. In the entire Gold Rock chaos domain, there were more than 50 middle-level universe god that were known by the world. Including those old monsters that were hiding in the dark, even if there weren't 100 middle-level universe god warriors, it wouldn't be much different. Low-level universe god, who was a level lower than him, had more than 1,000 of them. Legend had it that the number 1 overlord of Gold Rock chaos domain, the old ancestor of the Golden Crag god race, had broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the ranks of high-level universe gods. In the thousands of chaos domain nearby, it was a first-class expert. Simon Universe was one of the 48 top universes in Gold Rock chaos domain. It was also one of the few open top universes in Gold Rock chaos domain. The universe source's will had completely fallen into a deep slumber and would not be able to suppress any expert in the outer universe. Because of this, the Simon Universe was able to become the economic center of the Gold Rock chaos domain, the trading center. In the Gold Rock chaos domain, every slightly famous merchant association had a branch in the Simon Universe. Some of the larger merchant associations even moved their headquarters to the Simon Universe. Every year, countless universe experts, and even other chaos domains from the chaos domain would travel to and fro the Simon Universe. The prosperity of the Simon Universe, not to mention the Gold Rock chaos domain, could even be ranked among the thousands of chaotic regions in the chaotic region. Unlike most universes, the Simon Universe did not have many continents and worlds. There was only one main continent, the Simon continent. A continent was a universe. Out of all the top universes, the Simon Universe was considered extremely small. The overall area was even smaller than the spiritual martial universe where Yang Fann was born. However, this did not mean that the Simon Universe did not have many resources. The top universe was the top universe. No matter how small it was, it was far from what the other 3 grades universe could compare with. For example, the spiritual martial universe, even if there were tens of thousands of them combined, they still couldn't compare to a single Simon universe. This was even after the spiritual martial universe had advanced to the intermediate universe. If it was the previous spiritual martial universe, it would be 100 times more than the previous one. 1,000 times. It would be difficult to even reach half of the Simon universe. The entire Simon continent was not divided into Dao, region, and state. Instead, it was controlled by cities. According to the size of the cities, the main city was divided into 5 grades, with the highest grade being the main city. This was the true core of the Simon continent, and there were the least of them. There were only 12, and then there were 365 cities. Below the cities were the big cities. There were a total of 4,800 cities, and then the middle city. The number of small cities was much higher. Especially the small cities, which were as numerous as the hairs on a cow's head. Hundreds of millions of them. It was like the sand of the Ganges covered the entire Simon continent. Western Thunder Main City, one of the 12 main cities of the Simon continent. Just like the Simon universe, the Western Thunder Main City, as one of the 12 main cities of the Simon continent, wasn't very big either. Its length and width didn't even exceed a light year's worth of land. Compared to the other top universes, the big cities that could traverse thousands or tens of thousands of light years were like miniature cities. Xilei Main City, City Gate. Yang Fann casually paid a top-grade divine crystal and slowly stepped into the city. It had been so many years since he last used this divine crystal. Even higher-level origin of eternities could not enter his eyes. Luckily, with his current divine ability, he wanted the divine crystal. Otherwise, it would really be a little awkward. He couldn't allow a creation god like him, Lord of the world, to steal top-grade divine crystals from the hands of the rulers of the inner world. Over 100 billion years. After a long period of hard work, the nearly 250 trillion Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands had been mostly used up by him, leaving him with less than 110 trillion Yang Fanns. In the past 5 billion years, Yang Fann had encountered many arrogant and reckless people, and the result was obvious. With the space treasure from Profound Sky Divine Palace and Yang Fann's powerful strength, he was a high-level universe god. When he met Yang Fann, he would be a high-level universe god, and when he met Yang Fann, he would be a high-level universe god. It was unknown even if he wanted to escape, let alone those aphids who were only at the middle-level universe god. Originally, there were only 62 middle-level universe god prisoners, but now, there were more than 80 of them, 83 of them, and low-level universe gods' number had increased by nearly 500. One had to admit that the chaotic region was very powerful. 25 middle-level universe god and nearly 500 low-level universe god. This strength was enough to sweep across the chaos domain where Yang Fann was born. However, with so many experts suppressed by him, it was like a small stone falling into the ocean, without causing much of a stir. Perhaps only when he suppressed a high-level universe god could it cause a slight stir. Yang Fann's purpose for coming to Simon Universe was very clear. He wanted to exchange the resources in his hands for some universe sources. Although nearly 11 trillion universe sources were a lot, some of the wealth of some low-order advanced universe gods might not even have that many universe sources. It was enough for tens of thousands of eras of cultivation for high-level universe gods, but if it was Yang Fann, he wouldn't even be able to hold on for 10 billion years. The great universe's eternal immortal divine body was constantly improving, and Yang Fann's refining speed was also steadily increasing. Up until now, Yang Fann had been able to refine nearly 12 trillion universe sources in 100 million years. In 10 years, he had refined nearly 120 trillion universe sources. This wasn't all, the progress he had made. Yang Fann estimated that he would be able to absorb nearly 11 trillion Yang Fanns in at most 9 billion years. Currently, he was at least 10 billion years away from his destination, the Xianxia Chaos Domain. Of course, Yang Fann had never thought that he would be able to use all the resources in his possession. This was an extravagant hope. After capturing 15 middle-level universe god and nearly 500 low-level universe god, the resources in Yang Fann's hands had skyrocketed once again. Adding all the resources together, without 7 to 8 billion universe source, it was likely that he would not be able to eat all the resources in his hands. Gold Rock Chaos Domain was a low-grade middle-sized chaos domain. Even if all the major powers in Gold Rock Chaos Domain were to be emptied, it would still be very difficult to gather 7 to 800 million universe sources. Yang Fann would be satisfied if he was able to gather 2 to 3 layers of resources in his hands. Walking slowly in the city, Yang Fann casually looked around. He had to admit that this city was worthy of being one of the 12 main cities in the Simon continent. There were as many experts as the clouds, and experts were like rain. Compared to the number 1 divine city in the Morning Star Alliance, the Morning Star Divine City, it was more than 10 times stronger. It was not an exaggeration to say that universe sovereigns were everywhere, and universe lord was worse than a dog. In just less than 10 minutes, Yang Fann had already seen no less than 100 universe lord. The strongest one had even reached the limit of the top-level universe lord, and was only a step away from becoming a god of the quasi-universe. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Yang Fann had practically explored the entire West Thunder City, but he didn't take out any treasures. Instead, he left the city and went to another main city in Simon Universe, Xihong City. Xilong City, Xie Main City, Eximo Main City, West Wind Main City, West True Main City, West Wind City. In just a month's time, Yang Fann's footprints were everywhere in the 12 main cities of Simon Universe. However, just like the main city of Western Thunder, Yang Fann had never taken out a single treasure, a divine fruit. A sharpening knife would not delay the chopping of firewood. Although it was easy for him to obtain the resources in his hands, Yang Fann did not want to sell them too cheaply. This was a deal worth hundreds of billions of universe sources. If he were to be casually slaughtered, he would probably lose tens of thousands of universe sources, or even tens of billions of universe sources. However, just doing a simple investigation would not take much effort. In the end, it was still because his subordinates were not strong enough. Low-level universe lord, in some lower universe, was a top-tier expert that could be placed in a top-tier universe. That was very common, especially in the Simon universe, which was one of the 12 main cities. He was an ordinary person that could no longer be an ordinary person. Some of them were high grade, top grade, and low grade. Even Universe Lord didn't have the qualifications to enter, let alone sell many resources for him. A mere low-grade Universe Lord had a treasure worth several trillion, or even several trillion universe sources. That was no different from kids taking the gold and flaunting the market. It would be strange if those Universe Lord, the god of the universe, could hold it in. Do you want to slave a few universe gods to do things for me? C2387. The New Age Auction. West Yuan City was one of the 12 main cities in Simon Universe. Furthermore, out of the 12 main cities, West Yuan City was ranked in the top 5, or even the top 3. It was much stronger than West Lei City. The West Element Chamber of Commerce was named after the West Origin City. One could imagine how powerful the West Element Chamber of Commerce was. This was the undisputed number 1 Chamber of Commerce in the West Origin City. It could be said that the entire West Origin City was under the control of the West Element Chamber of Commerce. According to the legends, there was a top power standing behind the West Element Chamber of Commerce. It was the number 1 overlord of Gold Rock Chaos Domain, the Golden Crag Divine Race. They had to give the power behind the West Element Chamber of Commerce some face and wouldn't dare to offend them. The headquarters of the West Element Chamber of Commerce was located at the center of West Yuan City. It was a tall building that reached millions of meters high. It towered into the clouds and was known as the number 1 building of the West Yuan City. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the benchmark of the West Yuan City. In the entire Xiuan City, it could be said that it stood out among the masses, allowing people to see where it was at a glance. Of course, this was not because of the other factions, as they did not have the confidence to build a higher floor. Not to mention a 1,000,000 feet tall building. Even if it was 1,000,000 feet tall, it would still be 1,000,000 feet tall. 100 million feet tall building, as long as the major powers were willing, was a piece of cake. With the divine ability of the universe god, what kind of tall building couldn't be built? Even if it was Universe Lord, building a light-year tall building was as easy as playing around. It was just that none of the major powers dared to build one. West Yuan Main City controlled the headquarters of West Element Chamber of Commerce. It was only 1,000,000 feet tall. What are you trying to do by building a 1,000,000 feet tall building? Do you want to ride on the West Element Chamber of Commerce in the future and seize control of West Yuan City, or what? If there were any major powers who dared to do so, the West Element Chamber of Commerce would annihilate them in minutes. In the headquarters of the West Element Chamber of Commerce, Yang Fann was walking slowly, approaching them step by step. After a month of inspection, Yang Fann finally chose the West Element Chamber of Commerce as his trading partner. The West Element Chamber of Commerce was strong enough, and they were known as one of the 10 biggest trading companies in the Gold Rock Chaos domain. They were rich and imposing. According to the legends, just the liquid funds alone were worth hundreds of billions of universe sources. They were truly wealthy enough to rival an entire country. Of course, this was only a very small reason. In the Simon universe, the West Element Chamber of Commerce was not the only one with the top 10 trading companies in the Gold Rock Chaos domain. The most important thing was that the West Element Chamber of Commerce was going to hold a meeting with the Era Auction. The Era Auction was the most important auction in the West Element Chamber of Commerce. As its name suggested, it would only be held once in an era. Every time the Era Auction held an auction, countless treasures would be auctioned. It would attract countless powers to send their expert to the West Element Chamber of Commerce. This was especially the case for the Era Auction. It was said to be the most powerful item in the past million years. 10 billion years ago, the West Element Chamber of Commerce had already started to build up its reputation. It was said that middle-level chaos treasure would be auctioning it off. Even many quasi-advanced universe gods were alarmed and would come to the West Element Chamber of Commerce. Of course, Yang Fann wasn't interested in middle-level chaos treasure. Although middle-level chaos treasure was powerful, it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the Great Perfection stage with the eternal divine arts. At that time, his divine body's defense wouldn't be any weaker than middle-level chaos treasures. It wouldn't be impossible for him to surpass middle-level chaos treasure. At this moment, buying one of middle-level chaos treasure's items was like buying too much money. One should know that middle-level chaos treasure's price wasn't low, especially when it was being auctioned. Without hundreds of millions of universe sources, it was impossible for middle-level chaos treasure to win. With so many universe sources, it was better to refine his great universe's eternal divine body cultivator to the Great Perfection stage as soon as possible. Yang Fann's true goal was to use the Era Auction to auction off some precious treasures. Ordinary resources were one thing, but precious treasures like chaos treasures were two completely different concepts when it came to the final profit. The difference was one-fold, or even several times. It was not impossible. As for the top-grade chaos treasure, even if it was only a difference of one-fold, it would still be several trillion universe sources. Wang. Yang Fann's eyes flashed as if he had seen through the real situation of the West Element Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. What a good West Element Chamber of Commerce, as expected of one of the 10 biggest trading companies in Gold Rock Chaos domain, they really do have some skills. The headquarters building of the West Element Chamber of Commerce was actually a chaos treasure. It is also a low-grade top-grade chaos treasure. In this headquarters building, even an extreme middle-level universe god like Patriarch Tai Shao could be suppressed by it if he is not careful. Gold Rock Chaos domain was only a low-grade middle-sized chaos domain. Although there were many middle-level universe god, most of them were middle and extreme middle-level universe god. In the entire Gold Rock Chaos domain, there were only a few experts, and they were one of the few people at the peak of the pyramid. There were 8 to 9 extreme middle-level universe god warriors behind the West Element Chamber of Commerce, and they were all quasi-high-level universe god warriors. It wasn't impossible. As for higher-level universe gods, there was not much of a possibility. On the surface, the only higher-level universe god in Gold Rock Chaos domain was Old Ancestor Jin Yan. The West Element Chamber of Commerce was only one of the 10 biggest chambers of commerce in the Gold Rock Chaos domain. Although they had a lot of power, in the entire Gold Rock Chaos domain, they were in the top 10. It was somewhat difficult. If there were high-level universe gods behind them, then the Gold Rock Chaos domain wouldn't be a low-level middle-sized chaos domain. It would be like the Xianxia Chaos domain, the high-grade middle-sized chaos domain. The next second, Yang Fann did not stop. He stepped into the headquarters building. An expert in martial arts. So what if he was brave? So what if he was a top-grade chaos treasure? Putting aside the fact that the West Element Chamber of Commerce wouldn't harm him, even if they wanted to harm him. The one who would suffer in the end would only be the West Element Chamber of Commerce, not him, Yang Fann. Greetings, Senior. May I know if you wish to purchase treasures or sell them? Very quickly, a beautiful woman dressed in a blue dress with a stunning appearance bowed to Yang Fann and asked. as expected of one of the top 10 merchant associations in Gold Rock Chaos Domain. Any of their maids is Universe Lord. Yang Fann gave the maid a plain look. Immediately, the maid felt as if her clothes had been stripped off, as if she had seen through everything. I'll sell it first. After that, I still have some treasures to auction off. A supreme treasure like the Chaos Treasure naturally needed to be auctioned off in order to maximize the profit. However, there was no need for the other ordinary treasures. If all the treasures were to be auctioned off, the West Element Chamber of Commerce would open the era auction for him once, and it would take a long time for them to be auctioned off. And amongst the top 10 chambers of commerce, the reputation of the West Element Chamber of Commerce was pretty good. It seemed like the West Element Chamber of Commerce wouldn't scam him too much. This was also one of the main reasons why Yang Fann chose the West Element Chamber of Commerce. Without waiting for the maid in green to speak, Yang Fann changed the topic and said, "But I'm afraid that the West Element Chamber of Commerce won't be able to take all of my treasures." Ordinary treasures. That was only relative to Yang Fann. In fact, there were only a few items that could be treasured by the Universe God. He took out any one of them. Senior, don't worry, my West Element Chamber of Commerce is one of the 10 biggest trading companies in Gold Rock Chaos Domain. There aren't any treasures that my West Element Chamber of Commerce can't take. The maid smiled confidently. There was a hint of disdain in the depths of her eyes. I wonder where this bumpkin came from. He's actually afraid that our West Element Chamber of Commerce won't be able to eat his treasures. He didn't even know what kind of place this was. This was the headquarters of the West Element Chamber of Commerce. Even those high and mighty middle-level Universe God wouldn't dare to speak such arrogant words. I can eat it, that's for the best, but it saves me time. As he spoke, Yang Fann casually handed over a dimensional ring. Senior, don't worry. The female servant received the dimensional ring and did not pay too much attention to it. How many treasures could a country bumpkin who didn't have much knowledge and experience have? If it was worth 100,000 cubic meters or 1,000,000 cubic meters of universe source, then it would be at most worth it. A truly knowledgeable person, which one of them didn't know the abilities of the West Element Chamber of Commerce? However, when her spiritual sense entered the dimensional ring, her facial expression changed instantly. Even the hand that was holding the dimensional ring began to tremble. It was as if the dimensional ring did not only have a few two-layered dimensional rings, it also held up a part of the world. It was like a universe, and it almost couldn't hold on any longer. The dimensional rings that covered an area of 10 million miles were piled up to the brim. Furthermore, it wasn't an ordinary natural treasure. Even a top-level Universe Lord would be tempted by the lowest grade of treasure. There were many treasures that even the deities of quasi-universe would go crazy over. Gulp gulp, these treasures were probably worth hundreds of trillion universe sources. Where did this big shot come from? Why is it so scary? 100 trillion universe sources worth of wealth had already far surpassed the vast majority of middle-level Universe God's worth, and this was only a portion of his family's wealth. She hadn't forgotten that Yang Fann was preparing to auction off some treasures. How is it? Your West Element Chamber of Commerce might be able to take all of my treasures. C2388 3 Ways Simon Universe, West Yuan Main City, West Element Chamber of Commerce. Yang Fann looked at the maid in green with a mocking expression. Although the treasures in the dimensional ring were only a small portion of the treasures in his hands, and not even a single layer of them, the value was beyond anyone's imagination. Ordinary treasures could not be compared with chaos treasures or origin divine abilities. However, it could not be compared to his quantity. For example, Yang Fann had more than 1,000 Yang Fanns in his possession, and the number of other quasi-chaos treasures he had was even greater. He had more than 10,000 Yang Fanns in his possession, and when all the ordinary treasures were combined together, they almost took up 2 of Yang Fann's net worth. Even if it was only a single level of treasure, its value would still be close to 100 trillion universe sources. Even the 10 largest trading companies like the West Element Chamber of Commerce would find it difficult to take it. As for the ordinary treasures in his hands, Yang Fann wasn't so bored as to take them all out. A little maid had never seen many scenes, so she could not help but look down on others and tease them a little, giving her a good memory. That senior, there are too many of these treasures. This junior is unable to make a decision. The green-clothed female attendant put down the dimensional rings in her hand, and a wisp of embarrassment climbed onto her face as she spoke in an extremely embarrassed manner. This time, She had lost all her face at her grandma's house. How could this be a country bumpkin who had never seen the world? He was a real tycoon. Ah, no, he was a god tycoon. As she spoke, the pretty face of the green-clothed maid couldn't hide the disappointment on her face. The grades of the West Element Chamber of Commerce were clearly defined. Although she was one of the red-orange, green-yellow, blue-blue, and purple-colored maids in the West Element Chamber of Commerce, the 5th grade green-clothed maid could be considered to be in the middle of the West Element Chamber of Commerce. However, her limit was only 100 million universe sources. A treasure that was worth hundreds of trillion universe sources. Not to mention a maid in green, even her superior, the purple-robed messenger, was far from qualified. In the entire West Element Chamber of Commerce, only the high and mighty chairman had the qualification to do so. This was a huge transaction. If she could complete it in her hands, she would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. Not only would she be promoted to the purple-robed envoy and become a member of the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce, but she would also be able to obtain a huge amount of money. For example, every time a maidservant completed a transaction, she would receive a certain amount of money. As for the 5th-tier green-clothed maidservant, she would receive a small amount of money. Over 100 trillion universe sources, 1 commission each. That was over 10 trillion universe sources. With such a massive amount of resources, not to mention advancing to the high-level or top-level universe lord, even the legendary universe god was almost guaranteed to succeed. However, just because they did not have the authority to trade, the resources they obtained flew away just like that. Was there anything more tragic than this in the world? Although as the first receptionist, the West Element Chamber of Commerce would still reward her handsomely, but compared to the huge sum of 10 billion universe sources, it was like comparing heaven and earth. With just that little bit of reward, whether she could advance to the high-level universe lord smoothly or not would be a huge problem. Woo, my universe god is gone. Gone just like that. At this moment, her heart felt as if it had been cut by a knife. She had never been like this before, hating the West Element Chamber of Commerce system. They were both members of the Chamber of Commerce. Why didn't she have the right to trade? A few breaths later, a beautiful lady dressed in purple quickly came to Yang Fann's side and invited him into a luxurious palace. Her attitude was extremely humble. It could even be said that she was flattering him. Her beautiful eyes were faintly filled with amorous feelings, and she looked like she was scratching her head. Yang Fann had no doubt about it. As long as he opened his mouth, this purple-clothed maid would definitely throw herself into his arms and go with him to the Shaman Mountain. Being able to take out a treasure worth 100 trillion universe sources in one go, even an idiot would understand that this was a great figure. 8 to 9 out of 10. It was the high and mighty middle-level universe god, or even the best of the middle-level universe god. Although she was the highest-ranked purple-robed messenger among the 7 colored maids, she could be considered one of the best even in the West Element Chamber of Commerce. She was one of the higher-ups in the West Element Chamber of Commerce, but compared to the legendary middle-level universe god, there was no way she could be compared. If she could get close to this big tree, her position in the West Element Chamber of Commerce would definitely increase by more than 10 times or even 100 times. If she could really squeeze into the management of the Chamber of Commerce, even the chairman would have to give her some respect and wouldn't dare to offend her. Unfortunately, Yang Fann was completely indifferent to this, turning a blind eye to it. He didn't even know what kind of goods they were. How could Yang Fann take a fancy to it? If he really needed a woman, with his current cultivation base and strength, even universe gods would have to take off their clothes and wait for him. Among his many captives, although the female universe gods were not as many as the male universe gods, even if it was 110, 2,000 universe gods, there were still over 100 of them. There were even 7 middle-level universe god. In order to survive, there was nothing these female universe gods could not sacrifice. Not to mention sacrificing themselves to Yang Fann, even becoming Yang Fann's slave, or even a lowly slave, that was just a matter of a few words from Yang Fann. 1 minute later, the palace door was slowly pushed open and a person walked in. It was a slightly plump old man wearing a golden robe. He had a smile on his face, and he seemed to be amicable. There was no aura of experts on his body. He looked more like a merchant who did not know any cultivation path than a cultivator. Top-ranked universe god. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He immediately saw through this old man's cultivation. Looks like this chairman is also a spokesperson. A mere peak universe god couldn't defend such a large family business like the West Element Chamber of Commerce. Even a quasi-middle-level universe god who had just stepped into the middle-level universe god wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the world of cultivators, experts were the most respected. Without sufficient strength, the West Element Chamber of Commerce would have long been divided up by those middle-level universe god warriors. Junior Chi Zi greets Senior the Old Man. President Chi Zi bowed towards Yang Fann, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Middle-level universe god, low-level universe god. The difference between a single word and a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. If he really angered a middle-level universe god because of his rudeness, then there would be nothing wrong with it. Even if it was the power behind him, it wouldn't be good for him to show himself. President Chi Zi, this is the treasure I want to trade. Yang Fann nodded slightly and handed the dimensional ring over. President Chi Zi's spiritual sense moved and swept across the dimensional ring. Although he had heard the introduction of the green-robed maid, he still couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when he saw the treasure inside the dimensional ring. It wasn't that he had never seen the world, but it was his first time seeing so many treasures. Among them, he saw nearly 100 exquisite quasi-chaos treasure. One should know that he, the dignified leader of West Element Chamber of Commerce, only had one exquisite quasi-chaos treasure in his hand. However, President Chi Zi was the chairman of the West Element Chamber of Commerce, one of the top 10 chambers of commerce after all. He quickly suppressed the shock in his heart. He smiled apologetically at Yang Fann and said, "Please wait a moment." Then, one treasure after another was carefully appraised. It took a full day for the rough cloth to be appraised. Horrifying, one had to know, he was a peak universe god. With a single move of the spiritual sense, he could split into billions of thoughts. Senior, the other treasures have all been taken care of, a total of 985,368 billion universe sources. However, I wonder how you are going to sell these abilities. The other natural treasures can be accurately appraised, but divine abilities are different. They are sold in different ways, and their value is also different. Why don't you tell me more about the specific methods? A hint of curiosity flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Senior, there are roughly 3 ways to use divine abilities. The first way is to set a restriction in the inheritance jade slip, and only one person can inherit it. In other words, after our West Element Chamber of Commerce obtains this inheritance jade slip, we can only sell it once. The second method is to allow the West Element Chamber of Commerce to sell it many times. The price is determined by the number of times we sell it, and the more times we sell it, the higher the price. The last method. My West Element Chamber of Commerce will buy this divine ability in one go, and all the authority will belong to my West Element Chamber of Commerce. And you have no choice but to sell these divine abilities in any form. May I know what method Senior will use to sell these divine abilities? C2389 Abilities Gold Rock Chaos Domain, Simon Universe, West Yuan Main City, West Element Chamber of Commerce. A hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He had never thought that there would be so many tricks to selling this divine ability. In this month, Yang Fann mainly wanted to inspect the reputation of the major trading companies and see which trading company was suitable for him to trade with. He didn't know much about the value of the treasures in his hands. It couldn't be helped, there were too many treasures in his hands. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the divine ability and secret technique alone, Yang Fann had more than 2 million divine abilities in the universe. It was almost 2.5 million divine abilities, nearly 500 origin divine abilities, 438 low-grade origin divine abilities, 46 middle-grade origin abilities, and 3 high-grade origin abilities. There were so many intermediate and low-level universe god, and there were also many people who had mastered the origin abilities. Even if there were some repeats, the number was still quite considerable. As for the other treasures, there were even more types of them. They were like stars in the sky, and there were countless of them. If one really wanted to evaluate their value one by one, not to mention a month, there was no need to talk about the value of each and every one of them. Even 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years, would not be enough. Yang Fann did not have that much free time. However, thinking about it, it was understandable. Divine abilities were different from supreme treasures. It was not limited to one person. If there was no restriction, a divine abilities could be sold infinitely. Not only him, the owner of the divine abilities, but also the target of his trade. He could also sell divine abilities. I wonder how much each of these 3 methods will cost. Yang Fann did not give a direct answer. Instead, he asked, if the method was different, the price would naturally be different as well. Otherwise, there was no need for President Xi Zi to ask so many questions. Senior, there are 3 ways. The price is naturally different. The third method is the highest. The second way is the second way, and the first way is the lowest. For example, if you choose the first way to sell it, my West Element Chamber of Commerce can give Senior a 10 cubic meter universe source, if it's the second option. The quotas you sell are different, so we will give you a different price. Our West Element Chamber of Commerce is willing to offer 3,000 cubic meters of universe source as the highest price, and we will buy and sell it at the end. From now on, all the authority of this divine ability will belong to our West Element Chamber of Commerce. We are willing to offer 100,000 cubic meters of universe sources. A low-grade universe divine ability is worth 100,000 cubic meters of universe sources. Yang Fann's heart shook. This price was really out of his expectation. A low-grade universe superpower could only be used by middle-level universe lord warriors at most. For high-level universe lord warriors, even if they had reached the huge perfection transformation stage, it would be considered pretty good if they could increase their combat strength by 1 level. A trash ability like this could actually be sold for 100,000 cubic meters of universe source. It was unimaginable. It was really unimaginable. One had to know that 100,000 cubic meters of universe sources was enough to buy a high-grade original treasure. Although it was only the lowest grade of high-grade original treasures, it was enough to double the combat strength of a low-rank top-level universe lord. But after thinking about it, it was normal. That was a one-time purchase. Once the inheritance was passed down, it would be 10 cubic meters of universe source. As for the West Element Chamber of Commerce, the price would only be higher. It only needed to be sold 6,000 to 7,000 times to recover the cost. With the West Element Chamber of Commerce's strength, would it be difficult to sell it for 10,000 times? I wonder if there are any other restrictions to the third method. Can I still pass down the divine ability to my relatives? After pondering for a moment, he came up with 3 methods. The first method was directly excluded by Yang Fann, although the water flow was long and thin. This was the safest and also the best choice to maximize the benefits. But how could he have so much time to sell a divine ability for tens of millions of times? 2 or 3, in comparison. Yang Fann preferred the third type, but those were the best ones. Top-grade universe abilities were still alright, intermediate and lower-grade universe abilities. Under his friends and family, there were already many people who were trying to comprehend them. Especially that low-grade universe ability, it only needed to reach the top-level universe sovereign. He could start cultivating it, more than 2 million low-grade universe superpowers. There were not a million of them that were cultivated. It was not much different either. Similarly, among the low-grade divine abilities that President Xi Zi had given him, there was one that was close to demigod, and it had been practiced by his subordinates. If he couldn't even teach the subordinates of his kin, then perhaps he could only choose the second divine abilities. He couldn't possibly take back the techniques that his subordinates had painstakingly cultivated just to sell them. Senior, it's nothing much to only pass down the techniques to your family and subordinates. However, they have to guarantee that they won't be able to sell the techniques in any form. The so-called buyout was only limited to large-scale sales. The West Element Chamber of Commerce didn't care too much about small-scale inheritances. To be honest, even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to do so even if they wanted to. Alright, I'll choose the third way to sell it. Hearing this, Yang Fann made a firm decision. In any case, he had never planned to secretly sell it a second time. Yang Fann still had this bit of integrity. Senior, in your dimensional ring there are a total of 200,000 low-grade universe divine abilities. However, my West Element Chamber of Commerce has recorded 106,312 divine abilities, 93,688 effective divine abilities. Divine abilities are only effective in the first exchange. The divine abilities that have already been recorded are repetitive. The West Element Chamber of Commerce would not record them again. They were not idiots. There were so many universe sources in their hands that there was no use for them, 50,000 divine abilities in the intermediate universe. The buyout price is 3 million cubic meters of universe source, the effective divine abilities are 12,863 cubic meters. A total of 389 million cubic meters universe sources, 10,000 high-grade universes divine abilities, 100 million cubic meters worth of universe source, 4,128 effective abilities, a total of 41, 18 million cubic meter universe sources, 2,000 supreme grade universe abilities. Buying price of 3 billion cubic universe sources, effective 618, 1854 billion square universe sources, 500 quasi-origin divine abilities, a buyout price of 100 billion square universe sources. Effectively appraising 268 cubic meters universe sources, a total of 268 billion cubic meters universe sources. All divine abilities, a total of 291,375, 7,800,000 square cubic universe sources, a total of 291, 37,800,000 square cubic meters. It's 291,338,000,000 cubic meter universe sources. What do you think, Senior? 2,913. 8 billion cubic meter universe sources? Yang Fann was a little confused. A few universe divine abilities and quasi-origin divine abilities could actually be sold at a sky-high price of nearly 3 trillion universe sources. This was something that he had never thought of before. In Yang Fann's mind, these divine abilities could be sold at a price of 10 trillion universe sources. That was the limit. Indeed, there was no place in one's life where one could not be pleasantly surprised, not to mention. Many of these divine abilities were recorded by the West Element Chamber of Commerce. If they were not repeated divine abilities, the final price would be over 60 million universe sources. Especially that quasi-origin divine ability, it was sold at a sky-high price of 100 billion universe source. It was completely beyond Yang Fann's imagination. One had to know that the slightly weaker chaos treasures were also sold at this price. Including the total price of the other heavenly treasures, the total price is 985,368 billion. Senior, there is a total of 12,765.06 billion. President Chi, there's no need to rush. I still have a batch of divine abilities. Help me estimate the price. As he spoke, Yang Fann handed over another dimensional ring. That huge profit made Yang Fann's heart palpitate. This time, he even gave out 400,000 low-grade universe divine abilities, 100,000 intermediate universe divine abilities, 30,000 high-grade universe divine abilities, 5,000 high-grade universe divine abilities, and 1,000 quasi-origin divine abilities. At this moment, Yang Fann had clearly forgotten that the West Element Chamber of Commerce had so many universe sources, and could afford such a huge deal. Bitch, there are so many divine abilities. Including the 200,000 low-grade universe divine abilities and 50,000 intermediate universe divine abilities, 10,000 high-ranked universe divine abilities and 2,000 high-grade universe divine abilities, 500 quasi-origin skills, that would be 600,000 low-grade universe skills. 150,000 intermediate universe abilities, 40,000 upper-grade universe abilities, 7,000 extreme-grade universe abilities, 1,500 quasi-origin abilities. Senior, could it be that you have robbed a top-tier power? President Chi activated his spiritual sense. His eyes instantly widened, and he took a deep breath. There were so many divine abilities in the universe, and all of them were quasi-origin divine abilities. Many top powers that had extreme middle-level universe god as their leader had accumulated over millions of eras. That was all, even if it was compared to the divine abilities stored in the West Element Chamber of Commerce. Hong Long. The others were selling divine abilities for 1, 2, a few hundred, or even a few thousand. All of them were extremely rare. However, this senior was selling them for 100,000. Could he scare them a little more? 2 hours later, President Chi finally counted the 536,000 divine abilities. Senior, if you're still willing to buy them, we can give you 3,612 billion West Element Chamber of Commerces, excluding the divine abilities that the West Element Chamber of Commerce has collected. C2390 100 Chaos Treasures Gold Rock Chaos Domain, Simon Universe, West Yuan Main City, West Element Chamber of Commerce. EH, 8,183,612 billion universe sources. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. This was a lot more than the previous batch of divine abilities. It seemed like there weren't many divine abilities that were repeated this time, there were only 3 or 4 levels. Should I take out another batch of thaumaturgies? Yang Fann was eager to try. Nearly 800,000 divine abilities were just a small portion of the divine abilities he had collected. It seemed to be about 3.5 levels. If he were to use all the divine abilities in the quasi-universe, even if there were many divine abilities that were repeated, it would still be able to give him another 200 to 300 trillion universe sources. In any case, even if he sold all the divine abilities in his possession, his family and friends would still be able to cultivate them. It would be a complete waste of money. Right at this moment, Senior, the West Element Chamber of Commerce's funds are limited. Senior, if you agree to trade all your divine abilities and treasures for these 16 billion and 8 billion universe sources, my West Element Chamber of Commerce can only give you 15 trillion universe sources. The remaining 8 billion universe sources will be needed in 10,000 years. Only after the era auction ends will we be able to pay them back. President Chi Zi looked at Yang Fann with some embarrassment. A strange blush appeared on his face. He was one of the 10 biggest chambers of commerce in Gold Rock Chaos Domain. If this was spread out, who would believe it, and who would dare to believe it? Who didn't know that the West Element Chamber of Commerce was wealthy enough to rival an entire country? They lacked everything, but they didn't lack money. However, this was the truth. For the sake of the era auction, they had prepared an era and purchased a large amount of treasures. They had used up a huge amount of West Element Chamber of Commerce's. It was indeed very difficult to produce 216 trillion universe sources in one go. These 150 trillion universe sources had almost emptied all the circulating funds of the West Element Chamber of Commerce. Yang Fann was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that his remaining divine ability would die before he could sell it. As expected, to rely solely on the West Element Chamber of Commerce to deal with all the resources in their hands is just wishful thinking. If it was possible, Yang Fann really wanted to deal with all the resources in his hands just like that. It would save him the trouble of running around everywhere in the future. Furthermore, honestly speaking, the price of the West Element Chamber of Commerce was fair, and they didn't cheat him. If it was any other Chamber of Commerce, they might not be able to offer such a high price. Senior, what do you think? President Chi Zi looked at Yang Fann with a perturbed expression. He wanted to eat all the divine abilities and treasures in his heart. Such a huge transaction was something that would be hard to come across even in millions of eras. Even if he only spat out those divine abilities that were worth 66 trillion universe sources to the West Element Chamber of Commerce, it would be a huge loss to the West Element Chamber of Commerce. Just the Gold Rock Chaos Domain alone had countless of them. These divine abilities of the universe and quasi-origin had never lacked buyers. Furthermore, they could also buy and sell them directly. A low-grade universe's divine ability, buying and selling it for 12-30,000 cubic meters of universe source, that was a simple matter. As long as they completed this transaction, their merchant association would be able to earn 50,000 60 billion universe sources. That would be a piece of cake. If they operated well, it wasn't impossible to earn 1 trillion universe sources, and privately, he facilitated such a large transaction. The rewards in the clan were not few in number. It could be said that he also had hope in the future, a first void middle-level universe god position, and squeezed into the peak of the Gold Rock Chaos Domain's expert rankings. Alright, President Chi Zi will do as you say. Yang Fann pondered for a moment and nodded. It would be a little troublesome to take back these divine abilities and look for other buyers. In any case, 10,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, he was about to use the West Element Chamber of Commerce's era auction to auction off some treasures. Before the era auction ended, it was impossible for him to leave Simon Universe. Thank you, Senior. Junior will sign the Chaos contract right away. There's no need for the contract. I trust the West Element Chamber of Commerce's credibility. Yang Fann waved his hand gently and said, besides, there's no one in this world who can blame me. At the end of his words, Yang Fann gave President Chi Zi a meaningful look. Not paying the debt, that would depend on who it was. In fact, Yang Fann really wanted the West Element Chamber of Commerce to be like this. At that time, it would be a good excuse for him. The West Element Chamber of Commerce. He could also capture all the powers behind the West Element Chamber of Commerce in one fell swoop. And that was after expending a huge amount of resources to prepare the era auction. The total wealth of the West Element Chamber of Commerce was probably even greater than what he had estimated. Even without 1,000 trillion universe sources, there would still be 7 to 8 trillion universe sources, which was a huge fat piece of meat. I dare not, Senior. My West Element Chamber of Commerce has a golden reputation. How could we not pay our debts? President Qi Zi said hastily. The reputation of their West Element Chamber of Commerce was worth more than 60 trillion universe sources. Besides, to be able to bring out so many resources, they must be a very simple person. There were 8 to 9 of them. They were like their old ancestor, a extreme middle-level universe god, or even a quasi-high-level universe god. They might not even be able to do so. Such an expert was something that even the #1 overlord of the Golden Crag divine race wouldn't dare to offend, let alone the West Element Chamber of Commerce. Senior, please wait for a moment. Junior will go and retrieve the 150 trillion universe sources for you. Senior, please have some tea. Just as Qi Zi stepped out of the door, the purple-robed messenger walked in with his wasp waist twisted. He poured tea for Yang Fann and bent down. The snowy white patch on his chest could be seen at a glance. It was as if he would not give up until he got close to Yang Fann. However, it was still useless. Yang Fann did not even look at her. He just ignored her. Bitch it, does this grandaunt really want to make you unsightly? You don't even want to look at me. Too many. After exiting the hall, the purple-clothed female attendant looked back unwillingly. Her pupils faintly revealed a trace of resentment. 15 minutes later, President Qi Zi appeared in front of Yang Fann once again. Senior, please take a look. Here are 150 trillion universe sources. Yang Fann casually received the President Qi Zi's from President Qi Zi. Without even counting, he directly stored them into his inner world. He didn't believe that a mere peak universe god would have the guts to play tricks in front of him. We've finished talking about those normal treasures. I still have a batch of treasures that need to be auctioned. Help me appraise them and register them. Yang Fann spoke in a flat tone, but when these words fell into President Qi Zi's ears, it was like a thunderclap, causing his heart to pound wildly. Among the treasures that Yang Fann had just taken out, there were many that could be considered as precious treasures. For example, those exquisite quasi-chaos treasures, quasi-origin abilities, even he, a peak universe god, would be tempted by them. And they were only ordinary treasures. What kind of treasure could be called a treasure? Could they all be chaos treasures, grade 1 origin ability treasures? Unknowingly, President Qi Zi's breathing began to quicken, although this era auction was the most powerful sect in the past million eras. It wasn't as if the legendary middle-level chaos treasure didn't exist, but that didn't mean. There were many origin divine abilities in the low-level chaos treasure. And only 12 origin abilities. The other treasures of this level could be counted on his fingers as well. Right at this moment, Yang Fann waved his hand, and in an instant, the entire hall was filled with treasure lights, shining with divine light. There are a total of 100 low-level chaos treasures here, and 60 of them are low-grade chaos treasures, 28 intermediate chaos treasures and 8 high-grade chaos treasures, 3 top-grade chaos treasures, 1 quasi-middle level chaos treasure. Help me register. Era auction, once every era. Especially because of middle-level chaos treasure, it attracted the attention of many high-level universe gods. However, Yang Fann thought for a moment and still did not take out all the chaos treasures in his hand. He put them all up for auction, suppressing over 2,000 low-level universe god, 83 middle-level universe god and universe god Zhan Xiao's inheritance. Currently, Yang Fann had over 400 chaos treasure in his hand. If he were to take out all 450 of them and auction them off, he had to sell them at a low price. If it wasn't for the fact that this year's era auction was the grandest event in the history of the West Element Chamber of Commerce, Yang Fann could only take out 50 chaos treasures. That was his limit. As for the quasi-middle level chaos treasure, he would never take it out. This was a supreme treasure that even a high-level universe god might not be able to possess. An ordinary extreme middle-level universe god, even if he used all his wealth, wouldn't be worth half a quasi-middle-level chaos treasure. What? 100 chaos treasures, and 3 top-grade chaos treasures and 1 quasi-middle-level chaos treasure. Gulp this. Did I hear that correctly? C2391 Influence Gold Rock Chaos Domain, Simon Universe, West Yuan Main City, West Element Chamber of Commerce. President Qi Zi's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his own eyes. 100 pieces, 100 low-level chaos treasures, and even 3 top-grade chaos treasures and a quasi-middle-level chaos treasure. This isn't a dream, is it? One should know that the West Element Chamber of Commerce had put in a lot of effort for this grand feast, and they had only managed to collect a total of 18 low-level chaos treasures. As for the quasi-middle-level chaos treasures, there wasn't even a single one, not even a single top-grade chaos treasure that was a level lower. There was only one, and now, this senior had actually taken out 100 chaos treasures at once. How extravagant was this? 100 chaos treasures. Even their Gold Rock Chaos Domain's Golden Crag God clan would find it very difficult to take out 100 chaos treasures at once. Gulp gulp. This, senior. Just who was he? He had thought that he had overestimated senior, but he had still underestimated senior. Senior Universe God. Senior was definitely a senior Universe God, or even middle-rank high-level Universe God. It's not impossible. There was nothing much about top-grade chaos treasures, but quasi-middle-level chaos treasures, ordinary low-order advanced Universe Gods might not even have one, much less put it up for auction. This was not something a quasi-high-level Universe God should do. Besides these 100 chaos treasures, I will also be auctioning a few origin divine abilities. While President Chi Zi was still in a daze, Yang Fann threw down another heavy bomb. There are a total of 100 origin divine abilities, 90 of which are lower-grade origin divine abilities, 9 of the middle-grade origin abilities, and 1 high-grade origin ability. Like the Chaos Treasure, Yang Fann had no intention of sending out all of his origin divine abilities. A quasi-origin ability was worth 100 billion cubic meters of universe sources. Then, how many universe sources would a higher-level origin ability be worth? Perhaps even the lowest-level origin ability would be worth several trillion universe sources. Intermediate and high-grade origin ability were worth 1 trillion cubic meters. 1 trillion universe sources, just these 100 origin abilities alone. It would be enough to bring him a few trillion intermediates, plus 100 high-grade origin abilities. Another auction, even if it wasn't worth 10 trillion universe sources. It wouldn't be too far off. Adding the 100 chaos treasures, it was more than enough to plunder the entire Gold Rock Chaos Domain, as well as the nearby Chaos Domain. Any more than that would only lower the price and cause unnecessary losses. 90 low-grade origin divine abilities, 9 middle-grade origin abilities. And there's also a high-grade origin ability. SSS's. This. President Chi Zi was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. The low-grade origin divine abilities. Not only that, there were also some top-grade and extreme universe gods forces. They usually had one or even a few low-grade origin abilities. But that middle-grade origin ability was a middle-level universe god. It was a powerful ability that he might not even be able to master, let alone the high-grade origin ability. Even a high-level universe god would go crazy over it. In a low-level middle-sized chaos domain like the Gold Rock Chaos Domain, the high-grade origin ability was practically a legend. He had lived for millions of eras, but he had never heard of any power or universe god who had cultivated the high-grade origin ability. He had underestimated his senior. Middle-rank high-level universe god. Senior, he was at least a middle-rank high-level universe god, and most likely that high-rank high-level universe god. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to master the high-grade origin ability. President Chi Zi, I'll send these origin divine abilities to you. I don't think you need to remove the divine abilities that your West Element Chamber of Commerce has collected, right? Yang Fann squinted his eyes and asked casually. The auction was not to sell to the West Element Chamber of Commerce. If they were to get rid of all these divine abilities, the West Element Chamber of Commerce's hands would be a bit wider. Senior, this is natural, President Chi Zi answered hastily. Although the West Element Chamber of Commerce had always refused to auction this kind of repeated divine ability, sometimes they would even take responsibility for it. They wanted to see if anyone had broken the contract and continued to sell this divine ability. However, how would President Chi Zi dare to do such a thing in front of a great god like Yang Fann? This was a middle-rank high-level universe god, the #1 overlord of Gold Rock Chaos Domain, the Golden Crag Divine Race, and they couldn't afford to offend an expert, let alone a tiny West Element Chamber of Commerce like theirs. If they really offended this senior, not only would the West Element Chamber of Commerce's life end, even the major powers behind their Chamber of Commerce would have to suffer the same fate. By the way, Senior, are these origin abilities still going to be auctioned off like those universe abilities? I'll buy them all. Yang Fann nodded. He didn't have that much time to sell them again and again. Compared to having a long history, drying the pond to fish and burning the forest to hunt was the most suitable for him, Yang Fann. Thousands or tens of thousands of eras were nothing compared to the West Element Chamber of Commerce and the other major powers. However, when it came to Yang Fann, it was an unimaginable amount of time. If he had that period of time, he would have no idea how much he had grown and how he would still be interested in the benefits. An hour later, Yang Fann, accompanied by President Xi, slowly walked out of the West Element Chamber of Commerce. During this period of time, it wasn't as if President Xi didn't invite Yang Fann to stay in the West Element Chamber of Commerce for the time being. It wasn't easy for them to meet such a middle-rank high-level universe god. President Xi naturally wanted to curry favor with him. If they could get on this huge ship, the West Element Chamber of Commerce and even the forces behind them would be able to advance a step further. It wasn't impossible for him to become the #1 Chamber of Commerce in the chaos domain of Jinyang in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he was rejected by Yang Fann. Ah, that is the president of West Element Chamber of Commerce, Xi Universe God. SS's, who's that person beside him? To think that President Xi would personally accompany him. Judging from President Xi's appearance, he is obviously flattering me. This man, what is this man's background? Could he be a middle-level universe god? Within the West Element Chamber of Commerce, countless experts were looking at each other, trying to guess Yang Fann's identity. President Xi was a peak universe god, and with his status as the leader of the West Element Chamber of Commerce, anyone below the middle-level universe god, even a quasi-middle-level universe god, could stand on equal footing with him. Only the high and mighty middle-level universe god had the right to make President Xi lower his status. Middle-level universe god, I never thought that I would be able to see a middle-level universe god in my lifetime. Today is my lucky day. I'm leaving just like that. If I'm lucky enough to get in touch with this senior, I'll be rich. Middle-level universe god was a small group of people who stood at the peak of the Gold Rock Chaos domain. To many expert and even low-level universe god, middle-level universe god was a legend. Men, spread the news. 10,000 years later, the era auction of West Element Chamber of Commerce will have 100 new chaos treasures, 100 origin abilities, and 1 quasi-middle-level chaos treasure and 1 high-grade origin ability. Not long after Yang Fann left, the entire West Element Chamber of Commerce started circulating. And 100 origin abilities was transmitted to Gold Rock Chaos domain and the surrounding Chaos domain at a terrifying speed. What? The West Element Chamber of Commerce's era auction has added 100 new chaos treasures and 100 origin divine abilities. Did I hear it wrong? How is this possible? What a joke. Do you really think that chaos treasures and origin abilities are like cabbages on the roadside? The first reaction of countless powers was disbelief. Since the establishment of the West Element Chamber of Commerce, there had been close to 10 million eras of history. Among them, only 28 chaos treasures and 24 origin abilities had been auctioned off. However, after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it wasn't fake. This news had already spread. If there weren't so many chaos treasures and origin abilities in 10,000 years, the West Element Chamber of Commerce's reputation would be ruined. If they weren't careful, the West Element Chamber of Commerce might even be destroyed. As long as the higher-ups of the West Element Chamber of Commerce weren't stupid, they wouldn't spread such fake news. Gulp gulp, could it be that all of this was real? Is the West Element Chamber of Commerce really adding 100 new chaos treasures and 100 origin divine abilities? Hiss. This time, the West Element Chamber of Commerce is going all out. I'm afraid the other 9 chambers of commerce won't have a good time in the future. Bitch it, how could this be? Where did the West Element Chamber of Commerce get so many precious treasures and divine abilities? Check, we must find out the reason. Add 100 new chaos treasures. No matter what, I must get 9 middle grade origin abilities. If my sect can get 1, if my sect can get 1, then my sect's power will definitely rise to a whole new level. Men, mobilize all our clansmen to gather all the universe sources. I'm determined to get that high grade origin ability. C 2392. He was like a ghost that never left. Under the deliberate propaganda of the West Element Chamber of Commerce, the news of 100 new West Element Chamber of Commerces and 100 origin abilities spread across the entire chaos domain at a terrifying speed. Very soon, with the Gold Rock Chaos domain as the center, all the nearby forces of the Chaos domain were shocked. Countless experts, universe gods were rubbing their fists. Adding the 18 chaos treasures that Xianxia Chamber of Commerce had collected before and the 12 origin abilities, that was a total of 118 chaos treasures and 112 origin abilities. This was definitely the largest auction in the history of the Golden Sun Chaos domain. Even in the entire chaotic region and the thousands of chaos domain, apart from the mysterious large-sized chaos domain, there was probably no one else that could be found. A few auctions could be compared to this. Originally, middle-level chaos treasure had already attracted the attention of many high-level universe gods. Now, with the addition of the quasi-middle-level chaos treasure and the high-grade origin ability, the number of high-level universe gods had doubled. As for the quasi-middle-level chaos treasure, that was one thing. It wasn't tempting for intermediate or even higher-level universe gods, but if one added in the intermediates, the high-grade origin ability, that was two completely different concepts. Apart from the mysterious large-sized chaos domain, in the thousands of chaos domain in the chaotic region, the number of high-grade origin abilities couldn't be more than 2 hands, and the number of high-grade origin abilities being auctioned could be counted on 1 hand. This was a great opportunity that was hard to come by even in tens of millions of eras. Once it was missed, it was very likely that they would have to wait for another tens of millions of eras if they wanted to encounter it again in the future. Time passed year by year. Rumble, rumble. Occasionally, streams of light would tear through the void and enter the western Yuan city. All of the experts were experts, and the weakest of them was that top-level universe lord. It had only been a few thousand years. The strength of the entire West Yuan city had increased by more than a level. The true top-level universe lord was everywhere, and there were as many deities as dogs in the quasi-universe. Even universe gods had a large number of them. They were once the major powers and families in the West Yuan city. At this moment, all of them had put away their past glory and became cowards, especially those tyrants in their families. They were all imprisoned, afraid that they would offend someone they shouldn't have and bring disaster to their families. Although these major powers and families in Western Yuan City were considered untouchable giants in the eyes of countless people, and had countless experts and expert, they were still placed in the entire Gold Rock Chaos domain. It was just a second-rate or third-rate power. Compared to their expert, there were at least 1,000 or a few hundred of them. Any quasi-middle-level universe god or even a quasi-intermediate extreme universe god would be able to eliminate them. As for the current Western Yuan City, not to mention middle-level universe god, there were even some high-level universe gods. It was just that they were hiding in the dark and did not show themselves. For a moment, the lives of those ordinary cultivators in the West Yuan City were much better. As long as they did not take the initiative to cause trouble, these quasi-universe gods and universe gods would not find trouble with them out of boredom. They really couldn't afford to lose face. The dignified quasi-universe gods and universe gods were the ones who took the initiative to cause trouble for them. An ant that wasn't even universe lord would become the laughing stock of the world if word of this got out. During this period of time, it wasn't as if there weren't any powers who had evil thoughts about the expert. When it came to auctioning, it wasn't as if there were no capital transactions. Those were over 100 chaos treasures, origin divine abilities. If they were to do such a thing, they wouldn't have to worry about resources for hundreds of millions of eras. However, the West Element Chamber of Commerce had already made preparations for this. Since they dared to openly reveal the information of 100 chaos treasures and 100 origin divine abilities, West Element Chamber of Commerce had already thought that someone would be impatient and take the risk. Almost all the forces behind the West Element Chamber of Commerce had come out. There were a total of 9 middle-level Universe God warriors, and 68 low-level Universe God were in charge of the headquarters. The strongest one among them was even an extreme middle-level Universe God warrior. Not only that, the West Element Chamber of Commerce had also spent a huge amount of money to hire 2 extreme middle-level Universe God warriors. Adding the geographical advantage, even if middle-rank high-level Universe God wanted to attack the West Element Chamber of Commerce, he would have to pay a heavy price. The wealth and ability of the West Element Chamber of Commerce was extraordinary, and it had been accumulated over tens of millions of eras. It was no joke. Their foundation was so strong that even a high-level universe god would not dare to look down on them. The expert of those powers who had designs on the West Element Chamber of Commerce were lucky enough to leave a life behind. Most of them had entered the West Element Chamber of Commerce and never came out again. The headquarters of the West Element Chamber of Commerce, which was hundreds of thousands of meters tall, was like a man-eating beast that was hibernating on the ground. He-Luo City. This was one of the 365 big cities in Simon Universe. He-Luo City, on the outskirts of the city, in a secluded manner. Wang. Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a flash of displeasure appeared in his eyes. Bitch, these guys are really haunting us. There was no wall in this world that was impenetrable. Furthermore, many people had seen President Xi personally accompany Yang Fann out of the West Element Chamber of Commerce, bowing and nodding his head. After a few years of peace, someone came to find Yang Fann. They hoped that they could buy some Yang Fann's and origin divine abilities from Yang Fann. Among them, the 9 major trading companies were the most powerful. If the West Element Chamber of Commerce didn't come to such a large-scale auction, the people of the world would know about the West Element Chamber of Commerce in the future and not know about them. However, the Chaos Treasure, the origin ability, was not something that could be obtained so easily. In the end, all of them set their sights on Yang Fann. Yang Fann was able to provide so many Chaos Treasures at once, and that was the origin ability. Perhaps, he still had more in his hands. However, how could Yang Fann agree to this? The West Element Chamber of Commerce's auction this time would be able to take away most of the universe sources from the various major powers. If these chambers of commerce tried again, they wouldn't be able to sell them at a high price. In order to restore the reputation of their chambers of commerce, they would make him lose hundreds of millions of universe sources. What did they think of him, Yang Chao, as an idiot? Furthermore, this kind of large-scale auction, how could it be held just like that? Just publicity alone would take hundreds of billions of years. How could he have so much time to stay in Gold Rock Chaos Domain? If these people were a little more domineering and overbearing, it was also good that they were a little stronger. Yang Fann would not be in such a dilemma. He could just suppress them and take away their resources. The entire fortune of West Element Chamber of Commerce was no less than 700 to 800 trillion universe sources. For the 9 major trading companies to be on par with them, it was obvious that they were extremely wealthy. Even if they weren't as good as the West Element Chamber of Commerce, they wouldn't be too far off. They were all good fat sheep. However, these fellows had extremely good attitudes. In fact, it wasn't even enough to describe them as respectful. Even if Yang Fann wanted to attack, he couldn't find a reason to do so. Sigh, I can't stay here any longer. Buzz, he gently shook his head. Yang Fann moved his body and disappeared into the manor. 15 minutes later, swoosh swoosh swoosh, the flowing light of 3 paths descended from the sky and landed in front of the manor. 3 men in embroidered clothes with extraordinary bearing walked out from within, and the space between their brows revealed an unconcealable majesty. With a single glance, one could tell that they were the lords who held high positions. Humph! The 3 of them looked at each other and coldly harumphed one after another. Those in the same trade were enemies, especially the Chamber of Commerce. The next second, bang bang, the 3 of them felt their legs go weak, and they fell to their knees. They didn't have the slightest bit of dignity or pride that the upper echelons of the 10 Great Chamber of Commerce, the universe gods, should have. Red Moon Chamber of Commerce, Chu Ming greets Senior, please show yourself. Falling Cloud Chamber of Commerce, Mu Sheng greets Senior, please show yourself. Red Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Red Wood greets Senior, please show yourself. President Xi could see that Yang Fann was extraordinary. The other 9 Chamber of Commerce's higher-ups were not fools. How could they not know how terrifying Yang Fann was? To be able to take out 100 Chaos Treasures, 100 origin abilities, and even high-grade origin abilities that many high-level universe gods had yet to master, his strength was terrifying. He was probably one of the top experts amongst the many high-level universe gods. It was not something the 9 Chamber of Commerce could afford to offend. If they wanted to smoothly take out the Chaos Treasures from his hands, they would have to use their origin abilities. There was only one way, and that was to use soft hands to play the emotion card. Senior, are you inside? Sigh, it seems like this trip was for nothing. I'm afraid that Senior has already left in advance. Perhaps the methods I have been waiting for are all wrong. Heroes are sad for beauties. Perhaps I should find some. C2393 Yi Chen of the Yi family, Gold Rock Chaos Domain, Simon Universe, Red Leaf City. This was an inconspicuous small city in the north of Simon Universe. In the entire Simon continent, there were countless of them in this place, not to mention the high and mighty Universe God. Even Universe Lord would find it hard to find one. The Universe Sovereign was the strongest in the Red Leaf City, and they were all at the middle low-level Universe Sovereign. They couldn't even find a single high-level Universe Sovereign. Any family, as long as they could produce a Universe Sovereign, they would immediately become one of the top families in the Red Leaf City. This was a truly remote and desolate place. There was almost no Universe Lord who would come to Red Leaf City. Compared to most of the living beings in the Red Leaf City, Universe Lord was a legendary figure. Red Leaf City, Yi family. This was a top family in Red Leaf City. The old ancestor of Yi family, Yi Hu, was a middle-level universe sovereign. With his cultivation base, he was like a lowly ant in the 12 main cities of the Western Meng continent. Even in the 365 major cities, he could easily catch a lot of people. Any random person on the street could be stronger than him. However, in the Red Leaf City, it was an indisputable expert. In the name of Red Leaf City, the word, Yi, was referring to the Yi family that Yi Hu had created. Up until now, the Yi family had been passed down for an entire era. At this time, in the entire Simon universe, naturally, it was nothing. Not to mention passing down an era, even if it was 100,000 eras or 1,000,000 eras, there would still be thousands of different races and powers. However, in this tiny Red Leaf City, it was one of the few major families with the longest history. In the Simon continent, a small clan like the Yi family was like a lone boat in the middle of a furious ocean. It was in danger of being overturned at any moment. It could be said that every year, even every day, a small family like the Yi family would be destroyed in the Simon continent. It was a great fortune that the Yi family could be passed down for an entire era. But now, the goddess of luck no longer seemed to be protecting the Yi family. First, 100,000 years ago, the old ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Hu, was severely injured. He died without a cure, and then, accidents kept happening to the elders of quasi-universe who were at the supreme realm. He died a violent death 10,000 years ago. The patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Ming, who was also the only remaining universe sovereign in the Yi family, was severely injured by a mysterious expert. Although he was lucky enough to survive, he still had all his strength. Compared to some quasi-universe sovereigns, he had less than 1% of his strength left. Not strong enough to go anywhere. It could be said that the situation had worsened. The huge Yi family began to enter the final countdown. Yi Family Castle. This was the lair of the Yi family. It was a small castle that spanned 1,000,000 miles. It could be considered a city in the middle of Red Leaf City. Rumble, rumble. The powerful pressure of the universe sovereigns rolled like a tide, covering the entire Yi family castle. It completely surrounded the Yi family castle. Not even a drop of water could leak out. That were meticulously built in the Yi family had long been shattered. Under the lead of the Guardian formations, the elite army rushed towards the Yi family like a raging torrent. Within the void, the three universe sovereigns were like the high and mighty gods, looking down upon the common people, looking down on the world with insufferable arrogance. Ah, no, bastard, I'm going to fight you all to the death. You all will die a horrible death. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Miserable and despairing wails erupted from the Yi family's fortress. Although the people of the Yi family tried their best to resist, they were just like ants trying to shake a tree. The two of them were on completely different levels. In the entire Yi family, only Family Lord and Yi Ming had Universe Sovereign. He was also a first low-level Universe Sovereign, and he was severely injured. The combat strength of the 10th level couldn't be unleashed by a single level. He was a quasi-Universe Sovereign stage elder, who was just a step away from breaking through to the next level. There were only 17 of them. On the other hand, his opponent. There were 3 people in the Universe Sovereign, and the strongest one was. He was a bit stronger than the strongest expert of the Yi family, Yi Hu. He had almost broken through to the high-level Universe Sovereign with 1 foot, and was a quasi-Universe Sovereign. There were more than 60 of them. The massacre was a one-sided massacre. Old ancestor Hong Kang. Why are you all here? The patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Ming, coughed out blood as he stared at the 3 universe sovereigns in the sky, his face filled with disbelief. The Red Leaves family and the Yi family had been friends for hundreds of billions of years. The patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Hu, and the old ancestor of the Red House, Hong Kang. They were sworn brothers, and there was often a marriage alliance between the 2 families. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the 2 families were as close as one family. Yi Ming wasn't surprised that the other families would attack the Yi family. There was never a lack of people in the world who would add insult to injury, especially those big families like them. Besides, they could also use this opportunity to curry favor with that person. However, he never expected that the first one to attack the Yi family would be the Red House. He couldn't believe it, he really couldn't believe it. One should know that it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the 2 families were in the same boat. They would use the defensive formation of the Yi family to defend against the people of the Red House. Otherwise, Ancestor Hong Kang and the others wouldn't have broken through the defense of the Yi family so easily and slaughtered their way into the fortress of the Yi family. In the last era, Yi family had managed Yi family's stronghold to become as impregnable as an impregnable fortress. Even a middle-level universe sovereign would have to pay a heavy price to break through the defense of Yi family's stronghold. Yi Ming brat, don't blame me for being heartless. If you want to blame someone, blame me for offending someone you shouldn't have. I have no other choice. The founder of the Red House, old ancestor Hong Kang, sighed faintly and said with a helpless expression. Those who didn't know about this would really think that he had no other choice. What can I do? Old ancestor has been a hero for a lifetime. Why did he acknowledge a hypocrite like you as his brother? Yi Ming's lips cracked and revealed a hint of ridicule. Did he really think that he was a fool? There was nothing he could do about it. He had never received any news that the man had threatened the Red House. All of this was because he wanted to use the Yi family's entire family as the potential to advance and build that huge ship. Yi Ming, I don't care if you believe me or not. I have my own difficulties. The young master of the Jones house is not someone we can afford to offend. For the sake of the inheritance of the Red House, I, the old ancestor, am willing to help you. I can only let my old brother down. For the sake of our friendship in the past, I will give up on resisting. I will leave you with an intact corpse, leave us with a complete corpse. Old man Hong Kang, I'm afraid you have forgotten the teachings of the Yi family. Children of the Yi family can only die standing, not kneeling. Boom! As he spoke, a fiendish chi burst out from Yi Ming's body. He was like a beast that had been forced into a desperate situation. Even if he had to die, he would still bite down on his opponent's flesh. According to the teachings of the Yi family's ancestors, the sons of the Yi family can only stand and die, but not kneel and live. According to the teachings of the Yi family's ancestors, the sons of the Yi family can only die standing and not live kneeling. The teachings of the Yi family's ancestors, the sons of the Yi family can only die standing and not live kneeling. Ha ha ha, they are all good sons of the Yi family. Old man Hong Kang, die for me. Yi Ming let out a long laugh. He ripped apart the void and lunged at old ancestor Hong Kang. Kill Tiger King howled. Roar! The roar of a tiger shook the sky and shattered the sky. Stubborn kid of the Yi clan, lose to the old ancestor. A trace of anger flashed across the eyes of ancestor Hong Kang, and he struck out with his hand. It transformed into a heaven-sheltering big hand that covered 10,000 miles, and crushed towards Yi Ming. Swoosh swoosh swoosh! Wherever the heaven-sheltering big hand passed, the ferocious Tiger King instantly shattered into pieces. Yi Ming's entire person was like a tattered sack of cloth as he flew downwards. Although he had borrowed the power of the forbidden arts to forcefully restore his strength, the gap between them was still huge. It couldn't be made up just by making up for it. Besides, old ancestor Hong Kang was the quasi-high-level universe sovereign who was only a step away from breaking through to the high-level universe sovereign. Brat of Yi family, I'll give you one last chance. Rumble. Ah no, family lord. The elders of the Yi family, expert, let out heart-wrenching wails. Old dog, you're courting death. A roar that sounded like devil god descended from the sky. It rolled and boiled, engulfing the entire world. Wherever the sound wave passed, the mushroom cloud kept rolling and boiling. It happened in a flash. A young figure blocked in front of Yi Ming and broke the heaven-sheltering big hand. Ah, it's young Master Chen. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? C2394 Illusion Gold Rock Chaos Domain, Simon Universe, Red Leaf City, Yi Family Castle. Silence for a moment. The entire Yi Family Castle was terrifyingly silent, like a grave. All the sounds of fighting, crying, cursing, and cursing could be heard. All of them disappeared without a trace. No matter if it was the people of Yi family or the expert of Red House, all of them widened their eyes and looked at the young figure in the sky in disbelief. This was a young man who was wearing a dark green divine armor. He looked to be less than 20 years old, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. His face looked like it was carved out of jade, and he was extraordinarily handsome. They were extremely familiar with this young man. He wasn't the youngest son of the Yi family's patriarch, Yi Ming. Was he the young master of the Yi family, Yi Chen? But how was this possible? According to their knowledge, although young master Yi Chen's talent was considered pretty good, he was considered one of the best amongst the young generation of the Yi family. There were hardly any opponents amongst his peers, but he was only limited to his peers. There was an insurmountable gap between him and the other quasi-universe sovereign elders, not to mention the old ancestors of the family. The last time they saw young Master Yi Chen was 3,000 years ago. At that time, young Master Yi Chen's cultivation base was only at the middle-level Dominator extreme stage. His overall combat strength was comparable to a low-grade high-level Dominator. However, what did they see now? Young Master Yi Chen was actually able to block old ancestor Hong Kang's deadly strike. Was there anything more unbelievable than this in this world? Middle-level Dominator, middle-level Universe Sovereign. There was a gap of 5 major grades between them, dozens of major grades. Even if he used cheats, it was impossible for him to have such a huge improvement. That was 3,000 years. Not 300 million years, not even 300 billion years. Chen, Yi Ming stared blankly at his youngest son. His eyes were also filled with doubt. Was this really his youngest son? No one knew better than his father how much his youngest son weighed. With his talent, even if he cultivated bitterly for his entire life, it would be very difficult for him to advance to the Universe Sovereign realm. A quasi-Universe Sovereign was practically the limit, let alone blocking that killing blow for him. Bululu. Could it be? It can't be that some old monster has taken over my Chen, right? Unknowingly, Yi Ming's heart was covered in a layer of gloominess. Possession and rebirth were extremely rare amongst those low-grade trainer. But to the Universe Sovereign and even the higher-grade Universe Lord, it was nothing. Dad, don't think too much about it. I haven't been possessed by anyone. As if he had seen through Yi Ming's thoughts, Yi Chen rolled his eyes and said helplessly. As he spoke, Yi Chen released his soul aura. Once a person was possessed, the soul would be more or less flawed. This was something that not even the legendary Universe Lord could change. Chen's soul aura is incomparably pure. It's my Chen. It's my Chen. The gloominess in Yi Ming's heart was swept away. However, the doubt in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Since he was not possessed by some old monster to be reborn, how could Chen block old man Hong Kang's deadly palm strike? Father, I will explain the reason to you later. Now, let me take care of this old thing first. At the end of his words, Yi Chen's voice suddenly turned cold. Surging killing intent surged above his head. Just a little bit more and he would be separated from his father. Defiant and shameless dogfish, you deserve to die 10,000 times for your crimes Hong Long. A green light flashed. A dark green divine spear appeared in Yi Chen's hand. With the spear in his hand, Yi Chen's aura was like a mountain flood that had erupted, rising exponentially. In an instant, he had surpassed old ancestor Hong Kang, this quasi-high-level Universe Sovereign. Ah, how could this be? This aura. Old ancestor Hong Kang's expression changed. A hint of panic flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, Yi Chen's aura was so terrifying that it was even more terrifying than the high-level Universe Sovereign he had seen before. All of them were much stronger than the top-level Universe Sovereign. None of them were any weaker than him, quasi-high-level Universe Sovereign. He was thousands of times stronger, more than 10,000 times stronger. No, this isn't the strength of that Yi Chen brat. It's that divine spear. Gurgle. What kind of treasure is that? Could it be the legendary top-tier universe treasure? Bitch it, just what kind of luck did this Yi Chen kid get? Not only did his cultivation base break through several major levels in a short 3,000 years, he even managed to find a top-tier universe treasure. In an instant, ancestor Hong Kang's eyes turned red, filled with envy and hatred. He, Hong Kang, was the most powerful treasure in the hands of the Red House's ancestor, quasi-high-level Universe Sovereign. It was an intermediate universe treasure, and it was even a first low-grade middle-level universe treasure. The Great Tao is so unfair. Yi Chen is just a kid. What right does he have to have such a fortuitous encounter and obtain this supreme treasure? All of this should be mine if he was able to obtain such a fortuitous encounter. Currently, even if he wasn't Universe Lord, he was still a quasi-Universe Lord. Adding the legendary top-grade universe treasure, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone below Universe Lord. The Red House would rise along with him, and there was hope for them to enter Central City. Shameless old thief, come and die for me. Killing intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. His spear was like a dragon as it rushed towards ancestor Hong Kang. Ah, no. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapse enveloped ancestor Hong Kang's body. It was as if there was a voice ringing in his ears. This spear, he would die, he would definitely die. Poochie. The divine spear pierced through ancestor Hong Kang's divine body. With a spin, bang, patriarch Crimson Firmament shattered into dust. Ah, Instant kill. Old man Hong Kang was instantly killed by young Master Yi Chen. Hiss. This. How is this possible? I'm not dreaming, am I? The disciples of the Yi family felt as if they had fallen into a dream. They couldn't believe their eyes. Ancestor Hong Kang was the strongest person in the Red Leaf City. He was only one step away from becoming the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Hu. He was going to break through to the high-level universe sovereign. Countless of them had grown up listening to the legends of old ancestor Hong Kang. How could he die just like that? And he was instantly killed by their Yi family's young master, Yi Chen. He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. No. How could this be? How could this be? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yi Chen kid and aunt, how could this be possible? All the disciples of the Red House let out hysterical roars. The old ancestor was invincible and the strongest amongst them. How could a mere Yi Chen be a match for their old ancestor? What a good Yi Chen, what a brilliant illusion technique. Even I almost fell into your trap. Too bad, you are still a step behind. The sea of consciousness of one of the remaining two universe sovereign from the Red House flashed. As if he had thought of something, he let out a cold laugh. Yi Chen, you shouldn't have killed the old ancestor with just one strike. If you had a tough battle with the old ancestor, I would have believed your illusion technique. I knew it. Yi Chen is just an ant. How could he be a match for the old ancestor? But this illusion technique is really real. If it wasn't for the fact that old ancestor Hong Hua exposed everything, I would have been fooled by this kid. At this moment, the group of expert from the Red House seemed to have woken up from a dream. Their frenzied hearts calmed down. Even the people of the Yi family believed that this was an illusion realm expert. If it wasn't for the illusion realm, they wouldn't have been able to explain all of this. 3,000 years, just 3,000 years. A puny middle-level dominator had the power to kill quasi-high-level universe sovereign in an instant. Who would dare believe this? There were hundreds of millions of cities and countless living beings in Simon Universe. Sigh, it's a pity that it's just an illusion. How nice would it be if it was really an illusion? Looks like in the end, my Yi family will still be unable to escape the danger of being destroyed. Old friends, it's time for us to die for our family. No matter what, we have to escort young Master Yi Chen away. That's right, the death of our old bones isn't worth mentioning, but young Master Chen is the hope of our Yi family. We can't allow him to die prematurely here. Young Master Yi Chen, leave quickly, we'll stop them.